In the opening scene, those fortunate enough to have been tempered by celestial light, who have shattered my essence and buried my corporeal form, are in for a surprise. With a mere flick of my wrist, I shall unleash a system gift package that will reduce the entire sect to cinders. Moreover, I shall conveniently plunder an assortment of spiritual treasures, magical artifacts, and elixirs, allowing them to proliferate within my treasure pouch. What does it mean to possess an infinite cultivation system? It means that as I languidly recline at home and slumber, a mere stretch upon awakening will elevate me to ascension, allowing me to ascend Kunlun and tread upon Lingxiao. If all else fails, I shall simply engage in idle pursuits. Chapter 1. Yi Qin's Rebirth, the Night of Betrayal. Let us bury him here. We must conclude this swiftly and report back to Elder Zhou. In a state of hazy confusion, Yi Qin felt a throbbing pain in his head and discerned voices nearby. With great effort, he opened his eyes to find himself lying in a forest, where two young men clad in robes and sporting topknots were digging a pit with shovels not far from him. Is this a scene from a play? Just as Yi Qin was about to inquire about the situation, an excruciating pain shot through his back, and a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Yi Qin could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. What is happening? One moment, he had just returned home from work to collapse onto his bed, and the next, he inexplicably found himself transported to another realm. Moreover, through the memories he received, he realized that he had traversed into a fantastical world, and the unfortunate original owner of this body shared his name, Yi Qin. To speak of Yi Qin is to recount a remarkable tale born into hardship, destined for a life of toil. He was chosen by Elder Zhou Yuantong of the Qinyan sect, brought into the sect, and accepted as an inner disciple, embarking on the path of cultivation. His innate talent was commendable. Not long after his initiation, he achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement, standing at the threshold of the foundational realm, a milestone many outer disciples strive to attain throughout their lives. Furthermore, he had recently discovered that the reason for his accelerated cultivation speed was the awakening of his Dao Bone. The Dao Bone is a profound aspect of this world's cultivation system. If 1 in 10,000 mortals possesses the talent for cultivation, then among those with such talent, only 1 in 10,000 may awaken their Dao Bone. To put it plainly, the Dao Bone is the stepping stone to the path of the strong. Within the vast Qinyan sect, the number of disciples possessing a Dao Bone is fewer than the fingers on one hand. Yi Qin understood the wisdom of concealing wealth, aware that revealing his Dao Bone could spell disaster. So he had never spoken of it beyond his master. Little did he suspect that the one who would betray him would be none other than the master he revered and who guided his cultivation. Disciple, I shall impart to you the final lesson of cultivation. On the road to immortality, trust no one but yourself. With these words, the master plunged a blade deep, extracting Yi Qin's Dao Bone, then ordered his underlings to remove the corpse and bury it in the mountains under the guise of a fatal injury from a wild beast. Recalling this memory ignited a fiery rage within Yi Qin. The wound on his back throbbed painfully, and as he reached to feel it, he only encountered the harsh scar, while the flesh that had been sliced open had already healed. Hiss! Yi Qin's eyes lit up. This traversal service is quite impressive. It even healed my wounds. What about my cultivation? He glanced at the two disciples digging the pit, who remained oblivious to his awakening, and quietly began to channel his vital energy. Purple Mansion, Dantian Crown. The technique circulated within him, but his vital energy was like a withered stream, riddled with scars. Although his physical injuries had healed, the destruction of his Dao Bone and loss of vital energy were irreparable. Whoosh! Suddenly, one of the diggers leapt into action, his long sword darting forward with the swiftness of lightning, aiming for Yi Qin. Had Yi Qin not maintained his vigilance and rolled away just in time, he would have been impaled on the ground. The assailant, surprised that Yi Qin had evaded his strike, smirked and said, Yi Xixiang, you truly are a rare talent. Even with your Dao Bone extracted, you still possess such dexterity. Yi Qin's expression darkened as he coldly inquired, when did you realize I had awakened? The disciple laughed heartily, raising his sword adorned with a delicate jade pendant. Upon seeing the pendant, Yi Qin's vision turned crimson with fury. That pendant was none other than the detection jade worn by his master. Capable of sensing the flow of all spiritual energy within a 50 zhang radius, it was a rare and invaluable artifact. It must have detected his vital energy, leading to the recent attack. In his previous life, Yi Qin had implored his master to let him see the pendant, but his master had never allowed him to touch it, merely displaying it briefly before hastily reclaiming it. Now, for the sake of his beloved disciple, The master had willingly entrusted it to two outer disciples. Yi Chen's teeth clenched in anger as he exclaimed, "Well done, well done, truly, my illustrious master. Xixiang, there is no need to waste words on this waste. A person stripped of their Dao bone is bound to have lost all vital energy. He is merely a severely wounded cripple now. We should simply stab him to death and toss him into the pit." As he spoke, the other outer disciple had stealthily circled behind Yi Chen, forming a pincer attack with the first. Had he retained his 9th level Qi refinement cultivation, these two would have posed no threat. However, Yi Chen was now merely a slightly stronger mortal. Even with his wounds healed, he could not contend against two cultivators. Was he destined to perish so soon after his crossing? Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Soul repair complete. Injuries healed. Soul integration normal. Multiplication cultivation system bound successfully. Beep. Newbie gift package. Celestial light body refinement has been delivered to the host's backpack. It can resolve the host's current crisis. Immediate use is advised. A system has appeared. Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of hope reigniting within him. What he had thought to be an inevitable demise now seemed to hold a glimmer of potential. The disciple facing Yi Chen, noticing the shift in his expression, felt a foreboding sense of dread. He suddenly lunged forward, aiming a sword at Yi Chen's chest. The disparity between a Qi refinement cultivator and an ordinary mortal was astronomical. Yi Chen barely registered the flash before he felt the blade pierce his chest. The disciple, reassured that he had misjudged the situation, gazed at Yi Chen with a mocking expression, a smirk gracing his lips. "Yi Xixiao, we were once fellow disciples. Do you have any last words to convey?" Suppressing the pain of the blade in his chest, Yi Chen coughed up blood and raised his right hand to gently touch his forehead. "You should have aimed for here." The outer disciple's expression shifted, withdrawing his sword to strike Yi Chen again. At that moment, Yi Chen seized the blade's edge, grinning savagely as he shouted, "You've run out of chances." Celestial light body refinement. Chapter 2. Slaying the minions, the terrifying doubling of cultivation speed. In an instant, a brilliant light burst forth. The 5-color divine light suddenly erupted from the center of the wound, enveloping Yi Chen entirely. The outer sect disciple before him let out a horrified scream. Covering his eyes and retreating repeatedly, 2 streams of crimson tears flowing from his eyes, likely blinded. Yi Chen coldly observed the agonized disciple collapsing to the ground. Yet his heart was filled with shock. Is this the divine light refining the body? He felt an overwhelming surge of power within, his cultivation not only restored but even stronger than before. He was consumed by an impulse to sit down and cultivate right there. He sensed that the small barrier that had once troubled him during the foundation establishment stage could now be shattered at any moment. The blinded disciple continued to wail, and Yi Chen, with an icy gaze, stepped forward and crushed his skull beneath his foot. For those who sought to take his life, Yi Chen would show no mercy. He then turned to face another disciple of the Qingyun sect who stood behind him, attempting to launch a sneak attack. Though he had fortuitously closed his eyes and avoided being blinded by the divine light, the sudden turn of events left him paralyzed with fear. Now locked in Yi Chen's gaze, he trembled and took several steps back, much like an antelope caught in the sights of a lion, unable to comprehend how Yi Chen, who should have lost all cultivation, could suddenly regain his power and summon divine light. Surely, such a phenomenon could only be invoked by a nascent soul stage cultivator. Could it not? No. The divine light summoned by a nascent soul cultivator would be of a single hue, while Yi Chen's was a dazzling 5 colors. This must be the radiance only an exalted immortal on the verge of ascension could summon. Oh! Yi Chen suddenly let out a cold laugh. How fortunate you are, not to have been blinded by the divine light. The disciple quickly realized his predicament and hurriedly knelt, pleading for mercy. Yi Xixiao, spare me. In a flash, Yi Chen appeared before him and unleashed a punch, with a splatter of blood and flesh. Yet another head was obliterated by Yi Chen's sheer strength. The sensation of power was exhilarating. Yi Chen waved his fist, calmly stating his satisfaction. He then rummaged through the storage bags of the 2 disciples, discovering even low-grade 5 thunder talismans, presumably saved for themselves to avoid cremation. Yi Chen chuckled. I'll keep these for your next lives. He then formed a seal to summon lightning, instantly incinerating the 2 corpses. Yi Chen had been betrayed by his closest master. This deep-seated enmity was something he could never forget. At this moment, fury surged within him, wishing to storm the Qingyun sect and tear that treacherous Zhou Yuantong to shreds. Of course, Yichen would not act on such impulses. The difference between the qi refining and golden core stages is akin to that between an ant and a lion. Even after the divine light refinement, Yichen was merely a slightly stronger ant. Zhou Yuantong, on the other hand, was a bona fide golden core cultivator. And Yichen was but a lowly qi refining practitioner. To slay a lion was nothing short of a pipe dream. However, what mattered most now was to strengthen his own power. Nevertheless, Yichen would not concede defeat. After all, he was no longer alone. He had the system. Remembering the system, Yichen couldn't help but slap his forehead. He had merely received the system's rewards, but had yet to comprehend its functions. Akin to a man who dreams of applause without having even grasped a partner's hand. Thankfully, there was still time to make amends. Yichen softly inquired within his mind, "System, what abilities do you possess?" Ding! This system is the devouring cultivation system, and the usage instructions have been transmitted into the host's mind. As the mechanical notification faded, a surge of information flooded into Yichen's consciousness, providing him with a preliminary understanding of the system's functions. Current main function list of this system: doubling cultivation speed. The system can devour spirit stones, enhancing the host's cultivation speed by tenfold. The enhancement duration varies according to the quantity and grade of the spirit stones. Idle cultivation. The system can devour spirit stones, allowing the host to continuously refine a designated ability, with the duration also varying based on the quantity and grade of the spirit stones. Note: remaining functions will unlock upon system upgrades. Ignoring the cryptic note, Yichen's eyes widened at the first function, doubling cultivation speed. He even doubted whether his injuries had impaired his vision. A tenfold increase in cultivation speed. What does that imply? While others cultivate for a minute, he would have cultivated for 10 minutes? Such a minor comparison may not seem significant. But what about over a longer time frame? While others cultivate for a year, Yichen, with the system, would have cultivated for 10. This disparity was immense. Moreover, Yichen was confident in his innate talent, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a genius. After undergoing divine light refinement, he was even more certain that his aptitude had far surpassed his previous self. As Yichen reigned in his exhilaration, he suddenly noticed something. System, why does your 10 have a parenthesis? Ding! Doubling cultivation is the primary function of this system, and the multiplier can be enhanced as the host's abilities grow. How many times can it be enhanced at most? Yichen pressed further, his lips curling into a wild grin. When he received the system's response of unlimited, he was so elated that he slammed his fist against the stone wall. A treasure that could enhance cultivation speed without limit, and it would not weaken as the cultivator's strength increased, but instead accelerate. Should such a treasure be revealed, it would surely astonish the entire Shikong continent. Those lofty disciples of Qingyun sect would not even be worthy to carry Yichen's shoes. As his cultivation progressed, the doubling system would only grow stronger, and those true disciples would likely not even catch a glimpse of Yichen in the future. Yichen's current mood could only be summed up by 4 words from his past life. Woohoo, taking off. Hatred, after all, is the best catalyst. Zhou Yuantong, you must stay alive. Wait for me to claim your life. Yichen murmured softly, activating his cultivation technique and slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 3. Foundation establishment emerges from the mountain. News of Qingyun sect. As the saying goes, on the immortal mountain, time stands still. This is precisely because those truly high-ranking cultivators have achieved longevity, often entering seclusion for decades, or even centuries at a time. Yichen was still far from that realm, yet he possessed a rare determination and fervor for cultivation. In a cave sheltering from the wind and rain, Yichen's cultivation lasted an astonishing week before he finally opened his eyes. Beside him lay 2 bags. He opened the larger one and glanced at a small pouch of spirit stones that had turned to powder, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. He had not opened his eyes due to the tedium of cultivation, but because the spirit stones had been completely absorbed by the cultivation system, forcing him to awaken. Nevertheless, this immersive training had helped Yichen gauge the system's consumption. The assets of the 2 disciples amounted to roughly 15 low-grade spirit stones, astonishingly sustaining his cultivation for an entire week, an exchange rate akin to finding money on the ground. It was worth noting that during his time as an inner sect disciple, Yichen would receive 50 low-grade spirit stones monthly, even without engaging in any tasks. There had once been a merchant association called Wanbatai that sold a liquid capable of tripling the cultivation speed for those below the foundation establishment stage, lasting also for a week. However, their price was 500 low-grade spirit stones per portion, and even then, it was a scarce commodity. Yi Chen's 15 low-grade spirit stones, under the system's enhancement, could propel his cultivation speed to 3 times that of the liquid. If this were to be revealed, it would surely shatter the hearts of countless talented individuals who had purchased the liquid. Rising once more, Yi Chen stretched his body, causing his joints to crackle like popping beans. Upon introspection, he discovered that a layer of translucent spiritual energy had begun to form around his ribs. The infusion of spiritual energy into his bones was a clear sign that he was entering the second level of foundation establishment. Indeed, a week of cultivation had not only allowed Yi Chen to break through to foundation establishment, but had also enabled him to leap directly to the second level. Many practitioners of ordinary talent often find themselves stymied at the threshold of advancing from qi refinement to foundation establishment. Even the once prominent Yi Chen was ensnared at the 9th level of qi refinement for several months. However, during this week's cultivation, the transition seemed to occur effortlessly, as if it were a natural progression. Before Yi Chen even realized it, he had already ascended from qi refinement to foundation establishment. This remarkable shift was not solely due to the system's efficacy, but also attributed to the cleansing of his body by celestial light, which significantly enhanced his innate spiritual roots and foundational essence. The spiritual roots and foundational essence are akin to a practitioner's capacity. Even a noble as esteemed as a prince would find his efforts futile if his innate potential were lacking, regardless of the wealth of spirit stones he possessed. In summary, the sensation of possessing a system can be encapsulated in one word: exhilarating. Were it not for the depletion of spirit stones, Yi Chen could have effortlessly cultivated to the pinnacle of foundation establishment in one go. The celestial light infused his entire being with true energy, even purifying his bones and sinews, rendering him significantly taller and more imposing. His visage bore the beginnings of stubble, presenting an imposing and robust demeanor that starkly contrasted with his previously delicate and refined appearance. Even his master, at this point, would scarcely recognize him. After stretching his limbs, Yi Chen contentedly departed from the cave. After a brief assessment of his surroundings, Yi Chen chose not to distance himself from the Qingyun sect, but instead strode purposefully towards the foot of Qingyun Peak, the sect's main summit. Although returning to the sect was no longer feasible, there were still matters that required resolution before his departure. Shortly thereafter, a scruffy-looking man clad in inconspicuous robes ascended the mountain path leading to the Qingyun sect. This man was none other than Yi Chen himself. Just a few steps into his journey, Yi Chen heard a voice call out, "Who goes there? What brings you here?" Yi Chen, seemingly unfazed by the inquiry, turned around and replied in a clear voice, "I am a wandering cultivator, Yi Liang. I have come to Qingyun sect to procure some cultivation materials from the town below." His words were meticulously crafted. The millennia-old Qingyun sect had undoubtedly cast its influence upon the nearby town, which had become renowned as a bustling market for practitioners. It was commonplace for wandering cultivators to seek resources there. Upon finishing his explanation, Yi Chen noticed the branches of a massive tree swaying slightly in the distance, and 2 young disciples of Qingyun sect, clad in their sect robes, leapt down from above. One of them chuckled, "Did you see that? I told you it wasn't him." The other youth, seemingly unwilling to concede, edged closer to Yi Chen and asked in a hushed tone, "Friend, are you not here to meet our senior brother Zhou? If you wish to catch a glimpse of the 5-color divine stone, you need not be shy. Perhaps I could facilitate an introduction for you, or even get you a signed token from senior brother Zhou." "Senior brother Zhou? What is this 5-color divine stone?" Yi Chen asked, genuinely perplexed. "How can you not know?" exclaimed the disciple who had lost the bet, while the victorious disciple, in high spirits, explained the significance of the 5-color divine stone and the recent rise to prominence of senior brother Zhou. Apparently, a week prior, a peak of Qingyun sect had suddenly radiated brilliance, illuminating the night sky with 5-colored celestial light, which sent shockwaves throughout half of the Qinglan Empire, sparking rumors of a treasure emerging from the sect. Subsequently, it was reported that senior brother Zhou had discovered the 5-color divine stone. Moreover, due to his close encounter with the stone, senior brother Zhou had awakened his foundational essence and was promoted from an inner disciple to a core disciple, receiving 2 magical artifacts as rewards from the sect leader, thereby attaining an unprecedented status. Given that senior brother Zhou was renowned for forging connections with heroic figures of the realm, many wandering cultivators had recently flocked to Qingyun Peak in hopes of encountering him. Yichen fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "May I inquire, is that senior brother Zhou the son of elder Zhou Yuantong?" The dejected wandering cultivator seemed to have found a glimmer of hope and retorted, "You, my friend, are clearly here to see senior brother Zhou." Even inquiring about his family background, Yi Chun, with an indifferent shake of his head, offered a polite bow. "I merely heard of him in passing. If you gentlemen have no further inquiries, I must be on my way." The more composed disciple promptly restrained his overly persistent companion, returning Yi Chen's gesture of respect before they ventured off in the opposite direction to resume their patrol. Unbeknownst to them, once they parted ways, Yi Chen's expression darkened the moment he turned away. His fists clenched tightly, and he bit down hard on his lower lip, drawing blood. Well, the Zhou father and son, not only have they seized my foundational essence, but they also shamelessly claim my celestial light purification as their own. These two are intent on draining me dry. Thoughts of the five-color divine stone ignited a fierce desire within Yi Chun to confront the Zhou family, to expose their treachery and deceit. With his emotions settled, Yi Chun became resolute in his intention to swiftly resolve his affairs before dedicating himself to earnest cultivation. Although Yi Chun had rarely descended the mountain in the past, his excellent memory allowed him to retain a fair understanding of the terrain surrounding the sect. These treacherous disciples, fearing he might be discovered on the mountainside, had dragged him to this desolate locale. Using a few reference points, he quickly identified that he was but a short distance from the Qingyun Peak's adjoining minor peak, Xiaoqiao Peak, which lay a dozen or so miles from Xiangfeng Town. Having secretly gathered information about Qingyun's sect, Yi Chun felt anger bubble within him as he realized the shameless father and son duo sought to elevate their own status by appropriating his celestial light purification. Clenching his fists in determination, he resolved to act without delay, channeling his true energy into his legs and propelling himself forward. Let us see if I can turn Qingyun's sect upside down. This marked Yi Chen's first use of true energy after breaking through, and he immediately sensed the distinction between Qi refinement and foundation establishment. If Qi refinement practitioners merely channeled their true energy in a clumsy, brute force manner, akin to a mere brawler, then foundation establishment practitioners exhibited a refinement and precision in their abilities. As Yi Chen's true energy surged from his dantian, the luminous ribs resonated in harmony, radiating five-colored light that mapped an efficient route for his true energy, ensuring minimal wastage, a stark contrast to the inefficiency he had previously experienced. Yi Chen felt an unprecedented lightness in his legs. With a gentle leap, he covered a distance of 10 zhang. Moreover, he had a premonition that with a single kick, he could cleave through the thickest trees in the forest. For the first time, Yi Chen experienced a sense of mastery over the manipulation of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. The foundation establishment realm is fundamentally about establishing the practitioner's foundational roots in cultivation. Conversely, only those who achieve foundation establishment can genuinely embark on the path of immortality, capable of refining and utilizing the natural energies they absorb. The preceding stages of Qi refinement were merely the fumblings of mortals learning the rudiments of cultivation. Once one earnestly harnessed their true energy, traversing the mountain trails became a trivial matter. After merely a quarter of an hour, Yi Chun could faintly discern the outline of the town, and he took the opportunity to retract his true energy, returning to a normal walking pace. At that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! The host has utilized true energy in both legs for a quarter of an hour. The system has accelerated this duration to tenfold, enhancing the host's agility. Yi Chan posed it, his expression brightening with joy. Is this truly possible? It seems not only can I cultivate my realm, but I can also gain system-boosted speed in other attributes of cultivation. If the infusion of true energy into his legs represented agility, then what about the cultivation of techniques? Yi Chun, ever decisive, promptly sought out a tall tree, scaled its trunk in a few swift movements, and settled upon a branch to begin practicing his soul-mastered offensive technique. Yi Chun raised his right arm, letting out a soft exclamation now. His two fingers extended in unison, channeling the profound technique of the sect, the crushing gold finger. Instantly, a surging wave of yellow true essence coalesced at his fingertips, taking on an almost sharp appearance. The technique? Crushing gold finger. By channeling true essence through the joints of his fingers, it could shatter gold and vanquish foes. This was not only Yi Chen's sole offensive technique, but also the very first spell he had ever mastered. Thus its execution resonated deeply within him. During the qi refining stage, even at full strength, he could only sustain this move for a few breaths. It was his absolute killing strike in combat. However, upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he could maintain the spell seal without dispersing it, though the consumption of true essence was still visibly rapid. Yi Chen devoted himself entirely to sustaining the technique until he sensed that his internal true energy was nearly depleted, just managing to withdraw his power in time. He then breathed lightly, eagerly awaiting the system's announcement. Just as he was on the verge of despair, the system's prompt finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Ding! The host has operated the crushing gold finger for 5 minutes. The system has accelerated this to 50 minutes for the host, enhancing the proficiency of true essence manipulation and the mastery of the crushing gold finger. Ding! Congratulations, host! The crushing gold finger has reached minor success. Upon achieving mastery, it will undergo evolution. Please continue to strive. Indeed, it is possible. Zhou Yuantong, I shall surely slay you. Yi Chen excitedly swung his arm, nearly losing his balance and tumbling from the branch. But in a hurried motion, he grasped onto something to steady himself. Just as he was about to ponder the changes following the minor success of the crushing gold finger, a melodious female voice suddenly rang in his ears. What is indeed possible? Startled, Yi Chen looked up. There, seated barefoot on a higher branch, was a youthful maiden clad in a crimson light armor, her gaze playfully looking down upon him. The girl sat against the light, her red armor perfectly accentuating her nearly flawless figure. Yet whether it was the backlight or her delicate curves, they could not obscure her breathtaking beauty, leaving a lasting impression with just a glance. Yi Chen, in his entire life, had never encountered a woman so stunning, and for a moment, he found himself utterly dumbstruck. The maiden was amused by Yi Chen's foolish expression, unable to suppress a light laugh that made her delicate frame tremble. Yi Chen felt the branch he grasped quiver as well. When he looked up, he was even more taken aback. It turned out that in his moment of panic, he had nearly fallen from the tree and had inadvertently grasped the maiden's delicate foot. A phrase suddenly surfaced in Yi Chen's mind, just enough to be held in one's palm. Indeed, the girl, her voice tinged with a mix of embarrassment and anger, exclaimed, "You lecher, since you've seen, why don't you hurry and let go?" Yi Chen then realized his indiscretion and hastily released his grip, nearly causing himself to fall again, eliciting another round of laughter from the maiden. After finally stabilizing himself, Yi Chen awkwardly rubbed his fingertip against his nose, glancing at the girl's subtly scrutinizing gaze, only to suddenly realize that the hand he had just used to pinch his nose was the very same that had held her delicate foot. It's over. A series of social faux pas. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Yi Chen, he found his mind momentarily blank, unsure of what to say. After the girl had laughed to her heart's content, she squinted playfully down at him and said, "Does it smell good?" Yi Chen immediately nodded fervently. The fairy's foot is indeed exceptionally fragrant. The girl was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly exclaiming what an extraordinary person, before gracefully leaping down from the branch. Yi Chen found himself momentarily dazzled, her stunningly beautiful visage now parallel to his. The crimson-clad maiden reached out, playfully tugging at Yi Chen's beard, and said with a smile, "If it were any other time, I would have easily dispatched a scoundrel like you with a mere finger. However, seeing as you seem to harbor a life-and-death grudge against Zhou Yuantong, I shall grant you a chance." The girl extended her right hand, forming a fist in front of Yi Chen. "Reveal the secret behind your rapid progress with the technique just now, and not only will I spare your life, but I shall also grant you a boon. What do you say? Don't you feel you've struck a great deal?" Chapter 5. The Cultivators of Lan Sect, Terrifying Firepower. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, ready to speak. "Think carefully before you respond." The girl suddenly shot him a sidelong glance. Yi Chen promptly fell silent. He felt the atmosphere shift palpably, as if a towering building were collapsing before him, an overwhelming pressure washing over him, causing beads of sweat to break out on his forehead, his heart racing. This girl was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just based on this aura, Zhou Yuantong was already left far behind. The girl's voice continued to press upon him like a death knell. "If you do not speak within 3 breaths, I shall end your life with a single finger." How could someone demand an explanation while providing no time for contemplation? In the first breath, Yi Chen took a deep breath. By the second, he shouted, "I was once a disciple of the Qingyan sect, and due to possessing a Dao bone, My cultivation speed is greatly accelerated. Daobone? Upon hearing those two words, the girl's expression indeed shifted, and she reached out to seize Yi Chen's wrist, a stream of true essence flowing into his body to examine him closely. Yi Chen dared not resist, maneuvering his internal true essence to evade this domineering force. Fearing a collision that would leave him, the battleground, in ruins. The girl swiftly completed her inspection, her expression still smiling, yet tinged with undeniable anger. As she raised a hand, poised to strike down. You smooth-tongued scoundrel truly believe you can deceive me. If you do not tell the truth now, from where did you acquire your Daobone? Yi Chen faced her mounting pressure without fear, merely sighing. If you were truly a great cultivator, how could you not see the traces of my Daobone being extracted? If you can't, then consider me unfortunate. The girl scoffed coldly, her hand descending. Yi Chen remained silent, staring intently at her delicate, slender hand, his eyes wide with fury, his jaw clenched tight. He did not believe he would die here. He was gambling. The hand naturally descended, resting atop Yi Chen's head, yet contained no trace of true essence, merely caressing his crown gently. Although Yi Chen appeared expressionless, cold sweat had already drenched his back. The girl's voice flowed softly. To have one's Daobone cruelly extracted and to speak of it so calmly. It seems you too have suffered greatly. As for why you can still manipulate true essence freely after having your Daobone removed, while Daobones can be extracted, talent cannot be stolen. It appears the heavens do not wish for your demise, and you shall have your moment in the future. You bear a grudge against the Qingyun sect, and I too harbor animosity towards them. I shall not kill you, and I will teach you the cultivation method of my sect's signature skill, Burning Palm. But you have offended me. My palm shall serve as your punishment. If you can endure, it will be your fortune, and you may seek me at the Lan sect in the future. Remember, my name is Mo Xylan. She turned, glancing back at Yi Chen, her crimson lips parting as her beguiling peach blossom eyes spoke volumes. With that, she floated away. Yi Chen listened intently to every word the girl spoke, especially the mention of the Lan sect, causing turbulent waves to surge within his heart. The Lan sect and the Qingyun sect were both renowned sects that aided in the establishment of the Qinglan Empire. These two sects represented the true foundation of the Qinglan Empire and the reason for its strength. Logically, since these two sects collaborated to establish the nation, their relationship should be one of deep camaraderie, or at the very least a mutually supportive alliance. However, this was far from the case. The relationship between the Lan sect and the Qingyun sect was one of deep-seated enmity. The practitioners of both sects were notoriously at odds, often seeking to engage in mortal combat upon meeting, with the royal family continually mediating to maintain a fragile balance. This girl, Mo Xylan, possessed formidable strength, undoubtedly above the Golden Core stage. If she truly was a practitioner of the Lan sect, why would she venture into the territory of the Qingyun sect? Could it be that the two factions have finally reached an irreconcilable conflict, pushing them towards war? If that is indeed the case, can Yi Chen seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and gain any advantage? Although his eyes were still incapable of discerning the surroundings, his mind was racing with calculations, fearful of missing any crucial detail. Suddenly, Yi Chen's face flushed crimson, and he let out a pained cry. This was not due to a sudden stroke of genius or a grave mistake, but rather a genuine shock. From a spot where Mo Xylan had touched his head, a fierce and domineering flame surged forth, violently invading Yi Chen's meridians at an alarming speed, leaving him no time to marshal his true essence in defense. Consequently, every sinew and bone in his body underwent a true baptism of fire. In that instant, the youthful Yi Chen felt as if he were engulfed in a sea of flames, every inch of his skin searing as if under intense heat. Though he was not dead, the agony he felt was far worse than death itself. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen dared not cry out. The surrounding area had already approached the Qingyun sex market. While releasing a scream might offer him some relief, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the patrolling cultivators of the sect, leading to unpredictable consequences. As he sensed the dwindling amount of true essence within him, the fiery force showed no signs of abating, and despair crept into Yi Chen's eyes. Just as he prepared to withstand the searing flames with sheer willpower, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Host detected enduring burns. Time has exceeded 1 minute. Thanks to system enhancement, host gains 10 minutes of fire resistance. This notification was akin to celestial music. With the system support, Yi Chen immediately felt the terrifying fire essence coursing through his meridians become less overwhelming, tolerable even. The pairs of ribs, shrouded in multicolored radiance, began to glow brilliantly, and the true essence clinging to them seemed to penetrate deeper into his bones. This clearly indicated that the foundation of Yi Chen's cultivation was becoming more robust, shaking off the ephemeral sensation of his recent advancement. However, Yi Chen had no mind to revel in this improvement. He hastily straightened his posture and focused intently on utilizing every ounce of true essence, striving to fully digest the terrifying fiery force. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. A beguiling crimson hue gradually faded from the depths of his youthful pupils. The fire essence had finally been assimilated. Chapter 6. Initiate Auto-Cultivation. With a deep breath, Yi Chen inflated his cheeks and exhaled forcefully. This breath was a cathartic release, causing the surrounding temperature to soar dramatically. Yi Chen himself broke into a sweat, and the leaves rustled ominously. Strangely, the previously lush green leaves now curled slightly, some even turning yellow, resembling the aftermath of intense heat. At this moment, anyone who dared to touch Yi Chen's body would likely be taken aback. Although he had expelled the fiery essence, his body temperature remained alarmingly high, akin to a smoldering furnace. After merely a few minutes of meditative recuperation in the tree, the majestic ancient tree had already shed half its leaves, its bark cracking ominously from dryness. Yet, Yi Chen felt no remorse. These ancient trees were assets of the Qingyun sect, which he had once cherished. Now, were it not for his limited strength, Yi Chen would have relished the thought of setting ablaze the entire expanse of Qingyun Peak. With a soft hum, he confirmed that all the noxious air had been expelled before once again gathering his true essence for introspection. At this moment, within Yi Chen's dantian, he could clearly observe a fiery red sphere enveloped by his own true essence, being relentlessly consumed. This was the pure fire attribute true essence that Mo Xylan had injected into him. Having withstood its ferocity, Yi Chen was naturally inclined to capture and refine it within his body. However, the process of refinement was by no means comfortable, as he had to endure the searing pain of being engulfed in flames. Were it anyone else, they would likely have succumbed long ago, unable to endure even a few breaths, opting to expel it from their body. Yet if he did so, this innate pure fire essence would dissipate into the heavens, never to be reclaimed. Yi Chen, however, was unperturbed by such troubles, for he possessed the system. Ding! Burning for a full minute grants 10 minutes of fire resistance. Ding! Burning for a full 10 minutes grants 100 minutes of fire resistance. The virtual panel before him continued to flash notifications, the burning sensation within his body steadily diminishing. Though slow, Yi Chen could indeed feel the increment in his fire resistance. If this continued to escalate, he might very well become a master of fire elemental affinity. A smirk crept onto Yi Chen's lips. He distinctly remembered that his esteemed master, Zhou Yuantong, was a practitioner of dual elemental roots, primarily specializing in fire. Gaining heightened fire resistance before meeting him was nothing short of fortuitous. The mysterious woman from the Lianzong had indeed rendered him invaluable assistance. This woman must possess a cultivation level above the golden core stage. The fire essence she had imparted was likely but a fraction of her power, yet it represented an immense reservoir of energy for Yi Chen. It was akin to an elephant casually dropping a morsel of fruit, a monumental bounty for an ant. As Yi Chen continued this process of refinement, a day and night slipped by, yet the total amount of fire essence appeared barely diminished. Worse still, he discovered that upon halting the refinement, the burning sensation in his body intensified drastically, reaching a level where every step felt like a tormenting inferno. Troubling indeed. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, grasping the rationale behind it. While he was refining the fire essence, his true essence was wholly engaged in enveloping it, allowing his meridians more time to adjust to the temperature fluctuations. However, when he ceased refining, his true essence dispersed, leaving the fire essence to ravage his meridians without restraint. Not only did this impede his movement, but if allowed to continue, Yi Chen had no doubt that his foundational roots would be scorched dry. The solution to avoid being burnt dry was simple: relinquish this true essence, allowing it to dissipate into the cosmos. Yet, this option was the first to be discarded by the eager Yi Chen, who desperately sought to elevate his power. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen silently contemplated, system. Is there any method to expedite the refinement of the fire essence or temporarily prevent it from hindering my movements? Ding. Inquiry received, searching for solutions. Ding. Search complete. It is recommended that the host utilize the system's second function, auto-cultivation. Auto-cultivation? This function was one of the two available, and Yi Chun recalled it well. Its primary purpose was to expend spirit stones, enabling Yi Chun to cultivate a specific technique or attribute continuously. However, due to the absence of multiplicative bonuses, it had been overlooked by Yi Chun. To his surprise, it proved useful in this moment. Would you like to utilize 5 low-grade spirit stones for the auto-cultivation function to digest the true essence? Fire essence? Yes. Yi Chen affirmed mentally. These 5 spirit stones represented his entire fortune, but he understood well when to spend and when to conserve. The instant the command was issued, the burning sensation throughout Yi Chen's body lightened considerably. Without the need for introspection, he could feel Mo Xilan's fire attribute true essence being silently absorbed. However, the rate of increase in his fire resistance returned to normal levels, devoid of the previous tenfold enhancement. A trade-off, indeed. Yi Chen offered himself a wry smile. Descending from the ancient tree he had taken refuge in, and with a few agile leaps, vanished at the mountain path's end. As he jumped down, the ancient spirit pine, aged several decades, swayed violently before crashing to the ground. Shortly after, 2 disciples from the Qingyun sect, tasked with patrolling the mountains, strolled leisurely out from the depths of the forest. One of the disciples witnessed the collapse of the spiritual pine and was immediately filled with rage. Damn it! Who dares to fell the meticulously nurtured spiritual pine of our sect? This tree looks like it just fell. That scoundrel can't be far away. Brother, let us quickly search the vicinity for him. How dare he act so audaciously under the banner of our Qingyun sect? I shall see just how much gall he possesses. As he spoke, the irate mountain patroller made to charge forward, but was abruptly restrained by his companion. Do not act impulsively. How can I not be impulsive? The destruction of our sect's spiritual plant at the mountain gate is akin to someone defecating on our heads. Can you tolerate this? His companion nearly slapped the hot-headed disciple in frustration. You've truly lost your senses in your cultivation. Our sect's spiritual plants along the mountain paths are no less than 30 years old, incredibly robust. Even if we allowed a Qi refinement stage cultivator to attempt to fell them, would they succeed? The temperamental disciple suddenly became sober and shook his head in defeat. The bark of these decades-old spiritual pines was naturally defensive, a treasure of the earth. The Qingyun sect would periodically send individuals to harvest them, crafting protective gear for meritorious disciples. Even attacks from Foundation establishment stage cultivators could be defended against. It was a highly practical treasure for lower-tier cultivators. His companion paused, then sniffed the air, speaking slowly. Moreover, do you not detect a faint burnt odor? He approached the fallen spiritual pine, gently prodding it with the tip of his sword. With a poof, the surrounding air heated several degrees as the entire massive pine instantly turned to ash and slowly dissipated. Quickly report to the sect. His companion's face turned deathly pale. This is an emergency. No, wait, it's an enemy attack. Chapter 7. Undercurrents in Xiangfeng town. Before long, people arrived from the mountain. A tall, lanky man with prominent cheekbones squinted as he beckoned, summoning some of the giant tree's ashes into his hand. After a careful examination, he directed his gaze towards the 2 outer gate disciples huddled nearby. So, because a single tree was destroyed, you sent an orange communication talisman to the sect? The man's voice was not cold, yet there was no attempt to raise his tone. Nevertheless, the 2 disciples could not help but lower their heads, their legs trembling like chaff. A golden core cultivator commanded respect with every gesture. The Qingyun sect's communication system was exceptionally refined, with 4 colors of talismans: blue, gray, orange, red, and black. The blue talisman, known as the Peaceful Affairs Talisman, signified tranquility, requiring only 1 report to be sent back to the sect every 10 days. Other colors had their own meanings. Gray indicated a warning of events pending resolution without needing sect support. An orange talisman, however, signified an enemy attack or worse. The red talisman was reserved for incidents requiring the entire sect to be on alert, while the legendary black talisman signified a crisis that could shake the entire Qinglan Empire. Having observed the increasingly grim expression of the elder from the sect, the disciple who had initiated the talisman stepped forward, ready to speak. Disciple acknowledges my mistake. No, you did quite well. A robust voice suddenly interrupted him. a heavy hand clapping down on the disciple's shoulder, dispelling the imposing presence of the lanky man. The Qingyun sect has stood for 3,000 years not through arrogance or disregard for others. You were right in this matter. What is your name? Chen Xianfeng. Ah, what a fine name. I shall remember it. The stout middle-aged man, clad in a loose brown robe, laughed heartily, his gaze entirely averted from the lanky man. Yet, the disciple whose name had been noted did not smile. Instead, his face grew even paler. To converse so casually with a golden core cultivator indicated that this man was likely yet another golden core, summoning 2 golden core elders with a single communication talisman. If this were a false alarm, he would surely face dire consequences. The lanky man narrowed his eyes, glaring at the stout figure. Director Chun, if you have an objection to my assessment, feel free to voice it. Before the stout man could retort, a gentle breeze swept through, revitalizing Chen Xianfeng. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a sight that made him shudder. An elder with a long beard, kind eyes, and a staff glided forward. A smile on his lips. Elder Yuantong, Elder Chun, please take your time. Do not lose your civility. Both the lanky man and the stout man snorted in unison. Although they were at odds, they still granted the elder a measure of respect. Only Chen Xianfeng gasped, nearly fainting. 1 golden core, 2 golden cores, 3 golden cores. Xiangfeng Town, while nestled at the foot of the Qingyun sect's main peak and the closest marketplace to it, was not the largest nor the most abundant in rare treasures. The reasoning was simple. If any rare goods were to surface, such as the recent 5-colored divine stone, Qingyun sect members would be the first to collect them, and capable cultivators would avoid offending the sect over trivial gains. Instead, many lower-tier rogue cultivators preferred to purchase Qingyun sect materials or sought to chance upon connections with its disciples. This was the role that Yichen assumed on this occasion. Arriving at Shangyun town just as night fell, he found the streets illuminated by thousands of lanterns, bustling with activity. However, Yichen had no desire to wander idly. His purpose was clear. He deftly avoided the main marketplace area, heading towards a modestly decorated inn. This inn had only been established in recent years, run by a clever and astute young woman who had garnered a decent reputation, albeit with mediocre business. Yet, it was precisely this inn that weighed heavily on Yi Chen's heart, for the young proprietress, Lin Yinner, was his only family in this world. Years ago, when the original Yi Chen had yet to be discovered by the Qingyun sect, struggling in the streets, it was this young woman who took on the role of elder sister, providing assistance during his formative years. Their mutual support had helped them endure those difficult times. Eventually, after Yi Chen's talents were recognized and he was taken in as an inner disciple, their fortunes gradually improved. The capital for the inn was largely derived from Yi Chen's earnings and task rewards. To him, it mattered little whether the Qingyun sect thrived or faltered. This modest inn was his true home. This night, Yi Chen noticed a crowd gathered at the inn's entrance, drawn by some commotion. He instinctively furrowed his brow. This was not a good omen. The original memories were clear. The inn, being small and somewhat out of the way, typically did not attract many patrons. Reflecting on this journey, the influx of visitors to Xiangfeng town seemed abnormally high. Could it be due to the 5-colored celestial light? Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, and a throng of onlookers surged at the inn's entrance, accompanied by the sharp, scathing voice of a young woman. Yi Chen hurried forward, only to see a girl dressed in coarse cloth, her beauty undeniable, wielding a wooden basin and vehemently berating a man across from her. Bah! Tiangao, with that pitiful appearance, you think you could ever reach the foundation establishment stage? How dare you covet my body? You're just a pathetic sycophant who now thinks he has risen in status by recognizing Zhou Shuo as your master. If my brother were still here, you wouldn't have dared to act so brazenly in my presence. The man opposite, clad in the garb of a rogue, was a somewhat greasy figure. Drenched from the basin of water she had splashed upon him. Unfazed by her tirade, he leered with a smirk. My dear beauty, your water is quite sweet. It wouldn't happen to be your bathwater, would it? Tian Gao's voice suddenly took on a lascivious tone, his gaze roving over the girl's voluptuous figure, barely concealed beneath her garments. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter, yet amidst them, Yi Chen's eyes were already aflame with rage. Regardless of who he was, such lewdness directed at his sister had struck a nerve. Moreover, he was a subordinate of Zhou Shuo. Zhou Shuo, was he not the son of his esteemed master, Zhou Yuantong, who had awakened his Dao bone after discovering the 5-colored divine stone? The girl, however, seemed unperturbed, responding with a loud laugh. You guessed correctly. But it's not my bathwater. It belongs to Cui. Tian Gao's expression abruptly shifted to one of embarrassment as he bent down, retching violently before he could compose himself. When he lifted his head, the mockery had vanished from his face. Just a worthless maid who cannot cultivate. It is your honor that I even look at you. Without your useless brother, who was taken by a beast, do you truly think you are worth anything? The girl swiftly approached Tian Gao, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap. Who are you calling worthless? She retorted, her voice trembling with indignation. Tian Gao sneered. I'm referring to your dead brother. What of it? The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she swung her arm for another strike. But Tian Gao was prepared, easily blocking her blow. His face, adorned with stubble, contorted with disdain as he glared down at her. Lingxiao, are you so brazen as to disregard my generosity? You should consider it a privilege that Tianyi has taken an interest in you. A mere commoner like you. What right do you have to run a shop here? It's all because of your brother's connection to Elder Zhou. Remember, my brother Zhou Shuo is the biological son of Elder Zhou. He gestured towards a young nobleman seated in an ornate chair, who nonchalantly fanned himself, signaling Tian Gao to continue. The onlookers quickly deduced that this well-dressed nobleman was none other than Gao Shuo, Tian Gao's master. His audacity to publicly harass a respectable woman was a testament to his arrogance. The girl clenched her jaw, defiantly turning away. Finally, this was how it should be. Tian Gao's gaze traveled over Lin Yinner's fair neck and delicate profile, his breath growing heavier as his eyes greedily wandered lower. If you obediently follow Tianyi, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Tonight, I shall. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the crowd like a black whirlwind, hurtling towards Tian Gao. Everyone barely had time to register the movement before a sharp smack echoed through the air. Slap! The force of the impact sent Tian Gao spinning through the air, landing awkwardly on the steps, where a pained wail erupted from him, accompanied by a few of his teeth, which he spat out along with blood. Yi Chun withdrew his hand, shaking it off as if he had touched something filthy. Did I slap you? What of it? A mere waste of qi at the 6th level dares to act so arrogantly? Yi Chun enunciated each word with disdain. His physique, honed through the refinement of celestial light, was far beyond the ordinary. While it appeared he had merely knocked a few teeth from Tian Gao, in reality, the impact had likely fractured half of his jaw. Yi Chun glared at Tian Gao, his eyes ablaze with fury. Control yourself, he urged internally. This is not the time for bloodshed. As Tian Gao struggled to rise, the crowd erupted into cheers. Well done, brother. I have long found this fat fool intolerable. Many in the crowd had been displeased with Tian Gao's demeanor for some time. Had it not been for his backing from the Qingyan sect, an irate cultivator would have long since lost their temper. Yi Chen's timely intervention was indeed a cause for celebration. Yet, he had no intention of letting the rotund bully who had tormented his sister escape unscathed. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he stepped towards the groaning Tian Gao, prepared to deliver another blow. Zhou Shuo languidly rose from his chair, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chun. Kid, do you dare strike my man? Do you even know who I am? Yi Chun ignored him. The man continued. I am none other than the esteemed Zhou Shuo. Upon hearing his self-introduction, a ripple of commotion surged through the crowd, with many rushing forward to flatter him. Goodness, young Master Zhou, I came here seeking an audience with you. I am Xiao Yin from the neighboring village. Well, since young Master Zhou has made an appearance, perhaps today's farce should come to a close. The crowd's tone shifted dramatically upon learning Zhou Shuo's identity, their previous bravado evaporating. You dare to provoke young Master Zhou? You must be seeking death. The onlookers' remarks only amused Yi Chun. Moments ago, they had all displayed righteous indignation, as if they were the ones confronting Tian Gao. Now, upon discovering Zhou Shuo's identity, they had transformed into sycophants. Yi Chun felt no desire to associate with them. Zhou Shuo, born with the Yin spirit root, was a prime example of mediocrity. Yet his father, Zhou Yuantong, had gone to great lengths to maintain the sect's reputation, indulging him with countless precious elixirs and herbs, resulting in only a meager foundation. He wielded his status as the elder son to bully others within the sect, causing trouble for many young female disciples. He had even conspired with a group of ruffians at the foot of the mountain, resorting to violence and arson at the slightest provocation. It was no wonder the villagers treated him with feigned deference. At this moment, With his physique refined by celestial light, Yi Chen's appearance had changed significantly. Zhou Shua, accustomed to the brothels, had not seen him in years and did not recognize him. Young Master Zhou? Truly a name that resonates. But do you know who I am? Zhou Shua, now impatient, coldly replied, I have no interest in who you are. Yi Chen meditated, stepping forward and swinging his arm in a wide arc, preparing to deliver another resounding slap. You insolent brat, I am your father. Chapter 9. Is he a true disciple? Outrageous! Zhou Shua's reaction was swift. He immediately raised his arm to block. As he did, a layer of red membrane enveloped his arm, radiating a sense of searing heat. This treacherous technique, clearly a fire-based explosive method, was crafted with a sinister defensive counterattack in mind. Should anyone rashly engage, they would likely suffer burns upon contact. Yet, Yi Chen simply sneered. Crushing Goldfinger, activate. Golden light, imbued with a hint of five-colored mystery, pierced through the red membrane with ease. Puff! 2 fingers akin to drill bits penetrated Zhou Shua's shoulder, blood gushing forth. Huh? Zhou Shua opened his mouth, about to scream, but Yi Chen was quicker. With fingers spread wide, he struck again. Slap! The crisp sound silenced Zhou Shua's impending wail, mirroring the earlier scene where he spun through the air. Though he did not fall as disgracefully as Tian Gao, his hair was disheveled, and a bright red imprint marked his face. Zhou Shua stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how someone, aware of his identity, dared to strike him. This nameless upstart had the audacity to challenge a rising star of the Qingyun sect. His face suddenly contorted with malevolence, and he even forgot the injuries on his body as he glared fiercely at Yi Chen, standing there. You, how dare you hit me? Clang! Zhou Shua thought to himself, if that old fool had given me the stolen Dao bone to use, would I have needed to be slapped in the face today? Just then, an object was abruptly tossed at Zhou Shua's feet. His expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could weep, yet he refrained from erupting. Merely holding the jade pendant in his hands, his demeanor somber. He recognized this jade pendant, a cherished magical artifact of his father, the outer sect Elder Zhou Yuantong, which he had besieged for numerous times, but to no avail. How could it possibly be in the hands of this seemingly disheveled fellow? Where did you acquire this? Zhou Shua inquired cautiously. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, naturally, Elder Zhou bestowed it upon me. Am I to be accused of stealing it from a golden core elder? Yi Chen fabricated a lie, knowing that this fellow had been beaten into a pulp, his face swollen and tears flowing. Given his current disheveled appearance, it was no surprise that he was unrecognizable, allowing Yi Chen to deceive him with ease. Zhou Shua's expression darkened ominously as a terrifying thought suddenly crept into his mind. Are you perhaps a true disciple of a certain esteemed elder? Yi Chen lowered his eyelids. Don't think that just because your father is affiliated with Qingyun sect, you can behave arrogantly. Beyond the heavens, there are more formidable beings, and you are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Now that you know my identity, why don't you quickly take your leave? Zhou Shua swallowed hard, and as he looked at Yi Chen, the fury in his eyes was replaced by terror. The old man had sent him down the mountain to deliver invitations to various major clans to congratulate him on acquiring the Dao bone, specifically instructing him not to stir up trouble in the meantime. Yet here he was, provoking a true disciple. It seemed even his father could not protect him, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The hierarchy within Qingyun sect was no mere jest. The disparity in treatment among disciples was stark. From menial workers, outer sect, inner sect, core disciples to true disciples, each level brought a vastly different status and treatment. Especially for true disciples. Only those of inner sect elder caliber could accept them, and even then, only one could be taken. The Grand Qingyun sect boasted tens of thousands of cultivators. Yet only 7 bore the title of true disciples. Each of these 7, along with their masters, were undisputedly formidable beings. There could be no mistake. Such a precious artifact could only be relinquished by a true disciple, compelling his father to part with it in pain. Zhou Shua gazed at Yi Chen, attempting to gather his thoughts, seemingly contemplating how to repair their relationship. Get lost! Yi Chen scoffed, cutting off his thoughts. Then, amidst a sea of awed gazes, he naturally took Lin Yinner's hand, adjusted their positions slightly, and walked into the room. Following the earlier incident, the patrons of the inn had been speculating about Yi Chen's identity, and several had gathered the courage to approach him, only to be thwarted by his piercing gaze. Hand in hand with Lin Yinner, he ascended the stairs directly, and she obediently trailed behind him, silent as a shadow. It was not until they reached the upper floor that Lin Yinner tentatively called out, "Little Yi?" Yi Chen subtly blinked, replying softly, "Mistress, you have mistaken me. I am a true disciple of Qingyun's sect." Suddenly, Lin Yinner released his hand, circled to face him, and rolled up her right sleeve, revealing a delicate, snow-white wrist. Yet upon it lay a gruesome wound, half a finger long, resembling a ghastly flesh wound. "This scar is from when I was preparing medicine for you during your fever. I was cut by a ceramic pot. Since then, whenever you hold my hand, you always grasp this part, for you wish to conceal the wound on my wrist from others." Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this revelation. When he had taken Lin Yinner's hand earlier, it had been a reflexive motion, and she had seen through him. Women are indeed remarkably perceptive creatures. Given his current status, Yi Chen had initially returned solely to assist Lin Yinner with some troubles and to sever ties with her thereafter, never intending to engage further. After all, the one who had shared a bond with this girl was the youthful Yi Chen who existed in this world, and he had perished that fateful rainy night. Yet now, gazing into her eyes, he found himself unable to utter words of severance. "Very well, little Yin Jie," Yi Chen sighed softly. "I cannot conceal anything from your discerning eyes. I am indeed little Yi, though my appearance has changed somewhat due to successfully establishing my foundation. That is all." However, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The girl's soft form had lunged into his embrace, her cheek pressed tightly against his chest, sobbing quietly. "Little Yin Jie." "Hush," came the muffled voice from within his embrace. "I want to ask anything. Just let me hold you for a moment." Yi Chen sighed once more, hesitating briefly before gently wrapping his arms around Lin Yinner. Once, she had been the last vestige of the youthful Yi Chen in this world. And now, she was also his. Chapter 10, Alas, she has ensnared me once more. Perhaps Lin Yinner had missed Yi Chen for too long, for their embrace lingered. Initially, it was fine, but as time passed, Yi Chen began to feel a touch of awkwardness. Lin Yinner typically wore plain, coarse robes, concealing her figure entirely, but now, her arms were tightly wrapped around Yi Chen, her body pressed closely against him. Yi Chen was truly taken aback to discover that his sister possessed such allure. His hands awkwardly lifted, fearing he might overstep. "Sister, is this enough?" Yi Chen managed a bitter smile, rubbing his nose. "TCH, is that shyness I detect? When I bathed you back then, you were not like this." Lin Yinner's face flushed slightly, yet her retort was fierce. "I was only 4 or 5 years old then. How could I be the same as now?" Yi Chen replied helplessly. "What is different now?" Lin Yinner began, scrutinizing Yi Chen closely, and suddenly seemed to understand something. TSK, you seem a bit different now. You're not being obedient." Since joining Qingyun's sect, Yi Chen had either been cultivating or out on missions to earn spirit stones, resulting in their encounters dwindling. In her memories, Yi Chen had always been the child chosen by the immortal elder, crying out for his sister. Yet now standing before her was a strikingly handsome youth. Sharp brows and bright eyes. Though unshaven and smudged with dust, he still possessed an allure that could attract countless virtuous young women. "Sister, is there something on my face?" Yi Chen raised his hand, waving it in front of Lin Yinner. "Indeed, there is. Let me wipe it off for you." Lin Yinner smiled as she grabbed a towel, dampening it into remaining water from a basin, and carefully wiped the unsightly smudge from Yi Chen's face. "Sister, isn't that Chui's bathing water?" Yi Chen said, embarrassed. "Don't you dare evade. It's just water I fetched from the well." Lin Yinner shot him a fierce glare, her charm undeniable. "And you're still alive. Why didn't you return sooner to inform me? Do you know how worried I've been about you?" Yi Chen sat there, somewhat dazed, allowing Lin Yinner to fuss over him, feeling a deep sense of guilt toward her. It was crucial to remember that had he been a moment too hasty, he might have abandoned Lin Yinner and fled far away. It's just good to be alive," Lin Yinner sighed softly. "I'll go to the kitchen and prepare some provisions for you. You must return to your sect tomorrow. Don't make your master worry." The moment the sect was mentioned, Yi Chen's expression darkened. "Sister, I might not be able to return to the sect." "Why?" Lin Yinner was taken aback. Yi Chen sighed softly and recounted the events that transpired in the mountains, omitting the details about time travel and the system with a natural ease. In his narrative, he described how he was illuminated by the divine radiance of the 5-colored divine stone, which led him to a moment of enlightenment, allowing him to break through his previous limitations and achieve a miraculous comeback. His subsequent cultivation efforts were attributed to the necessity of digesting the gifts bestowed by the five-colored divine light. This was not due to a lack of trust in Lin Yenner, but rather a fear that his sister would find it difficult to accept the truth. The brother she had known so well had perished in a fit of unwillingness, and he was merely a soul that had traversed from another world. Such a reality was undeniably cruel. Lin Yenner listened quietly, occasionally grinding her teeth in fury at Qingyun's sect, eliciting a faint smile from Yi Chen. However, when he reached the part about encountering the woman clad in red armor, her expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. The woman you mentioned in red armor, is she barefoot, with a fiery lotus mark on her forehead? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, recalling the details of the barefoot figure vividly. Yet he was uncertain about the fiery lotus mark. I think so, he replied hesitantly. Sister, have you seen this woman? Before Lin Yenner could respond, a teasing voice suddenly interrupted Yi Chen's thoughts. Not only have I seen her, but I'm sitting right next to you. Yi Chen sprang up from his chair, his gaze fixated on the window with a grave expression. A spirited woman in red armor was perched on the roof tiles, swinging her delicate white feet. She turned to smile, and the mark on her forehead resembled a blazing lotus. It was none other than Mo Xilan. Before Yi Chen could utter a word, Mo Xilan interjected with a laugh. I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation. I've been here drinking all night. To be precise, you've disturbed me. She produced a wine gourd from somewhere and took a swig before continuing. You've been perched in that tree all day. I needed to find a place to rest. Just so you know, I had no prior knowledge that the innkeeper is your sister. Other inns were either too noisy or too filthy, and this one is just passable. Yi Chen nodded, not sensing any deception in her words. The disparity in their identities and strengths was vast. As a practitioner well-versed in fire-based techniques, she could reduce him and his sister to ashes with a mere flick of her finger. The fact that Mo Xilan was willing to explain herself to him was a significant courtesy. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen turned to Lin Yenner and said, Sister, could you prepare some late-night snacks for me? I have matters to discuss with this esteemed guest. Lin Yenner nodded, casting Yi Chen a worried glance before taking the water basin downstairs. When he turned back, he discovered that the woman in red armor had silently settled beside him on the long bench. This uncanny ability to appear and vanish had startled him for the second time, yet he was still taken aback. You've been dishonest, Mo Xilan remarked nonchalantly. Indeed, some truths are perilous to know. I do not wish for Sister Yenner to bear any burden, Yi Chen replied, his demeanor unwavering. Continue, Mo Xilan urged, tilting her head back to take another swig of her drink. There is no five-colored divine stone, only an unknown source of five-colored divine light, which I absorbed entirely. This is also the reason I was able to retaliate after losing my Dao bone. As for the reason behind it, I truly do not know. Ah, five-colored divine light? Mo Xilan's eyes narrowed slightly as she suddenly placed her hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. A familiar, searing sensation surged through him, causing him to involuntarily squeeze his eyes shut. This is it. She has indeed infiltrated my being. Chapter 11. The Catalyst for System Upgrade? The raw, unrestrained essence coursed through Yi Chen's body like a rampaging dragon. Far more intricate than before. Every corner of his being was scrutinized by the crimson essence. The core of his energy and the ribs refined by the five-color divine light were subjected to repeated examinations by the tumultuous essence and consciousness. Although the sensation of being laid bare was peculiar, Yi Chen remained remarkably composed. He had divulged all he could. As for the existence of the system, he might as well inquire. System, can you be detected by essence or consciousness? Ding! This system is not part of the cultivation power system and cannot be detected by such forces. Cultivation power system? Are there other systems of power? Yi Chen was about to delve deeper when Mo Xilan's voice interrupted. Interesting. It seems you've stumbled upon the celestial light refinement. You, my boy, have encountered a significant opportunity. Her words piqued Yi Chen's curiosity. She was familiar with the celestial light refinement. Celestial light refinement? What is that? Could you enlighten me, esteemed senior? Mo Xilan took another swig of her drink and explained, spiritual energy refinement. Are you aware of it? Yi Chen nodded. Spiritual energy refinement refers to the artificial process of using high concentrations of spiritual energy to purify the body. Not only can it cleanse the marrow and expel impurities, but it can also induce substantial changes in individuals of lower realms. In simpler terms, if a frail scholar were to undergo spiritual energy refinement, living to 100 years would pose no problem, and he would be robust enough to remain vigorous even into his 70s or 80s. However, this process is quite cumbersome, requires vast resources, and bears no effect on high-level cultivators, rendering it rather trivial in the cultivation realm. Only the royal offspring of great kingdoms or wealthy individuals would hire mountain practitioners for spiritual energy refinement. True cultivators would disdain such practices. Spiritual energy refinement, celestial light refinement. Yi Chen mused, beginning to grasp the implications. Mo Xylan continued, to put it plainly, spiritual energy refinement is merely an imitation of celestial light refinement. The latter is composed of the innate essence of heaven and earth, a rare occurrence, while artificial spiritual energy refinement, no matter how many resources are expended, is simply a pale imitation. Suppressing his discomfort at certain terms, Yi Chen pressed on, then, esteemed senior, in what ways does celestial light refinement surpass spiritual energy refinement? In every conceivable way, Mo Xylan replied with a smirk. The abilities of spiritual energy refinement, such as cleansing marrow and enhancing physical constitution, are but a fraction of what celestial light refinement can achieve, which can amplify one's cultivation aptitude 100-fold or more. This is why countless cultivators fervently pursue it. In summary, although you have lost your Tao bone, you have gained the celestial light refinement. It remains unclear whether you have gained more than you have lost. Ah, how delightful! The ancients were not mistaken. The joys and sorrows of this world have all befallen you alone. Truly fascinating. Mo Xylan concluded with a loud clap. Her eyes slightly glazed, as if intoxicated. Yi Chen remained steadfast, observing with detached focus, akin to a stone statue, indifferent to the unfolding situation. She had no choice but to turn back to him with exasperation. Boy, has anyone ever told you that you lack appreciation for kindness? Must I explicitly state that I am trying to persuade you to leave before you will? Yi Chen quickly apologized, then clarified, esteemed senior, please do not take offense. I simply wish to propose a transaction with you. Oh, Mo Xylan narrowed her eyes. I am unaware of what you have to offer for trade. Let me remind you that the celestial light refinement is unlike your Tao bone. What is yours remains yours. Even if you willingly offer to part with your ribs, it would be of no use to me. Senior, you jest, Yi Chen smiled. However, this transaction does indeed relate to the celestial light refinement. With a creak, the door to the small kitchen of the inn let out a mournful sound as a young man, looking significantly paler yet still scruffy, stepped inside. In the kitchen, there lay a small bed, serving as his exclusive chamber. According to Lin Yinner's words when the inn first opened, it was meant for outsiders. Yi Chen had the option to either visit her room or sleep in the kitchen. The naive original owner unhesitatingly chose the latter, a decision that now filled the present Yi Chen with regret. At that moment, Lin Yinner was soundly asleep, her head resting on the countertop, amusingly clutching a pair of scissors in her arms. Yi Chen chuckled softly and gently called out to her, "Sister, it's time for dinner." Startled, Lin Yinner sat upright, glancing around until her gaze landed on Yi Chen's mischievous grin. Realizing she had been tricked, she immediately shot him a playful glare. "You've returned just to tease your sister. Haven't you? How did your discussion with that celestial master go?" Unable to suppress his laughter, Yi Chen replied, "It went splendidly. The celestial master has taken a liking to me and plans for us to fly far away together." Lin Yin sighed lightly, not irritated but rather fondly ruffling Yi Chen's hair. If only that were true. That celestial master's abilities are evidently extraordinary. Now that you've made enemies with the Qingyan sect, it would ease my mind to know you have her protection. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart. No longer jesting, he spoke earnestly, "Sister, I was just joking. However, I must attend to something tomorrow night. And after that, I'll be leaving for a while. This time, I truly come to bid you farewell." Lin Yinner seemed to be already aware of everything. Rubbing her eyes, she began to rummage for something, saying, "A good man aims for distant horizons. If you must go, I 1T stop you, and 1T utter foolish words about staying here for your safety. However, there is something you must take with you." She produced a transparent crystal stone from her bosom and handed it to Yi Chen. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is a mid-grade spirit stone, though its quality may not be the best," Lin Yinner replied seriously. Suddenly, the system panel popped up. Ding! High-grade spirit stone X1 has been upgraded to a top-grade spirit stone through system enhancement. Effect increase X10. The host may choose to devour it. Yi Chen was left bewildered, casting an odd glance at Lin Yinner. "Sister, are you sure this is a mid-grade spirit stone?" He felt the warmth of the crystal stone in his hand, confusion evident in his eyes. He didn't doubt that Lin Yinner would deceive him, yet the system's appraisal indicated it was high grade. Moreover, it had been upgraded. Yi Chen began to suspect that Lin Yinner might have intentionally downplayed the value of the stone to make it easier for him to accept it. The conversion rules for spirit stones in this world were straightforward. 100 low-grade stones could be exchanged for 1 mid-grade, 100 mid-grade for 1 high-grade, and so forth. The disparity was 100-fold, a significant sum. Lin Yinner, sensing the doubt, stood up, hands on her hips, feigning anger. What is it, too little? Should I just trade the entire inn for spirit stones for you? Yi Chen hurriedly protested. Lin Yinner, slightly embarrassed, continued. It's not that I don't want to give you more. It's just that this is all I have for now. The inn has been operating at a loss since its establishment, and I've only recently saved up a bit. This mid-grade spirit stone was something I exchanged not long ago. I even slept with it under my pillow. And now, I'm letting you have it. No refusal. Otherwise, you can forget about me as your sister. Seeing Lin Yinner so resolute, Yi Chen had no choice but to accept it. Chapter 12. Upgrade. A new speed. A lottery wheel. Lin Yinner had specifically waited in the kitchen to hand the spirit stone to Yi Chen, and now that her purpose was fulfilled, she turned to leave. Would you like to devour it? The system panel appeared for the third time. Since obtaining the system, Yi Chen had never seen it so impatient. Especially regarding system upgrades. There was indeed no time to lose. He hardly hesitated before agreeing. Yet just before uttering the word yes, he suddenly recalled something, halting abruptly. Wait a minute, system. This is rather dark. You expect me to sacrifice a top-grade spirit stone for a single evolution? That's equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. I could accelerate my cultivation for a week with just a handful of spirit stones. Ding! This system does not consume for evolution without reason. The devoured spirit stones will be converted into storage capacity, unable to be reverted back to crystals, but can be utilized by the host for unlocked functions. As if fearing Yi Chen would change his mind, the system's prompt appeared particularly swiftly, urging him with another panel. Ding! Time is of the essence. Please upgrade immediately. Why the rush? I'm not refusing you, but it sounds a bit like signing up for a membership. Receiving a somewhat acceptable response, Yi Chen finally felt at ease to click the confirm button. This time, the system absorbed the stone much more quickly. The ice blue crystal in Yi Chen's hand dimmed visibly, transforming into a mere crystal stone, while the system's status bar displayed a new option labeled inventory, with a note indicating 150 mid-grade spirit stones. Wow! Is this the worth of approaching a top-grade spirit stone? Yi Chen was utterly overjoyed. He had not anticipated that this nearly top-grade spirit stone would provide the equivalent effect of 1.5 high-grade spirit stones, amounting to a staggering 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. Based on the previous ratio of about 10 low-grade stones, yielding a weak acceleration in cultivation. These spirit stones could easily facilitate breakthroughs into foundational establishment, and even potentially into the realms of true essence and golden core stages. Yi Chen felt that he would have a surplus. The issue of how to acquire spirit stones, which had been troubling Yi Chen, was unexpectedly resolved by Lin Yinner. If she were present at that moment, Yi Chen would likely have planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. Lin Yinner's assistance to Yi Chen was not merely timely aid. It was as if she had thrown the sun directly into his face. Ding! System upgrade completed. Congratulations on unlocking the new function, Lucky Draw. Initial unlock grants 1 free draw opportunity. The acceleration multiplier and cost for cultivation have increased. Now, offline cultivation can enjoy a certain acceleration effect. Oh, I initially thought that upgrading would only unlock new functions. I didn't expect the existing ones to improve as well. That is quite a pleasant surprise. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, Yi Chen opened the system's function panel. He first examined the 2 main functions. To his astonishment, the acceleration for cultivation had directly reached a 5-fold increase, transforming from a 10-fold speed to 50-fold. Of course, the consumption would undoubtedly rise. One could forget about using 10 low-grade spirit stones for a week, but the specific increment would have to be tested afterward. As for offline cultivation, its improvement was more intuitive. It could now enjoy a quarter of the acceleration effect. Given that the acceleration was 50-fold, this meant that during offline cultivation, Yi Chen's speed would be akin to practicing at 12 times the rate he had previously experienced. The fiery energy that Yi Chen had initially thought to disregard was now being swiftly absorbed. Based on Yi Chen's calculations, it would only take 3 days for him to completely refine that fiery energy. By then, not only would his fire resistance increase significantly, But his mastery over flames would also undoubtedly reach new heights. However, compared to refining that fiery energy, Yichen had something even more pressing that required a swift approach. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a small piece of silk cloth from his pocket. The cloth was densely covered with tiny characters. The title emblazoned in bold red letters, Burning Palm. Utilizing the cultivation acceleration function, Yichen estimated that he could grasp the basics in just a few minutes. Until now, the only skill he had mastered was the golden finger, which was far too singular. Moreover, he had not been able to fully harness his affinity for flames. He had been prepared to pay a certain price to obtain the burning palm, only to find that the woman had generously gifted it to him. Without further delay, having reviewed the operation routes and application methods of the burning palm, Yichen immediately entered a state of cultivation, specifically an accelerated cultivation state. He aimed to learn the burning palm as quickly as possible. Ding! Burning palm has been mastered. Upon reaching great success, it will evolve. The mastery of the burning palm has reached a minor success, and upon achieving full mastery, evolution shall be attained. What the hell? Even though he had anticipated this outcome, Yichen was still taken aback. In the mere blink of an eye, he had completed both the minor success and initiation stages of the burning palm. This was the result of a 50-fold increase in cultivation speed. What an exhilarating experience. Excitement surged within Yichen's eyes. In the past, he had spent several weeks merely grasping the fundamentals of the golden finger technique, and even now, he had only just managed a minor success. Yet, with the burning palm, he had effortlessly achieved this progress in the blink of an eye, a speed unimaginable to his former self. Initially, Yichen had intended to devote himself entirely to mastering the burning palm, aiming for minor success within 3 days, but unexpectedly, he had accomplished this task in an instant, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, he soon turned his thoughts to a new goal, the new feature, the lottery. Who doesn't enjoy a good lottery? A yellow spinning wheel appeared before Yichen, accompanied by a brief explanation. Ding! Lucky draw. The system will randomly select one item for the host from the options of magical artifacts, precious materials, and techniques. The rewards function and usage conditions are entirely random. The host can actively choose the category of the prize by consuming spirit stones. Quite clever. Yichen raised an eyebrow and, without hesitation, selected the option for magical artifacts. As for techniques, he already possessed 2 books and had no immediate desire for more. Precious materials, if too rare, would require combinations with other extraordinary treasures for consumption, and given that he had a cultivation system, he was least in need of those. Thus, precious materials were the least useful. In summary, only magical artifacts were what Yichen currently lacked the most, an immediate enhancement to his combat prowess. Fixing his gaze intently on the yellow spinning wheel, Yichen took a deep breath and illuminated the illusory, magical artifact button. Chapter 13. Powerful Prize. The sound of the golden lotus flower. Ding! Consuming 100 medium-grade spirit stones to designate the lottery category as magical artifacts. Confirm? Ding! Lottery category designated. The draw is now in progress. 2/3 of the yellow wheel suddenly dimmed, and the pointer spun wildly before finally settling steadily on the segment inscribed with the words, Magical Artifact. The wheel shattered, leaving behind a small lotus flower that floated serenely before Yichen. This lotus was golden, appearing as if on the verge of blooming. As Yichen leaned closer, he could even hear a chant reminiscent of Buddhist mantras. However, this chanting did not evoke tranquility. Rather, it instilled a strange sense of fear and reverence, compelling him to bow in worship before the lotus. As Yichen's fingers lightly brushed against the golden lotus, a set of instructions automatically entered his mind. Sound of the lotus? Chant of authority, consumption version. Passive effect. The wearer of the sound of the lotus shall gain an aura of authority, earning the respect of those with weak wills. Active effect 1. Chant of authority, lion song. Release the sound of the lotus to summon the protective divine beast, the blue lion, imbued with the wisdom of Buddhist teachings. Active effect 2. Chant of authority, intimidation. Release the aura of the sound of the lotus to significantly intimidate the hearts of those nearby. Those lacking mental fortitude shall instantly lose their will, becoming mere puppets who can only extol the glory of Buddha. Usage instructions. This magical artifact is a replica of the original and has no restrictions on usage realm. However, regardless of whether it is effect 1 or effect 2, the total number of uses for the artifact is limited to 2. Even if unused after 1 year, the artifact will exhaust its energy due to the passive effect. All effects of the lotus are influenced by the wearer's strength. It appears to be quite promising. Yi Chen stroked his chin, contemplating. Initially, upon seeing this high-class golden lotus as merely a consumable, he felt a tinge of disappointment, but upon reading the usage instructions, he felt a wave of relief. Setting aside the passive skill effects of the sound of the lotus, both active effects could summon and launch area attacks, proving highly practical. If possible, Yi Chen wished to draw its original form in the future for long-term retention. However, considering the power of such a formidable magical artifact, if its true form were to materialize, it would likely drain every ounce of true essence from his modest foundation establishment realm, rendering him incapable of utilizing it. This temporarily free version aligned perfectly with his current needs. The passive effects of the sound of the lotus required it to be carried on one person to activate. And as Yi Chen did not possess any spatial artifacts, he fashioned a rope into a pendant and hung it at his waist. Subsequently, he settled onto his small bed in a meditative posture and activated the accelerated cultivation function. Time slipped away silently amidst his practice. Had he broken through? At dawn, the red-armored woman, indulging in her own drink within the room, raised an eyebrow and glanced toward the kitchen. How intriguing. The last time she had assessed his physique, he had just managed to break through to the second level of foundation establishment, yet here he was having swiftly ascended to the third level. Such talent could rival even the peculiar prodigies within the sect. With a soft smile and a shake of her head, the red-armored woman stood, stretching her limbs to reveal her alluring curves. That foolish boy is working so hard. It seems I too must take action. No sooner had she spoken than she transformed into a streak of light, vanishing quietly through the window. It was only at dusk, when the evening glow poured into the kitchen, that Yi Chen finally opened his eyes. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a steaming meal laid out before him. A plate of braised pork, 3 large buns, alongside a dish of stir-fried greens and pickled vegetables. Though it was merely a home-cooked meal, the balance of meat and vegetables emitted an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. It was evident, without a doubt, that this was the handiwork of Lin Yen. Lin Yen, of course, had no idea when Yi Chen would finish his cultivation. She had likely been preparing fresh dishes, waiting for him to awaken. Yi Chen silently expressed his gratitude, then seized the bun and braised pork, indulging heartily. Ever since his arrival in this world, this was his first proper meal. Previously, he had either subsisted on fruits or drunk from streams, and he had grown thoroughly weary of it. After finishing his meal, Yi Chen did not seek out Lin Yen to bid farewell. Instead, he retrieved paper and pen, leaving a note for her on the table before climbing out of the inn through the window. Although Xiaofeng Town was large, the original Yi Chen had lived here since childhood, making him quite familiar with its streets and alleys. Yi Chen wandered past several brothels and flower houses, but he did not enter. He merely glanced at them before moving on. His actions were, of course, in search of Tian Gao. Yi Chen had previously learned from Lin Yin that Tian Gao was quite the libertine, often lingering in such establishments. With the jade pendant he had obtained from 2 Qi refinement disciples, he had memorized Tian Gao's true essence aura, allowing him to ascertain his presence merely by observing the entrances. Unfortunately, he returned empty-handed that night. Could it be that this fellow has turned over a new leaf? Or was my earlier encounter too overwhelming, scaring him into hiding? Just as Yi Chen was on the verge of giving up, his gaze suddenly sharpened. HM? Just moments ago, as he passed by a tavern, the jade pendant in his possession reacted. Tian Gao was indeed inside that tavern. Knowing he is here makes things much easier. Yi Chen chuckled softly, concealing himself in a shadowy alley across from the tavern, quietly observing the entrance. After about half an hour, Yi Chen indeed spotted Tian Gao stumbling out of the tavern, seemingly muttering to himself. Yi Chen approached directly and tapped him on the shoulder. Who the hell? Oh my god! It's the true heir! Tian Gao, who had been cursing under his breath, instantly changed his demeanor upon seeing Yi Chen's face. I have something to discuss with you. Follow me. Yi Chen gestured with his thumb behind him, indicating for Tian Gao to follow. Naturally, Tian Gao did not defy Yi Chen, cautiously scratching his head as he trailed behind. At the very moment Yi Chen was about to step into the dim alley, he suddenly turned around and delivered a powerful punch to Tian Gao's face. With a cry of pain, Tian Gao's short knife clattered to the ground. Had Yi Chen's reaction been just a breath slower, that knife would have plunged into his back. The two exchanged glances. Without waiting for Tian Gao to make a move, Yi Chen immediately advanced, pressing his forearm against Tian Gao's throat while he swiftly picked up the fallen knife, forcefully pinning Tian Gao against the wall. Crack! The true transmission. My lord! Tian Gao's legs flailed wildly, his bulging eyes and discolored face a testament to his agony. Oh! Yi Chen observed with amusement. It seems you have realized I am not truly a disciple of the Qingyan sect. Terror flashed in Tian Gao's eyes, his features contorting in anguish. I will ask. You will answer. Dare to play tricks, and you shall die. Yi Chen lightly tapped Tian Gao's face with the knife before releasing him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. As Yi Chen spoke coldly, he performed a spell to summon the golden lotus flower, discreetly attaching it to his waist. Chapter 14. Kill Zhou Shuo. Suddenly, Tian Gao's pupils dilated, as if the face before him had transformed into something sacred and imposing, rendering any deception or disrespect unforgivable, almost compelling him to prostrate in worship. He even forgot his fear, consumed by an overwhelming urge to reverently bow before Yi Chen. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, he blinked without hesitation. Where is Zhou Shuo? I shall ask again. Young Master Zhou is in the tavern, but he should be coming out soon. Yi Chen nodded. Now that he knew Zhou Shuo was still present, he felt reassured. This golden lotus evidently possessed the power to captivate souls, instilling an immense sense of veneration in others. Observing Tian Gao prostrated on the ground, his gaze filled with reverence, Yi Chen estimated that if he commanded him to die at this moment, there would be no hesitation. Just how far can this lotus's deterrent power extend? Since Zhou Shuo would not emerge for a while yet, Yi Chen decided to test it. Tian Gao, will you heed my words? Yi Chen inquired cautiously. The true transmission lord's command must not be disobeyed. Tian Gao quickly responded. Then, Yi Chen pondered for a moment. What if I were to command you to take your own life? As you wish. My lord commands. Trembling, Tian Gao picked up the discarded knife from the ground, gripping it against his abdomen, his eyes flickering between fervor and dread. Thud! The knife plunged deep into Tian Gao's belly, hot blood gushing forth, steam rising. This was the essence lost after his dantian was shattered. This time, Tian Gao did not even scream. He simply collapsed lifelessly. Hiss! The sound of the Brahma sound lotus truly is tyrannical. Even though he had been prepared, Yi Chen was still taken aback. While this was related to Tian Gao's weak will, it must be noted that Tian Gao was also a cultivator of the 6th level of qi refinement. If this lotus were used on an ordinary person, it would likely compel them to revere Yi Chen as if he were a living Buddha, gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. A glimmer of indifference flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Colluding with the wicked, lackeys such as these deserve no pity. As the moon reached its zenith, at midnight, Zhou Shuo, red-faced from drink, strode out of the tavern. That good-for-nothing Tian Gao was probably passed out in some corner, failing to handle such a trivial matter. Who would have thought I, Zhou Shuo, would encounter such a noble personage? If I can ascend to become a true disciple, it would be all the better. Zhou Shuo continuously clapped his hands together in delight. Just then, a soft call suddenly came from behind. Zhou Shuo, instinctively turning around, he was met with the sudden appearance of a golden lotus flower. Follow me. Yi Chen's words seemed imbued with a certain magic. He stared directly into Zhou Shuo's eyes, prepared to strike with all his might should he detect any hint of resistance. Zhou Shuo's gaze grew dazed. Although a flicker of fear coursed through him, it was ultimately suppressed. Zhou Shuo, heed my command. Watching Zhou Shuo obediently follow behind, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. If the lotus could compel Tian Gao to take his own life, it could surely be wielded to control even Zhou Shuo of the Foundation establishment stage. With this thought, Yi Chen instinctively quickened his pace towards the town's exit. Though small, Xiangfeng town was strategically located, bustling with life. Even at midnight, while the streets were not crowded, there were still a few drunken patrons meandering about. Thus, the figures of Yi Chen and Zhou Shuo, one in front of the other, raised no suspicion. Yi Chen guided Zhou Shuo out of Xiangfeng town, yet still not fully at ease. He led him deeper into the mountains before finally coming to a halt. Zhou Shuo, Yi Chen softly called, turning to face him. Zhou Shuo, here, I have come to demand something from you. The true transmission lord, please speak. Your life. Yi Chen suddenly lunged forward, his palms striking out simultaneously, radiating brilliant golden light. The advanced version of the crushing gold finger, upgraded to the destruction of jade and gold palm. Bang! With a resounding crash, Zhou Shuo was instantly sent flying several meters, colliding with a massive tree. which snapped in half upon impact, a testament to the tremendous force behind the blow. Yet, Yi Chen did not relax. On the contrary, his entire body tensed with anticipation. For according to his expectations, this strike should have pierced Zhou Shua's body, delivering a fatal blow. Yet now, it had merely sent him flying, far from sufficient. Indeed, relying solely on the lotus's passive effect proved inadequate. In this life-and-death moment, Zhou Shua awakened. Daobone? Yi Chen, it's you. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly emerged, and Yi Chen's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Shua. Floating beside him were three magical artifacts: a small shield, a turtle shell, and a staff-like banner. This fellow possessed three defensive artifacts. Just now, when the attack was imminent, all three artifacts activated simultaneously, allowing Yi Chen's potentially fatal strike to penetrate only 2 layers of defense before losing its momentum. With his identity exposed, Yi Chen no longer concealed himself. He smiled coldly at Zhou Shua and declared, "Indeed, it is I. I have returned from the depths of hell to reclaim my Dao bone from your father." Zhou Shua laughed heartily, conjuring yet another sword with a crimson hilt into his grasp. The fourth artifact. This fellow actually possesses 4 magical items. Yi Chen, you were a waste to begin with. You should have resigned yourself to reincarnation, yet you dare to seek death after narrowly escaping. Zhou Shua sneered, gripping his sword tightly, while igniting it in flames with a swipe of his hand. I heard you were merely a Qi refinement stage trash. The Dao bone was extracted and you still broke through? It seems you have encountered some other opportunity. But that matters not. Once I defeat you, sever your limbs, I shall slowly study not only your Dao bone, but all your fortunes. I will take it all. Yi Chen was nearly driven to laughter by Zhou Shua's shamelessness. To Zhou Shua, the bond between master and disciple had devolved into a form of captivity, demanding gratitude and reverence in return. In that instant, an overwhelming fury erupted from within Yi Chen. He stomped heavily on the ground, his palms entwined with golden light. Yi Chen chose to confront Zhou Shua's magical sword head-on. With a clang, the sound of sizzling oil boiling filled the air as their forms clashed, neither party retreating. Instead, they remained firmly locked together. More accurately, Zhou Shua attempted to flee, but found himself firmly ensnared by Yi Chen. Unarmed against the blade, Yi Chen's palms pressed together, tightly gripping Zhou Shua's sword. The boiling sound emanating from the contact point, revealing that even with his iron hands capable of crushing gold and jade, it was still a challenge to confront a magical artifact with mere flesh. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted from the point where the sword and palm met. Yet Yi Chen remained resolute, refusing to relinquish his grip. No matter how vigorously Zhou Shua exerted himself or how the long sword seared, Yi Chen sat steadfast like an ancient pine, gripping the sword with unyielding tenacity. In the narrow alley, the spirit of the relentless crawlers proved immensely beneficial. The instant he beheld the longsword, Yi Chen comprehended the imperative. He could not allow Zhou Shua to wield this weapon freely. Thus, he unhesitatingly adopted the most perilous tactic, directly entering the fray unarmed against the white blade, betting on Zhou Shua's inexperience in battle and his reluctance to part with the longsword. Now, though his hand seemed on the verge of being scorched, he had succeeded. Madness! Zhou Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. For the first time in his life, he felt a profound fear emanating from a peer. In that moment, he perceived not a man before him, but a wild dog. He had kicked the beast and spat at it, only for it to go berserk, intent on tearing away a piece of his flesh. How could this be? The Xuanhua longsword should possess a burning effect. Why did he show no fear? Let go. Release me. Zhou Shua's expression morphed into one of sheer panic. The stimulation from the Sanskrit lotus, coupled with Yi Chen's frenzied aura, shattered the mental composure of this foundational-level cultivator in the very first round of their confrontation. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen delivered a swift kick to Zhou Shua's abdomen. A muffled thud echoed as Zhou Shua let out a cry of anguish. In an instant, fury surged within Zhou Shua, and with a surge of malice, he raised a foot and kicked fiercely at Yi Chen. Let go! You let go! What had begun as a deadly duel swiftly devolved into a farcical exchange of kicks. Yet the peril underpinning this farce remained undiminished. Both sides were unwilling to concede, retaliating with ever more ferocious strikes. This battle had transformed into a contest of wills. Whichever party faltered first would find themselves plunged into absolute passivity. Zhou Shua, despite his fierce words, had long been drained by his indulgence in the pleasures of the brothel. And though he was the son of an outer sect elder and had inherited the sect's teachings, he could unleash barely a fraction of his potential. At this moment, he was doubled over in pain, his hands weakening. Yi Chun, seizing the moment, surprisingly released his grip, dodging Zhou Shua's incoming kick, and followed up with a punch aimed at Zhou Shua's cheek. Bang! A bright yellow light flared as a small shield materialized beside Zhou Shua, intercepting the blow. Damn! Yi Chun couldn't help but curse. He realized that Zhou Shua's use of the 3 defensive magical artifacts was exceedingly rudimentary. They only activated to protect him when he was on the brink of severe injury or death. This was akin to a tech-savvy player facing off against a pay-to-win giant. No matter how flashy one's technique, if the opponent simply charged in, there was no fairness to be found. A tactical shift was imperative. He could no longer entertain thoughts of a single lethal strike. Yi Chun stifled the searing pain in his hands, inhaling deeply as flames blazed to life once more. Burning palm? Chaotic fire. Countless fire streams shot forth from Yi Chun's palms, surging toward Zhou Shua. Each attack was not lethal, but sufficiently painful. Zhou Shua, quick to react, hastily activated his artifacts for defense, even coordinating 3 of them to shield himself. Yet numerous attacks still found their mark. Observing Zhou Shua's desperate attempts to evade, a smile crept onto Yi Chun's lips. Indeed, Zhou Shua's lack of combat experience rendered every move predictable. Moreover, when he focused on activating his defensive artifacts, he almost entirely neglected the offensive, a fatal flaw in combat. The flame longsword pierced through Yi Chun's shoulder, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, a splash of hot crimson akin to an arrow striking Zhou Shua's eyes. Sizzle! Zhou Shua shrieked in agony, releasing the sword hilt as he clutched his face in torment. Yi Chun's blood was scalding, and the majority of Zhou Shua's face had been seared, horrifying burn marks spreading alongside the blood. In a fit of rage, Yi Chun forcefully extracted the long sword from his wound, bringing it down with a strike aimed at Zhou Shua's brow. Crack! The shield shattered. Crack! The tortoise shell broke. Boom! The yellow sail also splintered. The long sword, having exhausted its durability, disintegrated upon contact with Zhou Shua, prompting Yi Chun to curse his misfortune and discard the hilt. Redirecting his attack with the crushing gold and breaking jade palm toward Zhou Shua's throat. Master, save me! Zhou Shua suddenly cried out. Chapter 15. Controlling Zhou Shua, this abrupt display of cowardice momentarily stunned Yi Chun, causing even the strike aimed at Zhou Shua's neck to halt midair. Observing Yi Chun's stilled motion, Zhou Shua hastily continued to plead, Yi Chun, I beg you, spare my life. Whatever you desire, I will grant it if you let me live. Yi Chun suddenly let out a cold laugh, saying, spare your life? For the grudge of murder and enmity. What makes you think I would show you mercy? Although it was true that had Zhou Yuantong not committed murder for the sake of this waste of a son, Yi Chun would not have been transported to this world. Yet now that he inhabited this body, how could he not seek vengeance for such deep-seated hatred? Zhou Shua felt the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Yi Chun, causing his legs to weaken, a foul odor wafting from between them. Truly, Zhou Shua was a coward, a trash of the Qingyun sect, reduced to this state of fear. Yi Chun regarded Zhou Shua's pitiful demeanor with evident disdain in his eyes. Zhou Shua, however, was oblivious to Yi Chun's thoughts. His only desire now was to survive. Yi Chun, I implore you to spare my life. If you do, I shall regard you as my reborn parent and obey your every command. Zhou Shua continued to plead. Yi Chun's gaze turned increasingly frigid as he fixed his eyes on the desperately pleading Zhou Shua, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, a spineless wretch like you. What use do I have for you? Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your end. Zhou Shua was rendered speechless, even in his abject pleading. Yi Chun refused to grant him a path to survival. Suddenly, he scoffed mockingly and spoke, Yi Chun, you do realize we are at the foot of the Qingyun sect's mountain, right? My father is an elder of the outer sect. Do you think you can kill me and leave here unscathed? My father will never let you go. If you release me now, I can pretend this encounter never happened, and even allow you to remain in the Qingyun sect. Not a chance, Yi Chun replied coldly. As I already stated, you shall die today, even if the king of heaven himself intervenes. Zhou Shua's expression hardened, his voice rising several pitches as he shouted, Yi Chun, don't push your luck. If you dare to harm me, my father will never forgive you. Zhou Yuantong? He must die too. At the mere mention of Zhou Yuantong, An involuntary wave of killing intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. That chilling aura sent a shiver down Zhou Shua's spine. Suddenly, Yi Chen seemed to contemplate something, a faint smile emerging on his face as he spoke slowly. But rest assured, I won't let you die just yet. How does that feel? Are you frightened now? Seeing Yi Chen refrain from killing him, Zhou Shua mistakenly believed his earlier threats had had an effect, and he began to tremble. If you kneel and beg for my mercy now, I might consider allowing you to stay in the Qingyun sect. Huh? Yi Chen could not help but laugh at Zhou Shua's sudden resurgence of bravado. What are you laughing at? Zhou Shua's expression darkened, sensing a deep insult in Yi Chen's laughter. I shall grant you one last opportunity. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I will certainly spare your life. Zhou Shua was consumed with fury. Had his gaze possessed the power to kill, Yi Chen would have been slain countless times over. Yi Chen, of course, sensed the murderous intent radiating from Zhou Shua's eyes, yet he dismissed this worthless individual entirely. No matter how many treasures Zhou Shua possessed, Yi Chen could easily crush him as one would squash an ant. However, Yi Chen had already devised a plan in his heart. Given Zhou Yuantong's penchant for preserving his reputation, he would ensure that both father and son regretted their actions. With a decisive motion, he unleashed his palm. Flame of destruction? Turbulent fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen struck forth. Zhou Shua had not anticipated Yi Chen's sudden assault. Although the blow did not threaten his life, it sent him hurtling several meters away, leaving him shaken and mentally unmoored. At that moment, a golden lotus appeared before Zhou Shua, and within seconds, the light in his eyes began to fade, as if his soul had been cast adrift. Zhou Shua, heed my command. Yi Chen's voice resonated softly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Zhou Shua jolted, as if a puppet on strings, rising slowly to kneel respectfully before Yi Chen. Uttering each word with reverence, Zhou Shua is present. What are your commands, master? The unexpected strike from Yi Chen had shattered Zhou Shua's mental defenses, rendering him incapable of resisting the power of the sacred lotus sound, thus falling under Yi Chen's control once more. Observing Zhou Shua's respectful demeanor, Yi Chen nodded slightly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. I command you to expose his crimes at Zhou Yuantong's birthday banquet. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhou Shua did not respond immediately. Instead, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Yi Chen regarded Zhou Shua's condition with curiosity. Ding! Warning! Zhou Shua's spirit is violently resisting. It is recommended to use active skill sonic command, dread and subdue for complete control. Ding! Zhou Shua will break free of control in 30 seconds. Does the host wish to utilize an active skill? Just as Yi Chen pondered this, the system panel suddenly appeared before him. Observing Zhou Shua's increasingly intense convulsions, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and, after a moment of contemplation, declared, activate sonic command, dread, and subdue. As soon as Yi Chen's command left his lips, the golden lotus hanging at his waist burst forth with a radiant light, enveloping Zhou Shua in its brilliance. Under the suppression of this golden glow, Zhou Shua's trembling gradually subsided. As the light dissipated, Zhou Shua once again knelt respectfully on the ground. Ding! The sacred lotus sound has consumed one active effect. One active effect remains available for use. With the golden light fading, the system panel appeared instantaneously. Having consumed one active effect, Yi Chen felt a pang of regret. He sighed softly and issued another command. Zhou Shua, heed my command. I want you to reveal the crimes he has committed at Zhou Yuantong's birthday banquet. This time, Zhou Shua responded without hesitation, answering respectfully, as you command. Following Yi Chen's signal, Zhou Shua headed towards the Qingyun sect, with Yi Chen trailing closely behind him. As night fell, along the mountain paths of the Qingyun sect, a figure moved swiftly, soon appearing before the sect's entrance. Who dares intrude upon the Qingyun sect? Depart at once, or face dire consequences. At that moment, two young cultivators blocked the path of the approaching figure, their voices laced with menace. This figure was none other than Zhou Shua, now under Yi Chen's control. Zhou Shua slowly lifted his head, fixing his gaze upon the two young cultivators. Displaying Zhou Yuantong's token, he snorted disdainfully. Have your eyes been blinded? You dare have struck me? Upon seeing the outer elder's token, the two young cultivators were instantly struck with fear, dropping to their knees in supplication. Senior brother Zhou, please forgive us. The night is dark, and we fail to recognize you. We hope for your understanding. Zhou Shua glared at them menacingly, declaring, Today, I shall spare your lives, Now be gone." "Yes, yes." The two young cultivators complied rapidly, lowering their heads and stepping aside, too frightened to glance back, lest they incur Zhou Shua's wrath. Just as they bowed their heads, a shadow dashed past, swiftly entering the Qingyun sect's gates, moving at breakneck speed, unseen in the dim light. It was not until Zhou Shua had moved on that the two cautiously raised their heads, peering along the path, and upon seeing Zhou Shua's absence, they exhaled in relief, clearly still shaken from the earlier encounter. "How peculiar! Why was senior brother Zhou so lenient today?" one of them remarked in confusion. The other, equally perplexed, shrugged it off, saying, "Wang Wu, are you out of your mind? Why bother speculating? Do you wish to provoke him further and face the consequences?" Wang Wu chuckled awkwardly, choosing to remain silent. Yet, Zhou Shua's unusual behavior indeed left them puzzled. Under normal circumstances, they would have been in for a severe reprimanding, and they could hardly fathom their unexpected fortune. Meanwhile, after gaining entry to the Qingyun sect under Zhou Shua's cover, Yichen swiftly made his way to the back mountain. The back mountain of the Qingyun sect was desolate, rarely visited by anyone. With 2 days remaining until Zhou Yuantong's birthday banquet, he could remain undetected in this secluded area. Yichen leaped atop a centuries-old ancient tree, casting his gaze towards the direction of Zhou Yuantong, his expression darkening. After a prolonged stare, he finally spoke. "Yichen, rest assured. Now that I have taken possession of your body, your grievances are my own. I shall ensure Zhou Yuantong is utterly disgraced and avenge the wrongs you suffered." 2 days later, on the 10th of September, the Qingyun sect buzzed with activity at the dawn of Zhou Yuantong's birthday celebrations. Stay alert. Today we host distinguished guests. Should you fail in your duties, be wary for your lives. An elderly man clad in white chastised a group of youth. The outer elders of the Qingyun sect were divided into 4 ranks: green, black, blue, and white. Zhou Yuantong held the highest rank as a green-robed elder, while the elder scolding the disciples was of the lowest rank, a white-robed elder, who merely oversaw trivial matters. "Elder Zhao, is it not Zhou Elder's birthday? Why would distinguished guests attend?" inquired a dark-skinned youth. If Zhou Yuantong were present, he would easily recognize this young man as Yi Chun, the disciple from whom he had extracted the bone of the Tao. Although Yi Chun had gained considerable notoriety within the outer sect, his frequent absence due to training and missions meant that only Zhou Yuantong's disciples and a few who had worked alongside him would recognize him. The rest would hardly be able to identify him, especially now that he had disguised himself as an inconspicuous figure. Elder Zhao regarded Yi Chun with a furrowed brow, finding him vaguely familiar. Yet he dismissed the thought, snorting dismissively. "If I instruct you to stay alert, then do so without chatter. If you carelessly lose your life, do not blame me for not warning you." With that, Elder Zhao turned his attention away from the outer disciples, preoccupied with his own tasks. Until the figure of Elder Zhao had departed, Yichen cautiously inquired of the person beside him, "Brother, do you happen to know who will be attending today?" The individual glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention to their side, then whispered discreetly, "How could you not know? It is said that several elders from the inner sect will be present, along with numerous renowned experts from the martial world. We must tread carefully. If we offend any of those significant figures, we may not even realize how we met our end." Chapter 16. I shall expose his crimes to the world. Yichen opened his mouth, eager to ask further questions, but the outer sect disciple interrupted him, saying, "Enough. Do not pry too much. Hurry and get to work. In any case, we must remain vigilant." Seeing this, Yichen refrained from asking more, nodded, and turned to begin his tasks. However, at that very moment, unbeknownst to anyone, a cold smile crept upon the corners of his mouth. It seemed that Zhou Yuantong's influence was indeed considerable. Today would mark the moment of your disgrace. As night descended, after a day of preparations, the outer sect of Qingyun sect was aglow with lanterns and festivities, bustling with excitement. Elder Li Yun of the Four Symbols sect has arrived. Elder O Yang of the Burning Sky Sword sect has arrived. The Withered Hand Elder has arrived. One resounding announcement after another pierced the night sky, as powerful figures descended upon the outer sect square of Qingyun sect, stepping onto various magical artifacts. Dressed in splendid attire, Zhou Yuantong soon appeared in the square, his face radiant and a smile gracing his features as he greeted the arriving guests with a bow. "It is indeed an honor for me, Zhou, to have you all here. As the hour is still early, might I suggest you take a moment to rest and enjoy the exquisite spiritual fruits and fine wines of my Qingyun sect? Brother Zhou, you are too modest. Today is your birthday, and as close friends, how can we not attend? This is a top-quality spirit stone I discovered in an ancient ruin some time ago. Accept it as a gift, wishing you boundless fortune and further progress in your cultivation. Elder Li Yun of the Four-Symbol Sect was the first to speak, presenting a palm-sized spirit stone to Zhou Yuantong. Such top-quality spirit stones were rare. Even Zhou Yuantong, as a prominent elder of the outer sect, received only one in a year. Of course, the spirit stone in Li Yun's hand had lost some of its spiritual essence, but even so, its value far surpassed that of ordinary mid-quality stones. Gazing at the spirit stone, Zhou Yuantong's smile could hardly be contained, and he feigned humility, saying, "Look at you. We have been friends for many years, and your presence alone is a favor to me, Zhou. How can I accept such an extravagant gift?" Seeing Zhou Yuantong's pretentious demeanor, Li Yun couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Yet outwardly, she maintained a facade of warmth, for Zhou Yuantong had indeed received great fortune and might rise to prominence. Fostering a good relationship was of utmost importance. With a gentle smile, Li Yun said, "Why should you decline, Brother Zhou? This is merely a token of my appreciation. Do you not welcome my presence, hence your reluctance to accept? Since that is the case, I shall not refuse." Zhou Yuantong, having exchanged pleasantries, hurriedly accepted the top-quality spirit stone, as if fearing Li Yun would retract her offer. Following Li Yun, the other guests also presented their prepared gifts, each more precious than the last, leaving Zhou Yuantong grinning from ear to ear as he collected them, before personally escorting everyone into the banquet hall. "Brother Zhou, I have heard that your son recently underwent spiritual essence refining, awakening his Dao bone, significantly enhancing his innate talent. He is now poised to break through to the transformation stage and condense his nascent soul. Why not let him come out to meet us?" As soon as they were seated, Li Yun spoke directly and straightforwardly. The reason they had come today, even going so far as to present grand gifts, was largely to curry favor with this future nascent soul powerhouse. Zhou Yuantong understood their intentions but said little, readily agreeing instead. He turned to a serving maid behind him and instructed, "Go, summon my son to greet the esteemed guests." Before long, Zhou Shua followed the maid into the banquet hall. "Father." Zhou Shua bowed respectfully to Zhou Yuantong, displaying great courtesy. Before Zhou Yuantong could speak, Li Yun immediately praised him upon seeing Zhou Shua, saying, "Indeed, a dragon among men. No wonder he has gained such fortune, awakening his Dao bone." Hearing Li Yun's commendations, Zhou Yuantong's face blossomed with pride. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Shua interjected, "Esteemed elder, my Dao bone did not awaken through spiritual essence refining." "Silence! What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Yuantong immediately sensed something was amiss and angrily rebuked him, unleashing a surge of powerful true essence that forced Zhou Shua to kneel on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Zhou Shua bleed, Zhou Yuantong was taken aback, realizing he had lost his composure. He quickly withdrew the true essence, suppressing Zhou Shua. Free from the pressure, Zhou Shua felt a sudden relief and, without waiting for Zhou Yuantong to speak, continued, "How am I speaking nonsense? Do I possess a Dao bone?" Zhou Shua's voice was nearly hoarse, filled with rage as he berated Zhou Yuantong. "Infidèle son, I command you to be silent." Zhou Yuantong, unable to contain his fury, raised his hand to slap Zhou Shua. In an instant, Zhou Shua was sent flying. A mere foundation establishment cultivator could not withstand a strike from a golden core master. Moreover, Zhou Shua was an unremarkable cultivator. Without the backing of an outer sect elder as a father, he would likely have struggled to even reach the 9th level of qi refining, let alone attain his current foundation establishment cultivation. Given his mediocre talent, he might not even best a slightly more gifted first-level foundation establishment cultivator. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Shua would not dare utter a word in such a situation, especially with Zhou Yuantong's wrath boiling over. However, having been ensnared by Yi Qin's Brahmin sound Golden Lotus, he felt no fear of Zhou Yuantong's anger. Staggering to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he sneered, "Did I say something wrong? Why should I be silent? Impudent! It seems I have been too indulgent with you, allowing you to speak such wild words here." Zhou Yuantong scolded angrily. He was proud, and with so many powerful figures from various sects and families present, he could not afford to lose face, especially over a Dao bone that could incite murder for its acquisition. If Zhou Shua continued to speak, he would have no standing left in the world. Zhou Yuantong prepared to unleash his true essence, once more to suppress Zhou Shua, intending to label him with a false title and sweep this incident under the rug. However, Li Yun and the others did not acquiesce to Zhou Yuantong's wishes. As his true essence bore down on Zhou Shua, Li Yun raised her hand and released her own true essence to shield Zhou Shua. Zhou Yuantong was utterly taken aback. He never expected Li Yun to intervene. Frowning slightly, he looked at Li Yun and inquired, "Li brother, what is the meaning of this? Why do you obstruct me from disciplining my son?" Li Yun regarded Zhou Yuantong's pretentious demeanor with an inward scoff. He was merely an old fox playing his part in this farce. Of course, he would never utter such words. With a slow smile, he remarked, "Brother Zhou, why must you be so enraged? Your son has committed no grave misdeed. Why resort to suppressing him with your true essence? He is but a mere child in the foundation establishment realm." Zhou Yuantong's brows furrowed immediately. His tone no longer as amiable as before. Coldly, he declared, "Esteemed guests, this is a private matter of my family, and I kindly ask you to refrain from interfering." Upon witnessing Zhou Yuantong's fury, Li Yun and the others halted their movements, seemingly lost in contemplation. In that moment of reflection, Zhou Shua had regained his composure and shouted, "Honorable seniors, save me. I can no longer endure this. I, Zhou Shua, renounce this beastly father of mine. Today, I shall expose his crimes to the world. You, esteemed seniors, are all righteous individuals. I beseech you to uphold justice. Silence, ungrateful wretch. Do you seek to rebel? Have I raised you in vain?" Zhou Yuantong roared, his anger uncontrollable. Though he was puzzled by Zhou Shua's audacity, the situation left no room for further contemplation. His singular thought was to prevent this rebellious son from continuing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Shua dashed to Li Yun's side. Pointing vehemently at Zhou Yuantong, he rebuked, "You hypocritical charlatan, do not think that just because you are my father, I will shield you. Today, I shall unveil all your misdeeds and let the esteemed seniors here judge whether my words are mere nonsense. I see you are courting death." Zhou Yuantong could no longer contain himself. A surge of true essence erupted from within him, a tremendous force relentlessly bearing down upon Zhou Shua. Boom! Li Yun intervened once more, deflecting this assault. "Li Yun, do you truly wish to meddle in my family affairs?" Zhou Yuantong seethed with rage. Yet he understood that Li Yun had attained the realm of 7-turn golden core, while he himself, as a 5-turn golden core, was no match for her. Li Yun showed no fear of Zhou Yuantong's fury. She smiled gently and replied, "Brother Zhou, since your son has something to say, why not allow him to finish? As for right and wrong, I believe all present will form their own judgments." At this moment, Zhou Shua pointed accusingly at Zhou Yuantong, declaring it was he, the beast in human guise, who personally murdered junior brother Yi Chun. The Dao bone was extracted from Yi Chen's very body. What nonsense about spirit light refining the body? It was merely the divine light emitted by the treasures of the back mountain. He concocted such lies to justify the origins of the Dao bone. Dear nephew, your words are misguided. Your father claimed that you acquired the spirit light and awakened the Dao bone. He never said it was he who obtained the Dao bone. Liun interjecta timeli. Nonsense. I am merely his scapegoat. I have never possessed the Dao bone. If you assert that I have obtained it, then hand it over to me. In his final declaration, Zhou Shua appeared almost deranged, showing no fear of Zhou Yuantong's overwhelming true essence. He charged directly at Zhou Yuantong, as though intent on slaying his father and seizing the bone. "Impudent, it seems you no longer wish to live." Chapter 17. A fatal strike. Zhou Yuantong's actions were laid bare by Zhou Shua, and fury consumed his mind. Witnessing Zhou Shua recklessly advancing towards him, he became incensed, gathering an immeasurable amount of true essence in his palms. Mountain-crushing palm. With a thunderous roar, a palm imprint, as formidable as a mountain, coalesced before Zhou Yuantong and hurtled towards Zhou Shua. Boom! The sheer force shook the entire banquet hall, sending those around it staggering backward. At that moment, Yi Chen stood amidst the crowd, observing Zhou Yuantong's merciless intent towards Zhou Shua, unable to suppress a sigh before exclaiming, "Truly a beast in human form, to unleash such violence upon his own flesh and blood." Sure. The instant the mountain-crushing palm was unleashed, Zhou Yuantong felt a pang of regret. As a father, he knew well Zhou Shua's capabilities. The youth had always been inept, incapable of successfully cultivating even a single respectable technique. Had it not been for the vast resources Zhou Yuantong had spent, Zhou Shua would never have reached the foundation establishment realm. Yet, he unleashed the mountain-crushing palm upon his own son, one of the most powerful techniques he had mastered. This strike could cause even a colossal mountain to collapse. Under such overwhelming force, how could Zhou Shua possibly survive? Sure enough, as Zhou Yuantong rushed to the spot where Zhou Shua had stood moments before, he was greeted by the sight of a corpse, bloodied and lifeless. Sure. Upon seeing Zhou Shua's body, Zhou Yuantong let out a heart-wrenching wail. He cradled Zhou Shua's lifeless form, weeping uncontrollably, and the banquet hall fell into a profound silence. No one dared utter a word. After the tumultuous scene between father and son, all present understood the true origin of Zhou Yuantong's so-called Dao Bone, yet few dared to voice their thoughts, given Zhou Yuantong's formidable cultivation and status. As for Li Yun and her companions, they had merely sought to witness Zhou Yuantong's humiliation. Now that their objective had been achieved, they remained silent, knowing that further words could foster enmity. No one wished to offend a potential future deity. However, at that moment, a discordant voice broke the silence. Teske. It appears Zhou Shua's words were not mere fabrications. Even a tiger does not eat its young. Yet here you are, Zhou Yuantong, proving yourself to be even more beastly. Zhou Shua merely sought justice, revealing your deeds, yet you have resorted to murder. This is your son. The speaker was none other than Yi Chun, who had undergone a simple disguise. His voice was not loud, yet in the hushed banquet hall, each word resonated in the ears of all present. The attendees turned their gazes towards the source of the voice, eager to identify the foolhardy individual daring enough to speak at such a moment. Zhou Yuantong abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixing upon the dark-skinned youth. Presumptuous! Which elder's disciple are you, to dare speak such nonsense here? Zhou Yuantong bellowed. Yi Chun, undaunted, stepped forward from the crowd, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, Am I not your disciple, Zhou Yuantong, Elder Zhou? With that, Yi Chun waved his hand, using true essence to erase the guise on his face, revealing his true identity. Upon recognizing Yi Chun, Zhou Yuantong's pupils constricted in shock, his face a mask of disbelief as he stammered. How can it be you? I thought you were dead. Not only Zhou Yuantong, but many disciples of the Qingyun sect also recognized Yi Chun, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Dead? You vile scoundrel have not perished. How could I, Yi Chun, meet my end so swiftly? Yi Chun retorted. And no, this is impossible. How could you still be alive? Zhou Yuantong's disbelief was evident. Yi Chun paid no heed to Zhou Yuantong, instead turning to Li Yun and the others, slowly stating, Esteemed seniors, perhaps you do not recognize me. I am the one from whom Zhou Yuantong, this scoundrel, extracted the Dao Bone through treachery, Yi Chun. Yi Chun? How can it be that someone who had their Dao Bone extracted could still be alive? Moreover, you seem vigorous, not at all resembling someone who has lost their cultivation. Li Yun assessed Yi Chun with keen interest. Before Yi Chun could respond, Zhou Yuantong's voice cut through the air, furiously accusing, Yi Chun, tell me, were you the one behind this? Did you cause my son's death? Yi Chun let out a derisive laugh, then replied, I caused Zhou Shua's demise? What an absurdity! Anyone with even the slightest perception present could see that Zhou Shu met his demise at your hands. Yet now, you audaciously shift the blame onto me. Truly, one must admire the shamelessness of individuals, each with their own unique style. How dare you defy your superior? Today, this elder shall enforce the sect's rules. Zhou Yuantong's expression darkened immediately, and he channeled his true essence to strike at Yi Chun. Boom! The palm print forged from his true essence crashed into the ground, sending forth a dense mist that enveloped Yi Chun. How bold of Yi Chun to openly refute an elder. Does he seek to court death? Could it be that he truly believes his possession of the Dao Bone grants him immunity to the sect's authority? Such naivety is astounding. Defying a superior is a grave offense. Even if Zhou Yuantong were to strike him down, none would shed a tear for him. As Zhou Yuantong unleashed his palm strike, the outer disciples of Qingyun's sect began to whisper among themselves, convinced that Yi Chun had lost his mind. Yet the ensuing spectacle left them utterly dumbfounded. As the dust settled, Yi Chun stood tall and unscathed, not even a scratch marring his form. Although Zhou Yuantong was a formidable figure of the 5th stage Golden Core, such a light strike could hardly harm him. How is this possible? Yi Chun's cultivation is merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. How could he withstand an assault from a 5th-stage golden core expert? Someone gasped in shock. Zhou Yuantong was equally astonished. His previous strike, though not delivered with full force, contained considerable power that even mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators might struggle to withstand. How could Yi Chun, a mere Qi refinement cultivator stripped of his Dao bone, still be alive? Yi Chun stood resolutely in the center of the banquet hall, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yuantong, a cold smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "I must say, I have truly gained insight today. A dignified 5th-stage golden core expert deigning to strike at a mere outer disciple like myself. Your intentions to see me perish are crystal clear." Yi Chen's tone was affable, yet it dripped with profound sarcasm. "You have caused my son's demise, and you dare spout such nonsense here? This elder shall ensure your utter annihilation." At this moment, Zhou Yuantong cast aside all pretense, consumed by a singular thought: to eliminate Yi Chun and avenge Zhou Shuo. "You have already taken my life once and have extracted my Dao bone. If you wish to strike me down a second time today, we shall see if you, as an elder of Qingyun's sect, possess the capability." Yi Chen snorted coldly, his true essence within him surging forth. As Yi Chen's true essence coursed through him, Zhou Yuantong sensed a shift in Yi Chen's cultivation level and could not help but exclaim, "How is this possible? You have broken through to the foundation establishment stage?" The Dao bone is a remarkably unique and profound entity. Those who possess it invariably become powerful, at the very least attaining the status of an elder. Although the Dao bone is enigmatic, it has a singular weakness. Once extracted from the body, even if one survives, their entire cultivation will be lost, unless they encounter some extraordinary treasure to refine their body anew. Otherwise, they would find it impossible to embark on the path of cultivation again. Zhou Yuantong had always been a cautious individual. After cunningly extracting Yi Chen's Dao bone, he had confirmed Yi Chen's demise before allowing him to be buried in the back mountain. Yet now, Yi Chen stood before him, intact, and even having advanced to the foundation establishment stage. How could Zhou Yuantong not be astonished? Could it be suddenly, realization dawned on Zhou Yuantong, his eyes brimming with shock as he paused before continuing. Could it be that the phenomenon in the back mountain that day was instigated by you? And if it were? Yi Chen replied with a cold laugh, not attempting to conceal the truth. "To be honest, I must thank you for burying me in the back mountain. Without that, I might not have had this fortuitous opportunity." Upon receiving Yi Chen's affirmative response, a flicker of jealousy crossed Zhou Yuantong's eyes. "This child's luck is truly extraordinary. On the day my Dao bone was taken, the spiritual energy surged in the back mountain, as if the gods had descended. As an outer elder of Qingyun's sect, Zhou Yuantong was naturally aware of this anomaly. However, the power was so overwhelming that he could not approach. Even if he wished to investigate, there was no way to do so. It was precisely because this formidable force prevented anyone from drawing near that Zhou Yuantong fabricated the tale of spiritual energy, refining the body and awakening the Dao bone. Yet he never anticipated that the source of that immense power was Yi Chun himself. In just a few days, not only had he been resurrected, but he had also broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Such an extraordinary opportunity, if not dealt with today, would surely pose a future threat. With this thought, a glint of malice flickered in Zhou Yuantong's eyes. Destructive mountain palm. Without any warning, Zhou Yuantong unleashed a powerful palm strike, channeling all his strength into this attack. The force unleashed was far greater than the previous strike aimed at Zhou Shuo. Even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would undoubtedly perish beneath this blow. Chapter 18. How was my Dao bone extracted? Boom! The overwhelming force crashed down, sending those around him reeling back several paces. Weaker outer disciples were sent sprawling, some spitting blood, while others fainted from the impact. As the dust settled, a massive palm print indentation was left where Yi Chun had once stood. Yet within the deep pit, there was no sign of Yi Chen's corpse. "Where has he gone?" Zhou Yuantong exclaimed in disbelief. A middle-aged man beside him spoke up. "Elder Zhou, you are a 5th-stage golden core expert. How could a mere novice who has just broken through to foundation establishment survive your strike? He must have been obliterated by your palm wind, reduced to dust." This middle-aged man, clad in a dark robe, was also an outer elder of Qingyun's sect. Another elder in a dark robe chimed in. Indeed, how embarrassing it would be for a dignified elder of Qingyun's sect to ambush a mere junior. Such news would surely bring ridicule. However, while the two men flattered Zhou Yuantong, Yi Chen's voice suddenly rang out from another direction. The onlookers turned in unison, only to discover that Yi Chen, who should have been reduced to ashes, was standing before them, completely unharmed. Yi Chen had prepared himself for this moment. Although he had been conversing with Zhou Yuantong, he had been ready to activate his system's rapid movement feature the moment Zhou Yuantong struck. The acceleration granted by the system, combined with the fact that everyone present had been sent reeling by Zhou Yuantong's palm strike, ensured that no one noticed Yi Chen's swift movement. Impossible! This cannot be! How could you still be alive? Zhou Yuantong was once again in shock. If Yi Chen's earlier resurrection could be attributed to the Back Mountains anomaly, then this time he had been struck without any defenses. That blow, not even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could emerge unscathed. What is impossible? Do you think a mere outer elder of Qingyun sect could kill me? Dream on. Yi Chen retorted with unrestrained arrogance. You wretch! How dare you insult an elder of Qingyun sect? Your blood shall stain this ground today. An elder clad in dark robes charged forth, summoning powerful sword intent on striking Yi Chen down. Observing the approaching elder, Yi Chen abandoned his casual demeanor. Facing a golden core elder, he could not afford to be careless. Certainly, given Yi Chen's current level of cultivation, it is utterly impossible for him to contend with a formidable opponent at the golden core stage. Continuously employing the system to swiftly evade the elder's lethal strikes, after several exchanges, the elder astonishingly failed to even graze the hem of Yi Chen's garment. Observing this, another elder clad in dark robes immediately mobilized his true essence and rushed forth. However, even their combined efforts could not touch Yi Chen in the slightest. At this moment, Li Yun, standing nearby, could not help but mockingly remark, Brother Zhou, it seems that your outer sect elders of the Qingyun sect are rather lacking, despite their teamwork. They cannot subdue a mere child at the foundation establishment stage. Do you require our assistance? Zhou Yuantong shot a fierce glare at Li Yun, snorted coldly, and replied, This is a matter of our Qingyun sect, and we do not need your interference. After saying this, Zhou Yuantong charged forward, hovering in midair, his countenance growing increasingly grim as he observed Yi Chen's astonishing speed. Should he fail to capture even a foundation establishment brat today, what face would he have to continue as an elder of the Qingyun sect? Zhao Qi, Wang Yong, formed the Xianin Ice Array. Zhou Yuantong's cold snort echoed. Upon hearing his command, the two outer sect elders, who had been unable to even touch Yi Chen's sleeve, promptly halted and simultaneously formed a seal identical to Zhou Yuantong's. Boom! A surge of icy power erupted, instantly enveloping the banquet hall in frost. Although it was midsummer, under the influence of the Xianin Ice Array, everyone present felt as if they had entered a millennium-old ice cave, with even the air seemingly frozen in place. It was truly astonishing to witness three Golden Core elders collaboratively forming a formation to deal with a disciple who had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. One could hardly believe such audacity. Enveloped by the Xianin Ice Array, Yi Chen's speed evidently diminished. Rebellious disciple, you have secretly practiced demonic arts, forcibly enhancing your cultivation through sinister methods. Even with your exceptional talent, today I shall ensure your blood spills upon the ground, Zhou Yuantong bellowed, adopting a pose of righteous indignation. While few present might have believed his words, the significance lay in the fact that he had publicly declared his intent. Yi Chen regarded Zhou Yuantong's hypocritical demeanor with a cold smile, retorting, It's truly laughable that you seek to justify your intent to kill me with such grandiloquent reasoning. You still wish to quibble? Today, you shall meet your end. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yuantong denied Yi Chen any opportunity to respond, activating the Xianin Ice Array and advancing towards him with lethal intent. Countless icicles shot into the air like blades, hurtling toward Yi Chen. Despite Yi Chen's extraordinary speed, he could not entirely evade the onslaught of ice, and soon multiple wounds appeared on his body, blood gushing forth and staining his garments. After all, Yi Chen was merely a person from the 21st century. Although he had read a few fantasy novels, he was not well versed in this style of combat, especially when facing three formidable Golden Core experts. Ding! Crisis detected for the host. Do you require assistance? Just as Yi Chen was being relentlessly pushed back, the system interface materialized before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen selected yes. Ding! The Xianin Ice Array is an ice attribute formation that requires at least 3 Golden Core cultivators to activate. If the combined power of the 3 cultivators can be focused and shattered, the array can be broken, severely injuring its creator. What the hell? There are 3 golden core experts on the opposing side. How can I shatter the focal point of their power? Yi Chun felt a surge of urgency, finding the system's suggestion utterly nonsensical. If he possessed the ability to shatter the focal point, would he still be trapped in this predicament? Ding! The 5 elements are interdependent and restraining. Although the power at the focal point of the Xianyin ice array is formidable, it consists solely of ice energy. At this moment, if fire energy is infused, the focal point will collapse due to attribute imbalance. Why didn't you say that earlier? Yichen couldn't help but grumble about the system. Then, guided by its instructions, he located the power focal point of the Xianyin ice array. Flame palm? Chaotic fire. Countless fiery meteors erupted from Yi Chen's palm, surging toward the focal point of the Xianyin ice array. Each attack was not particularly strong, but they were infused with fire energy that had been enhanced by the system. With this technique, he could sufficiently unbalance the power at the focal point of the array, ultimately causing it to shatter. Boom! The fiery meteors struck the focal point, igniting a violent explosion as ice and fire clashed, sending Zhou Yuantong and his companions hurtling backwards, while Yi Chun was forced back several dozen steps. Of course, Yi Chun emerged unscathed, but Zhou Yuantong and the others were far from fortunate. Having exerted their full strength in the Xianyin ice array, the backlash from its collapse was no laughing matter. Bang! The 3 were violently slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Heaven above, 3 elders have actually been defeated? How could this be? The combined efforts of 3 elders wielding the Xianyin ice array were overcome by Yi Chen. Am I seeing things? When did Yi Chun become this powerful? To defeat 3 golden core elders while at the foundation establishment stage is simply preposterous. Observers gasped in astonishment, clearly shaken by the spectacle before them. Among the crowd, a youth of similar age to Yi Chen watched the scene unfold without expressing shock like the others. Instead, he wore a faint smile, muttering to himself, "How intriguing." He actually discerned the weakness of the Xianyin ice array and precisely injected fire energy into the weak point. This lad is indeed remarkable. Following him were 2 sword attendants, a man and a woman. The female attendant scoffed, saying he's merely a novice at the foundation establishment stage. What could possibly be remarkable about him? The young man glanced back at her, remaining silent, only shaking his head slightly. Zhou Yuantong and his 2 companions were left severely injured, their meridians damaged. All 3 simultaneously spat out blood, their situation dire. Meanwhile, Yi Chen slowly descended from midair, landing before Zhou Yuantong. Observing his disheveled state, he let out a cold laugh and said, "Zhou Yuantong, perhaps you never imagined that one day you would be defeated by your own disciple." Zhou Yuantong struggled to rise, but the overwhelming backlash caused him immense pain. His meridians were severed, rendering him incapable of channeling true essence. At this moment, he was no different from an ordinary citizen. "Yi Chen, I am your master. Do you truly wish to commit patricide?" Zhou Yuantong gasped in pain, clutching his chest as he stood. "Huh?" Yi Chen suddenly burst into laughter before replying, "Master, when you sought to take my life and sever my Dao bone, did you consider me your disciple then? Do not slander me. You were the one who secretly practiced demonic arts. Today, you wish to pin the blame on your master." Zhou Yuantong naturally dared not openly admit to his past transgressions. It was truly laughable. Since he refused to acknowledge it, do not blame me. Yi Chen snorted coldly and then exclaimed whoosh. At that moment, a golden light surged from his being, blooming into lotus flowers that floated before Zhou Yuantong. Under the influence of these golden lotuses, Zhou Yuantong's gaze grew, increasingly dazed. "Speak. How did you go about severing my Dao bone?" Yi Chen observed the look in Zhou Yuantong's eyes, instantly recognizing that he was now under the control of the Brahma Sound Lotus's power. Chapter 19. The Yin-Yang Duality Sword Formation. Although it was merely the passive effect of the Brahma Sound Lotus controlling Zhou Yuantong, his meridians had suffered significant damage, rendering him incapable of circulating his true essence. Consequently, he was unable to withstand the overwhelming force that was bearing down upon him. I. Zhou Yuantong stammered, clearly attempting to resist the power of the Brahma Sound Lotus with sheer will. Yet, the Brahma Sound Lotus was a treasure bestowed by the system. How could a severely injured Zhou Yuantong hope to contend with it? "Your bones may be tough, but I am curious to see how long your wounded body can hold out." Yi Chen sneered, observing Zhou Yuantong, who was gritting his teeth and desperately resisting the power of the Brahma Sound Lotus, his lips sealed tight. The passive effect of the Brahma Sound Lotus bestowed its bearer with an aura of authority, garnering respect from those with weak wills. Under normal circumstances, given Zhou Yuantong's cultivation level, it would have been utterly impossible for Yi Chun to influence his mind with this effect. However, the situation was different now. Even with Zhou Yuantong's fifth transformation, Golden Core cultivation, he was in no position to resist the passive effect of the Brahma Sound Lotus while gravely injured. At this rate, he could only hold on for another half an hour at most. Though it was certain that Zhou Yuantong would succumb to the influence of the Brahma Sound Lotus's passive effect after that half hour, Yi Chun had no intention of waiting. Firstly, it was unnecessary to waste time, and secondly, this was the Qingyun sect, one of the four great sects. If he continued to create a scene, it would inevitably attract the attention of powerful sect members. Thus, he resolved to bring this to a swift conclusion. With determination, Yi Chun summoned the true essence within him, channeling it into the Brahma Sound Lotus. He intended to amplify the passive effect of the lotus with his true essence. Boom! As more of Yi Chun's true essence surged into the Brahma Sound Lotus, a potent and mysterious force enveloped Zhou Yuantong. Under this eerie power, Zhou Yuantong could finally endure no longer. It felt as if his mind had erupted, his consciousness gradually fading. Within merely the span of a tea light, his eyes became vacant and devoid of spirit, resembling a mere puppet. Observing Zhou Yuantong, who was no longer struggling against the force, Yi Chun smirked slightly, retracting the true essence he had infused into the Brahma Sound Lotus. He then addressed Zhou Yuantong once more. Speak. From whence did you acquire the Dao bone in your possession? This time, Zhou Yuantong offered no hesitation. His voice dull as he replied, My Dao bone was excavated from within Yi Chun's body. Boom! As soon as Zhou Yuantong's words fell, the banquet hall erupted into chaos. Although many had harbored doubts about the origin of Zhou Yuantong's Dao bone, those were merely suspicions, lacking any concrete evidence. Yet now, in this public setting, Zhou Yuantong had declared it outright, effectively solidifying the claim. How could he possibly remain in the Qingyun sect after this revelation? No one expected Elder Zhou to be such a person, feigning kindness while secretly engaging in murder and theft. Indeed, to kill and rob was one thing, but to turn against one's own disciple was utterly beastly. In an instant, the disciples present began to murmur among themselves, clearly expressing their disdain for Zhou Yuantong's actions. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, Such a disgraceful figure is unworthy of being an elder in our Qingyun sect. A scoundrel like him would be better off dead. As this sentiment spread, more voices joined in agreement, indicating that Zhou Yuantong had incurred the wrath of the crowd. Listening to the clamor, Yi Chun's gaze fell upon Zhou Yuantong as he slowly spoke. Zhou Yuantong, you have heard them. Even your fellow disciples believe you should die. Out of respect for the fact that you once brought me into the fold of cultivation, I shall refrain from striking you down. Instead, you may take your own life. Yi Chun's words seemed to carry a certain magical quality, each syllable penetrating Zhou Yuantong's ears and profoundly influencing his will. With vacant eyes, Zhou Yuantong's mind was consumed by a singular thought, self-destruction. He slowly rose, producing a dagger from his robe, and without a hint of hesitation, he plunged it directly toward his heart. Clang! Just as the dagger was about to pierce Zhou Yuantong's heart, a surge of true essence erupted from the crowd, striking his hand with precision and knocking the dagger from his grasp. Yi Chun turned his gaze toward the corner of the banquet hall, noting the formidable power of the true essence that had just intervened. Who could it be among the seniors? I implore you to show mercy. Despite Zhou Yuantong's numerous transgressions, he is still an elder of the outer sect. Even if he has erred, it is the responsibility of the sect's regulations to deal with him. You, a mere outer disciple, have no right to enact personal justice. A commanding voice, laced with a sharp sword-like energy, resonated from within the crowd. As this voice echoed, the banquet hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to the source. Dressed in silver, the figure was unmistakably the renowned inner disciple, the Moonfall swordsman, Yin Yu? Yi Chun murmured, recalling the information he had about this person. Yin Yu, an inner disciple, ranked 20th on the roster, wielded the spirit weapon Moonfall sword, and was renowned for his mastery of the Moonfall sword technique, even surpassing many elder cultivators. Yi Chun had never anticipated that an event as trivial as Zhou Yuantong's birthday celebration would attract such a formidable presence. What do you mean by this, Brother Yin Yu? I find myself somewhat perplexed, Yi Chun replied after a moment of contemplation. In an instant, Yin Yu's figure flickered, vanishing from his seat, only to reappear 50 meters away. flanked by two young men wielding long swords, both exuding an extraordinary presence. It matters not if you do not understand. All I require is that you refrain from further aggression, Inyu stated with a slow smile. While Inyu's reputation loomed large, Yichen felt no fear and retorted, "Brother Inyu seems to be mistaken. I have not acted against him. It is Zhou Yuantong himself who, burdened by guilt, wishes to take his own life. How could that possibly be my doing?" Inyu, adopting a condescending tone, replied, "Though I am unaware of the means by which you have compelled Zhou Yuantong to obey you, I must advise you. Show mercy when it is warranted. Zhou Yuantong's misdeeds will certainly be addressed by the sect's laws. Show mercy when warranted? And what if I refuse?" Yichen's tone turned icy at this juncture. "What did you say?" Inyu's expression froze, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him. As an inner disciple ranked among the top 20, Inyu held a position of considerable authority within the Qingyun sect, commanding respect even from elder cultivators. Yet, now that he had intervened, a mere outer disciple who had just achieved foundation establishment dared to defy him. Such insolence was utterly intolerable. However, Yichen paid him no heed, replying coolly, "It appears that, despite your profound cultivation, Brother Inyu's hearing leaves much to be desired. Since you did not grasp my earlier words, allow me to reiterate. Zhou Yuantong will undoubtedly die today." As soon as Yichen uttered these words, the cultivators present collectively gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! Has this young man lost his mind? Could it be that he does not recognize Senior Brother Inyu? Senior Brother Inyu is a true disciple of the inner sect, with unfathomable cultivation that far surpasses that of Elder Zhou. To so brazenly defy Senior Brother Inyu, Yi Chun is undoubtedly courting death. The onlookers were utterly shocked, never expecting Yi Chun to dare speak to Inyu in such a manner. How audacious! At the very moment Yi Chen's words fell, before Inyu could respond, the two sword attendants standing behind him spoke first, letting out a cold snort. In unison, they drew their swords, channeling their inner true essence to unleash a sword technique aimed at Yi Chun. These two sword attendants, having followed Inyu for years, were no weaklings themselves, especially in the realm of swordsmanship, surpassing many inner sect disciples. Although Yi Chun had been on guard, he was ultimately just a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he found himself retreating under the relentless assault of the two sword attendants. The yin-yang dual extremes sword formation. With a single strike, the two sword attendants forced Yi Chun back, then simultaneously raised their long swords high above their heads, executing a powerful sword formation. In an instant, the forces of yin and yang coalesced, and a formidable sword aura materialized, enveloping Yi Chun. Around him, it transformed into a taiji diagram of yin and yang, with countless sword energies piercing towards him relentlessly. How formidable! Yi Chun pushed his speed to its utmost limits. Yet he found himself trapped at the center of this sword formation, unable to break free. In a swift movement, he evaded the incoming sword energy, and to the astonishment of the two sword attendants, Yi Chun appeared right before them. Fiery palm, chaotic flow of flames. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chun gathered all his true essence and unleashed a powerful palm strike. A fierce gust of fiery wind surged forth, sweeping towards the two sword attendants. Do they truly believe that a mere foundation establishment cultivator can break free from our yin-yang dual extreme sword formation? Observing the palm print Yi Chun had unleashed, the two sword attendants showed no fear, letting out a cold snort. They then channeled their true essence, manipulating the yin-yang dual extreme sword formation. And a tremendous sword aura swiftly manifested around Yi Chun, completely consuming his strike. With a resounding boom, as the fiery palm, chaotic flow of flames was shattered. The sword energy struck Yi Chun directly. He was unable to react in time and was sent flying. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Yi Chun's lips. The yin-yang dual extreme sword formation is a high-level technique of the inner sect. How could an outer sect disciple hope to break free? One of the sword attendants looked at Yi Chun, who had been sent sprawling, with a face full of disdain. Chapter 20. Awakening the power of the sword path in their eyes, outer sect disciples were merely useless trash. Even though Yi Chun had awakened his innate bone, to them, he was merely a slightly more talented waste, not worthy of their concern. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful sword energy surging wildly within him. The sharp sword energy roamed through his body, wreaking havoc on his meridians. The two sword attendants also noticed Yi Chen's unusual state, smirking coldly as one remarked, having been struck by the power of the yin-yang dual extremes sword formation. The sword energy will invade your meridians. Just wait to die. Yi Chen looked up at them, the pain coursing through his body rendering him speechless. System, is there any way for me to refine this sword energy? At this moment, Yi Chen's only hope lay in the mysterious system. Since he had previously refined the fire energy injected into him by Mo Xylan, he believed he could do the same with this sword energy. Ding! The sword energy is within the 5 elements. This system can assist the host in dispelling it. However, if the host can withstand it for 10 minutes, they will gain sword energy resistance and simultaneously awaken the power of the sword path. Does the host wish for this system to dispel the sword energy? Upon seeing the line of text before him, Yi Chen fell into silence. The torment of the sword energy within him was unbearable. Yet if he could endure for 10 minutes, he would awaken the power of the sword path. This power is renowned for its immense offensive capability among various cultivation methods. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chen gritted his teeth and silently chose no. Ding! The host has chosen not to require this system's assistance in dispelling the sword energy. The host will now rely on their own strength to withstand the sword energy for 10 minutes. Good luck! As the text before him vanished, Yi Chen endured the pain within him, sitting cross-legged and circulating his true essence to counter the invasion of the sword energy. The two sword attendants across from Yi Chen observed him sitting down and couldn't help but sneer, saying, "You, a mere foundation establishment waste. Think you can refine the sword energy of the yin-yang dual extremes? Truly delusional." The two sword attendants were evidently confident in the yin-yang dual extreme sword formation. Thus they did not rush to attack Yi Chen, seemingly wanting to watch him suffer slowly. Yi Chen, however, had no time to pay them any mind. He simply thought to himself, "Once I endure for 10 minutes, you'll see." Having made up his mind, Yi Chen disregarded their taunts and focused intently on resisting the sword energy within him. As time passed, the sword energy within him grew increasingly violent, unleashing even greater power within his meridians. The immense pain caused beads of sweat to form on Yi Chen's forehead, and his entire body began to tremble involuntarily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully enduring the sword energy's invasion for 10 minutes. The host will gain 100 minutes of sword energy resistance. Just as Yi Chen felt he was on the brink of death, the system's voice finally rang out. This notification was like heavenly music, instantly refreshing Yi Chen's spirit. With the system's aid, he felt that the sword energy wreaking havoc in his meridians was no longer as formidable, and the pain was no longer insufferable. Ding! The host has endured the sword energy's refinement for a full 20 minutes, gaining 200 minutes of sword energy resistance. Ding! The host has endured the sword energy's refinement for a full 30 minutes, gaining 300 minutes of sword energy resistance, and has unexpectedly awakened the power of the sword path. Congratulations to the host. Half an hour passed, and the system panel continuously appeared before Yi Chen. Logically speaking, to awaken the power of the sword path, he would need to completely refine the sword energy within him. Yet unexpectedly, he had awakened it after just 30 minutes of refinement. This was truly a stroke of luck. System, since I have awakened the power of the sword path through the sword energy of the yin-yang dual extreme sword formation, does that mean I no longer need to fear the sword energy attacks within the formation? Yi Chen quickly inquired of the system. Correct. The power of the sword path within the host is of the same origin as the sword energy of the yin-yang dual extreme sword formation, and its compatibility is greater than that of those two cultivators. The host not only need not fear the sword energy attacks within the formation, but can also directly subdue the formation spirit and claim this sword formation as their own. Hearing the system's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, fortune was on his side. Within the sword formation, the two sword attendants observed Yi Chen sitting cross-legged for 30 minutes without any sign of his meridians being severed by the sword energy. They began to feel puzzled. How strange. The sword energy within the yin-yang dual extreme sword formation is immensely fierce. Even a cultivator at the 9th turn of the Golden Core stage might not endure it. Yet how is it possible for this mere foundation establishment waste to withstand it for 30 minutes? One of the sword attendants exclaimed in shock. The other sword attendant remained silent. Yet his eyes betrayed his astonishment, which was no less than that of his companion. At that moment, the cold voice of Yin, standing outside the sword formation, pierced the air as he commanded, "Xingxing, Ani, swiftly take action and slay this brat." Upon hearing Yinyu's words, the two sword attendants, Xingxing and Ani, did not hesitate further. They formed a sword seal and channeled the power of the yin-yang duality sword formation towards Yi Chun with lethal intent. Whoosh! The sword light flickered, brimming with an overwhelming desire to kill. You wish to kill me? Do you think you are worthy? Just as the sword energy conjured by the two attendants was about to pierce Yi Chun's body, he suddenly opened his eyes, which had been tightly shut, revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Vajra finger! Yi Chun infused his true essence into his two fingers, and the index finger shimmered with a golden glow as he thrust it forward. This Vajra finger was merely a common technique of the Qingyun sect, and even when perfected, it would not possess great power. However, Yi Chun's execution of the Vajra finger was different. It had been enhanced by the system, its might amplified manifold. With a single finger strike, the sword techniques unleashed by the attendants through the yin-yang duality sword formation were instantly obliterated. The dazzling sword light transforming into countless specks and reintegrating into the formation. Boom! Simultaneously, both attendants were sent flying by Yi Chun's finger, stumbling back several paces before regaining their footing. How is this possible? The sword energy of the yin-yang duality sword formation has entered your body. How can a mere foundation establishment cultivator survive, let alone retain the strength to fight again? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The two attendants were utterly astonished. Not only them, but even Yinyu's face reflected profound shock. Yinyu was acutely aware of the formidable power of the yin-yang duality sword formation. It was inconceivable that someone at the foundation establishment level could withstand the sword energy's force. Yet, Yi Chun had done just that, seemingly unscathed. Standing firm, Yi Chun slowly retracted his glowing finger, casting a disdainful glance at the two attendants. He remarked, "Is it merely sword energy? What can it possibly do to me?" Their prideful killing move had been dismissed by a foundation establishment cultivator. How could these two endure it? Arrogance. Today, let this scoundrel witness the true power of the yin-yang duality sword formation. Xingxing roared in fury and immediately summoned all his true essence. A torrent of powerful true essence erupted from him. Seeing this, Ani hurriedly followed suit, pooling his true essence to join forces with Xingxing, fully activating the power of the formation. To unleash the full might of the yin-yang duality sword formation against a mere foundation establishment cultivator would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon them. Yet they could not afford to hesitate now. If they failed to slay this boy today, they would have no face to return to the Qingyun sect. Boom! Under their combined efforts, the yin-yang duality sword formation unleashed an unprecedented force, a massive vortex of sword energy materializing above Yi Chun's head, emanating a terrifying power that seemed capable of obliterating him in an instant. Yet, even in the face of such dread, Yi Chun remained unfazed, calmly gazing at the two attendants as he spoke slowly. Indeed, the yin-yang duality sword formation is immensely powerful, but that depends on who wields it. In your hands, it is a sheer waste. Enough with your nonsense, Dai, Xingxing bellowed, directing the vortex of sword energy toward Yi Chun. In an instant, Yi Chun was engulfed by the swirling sword energy, enveloped within its razor-sharp currents. Just as everyone believed Yi Chun would be shredded into pieces, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In the center of the vortex, Yi Chun leisurely raised his hand, his two fingers forming a sword as he mimicked the sword seal the attendants had used to activate the formation. Break! Yi Chun's lips moved slightly, uttering a seemingly weightless word. Before the sound dissipated, the vortex of sword energy collapsed, transforming into countless specks of starlight that rejoined the formation. Now, let me show you the true power of the yin-yang duality sword formation. Without granting the two attendants a moment's respite, Yi Chun executed another sword seal. Under his command, the yin-yang duality sword formation underwent a tremendous upheaval. Within the formation, sword energies visibly gathered, coalescing into multiple palm-sized orbs of icy light above Yi Chun's head, gradually forming a vortex of sword energy. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Yi Chun waved his hand, and the vortex of sword energy surged forth, aimed at the two attendants. At that moment, Xingxing and Ani, disregarding their astonishment, hastily retreated while desperately casting spells in an attempt to regain control over the yin-yang duality sword formation and dissipate the vortex of sword energy. Yet, to their dismay, they discovered they could no longer control the formation. What is happening? Why do I feel as if my connection to the yin-yang duality sword formation has been severed? The two attendants simultaneously sensed the anomaly, exclaiming in shock. The yin-yang duality, sword formation, was a battle formation they had painstakingly refined over time, deeply intertwined with its spirit. Under normal circumstances, even if faced with an opponent several times more powerful, they could not lose control of the formation. At most, they could only break it. For now, the master of the yin-yang duality sword formation is me. As the two attendants were engulfed in disbelief, Yichen coldly smirked and uttered words that none present could believe. Upon hearing this, the astonishment of the two attendants only deepened. How is this possible? The yin-yang duality sword formation was forged with immense effort by both myself and Ani. How could it be so easily taken from us? Xingxing's face was one of utter shock, as his true essence surged forth in an attempt to reclaim control over the formation. Ani, too, desperately chanted spells, striving alongside Xingxing to regain their hold over the sword formation. Yet no matter how they summoned their true essence, it was as if they were casting stones into the sea. The yin-yang duality, sword formation, seemed entirely beyond their control. After numerous attempts, the two attendants finally despaired, their expressions ashen. This is impossible. This cannot be happening. Our connection to the yin-yang duality sword formation has truly been severed. Observing their expressions, Yi Chen finally spoke, a cold smile gracing his lips. Now, let you experience the true might of the yin-yang duality sword formation. Boom! As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Chen's hand shifted, and the power of the entire yin-yang duality sword formation surged forth in an instant. A torrent of sword energy coalesced within the banquet hall. What is happening? Why do I feel my battle sword trembling in my hand? Such terrifying sword intent. It feels as if it is trying to wrest my sword from my grasp. At that moment, every disciple wielding a battle sword felt the strange tremor in their weapons, as if they were about to break free from their control. Naturally, Inyu also sensed the shift in the yin-yang duality sword formation. His brows furrowed as he gazed forward, pondering aloud, such powerful sword intent. How can an outer sect disciple possess such formidable sword energy? Even if Yi Chen had awakened his spiritual roots to the top disciples within the inner sect of Qingyun, he was merely considered a slightly more talented piece of trash. Yet, Yi Chen had shown no signs of exceptional sword talent until now. In just half an hour, he had forcibly seized control of the yin-yang duality sword formation with his formidable sword power. It is important to note that to take control of the formation is not something achievable solely through cultivation. It requires immense swordsmanship. Could it be that this boy is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy? Inyu furrowed her brow, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Simultaneously, Yi Chen summoned the most formidable attack of the yin-yang duality sword array, advancing decisively towards the two sword attendants without a hint of hesitation. Young master, save us! The might of the yin-yang duality sword array was all too clear to Mingxing and Enri, especially upon sensing that the power Yi Chen had conjured was even greater than before. They were suddenly engulfed by a wave of deathly fear and hastily called out for Inyu's assistance from beyond the sword array. At their urgent pleas, Inyu snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed on the impending sword force about to strike the two. Without a moment's hesitation, she mobilized her true essence. With a swift motion, a long sword shot forth, its silvery blade akin to the purest moonlight, harboring an immensely terrifying power. Boom! The silver blade collided with the yin-yang duality sword array. The two forces clashed, causing Inyu to stagger back 3 steps, while Yi Chen was forced to retreat several dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. Despite being a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple within the inner sect, Inyu's combat prowess was not to be underestimated, rivaling that of typical Golden Core cultivators. Even with the aid of the yin-yang duality sword array, Yi Chen nearly faltered. Though well aware of Inyu's formidable strength, Yi Chen remained undaunted, his gaze cold as he fixed it on Inyu and remarked, "Is this how inner sect disciples behave? Not only do you outnumber me, but you also resort to ambushing an outer sect disciple?" At Yi Chen's words, a flush of embarrassment crossed Inyu's features. As one of the top 20 disciples in the inner sect, attacking an outer sect disciple was indeed a disgrace, let alone an ambush. Naturally, Inyu would not admit to having launched a sneak attack. With a steady voice, he replied, "In urgent matters, one must act decisively. We are all disciples of the Qingyan sect. If you seek to slay a fellow disciple, it is my duty as a senior brother to intervene. What is inappropriate about that? Such a righteous facade. When Zhou Yuantong sought to eliminate me, where was your intervention? Why did you stand by idly when these two sword attendants unleashed the yin-yang duality sword array upon me. Now, at this critical moment, you speak of brotherhood? Your face is far thicker than your cultivation level, senior brother Inu. Yi Chen showed no restraint, directly mocking Inu. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Inu's expression darkened, his voice laced with a hint of murderous intent as he coldly retorted, "You seek death. Do you fear me?" Unfazed, Yi Chen once again executed the incantation, channeling the power of the yin-yang duality sword array, preparing for a life-and-death struggle with Inu. Inu, undeterred, summoned his true essence, unleashing a powerful force that seemed to conjure a myriad of sword blades swirling around him, instantly shredding several tables and chairs in the banquet hall into dust. How formidable! It is no wonder he ranks among the top 20 in the inner sect. Such potent sword energy could likely even rival Elder Zhou Yuantong. Yi Chen's audacity was remarkable. He dared to publicly challenge senior brother Inu. Offending him, it seemed, would spell certain doom for Yi Chen. The disciples within the banquet hall gazed in shock at the tense standoff between the two, murmuring amongst themselves. Yi Chen, despite overhearing their speculation, remained unperturbed. Even if they were inner sect disciples, taking his life would not be so simple. Yin-yang returned to clan. Faced with a powerful inner sect disciple, Yi Chen dared not slacken his resolve, launching the strongest strike from the yin-yang duality sword array. Moonwheel Celestial Dance. In response, Inu wielded the Baiwa Spirit Sword, executing a sword technique of his own. The attacks unleashed by both were immensely powerful, radiating a force that left many disciples present trembling in fear. Enough! Just as their attacks were about to collide, a booming voice echoed from afar. The voice was authoritative, imbued with a sanctity that commanded respect, emanating an incomprehensibly terrifying power. Although it came from a distance, it resonated as if right beside them, instantly neutralizing and obliterating their attacks into nothingness. Before Yi Chen could react, he suddenly found himself facing a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Upon seeing this figure, Inu's heart raced, and he quickly sheathed his Baiwa Spirit Sword, respectfully bowing to the newcomer, performing the standard disciple salute, and saying, "Disciple pays respects to the sect master." Hearing Inu's words, the outer sect disciples promptly knelt, unified in their reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the sect master." The middle-aged man nodded slightly rise. As they stood up, all was etched on the faces of all present. The sect master? The sect master has appeared? It was rumored that the sect master had been in seclusion for 3 years and had not shown himself in the sect during that time. Who would have thought he would emerge now? It seemed Yi Chen's fate was sealed this day. Yi Chen also turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man, sensing a profoundly terrifying power emanating from him. System, this individual's strength is formidable. Will the vow of the lotus have any effect on him? Fear flickered in Yi Chen's heart as he quickly inquired of the system. Beep. System detection indicates that this individual has condensed his nascent soul. The vow of the lotus can only affect cultivators one major realm above the host, thus it cannot influence this individual. Upon hearing the system's response, Yi Chen's heart sank. At this moment, seeking Zhou Yuantong had been a significant reliance for him, largely due to the proactive skill of the vow of the lotus. With that ability, he believed no one in the outer sect could pose a threat to him, not even formidable inner sect disciples like Inu. Yet, he never anticipated that this battle would draw out a nascent soul elder. This was indeed a miscalculation. The sect master of Qingyun sect scrutinized Yi Chen for a moment before slowly speaking. A mere outer sect disciple has managed to defeat an outer sect elder and even forcibly seize control of the yin-yang duality sword array. Impressive indeed. Your praise is overstated. Senior, Yi Chen Vipyit. Acknowledging the sect master's profound cultivation, Yi Chen recognized that today might very well be his last, yet he held no fear, responding with an air of confidence. Hearing Yi Chen's response, the sect master's brow furrowed, and after a moment of contemplation he said, "I am the sect master of Qingyun sect. As an outer sect disciple, you should address me as sect master." Chapter 22. True Inheritance. Disciple Yi Chen scoffed, undeterred, and replied, "Zhou Yuantong sought to kill me and seize my bones. The heavens showed mercy, granting me rebirth. From the moment I returned to life, I vowed never to be Zhou Yuantong's disciple again. I ask you, senior, if I am no longer Zhou Yuantong's disciple, how can I be a disciple of Qingyun sect?" As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, the crowd gasped in shock. Had he lost his mind? This was the sect master. How could he dare speak to the sect master in such a manner? Surely, he was courting death. The sect master of Qingyun's sect gazed at Yi Chun for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter, then said, "You certainly have a bold spirit." With that, a torrent of terrifying power surged from the sect master, enveloping Yi Chun entirely. Under the weight of this formidable force, Yi Chun felt an unprecedented sense of mortal dread. Even the system issued a warning. Ding! This individual's power is exceedingly overwhelming. Any casual attack could result in the host's demise. Please evacuate swiftly. Yi Chun could only manage a bitter smile inwardly. In the presence of such a powerful cultivator, how could he possibly escape? Just when everyone believed Yi Chun was destined for utter annihilation, the next scene unfolded, leaving them once again in shock. The leader of the Qingyun sect slowly raised his hand, unleashing a surge of power that instantly struck the severely injured Zhou Yuantong and his son, Zhou Shuo. Under this immense force, the father and son perished without uttering a single word. Their bodies were shattered, leaving only a fragment of bone, exuding a faint aura, suspended in midair. This fragment was the Dao bone that Yi Chun had forcibly extracted from Zhou Yuantong earlier. The Dao bone, a creation of the heavenly path, is impervious to all external forces. The sect leader extended his hand and, with a swift motion, retrieved the Dao bone, holding it in his palm, without even a glance, and promptly returned it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "May I ask what this means, esteemed elder?" The sect leader smiled gently before responding solemnly. Zhou Yuantong, as an outer sect elder, disregarded the sect's laws and deserves punishment. This Dao bone rightfully belongs to you and should naturally return to you. Oh! Yi Chun did not take the offered Dao bone, but expressed his skepticism. Although the sect leader appeared to be advocating for him and cleansing the sect, Yi Chun's instincts warned him that this individual was far from benevolent. The Qingyun sect leader waved his hand, forcefully driving the Dao bone into Yi Chun's body. Boom! A surge of Dao rhythm erupted from within Yi Chun. He then continued, "From this day forth, I shall accept you as my true disciple. Are you willing?" What? Yi Chun, who had caused such a commotion without being killed, was now being accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader? Heaven above, his luck was astonishing. Was his ancestral grave truly emitting green smoke? The leader's declaration left everyone present dumbfounded, especially Yin, who was profoundly shocked. Within the Qingyun sect, there were hundreds of inner disciples, but only a few dozen true disciples. Even though Yin ranked among the top 20 inner disciples, his status paled in comparison to that of a true disciple. He never anticipated that an outer disciple, merely at the initial stage of foundational establishment, would soar to such heights, eclipsing him entirely. Accept me as a true disciple? Yi Chun furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the sect leader's intentions. The Qingyun sect leader smiled gently, his face radiating warmth, and slowly asked, "Indeed? Are you willing?" He appeared amiable, seemingly genuinely inquiring about Yi Chun's opinion. However, only Yi Chun could sense the powerful force surging within the sect leader, already locking onto him. It seemed that if he did not acquiesce today, he would be unable to leave this place on his own 2 feet. After scrutinizing the sect leader for a moment, Yi Chun knelt respectfully, performing the gesture of a disciple, and reverently stated, "Disciple, Yi Chun pays his respects to the master." Seeing Yi Chun perform the respectful gesture, the Qingyun sect leader's mood brightened instantly. He nodded and said, "Good, rise. Tomorrow, come to Piayan Peak to find me." As soon as these words left his lips, the onlookers turned their gaze back to the sect leader, only to discover that the middle-aged man, who had been floating in the air, had vanished without a trace. The ability to traverse space with such ease was a hallmark of a nascent soul powerhouse. Who would have thought the sect leader would accept you as a true disciple? Yin glared at Yi Chun, his words laced with jealousy. Yi Chun gradually rose, his expression unchanged, and turned to Yin, saying, "If memory serves me right, the status of true disciples in the Qingyun sect surpasses that of inner disciples. Now that I am a true disciple of the sect leader, according to the rules, shouldn't you pay your respects?" Yinyu's anger flared, yet he dared not act against Yi Chun at this moment. In the Qingyun sect, hierarchy was strictly enforced. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Chun was now esteemed as a true disciple. Should he choose to act against him, the consequences would be dire. However, this did not imply that a top 20 inner disciple would bow to a mere fledgling who had just broken through to foundational establishment. Yinyu scoffed, "True disciple? I shall wait and see if he can still smile tomorrow." With that, he departed with his companions, Ming Xing and Enri, without looking back. Observing their retreat, Yichen made no effort to stop them and turned to leave as well. At that moment, the remaining outer disciples in the banquet hall knelt in unison, respectfully bowing to Yi Chun as they exclaimed, "Greetings, senior brother Yi Chun." These disciples were merely outer disciples, yet Yi Chun's current status rendered him beyond their reach. Yi Chun surveyed the crowd without uttering a word and left the banquet hall without a backward glance. The following morning, Yi Chun arrived at Piaoyan Peak as promised. Standing outside Piaoyan Hall, he performed a respectful bow and said, "Disciple Yi Chun has come to pay his respects to the master." Although this acknowledgement was not of his own volition, now that he had accepted it, he understood the importance of the associated etiquette. "Enter!" A deep voice resonated from within the hall. As the voice echoed, the previously closed doors slowly opened. Yi Chun stood up and entered the grand hall. The hall was spacious, with 4 pillars crafted from spiritual gold standing around, and in the center above, a chair carved from a large piece of spirit stone emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy, with the Qingyun sect leader seated atop it. "Master." Yi Chun once again performed a respectful bow. The Qingyun sect leader nodded slightly. "Why have you summoned me, master?" Yi Chun inquired. The sect leader gradually rose, saying, "All disciples of the Qingyun sect, upon becoming inner disciples, must ascend the ascension ladder." "The ascension ladder?" Yi Chun asked, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, since you have become my disciple, you are naturally required to ascend the ascension ladder." "Liru, take Yi Chun there," the sect leader instructed. After hearing the sect leader's words, Yi Chun noticed a woman in palace attire had appeared beside him without him realizing it. Had she chosen to strike him just moments ago, he would have had no means to evade her. Following the woman, Yi Chun swiftly exited the Piaoyan Hall. "Sister, what is the ascension ladder?" Yi Chun asked as he trailed behind Lu Ru. Lu Ru glanced back at Yi Chun before explaining the details of the ascension ladder. The ascension ladder is a sacred site of the Qingyun sect, consisting of 33 levels. Every disciple entering the inner sect must ascend the ladder. However, ascending to higher levels is not solely determined by one's cultivation. It is a test of a cultivator's talent. Only those with greater talent can ascend to higher places. This is why Yin made such remarks yesterday. He viewed you merely as an outer disciple. Even if you possess the Daobon talent, he believed you would not be particularly strong, perhaps unable to ascend even the first 5 levels, instead being cast down by the ladder. If a true disciple of the sect leader cannot ascend the 5th level, it would indeed be a loss of face. Henceforth, it would be impossible for them to hold their head high within the Qingyun sect. "Sister, is the ascension ladder difficult?" Yi Chun pondered for a moment before inquiring. Lu Ru cast a dismissive glance at Yi Chun and replied, "Given your cultivation and aptitude, it would be quite challenging for you to ascend to the 10th level." "Then, which level did you reach, senior sister?" Yi Chun asked. "The 15th level." Yi Chun wished to ask further questions, but Lu Ru interjected, "No need for so many questions. Let us move quickly." After saying this, she channeled her inner essence, summoning a gust of wind beneath her feet, and soared into the air. Observing this, Yi Chun refrained from asking more and similarly activated his inner essence, pursuing Lu Ru. The two of them moved forward in tandem, stopping shortly thereafter. Before them stood a towering stone tablet, reaching a height of 100 feet, located at the entrance of a valley shrouded in mist. It had long since forgotten the passage of countless millennia, and due to incessant winds and rains, the tablet bore scars and signs of erosion. The words "Ascend the Immortal Ladder" appeared inscribed upon it, seemingly chiseled by an axe. After countless ages, the characters had transformed significantly, and few could recognize these 3 ancient words. Every cultivator arriving at this place could sense the formidable and archaic power emanating from these characters. A timeless essence that even the passage of time could not diminish. Chapter 23. The Misty Valley, the ancient stone tablet, deeply embedded in the ground, weighed an indeterminate number of thousands of pounds. Although it stood majestically between 2 towering peaks, it emanated an aura of grandeur and dominance, as if one were confronting a celestial stone. Behind the tablet was enveloped in a layer of white mist, swirling with a mysterious energy. "System, can you sense what lies ahead?" Yi Chun asked the system. "Ding! A rather strange force exists beyond the white mist. Currently, the system's level is too low to detect the situation beyond the mist." After hearing the system's response, Yi Chun felt an even greater curiosity about the mist behind the stone tablet. "Where is the immortal ladder?" Yi Chun gazed at the enigmatic white mist and the imposing stone tablet radiating a powerful essence, yet he could see no trace of the immortal ladder. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Enter the misty valley ahead, and you shall naturally see the immortal ladder," Lu Ru replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ru took 2 steps forward, bowing respectfully to a stone figure, saying, "Greetings, Elder Kong. I have brought my junior brother to ascend the immortal ladder at the behest of our master." Upon witnessing Lu Ru's gesture, Yi Chun was astonished to discover that there was indeed a person beside the stone tablet. The elderly figure, clad in a dark robe, sat cross-legged beneath the stone tablet, utterly motionless, exuding no semblance of life, resembling a lifeless stone. Lu Ru did not wait for Elder Kong's response after her greeting, turning instead to Yi Chun and stating, "You may proceed. Must I enter now? Is the consent of this elder not necessary?" Yi Chen inhuidet, somahat pepliet. Since the elder's approval was not needed, why go through the formality of informing him? Lu Ru explained, "Elder Kong is the guardian of the immortal tower. However, he does not interfere when disciples enter the tower. He will only awaken when a disciple ascends to the 25th step of the immortal ladder. Informing him is merely a matter of courtesy." "Is it difficult to ascend to the 25th step?" Yi Chen asked with curiosity. Lu Ru glanced back at him and nodded slightly, saying, "There are 100 disciples on the Qingyun ranking, and each one is a rare talent within the Qingyun sect. Any one of them, once they leave the sect, would undoubtedly be sought after by various formidable factions. Yet, even among the prodigies on the Qingyun ranking, only about 20 or 30 can reach the 25th step. Moreover, more than 90% of them do not achieve this on their first attempt. What does that tell you about the difficulty? While it is true that ascending the immortal ladder primarily tests a cultivator's innate talent, those with stronger talent can ascend higher steps. Cultivation level also plays a critical role. The higher the cultivation, the further one can ascend." Just then, as Yi Chun and Lu Ru conversed, a flash of spiritual light darted through the misty valley, followed by the appearance of a battered man behind the stone tablet. Another failure. The 25th step of the immortal ladder is utterly insurmountable. The difficulty is simply outrageous. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced back at the misty valley. "Cheng Ming, you have failed again," Lu Ru remarked, observing the man. Cheng Ming turned at the sound of her voice and approached Lu Ru, saying, "Lu Ru, didn't you just ascend the immortal ladder 3 days ago? Why are you back so soon?" Lu Ru shook her head, replying, "No, I am merely following our master's orders to bring someone." "Bringing someone here? Has the sect master taken on new disciples?" Cheng Ming asked, astonished. His gaze quickly fell upon Yi Chun, scrutinizing him before continuing. "Is he the new disciple taken in by the sect master?" Lu Ru nodded slightly. Yi Chun offered a slight bow. "Greetings, senior brother. You have only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage and are already attempting the immortal ladder. I fear you may not even reach the 10th step." Cheng Ming scoffed, entirely unconvinced that Yi Chun's current cultivation would enable him to progress far on the immortal ladder. He was all too aware of the ladder's difficulties and had little faith that a mere fledgling who had recently broken through to the foundation establishment stage, and whose talent appeared lacking, could ascend to any notable height. Unperturbed by the disdain, Yi Chun simply smiled softly. Lu Ru, however, interjected, "Cheng Ming, your words are excessive. Whether my junior brother can ascend is not for you to decide." Cheng Ming coldly chuckled. "It seems you have quite a bit of faith in this junior brother. As his senior, I am eager to see how far he will fall on the immortal ladder." With that, he sat down cross-legged, beginning to heal his wounds. Yi Chun then leaned closer to Lu Ru and quietly asked, "Who is this person?" Lu Ru responded slowly, "His name is Cheng Ming, a direct disciple of the Grand Elder, ranked 9th on the Qingyun ranking, and has reached the threshold of the Golden Core stage. Even one who has nearly stepped into the Golden Core realm cannot ascend to the 25th step." Yi Chun was taken aback. A cultivator at the brink of the Golden Core stage would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable elder in the outer sect. Yet such a powerful figure could not conquer the 25th step of the immortal ladder? Lu Ru did not shy away from the truth, saying, "Cheng Ming's talent is limited. It is impossible for him to ascend the 25th step while still in the foundation establishment stage. He is merely prideful and insists on suppressing his own level, attempting to ascend the 25th step in the foundation establishment stage. Is there any benefit to ascending the 25th step in the foundation establishment stage?" Yi Chen inhuited. "Certainly. Ascending the immortal ladder is a sacred treasure of our Qingyun sect, primarily used to assess the talents of the sect's disciples. Each step ascended grants the disciple the power to refine their essence and strengthen their physique. If one can ascend to the 25th step while still in the foundation establishment stage, The rewards will be even more abundant, with the chance to obtain precious spirit stones. Upon hearing Lu Ru's words, Yi Chen's eyes brightened. Precious spirit stones are rare treasures. If he could obtain one, it might allow the system to level up. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, staring at the misty valley, eager to charge in. All right, hurry and enter the misty valley to pursue the immortal ladder, Lu Ru urged. Yi Chen wasted no time, nodded in agreement, and then stepped beyond the stone tablet. Heading into the misty valley, the ascension ladder, an ethereal staircase that stretches into the heavens, ascends step by step as if it leads directly to the firmament. Countless ages have elapsed, and no one remains who knows the true origin of this celestial staircase. Even the ancient texts of the Qingyun sect contain only a few fleeting words regarding its existence. This ladder stands as one of the most venerable structures within the Qingyun sect, yet the records of who built it and when remain shrouded in mystery. Yi Chen strode past the stone tablet and entered the misty valley, where the fog immediately enveloped him, rendering him invisible to the view of Lu Ru and the others. Upon entering the valley, Yi Chen beheld a magnificent staircase spiraling upward, shrouded in mist, as if it truly connects to a realm of immortals. Could this possibly be a staircase that leads to the ethereal domain of the celestial beings? Gazing at the mysterious and imposing staircase before him, Yi Chen felt a pang of astonishment as he placed his hand upon the weathered, azure remnants of the surrounding ruins. Slowly closing his eyes, he was instantly enveloped by an ancient aura. How profoundly ancient this essence felt. Could it be that this staircase originates from a time long past? Recalling the terrifying force he had sensed moments ago, Yi Chen felt a sense of trepidation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward. In an instant, as he placed his foot down, Yi Chen felt the world spin around him, and for a brief moment he lost all consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a pitch-black realm, the surrounding mist having vanished as if he had stepped into another dimension. Suddenly, an eerie voice resonated within his mind. Welcome to the first layer of the ascension ladder. This voice seemed to emanate from an unknown source, appearing directly in his consciousness, akin to a system notification. Yet, Yi Chen discerned that this was not a system, but rather a divine thought, a remnant of consciousness preserved since ancient times, eternal and unyielding. Anyone who steps onto this ascension ladder would inevitably hear these words. System, can you detect what this ascension ladder truly is? Yi Chen intuited. After a brief pause, the system, surprisingly, offered no response, as if it were obscured by some unseen force. His brow furrowed in concern at the system's silence. I am the guardian spirit beast of the first layer of the ascension ladder, Guling. Just as Yi Chen hesitated, a faint glow emerged within the boundless darkness, illuminating the space around him. Although the light was dim, it allowed Yi Chen to discern his surroundings. He stood upon a suspended platform, a small area of less than 10 paces in diameter. Any step he took beyond this would plunge him into the abyss below. Beneath the platform lay a swirling chasm, unfathomably deep, where even the power of divine consciousness could not penetrate. A fall from such heights would likely obliterate even a golden core expert. The first trial of the ascension ladder is to conquer a puppet giant whose cultivation exceeds your own by one realm. Only by defeating me may you officially ascend the ladder, the eerie voice continued. Of course, during this time, you may choose to surrender. Should you do so, you will forfeit your qualification to ascend the ladder for 1 month. Should you refuse to surrender, I shall continue my assault until you are vanquished. As the last word echoed in his ears, Yi Chen noticed that the once spacious platform had become crowded with a towering giant nearing 10 meters in height, the guardian spirit beast, Guling. The platform, which had been relatively small, now felt constricted, as Guling's immense form occupied 2/3 of the space, leaving Yi Chen with little room to maneuver. It seemed that each movement of Guling could easily send Yi Chen tumbling into the endless abyss. Upon Guling's emergence, Yi Chen sensed that it was not a true living being, but rather a manifestation of spiritual energy, conjured through a unique secret technique. Despite its lack of a life force, the power it harbored was formidable, comparable to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With its colossal frame, a single punch could undoubtedly create a massive crater in the ground. The first trial of the ascension ladder was to defeat a puppet giant whose cultivation surpassed his own. Yi Chen regarded the giant before him without fear and calmly declared, "In that case, let us not waste time. Let the trial commence." Guling was in close proximity, and as Yi Chen's words faded, a colossal fist, the size of a millstone, hurtled toward him, aimed directly at his head. Despite its immense size, Gu Ling's movements were swift and agile, and the force behind that punch was terrifying, capable of shattering even the sturdiest boulder. Yi Chen's reflexes were equally sharp. As Gu Ling's fist descended, he swiftly dodged to the left, channeling his true essence to launch a counterattack. Flame palm, chaotic fire. Countless flames erupted forth with the force of his palm, crashing into the giant's form. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated as the giant's body was shattered by the force of Yi Chen's palm wind, sending debris and flames cascading like molten lava into the abyss below. Congratulations on clearing the first layer of the ascension ladder. As Gu Ling's form disintegrated, the ancient voice echoed from the depths of the chasm, resonating directly within Yi Chen's mind, just as it had at the beginning. The remnants of Gu Ling's form gradually became translucent, eventually transforming into a small orb of azure light, no larger than a thumb. Before Yi Chen could fully comprehend the situation, the orb darted toward him and merged into his chest. An azure orb hovered momentarily in the air before plunging into Yi Chen's body without warning. He was taken aback, yet he could immediately feel the energy surge within him. As the azure light permeated his meridians, it infused his entire being with pure spiritual energy, revitalizing him as though he had consumed a potent elixir. As the power of the azure orb fully integrated into his body, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming strength coursing through him. With a sudden burst, he unleashed a palm strike. Boom! A phantom of a mighty bull materialized from his palm, exuding an irresistible force. The strength of this bull was equivalent to 9,000 pounds, characteristic of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. To his astonishment, the trials of the ascension ladder not only tested him, but also rewarded him. Achieving such power from merely the first layer left him pondering the potential rewards awaiting him on the 33rd layer. Would he become invincible? Yi Chen gazed at the ethereal silhouette of the fierce bull he had conjured in midair, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Prior to ascending the immortal ladder, although Yi Chen's cultivation was not insignificant, he had been unable to summon such formidable strength as that of a bull. Based on his cultivation pace, he would have required at least another 6 months to achieve such power. To his surprise, having merely traversed the first tier of the immortal ladder, the vibrant azure aura had bestowed upon him such immense strength, enabling him to wield the might of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It was astonishing that he was now to engage in battle with a puppet of a higher realm right at the outset. Under such intensity, it was likely that an ordinary cultivator would find it insurmountable to pass through. He could scarcely fathom what terrifying trials awaited him. Though the rewards for overcoming the first tier were immensely gratifying, Yi Chen did not allow this surge of joy to cloud his judgment. He understood that in this world, opportunities always walk hand in hand with peril. The greater the opportunity, the more formidable the danger. Yet, despite this awareness, Yi Chen felt no trepidation. The platform hovering in midair began to ascend slowly, lifting Yi Chen's form until he found himself 100 meters above ground. Below him lay a vast expanse of mist, boundless and unfathomable in depth. Thus, he entered the second tier of the immortal ladder. Beyond 100 feet, a radiance illuminated the surroundings, revealing a few characters that soon morphed into a suspended pathway, one end connecting to the platform where Yi Chen stood, while the other linked to a stone wall. This aerial path resembled an iron chain bridge linking two mountain peaks, swaying precariously in the air, as if it could cast one off at any moment. Without a trace of hesitation, Yi Chen stepped onto the suspended path, advancing towards the stone wall, and quickly reached its edge amidst the trembling pathway. He cautiously extended a hand, pressing it against the dark stone wall. With a splash, the seemingly impregnable stone wall rippled with wave-like patterns at the moment Yi Chen's palm made contact, sending out concentric circles of ripples. In an instant, Yi Chen was drawn into the wall. A whirlwind of chaos ensued, and consciousness faded momentarily. When he regained awareness, he found himself standing atop the first step. Curious, Yi Chen pondered why the second tier did not require a trial. However, he could not dwell on such thoughts for long. After taking a deep breath, he slowly lifted his foot, preparing to ascend to the third tier. Boom! Just as he raised his foot, an immense pressure descended from above, instantly pinning him down. Under the weight of this formidable force, he felt as if a mountain rested upon his back, nearly forcing him to the ground. Thud! Yi Chen's right foot crashed down upon the third tier, producing a resounding echo. Yet, under the crushing weight, his left foot remained stubbornly immobile. Such overwhelming strength. This pressure was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand on the immortal ladder. Gritting his teeth, Yichen felt his bones creak under the strain. After approximately half an hour of adjustment, he suddenly summoned his strength and gradually lifted his left foot, channeling his true essence to propel himself forward, landing forcefully on the third tier. Boom! As both feet settled on the third tier, another wave of powerful pressure descended, compounding with the previous force, firmly pinning Yi Chun in place. Under the weight of these two forces, even breathing became a laborious task. After an hour of strenuous effort, Yi Chun finally acclimated to the oppressive weight, laboriously lifting his foot to step onto the fourth tier. Upon stepping onto the fourth tier, the pressure multiplied exponentially, quadrupling that of the second tier. Under this immense burden, Yi Chun's legs buckled significantly, and expletives erupted in his mind. What the hell, if the fourth tier is this terrifying? How will the subsequent tiers crush me into a mere husk? After a considerable time, bolstered by his true essence, Yi Chun felt he could advance further. Clenching his teeth and enduring the crushing weight on his back, he stepped onto the fifth tier. Upon landing on the fifth tier, the pressure vanished in an instant, and the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically. The space remained shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the realm he had entered on the first tier. Congratulations on withstanding 400,000 pounds of pressure. You have entered the fifth tier of the immortal ladder. Just as Yi Chun materialized in the fifth tier's domain, a shadow suspended in midair addressed him. This was an entity devoid of a tangible form, resembling a ghostly apparition, its voice emanating a chilling aura that instilled dread, as if one were ensnared in an infernal abyss. Chapter 25. Iron Cage. The fifth level of the immortal ladder manifested as a cage suspended in midair, surrounded by pitch-black iron pillars as thick as a man's arm, each measuring 100 meters in length and width. Yi Chun stood at the center of this iron cage, glancing around and finding no discernible exit, while the darkness beyond seemed ready to consume him whole. He was uncertain how he had arrived in this iron cage, only aware that upon stepping onto the fourth tier, darkness had enveloped him, erasing his consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself trapped within this shadowy iron enclosure. What on earth is the immortal ladder? Observing his surroundings, a flicker of doubt ignited within Yi Chun. How could he possibly overcome the fifth tier? He quickly composed himself and calmly inquired. This immortal ladder was a treasure of the Qingyun sect. He could not believe that any unexpected calamity would arise here. At that moment, a voice resonated from above the cage, declaring, "In this realm of unending purgatory, there exist 3 remnants of mid-stage foundation establishment souls. You simply need to vanquish these 3 remnants to pass this trial and ascend to the 6th tier of the immortal ladder." Yi Chun turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, perceiving a vague black silhouette blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, "What if I cannot defeat the 3 remnants? If you are unable to prevail, you may concede. Should you refuse to yield, the remnants will relentlessly assault you until no life force remains in this realm of unending purgatory." The shadowy figure replied once more, "Then let us begin." Yi Chun nodded slightly, releasing his spiritual energy and adopting a vigilant stance. The trial of the 5th tier required him to simultaneously contend with 3 adversaries of a higher realm, and the remnants in this tier differed significantly from the giants he had faced before, particularly within this shrouded space, where visibility was severely limited. The remnants could conceal themselves in the darkness, making this trial even more perilous than the first tier. Swish! 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 Suddenly, 3 dark figures surged out from beyond the iron cage, resembling specters, devoid of any life essence, merely pulsating with a faint aura, their speed astonishingly swift. Even in normal conditions, one would struggle to catch a glimpse of their forms. Fortunately, Yi Chun had dispersed his spiritual power from the very beginning, allowing him to react the moment the 3 remnants of souls surged forth. With a swift motion, he executed the crushing gold finger. The speed at which Yi Chun struck was astonishing. His fingertip pierced through one of the shadowy figure's chest in an instant, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the figure into countless fragments, transforming it into a wisp of black smoke. Even though his opponent was a level above him, Yi Chun's combat techniques had undergone systematic enhancement, enabling him to slay the foe in a single strike. However, to his astonishment, The very shadow he had just obliterated began to coalesce once more, silently appearing behind him, its sharp claws poised to strike at his back. It was impossible that it had not perished. A wave of intense murderous intent emanated from behind him, sending a chill coursing through Yi Chen's heart. After all, this was a formidable adversary, and the force behind that strike was no trivial matter. Were he to be struck by that shadow, he would likely be cleaved in two. Boom! Yi Chen forcefully sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the attack, though the fabric of his clothing was torn, leaving 3 bloody gashes on his back, blood seeping forth. Yet, there was no time for Yi Chen to tend to his wounds. Before he could regain his footing, the other 2 shadows had already launched their assaults. One aimed for his head, while the other targeted his heart. The 2 shadows approached with overwhelming ferocity, seemingly intent on claiming Yi Chen's life. The 3 shadows converged from different directions, effectively sealing off all of Yi Chen's escape routes. Their synchronized attacks were seamless, as though they were one entity. Flame palm, chaotic flow fire. Yi Chen's true essence surged within him, and he unleashed a palm strike, sending a torrent of blazing flames towards the 3 shadows. The flames burned with an extraordinary intensity, instantly piercing through one shadow's chest, igniting a conflagration that rapidly spread across its form, creating a gaping hole the size of a human head. Yet, astonishingly, the shadow seemed impervious to pain, continuing its relentless assault on Yi Chen despite the grievous injury. Although its advance had been momentarily slowed, Yi Chen seized the opportunity, channeling his true essence into his feet, and executed a swift maneuver, vanishing from his original position. Boom! 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 The moment Yi Chen disappeared, the sounds of 3 attacks reverberated simultaneously, causing the entire iron prison to tremble. Acknowledging the formidable power of these shadows, Yi Chen dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. Upon breaking free from their encirclement, his true essence surged once more, and his index finger radiated golden light. Crushing gold finger before the 3 shadows could react, Yi Chen struck out 3 times in quick succession. The force of the crushing gold finger was unparalleled, instantly reducing the shadows to mere fragments. However, he knew this alone would not defeat them, as the fragments would soon reassemble. Thus, while shattering their forms, Yi Chen concentrated all his true essence and unleashed the flame palm. Chaotic flow fire from his palm, raining down countless meteor-like flames. The remnants of souls were of the yin, while the crimson flames represented the yang. No matter how powerful or indestructible these remnants were, under the searing heat of the red flames, they would ultimately be reduced to nothingness. As the 3 shadows were engulfed in the scorching flames, it took mere moments for them to be completely incinerated, vanishing without a trace, unable to reconstitute themselves. Congratulations! You have passed the 5th level of the ascending immortal stairs. A voice, ethereal and disembodied, echoed within Yi Chen's mind. Before he could even catch his breath, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him, reappearing on the ascending steps. His right foot still poised as it slowly descended onto the 5th step. How swift! In less than half an hour, he had already passed the trial of the 5th level of the ascending immortal stairs. Outside the Mist Valley, Cheng Meng stood before an ancient stone tablet, gazing at the flickering glow representing the 5th level of the ascending immortal stairs, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Although nearly every inner disciple of the Qingyun sect could ascend to the 5th level, it did not imply that the trial of the 5th level was simple or easy. Among their generation, the most gifted disciple had taken a full half-hour to pass the 5th level on his first attempt. He never expected that this youth, who had only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, would complete the ascent in less than half an hour. Beside him, Lu Ru watched Yi Chen successfully pass the 5th level with a mixture of shock, taking out a communication talisman to relay the news back. Upon the ascending immortal stairs, Yi Chen cautiously took a step forward. The moment his right foot touched down, countless tendrils of black gas surged toward him, rushing into his body before he could fully comprehend what was happening. The ethereal black mist converged upon his mind, coalescing into a strand of consciousness. This consciousness, a force that only cultivators who primarily focused on spiritual power could manifest, held power equivalent to that of a foundation establishment cultivator in the early stages. Yi Chen could hardly believe that the reward for passing the 5th level was a direct grant of consciousness, a boon that would take years of arduous training for those who specialized in spiritual cultivation. After receiving the reward from the 5th level, Yi Chen felt an intensified urgency to ascend to even greater heights. The acquisition of this consciousness greatly enhanced his combat capabilities, a distinctly palpable sensation coursing through him, as if his body brimmed with newfound strength, sharpening his senses to an unprecedented degree. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the 6th level of the ascending immortal stairs. Boom! The moment he fully stood on the 6th level, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically, with an inferno of flames erupting from all directions, engulfing Yi Chun entirely. What in the world? Taken aback by the sudden onslaught of flames, Yi Chun's heart raced. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been consumed by the fire. What exactly is this ascending immortal stairs to unleash such a cataclysmic firestorm? Yi Chun summoned his true essence, erecting a protective barrier around himself to fend off the raging inferno. After a brief adjustment, he pressed onward, advancing to the next level. The 7th level still bore the wrath of the raging flames, but their intensity had more than doubled compared to the 6th level. At such temperatures, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator would struggle to endure. However, for Yi Chun, this presented no significant challenge. Bolstered by the system, his fire resistance had significantly improved. Among the 5 elemental forces, he was least daunted by the power of fire. Thus, the overwhelming inferno that would spell doom for others posed no threat to him. Within moments, he had ascended to the 10th level of the ascending immortal stairs. Chapter 26. No kill. Upon entering the 10th level, Yi Chun experienced a dizzying sensation once more. However, when his senses returned, he found himself in a narrow passageway, leading downward in a spiral. Yi Chun proceeded with caution, wary of any potential dangers ahead. Before stepping onto the celestial stairway, Lu Ru had clearly communicated to him that the 10th level of the stairway marked a significant turning point. Many prodigies from the inner sect had faltered at this very level, including those who were exceptionally talented and possessed overwhelming prowess. After traversing a narrow passage for approximately half an hour, Yi Chun found himself entering a pitch-black cavern, where an ancient staircase coiled downward. The surrounding silence was eerily profound, devoid of any sound except for the echo of his own footsteps. This path seemed interminable, descending endlessly as if it led to the underworld, instilling a sense of trepidation. Initially cautious, Yi Chun gradually quickened his pace after covering several hundred meters without any alteration in his surroundings, allowing his previously anxious heart to ease slightly. He surged forward, covering nearly 1,000 meters in just a few minutes. Yet even then, the end remained elusive, as if he were merely treading in place despite the considerable distance traveled. Strange. Could it be that everything around him was merely an illusion conjured by a formation? Abruptly halting, Yi Chun scrutinized his surroundings, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. Having traversed several thousand meters, the path ahead still stretched infinitely, and he found it hard to believe that such an extensive road could exist within the celestial stairway. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun's gaze fell upon the stone wall to his right, and he summoned the true essence within him, unleashing a powerful strike against the wall. The force behind this strike was formidable, equivalent to several thousand pounds. Boom! The impact of his palm struck the ancient stone wall with tremendous force, yet it left not even a crack. Instead, a counteracting force jolted through Yi Chun's arm, rendering it numb. How solid! Yi Chun retracted his trembling arm, staring in astonishment at the stone wall before him. What manner of place was this? What was the true test of the 10th level of the celestial stairway? Could it be that this labyrinthine space was the reason countless prodigies had been thwarted here? Furrowing his brow in deep thought, Yi Chun resolved not to proceed further just yet. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture, extending his consciousness outward to explore the stone walls in all directions. In dire circumstances, one must remain calm. Since the celestial stairway was merely a trial for the inner disciples of Qingyun's sect, this space could not be designed to ensnare them indefinitely. A genuine path must exist. The ephemeral power of the mind could penetrate all illusions, and with sufficient patience, he was certain he could discern the correct path in this labyrinthine realm. Yi Chun sat motionless in the narrow, dark passage for nearly an hour, enveloped in the power of his consciousness. Under his control, that essence continuously radiated outward in all directions. Breakthrough! After several more minutes, Yi Chun's previously closed eyes suddenly flew open, and he let out a mighty shout as boundless mental energy surged forth from his body. At that moment, the surrounding stone walls began to collapse. Yi Chun had been correct. He was indeed ensnared within a formation, albeit a rather unique one that could not be shattered through sheer brute force. It required the use of mental prowess to navigate this maze. It was no wonder Lu Ru had earlier indicated that to pass the trial of the celestial stairway, one must rely more on intellect and talent rather than merely strength of cultivation. For instance, if a powerful cultivator relied solely on brute force, even exhausting all their true essence, they might still be unable to breach this formation. As the stone walls shattered around him, light gradually seeped in, and the narrow path that had once lay before Yi Chen vanished. His body began to float downward, and the scenery before him underwent a dramatic transformation. Before long, he found himself before a grand palace. He soon descended onto the crimson-tiled roof of the palace. Congratulations on entering the 10th level of the celestial stairway. The city of no slaughter, a vague, ethereal voice echoed in his mind as he landed on the red tiles. Clearly, this was the true trial of the 10th level. The dark, narrow passage was merely an initial test. To ascend further, one must conquer this checkpoint. The space was enclosed, featuring a circular stone, about the size of a basin, suspended in mid-air, radiating a white glow reminiscent of a full moon, casting its light upon the vast palace city below. Yi Chen stood atop the crimson tiles, gazing up at the peculiar moon above. This moon appeared several times larger than that of the real world and emitted a far brighter light, yet it also exuded an unsettling aura. Looking downward, he observed that behind the palace lay a labyrinth of ancient structures with green tiles, densely clustered to form a vast city. An eerie silence enveloped the entire city, devoid of any signs of life, as if it were a desolate city buried beneath the earth for millennia. In the city of no slaughter, was there truly no slaughter? Yi Chen pondered this as he surveyed the scene before him. The realm of no slaughter was vast and silent, with palatial structures soaring into the sky. It seemed as though the entirety of the 10th level of the celestial stairway comprised this city of no slaughter. The ancient palaces exuded a sense of antiquity, their origins lost to time. The streets were riddled with cracks, and all the palace doors were firmly shut. As Yi Chen wandered through the streets, he sensed a palpable atmosphere of danger emanating from within those closed buildings, making him hesitant to approach them. The emptiness of the city of no slaughter was overwhelming. It stretched endlessly before him. After wandering for quite some time, he realized he had only explored a corner of the city, having barely scratched the surface. Upon entering this place, he had only encountered a solitary phrase in his mind. No one had informed him how to successfully navigate this trial. It appeared that the 10th level of the celestial stairway was unlike any previous ones, resembling a miniature secret realm. He marveled at the extraordinary nature of the celestial stairway and speculated on the identity of its creator. As Yi Chen roamed the city, his heightened perception, bolstered by his consciousness, allowed him to sense an ancient energy emanating from deep within the earth, as though the very heart of the celestial stairway converged there. Though this was merely his intuition, lacking concrete evidence, Yi Chen was confident in its validity. The celestial stairway undoubtedly had a profound origin. Just as Yi Chen prepared to delve deeper into his exploration, a low, resonant chime echoed from above him. The sound of the bell was profound and resonant, reverberating through the air with an imposing grandeur. Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly, and he paused his steps, captivated by the sound. Meanwhile, above his head, ancient and colossal palaces descended from the heavens, crashing down with a thunderous force, accompanied by a distinct sound of wind that echoed clearly, as though a great mountain had been toppled. Has it finally begun? Yi Chen gazed at the palaces plummeting from above, not in panic, but rather relieved. As his previously anxious heart settled, at times, the terror of the unknown can be far more daunting than the dangers that are starkly present. This realm of no slaughter had been unnaturally silent, eerily so, and while the rain of palaces from above presented considerable peril, it was a danger that could be anticipated, far more bearable than an unpredictable threat. Swish! Yi Chen's figure shot forth like a sword, without a moment's hesitation, his true essence coalescing as he propelled himself upward, radiating a sharp energy akin to a white rainbow, piercing the sun. In an instant, he pierced through one of the palatial structures and soared into the air, before crashing down with a mighty palm strike. His hand accelerated the palace's descent. Just then, an eerie aura surged from within the palace, shattering it instantly. Countless debris exploded outward, and from the ruins emerged a gigantic python, measuring several dozen meters in length, coiling atop the wreckage. It opened its maw, revealing a blood-red forked tongue that sent chills down one's spine, accompanied by a surge of black mist that corroded everything it touched, reducing it to nothingness. Chapter 27. A leap across 5 levels within the immense palace, a gigantic python lay coiled. This sight astonished Yi Chun as he beheld its scales, each the size of a palm, from which dark liquid seeped, exuding a potent toxin, with its crimson tongue flicking menacingly. Without allowing Yi Chun a moment to react, the python, thicker than a barrel and measuring several dozen meters in length, lunged forward, soaring through the air and crashing into another palace, its scales glowing ominously as it charged toward him. So powerful! Yi Chun was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of the massive python, quickly channeling his true essence. Just as the python's gaping maw was about to close around him, he darted aside. Even though Yi Chun's reflexes were remarkably swift, his sleeve was nonetheless tainted by the toxic mist exhale from the python's mouth. This venom was extraordinarily potent. Merely a trace was enough to corrode his sleeve into black ash, while a chilling aura invaded his arm. What a fearsome toxin! Yi Chun immediately sensed the frigid energy infiltrating his body, causing his heart to sink. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his fire essence to expel the cold toxin. It must be said, the cold emitted by the python was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the system-enhanced potency of Yi Chun's fire essence, he would have struggled to purge the toxin. Once he expelled the cold poison, Yi Chun landed on the ground, but the enormous python soon followed, diving toward him. Its massive form shrouded in a black mist that radiated an unbearable chill, accompanied by a foul odor that unsettled the senses. Boom! At that moment, another azure palace materialized from an unknown source, hurtling toward Yi Chun's position. His brow furrowed as he swiftly sidestepped. The colossal palace crashed down, stirring up clouds of dust and debris, transforming into a heap of ruins. From within the rubble, a gigantic scorpion emerged, towering at least 10 meters high, its tail emitting a plume of black poison, exuding terror, while its 2 massive pincers gleamed like steel blades. Without any pause, the giant scorpion charged at Yi Chun, swinging its formidable pincers. With each step, the ground trembled beneath its weight, shattering the stone slabs as it closed in on him at lightning speed. With a python poised to strike above and a scorpion brandishing lethal pincers before him, Yi Chun felt a twinge of fear. Swish! Just as the 2 monstrous attacks were about to land on him, he vanished in an instant, evading their deadly embrace by a mere breath, leaving behind a deep pit where he once stood. Observing this disconcerting scene, Yi Chun shuddered involuntarily. What kind of nightmare is this? Could it be that every palace in this realm of no slaughter harbors such formidable beasts? Yi Chun swiftly scanned his surroundings. This realm was vast, with at least 800 palaces, and if each housed a beast of such strength, he would surely meet his end today. As if to affirm his fears, over a dozen palaces began to tremble simultaneously. Boom! The palaces ascended into the air, each exuding a terrifying power before hurtling toward Yi Chun. The sight of these mountain-like structures soaring towards him was a grand spectacle, profoundly intimidating. Witnessing this, Yi Chun could not help but curse under his breath. What a farce this so-called realm of no slaughter is. It is a veritable den of death. Flame palm, chaotic fire. Yi Chun rapidly gathered his true essence, unleashing a powerful strike, sending forth a multitude of fireballs like shooting stars that penetrated several palaces. His fire essence, enhanced by his system, was significantly more potent than that of ordinary fire cultivators, causing blood mist to erupt from the penetrated palaces, followed by anguished howls as numerous beasts were ignited to ashes. Swish! Faced with the onslaught of multiple palaces, Yi Chun did not dare to underestimate the threat. He pushed his speed to the limit, moving like a specter through the chaos, continuously conjuring fire essence to unleash a barrage of palm strikes. In less than half an hour, Yi Chun had already destroyed numerous palaces, vanquishing the beasts within, including enormous pythons, towering lizards, and massive centipedes, each exuding formidable energy. The creatures struck by his flame palm were quickly consumed by the searing flames, yet they exploded into clouds of poisonous gas, coalescing into a toxic miasma that loomed ominously above him, pressing down like a shroud. Glancing up at the dense toxic cloud, Yi Chun furrowed his brow and concentrated his true essence once more, unleashing a wave of flames to disperse the noxious vapor. Just as the cloud dissipated, a greater horde of beasts emerged from the palaces, a dark mass that blotted out the sky, instilling dread in the hearts of all who beheld them. Truly relentless. Observing the swarm of monstrous creatures, Yichen snorted coldly, unwilling to linger any longer. He stomped his foot, and a formation instantly spread from his center, enveloping nearly the entire city. Within this formation, visible sword energy darted about, emanating an aura of lethal intent. With a cold snort, the sword formation suddenly erupted, radiating dazzling beams of light, and the sharp sword energy scattered in all directions. Each strand of sword energy accurately pierced through the giant beasts diving towards Yichen, leaving them no opportunity to evade. In an instant, torrents of blood cascaded down from the heavens like misty rain. Within a mere span of time, the sky was littered with the corpses of the colossal beasts, transforming the city of No-Kill into a scene reminiscent of hell itself. As the multitude of beasts fell, a glimmer of light descended from the sky. The eerie full moon hung high above, emitting a mysterious, pure, and tranquil radiance. Congratulations on passing the 10th level of the celestial ladder. As this sudden proclamation echoed in his mind, a beam of light descended from the full moon above, converging above Yi Chen's head. A surge of enigmatic power rushed into Yi Chen's spiritual consciousness, giving birth to a second strand of divine awareness. Astonished, Yi Chen felt the transformation within his brain's spiritual platform. It is worth noting that cultivating divine awareness is exceedingly difficult. Even cultivators specializing in the spirit realm require years to condense a single strand. However, Yi Chen had managed to condense 2 strands in less than a day, making the rewards of ascending the celestial ladder truly astonishing. Boom! Just as Yi Chen was grappling with his astonishment, the city of No-Kill began to tremble violently. The ground caved in, and debris crumbled, revealing a long pathway before him. Without hesitation, Yi Chen stepped boldly onto the newly revealed path. Upon entering the deep corridor, Yi Chen initially expected to reappear within the celestial ladder as before, but he felt no change in the surroundings. The corridor remained as deep and enigmatic as ever, with no indication of its destination. Though slightly puzzled, he pressed onward. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yi Chen perceived a glimmer of light ahead. Following its direction, he soon found himself in a room. "Welcome to the 15th level of the celestial ladder." A voice resonated, not within his mind, but from a woman clad in black. Standing a short distance away, the 15th level of the celestial ladder? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't he just been at the 10th level? How had he suddenly jumped 5 levels to the 15th? Indeed, this is the testing ground for the 15th level of the celestial ladder, the woman in black stated slowly. With her confirmation, Yi Chen, though still puzzled, chose not to linger in questions and began to survey his surroundings. The testing ground for the 15th level starkly contrasted with the previous perilous locations, vastly exceeding Yi Chen's expectations. It was remarkably ordinary, filled with shelves laden with books, and adorned with ancient paintings, exuding an air of antiquity. However, the sheer normalcy of the place caused Yi Chen's heart to hang in suspense. He was well aware that previous testing grounds had been fraught with danger. Yet, here in the 15th level, a serene atmosphere permeated the air. It seemed that this 15th level marked a watershed moment in the ascension of the celestial ladder. From this point onward, the subsequent trials would diverge significantly from those that preceded them. Chapter 28. Fierce battle. The room was quite spacious, with only a few bookshelves and a black desk. The woman in black sat before the desk, holding an open bamboo scroll, her eyes vacant as they rested on Yi Chen, a faint smile adorning her lips. "You are the guardian of the 15th level of the celestial ladder?" Yi Chen inquired with a smile. "Indeed, that is I," the woman replied with a gradual smile. "I am Gu Yun at the 2nd tier of the Golden Core realm. If you can defeat me, you shall have cleared this 15th level. Of course, you may also surrender now, and I shall escort you out of the celestial ladder." Upon hearing Gu Yun's words, Yi Chen's brows furrowed in surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a formidable trial at the 15th level, facing a powerhouse of the Golden Core level, a whole realm above him. However, Yi Chen was not one to retreat easily. Observing Gu Yun's slight smile, he shook his head. His goal was to reach the peak of the 33 levels. He would not halt here. As Gu Yun tightened her grip on the bamboo scroll, her smile gradually faded, and her expression turned serious. "You must consider carefully. Once we engage, I will show no mercy, and you may not even have the chance to concede." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen replied earnestly, Let us begin. Now possessing two strands of divine awareness, Yi Chen's perception surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. After a brief assessment, he sensed that the woman before him possessed an incomplete divine soul, seemingly only one-third intact. While she indeed had the combat prowess of the second tier of the Golden Core realm, he felt no fear towards one with an incomplete soul. His curiosity about Gu Yun deepened. He was intrigued as to how someone with a divided divine soul could still thrive. However, there was no time for contemplation. The moment his words fell, Gu Yun had already made her move. The true essence within her surged forth, shattering the bamboo scroll in her grasp into 18 shards, which then hurtled towards Yi Chen like a rain of swords. Each shard was enveloped in true essence, effectively sealing off all avenues for Yi Chen's retreat. It was evident that no matter which direction he moved, he would be pierced by this barrage. Since evasion was not an option, he would have to withstand the onslaught. The formation unfolded instantaneously, and a fierce sword energy radiated from Yi Chen's center. Under this formidable sword energy, the 18 shards that had been speeding towards him abruptly halted midair, as though they had struck an invisible wall. As Gu Yun observed the formation Yi Chen had unleashed, her expression subtly shifted, and she nodded slightly. So, you have refined a terrestrial-grade sword formation. It is a pity, however, that this formation is incomplete, and your cultivation is too weak, allowing you to only exert the power of a low-grade mysterious formation. Break! As Gu Yun's words fell, the 18 shards trembled violently, and a powerful true essence erupted from them, shattering the restraints of the yin-yang extreme sword formation, continuing their advance towards Yi Chen. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, it was precisely this brief moment that allowed Yi Chen to flicker away, reappearing in another corner of the room. Boom! The 18 shards struck the spot where Yi Chen had stood, splintering the wooden floor and leaving a massive crater in their wake. Technique, pushing good finger. True essence coursed through his body, and Yi Chen raised his right arm, extending his middle and index fingers. A surge of golden true essence coalesced at his fingertips and shot towards Gu Yun. Gu Yun's reaction was swift. In the very instant Yi Chen's crushing gold finger descended, she too pointed a finger forward. A chilling aura emanated from her slender digit, causing the moisture in the air to crystallize into ice. Under this frigid energy, Yi Chen felt as though he were plunging into a mire, his strength sapping away gradually. It must be said that your innate talent is quite remarkable. Coupled with this sword formation, an ordinary practitioner at the second level of the Golden Core realm might indeed find it challenging to contend with you. Alas, you have encountered me. I offer you one last opportunity. It is not too late to concede now, spoke Gu Yun slowly. Burning palm, chaotic flames. Yi Chen raised his hand, providing Gu Yun with his answer through action. Observing this, Gu Yun displayed no surprise, a faint smile gracing her lips, and chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she unleashed a technique of movement, her graceful figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, moving at an astonishing speed that the naked eye could scarcely perceive. In an instant, she shattered the force Yi Chen had conjured and appeared directly before him. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yun's face was mere breaths away from his own. It was astonishingly swift. His eyes barely had time to react before she stood before him, faster than the speed of sound. Ice cloud palm. A mass of icy clouds materialized within Gu Yun's palm, emanating a chilling aura that made Yi Chen feel as though the blood in his veins were on the verge of freezing. Break! In the face of this terrifying cold, Yi Chen stood his ground, channeling his true essence to its utmost limit, an endless wave of fiery energy erupting from every pore of his body. Under the influence of this potent fire energy, it appeared as though a sphere of flames had coalesced around him. In this clash, neither side yielded an inch. It was a battle of sheer force. Bang! The two opposing powers collided with one another, both retreating 3 steps, their feet leaving shallow marks upon the wooden floor. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged at each other once more. This time, neither employed any techniques or spells, relying solely on raw power. Gu Yun's figure shimmered with a cold light, her skin resembling steel jade steeped in millennia of frost, slender, yet imbued with formidable and sharp spiritual energy. Yi Chen too refused to be outdone, his body radiating a crimson glow akin to a being of fire, exuding a searing heat that seemed capable of incinerating the room at any moment. Thunderous roars echoed. Within the span of a single incense stick, they exchanged dozens of blows. Countless palm prints and punches colliding in the air, the immense force surging chaotically between them, enveloping the room in a palpable sense of impending doom. Yi Chun having possessed un naturel formidable physique. Although he had previously been betrayed by Zhou Yuantong, losing he had since been reborn and systematically restored, rendering his physical strength far superior to that of an ordinary practitioner. Moreover, he had reclaimed his from Zhou Yuantong, endowing his fleshly power with boundless potential. As the battle with Gu Yun intensified, his true essence surged rapidly, flowing throughout his body, increasing his speed with each strike, each palm print and punch growing ever more potent and exhilarating. Eventually, Yi Chen's speed outpaced Gu Yun's. While she unleashed a strike, he had already executed two. Bang! Another clash ensued, both retreating several steps. Oddly enough, Yi Chen couldn't shake the feeling that her combat prowess seemed diminished compared to the beginning. While retreating, this thought persisted in his mind. Yet, he dismissed it and steadied himself, charging toward Gu Yun once more to continue the battle. Their fierce confrontation consumed vast amounts of true essence. Although Gu Yun possessed the strength of the second level of the Golden Core realm, she was ultimately a being with a fragmented soul, unable to match Yi Chen's speed of true essence accumulation. Gradually, she began to falter, her once rosy complexion turning pale as she was driven into a corner by Yi Chen's relentless onslaught. Bang! Gu Yun, acutely aware of her diminishing true essence, resolved not to remain passive any longer. She took the initiative, directing a strike to shatter Yi Chen's palm print, launching an all-out assault with a move meant to bring them both to ruin. Clearly, her intent was to eliminate Yi Chen, even at the cost of her own life. Yi Chen recognized her intention and would not acquiesce to her wishes. When she charged forth, he too did not retreat, but instead gathered all his true essence, rushing toward Gu Yun. Their clash this time was even more ferocious, an explosion of power scattering in all directions, filling the space with a tumultuous force that enveloped their figures, leaving only the sounds of their relentless exchanges. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, followed by a complete dissipating of power. As the energies within the room finally settled, only Yi Chun remained standing, panting heavily, while Gu Yun's figure had vanished, replaced by a black doll clasped in his hand. This doll was exquisitely crafted, identical to Gu Yun, with a trace of spirit in its brow, its ruby lips slightly parted as if ready to speak. Clearly, Yi Chun had emerged victorious. However, it was a hollow victory. His true essence was nearly depleted from the final clash, his body marred by wounds, crimson blood seeping from his injuries, leaving him in a state of disarray. In their final confrontation, Yi Chun had pierced Gu Yun's heart, transforming her into a black doll, now resting in his grasp. Chapter 29. The Stone Giant. What on earth is this thing? Is this truly the reward for reaching the 15th level? Yi Chun gripped the black doll in his hand, feeling a surge of indignation. The doll felt icy to the touch, as though sculpted from ice jade, and its material was peculiar and remarkably hard. Despite fully mobilizing his true essence, he found himself unable to damage the doll in the slightest. Yet, it was merely its hardness that intrigued him. After gazing at it for some time, he had discerned no remarkable qualities. He had nearly faced death, and yet all he received was this trinket, which was far from satisfactory. Nevertheless, Yi Chun did not discard the doll, for he had received commendable rewards in previous trials, and he could not believe that this doll was utterly devoid of merit. He stored the doll away, and just as he did, its eyes blinked slightly. Although it was merely a lifeless doll, its eyes moved ever so slightly. Had Yi Chun witnessed this, he would have certainly cast it aside in fright. After stowing the doll, he took a moment to recover, and soon his depleting true essence was replenished. Once his wounds were healed, Yi Chun resumed his examination of the room. The earlier battle had been intense, yet aside from the bamboo scroll that Gu Yun had previously held, nothing in the room had been damaged during their fierce encounter. The confrontation with Gu Yun had been the most terrifying experience Yi Chun had faced thus far. Even the residual force was enough to raze a mountain to the ground. Yet, within this room, not a single item bore the marks of destruction, which was decidedly illogical. Scanning his surroundings, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the wall behind the desk. On that wall hung an ancient painting, crafted from a material resembling wood yet not quite wood. The artwork depicted a mountainous landscape, with majestic peaks, towering trees, and fine rain cascading down like threads. A narrow path wove through the mountains, culminating in a palace atop the summit, adorned with red walls and green tiles, resembling a celestial abode, akin to a stupa, yet upon closer inspection, it appeared as a Taoist temple. The sacred mountain touched the clouds, while the fine rain drifted gracefully. Although what lies before him is merely a canvas, it seems to evoke an immersive experience, allowing one not only to behold the ethereal charm of the mountains, but also to witness the delicate rain as it gracefully descends. It even appears as if he can hear the faint sound of raindrops landing upon the flowers and grasses of the mountainside, and can catch a whiff of the fresh scent that lingers in the air after the rain. He is unsure how much time has passed, yet the damp sensation on his face jolts Yichen back to reality. At some point, he has found himself within the ancient painting, standing upon a winding mountain path, where the lilting calls of birds flit through the air, reminiscent of divine creatures from the heavens, crisp and melodious. The gentle, soft mist of rain caresses his cheeks, while his feet, planted on the path, become slightly ensconced in mud. How did he unwittingly step into this ancient artwork? Yichen furrows his brow slightly. Congratulations. You have successfully passed the 15th level of the ascension ladder. This voice soon reverberates in his mind. Upon hearing it, Yichen's thoughts are swiftly drawn back to the present, his gaze settling on the path before him. Is this the 16th level of the ascension ladder? Indeed, you are currently standing on the 16th level. The summit above is the 20th. Whether you can reach the 20th level depends solely on your own fortune. The ethereal voice resonates in his mind once more, trailing off as if it had never existed. Yichen pays little heed to it and raises his eyes to behold the misty expanse, where an ancient road winds upward, seemingly without end. Yet he can vaguely discern a peculiar palace atop the mountain. The peaks remain tranquil, exuding a romantic aura in the gentle rain. Yet Yichen senses an unusual atmosphere, a distinctly perilous one, particularly emanating from the palace atop the mountain, which fills him with trepidation. This menacing aura is subtly concealed, akin to a flower laden with deadly poison, capable of claiming a life before one even realizes it. Yichen dares not be complacent. His true essence surges within him, gathering in his palms, ever ready to confront any sudden danger. Taking a deep breath, he steps forward with a resounding thud. Merely taking a single step causes Yichen to immediately feel a cataclysmic shift in the surrounding atmosphere, transforming it into a chillingly oppressive ambience that dispels the earlier romanticism. Accompanying this shift is an overwhelming pressure that descends upon him from all directions, forcing him to half-kneel upon the ground, gasping for breath. The mountainous might is terrifying. Yichen finally comprehends why many can traverse the 15th level of the ascension ladder, yet so few can ascend to the 20th. This formidable mountain force is not something an ordinary cultivator can withstand. Even Yichen requires nearly half an hour to acclimatize before he can rise, and another half hour to take his second step. As he takes a second step, the scene around him shifts once more, revealing a stone tablet inscribed with ancient characters. To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. What profound words! Yichen gazes at the inscription, unable to suppress his admiration. How many in this world can pursue truth and their beliefs steadfastly from beginning to end? If one can attain the Tao of their heart, what does it matter if they must face death? Thank you. Just as Yichen expresses his thoughts, a soft voice suddenly emanates beside him, as though an unparalleled beauty is whispering gratitude in his ear. The sound startles Yichen, but when he turns, there is no one in sight. In an instant, a chill creeps up from his heart. Who was speaking just now? The sacred mountain is silent. The fine rain drizzles like threads, and there is not a soul in sight. Aside from Yichen, there is not even a single living being. Could it be that I am hallucinating? Yichen furrows his brow slightly, then slowly closes his eyes, extending his consciousness to explore the environment around him, yet finds nothing amiss. Realizing this, Yichen dares not linger longer. He channels his true essence to withstand the encroaching pressure from all sides, taking step after step forward. Upon reaching his 5th step, Yichen finally finds himself atop the mountain. Though he has only taken 5 steps, each has been extraordinarily arduous, the overwhelming pressure nearly crushing his bones, and his garments are drenched in sweat. Upon arriving at the summit, the pressure dissipates in an instant. However, before Yichen can even exhale in relief, he is met with the sight of a colossal stone figure towering before him. This stone figure, bathed in a crimson hue, exudes a searing aura, as if it were forged from rock that has languished in molten lava for millennia. The giant is clad in armor, wielding a massive stone blade from which molten rock seems to flow, radiating an intense heat, standing immovably atop the mountain. This ancient warrior has been here for an indeterminate time, emanating an aura of antiquity, yet Yichen can still sense an overwhelmingly terrifying presence from it, akin to an invincible divine general, whose very essence could make one retreat in fear, even in death. Thunder rumbles, dark clouds gather overhead, and lightning, as thick as an arm, rides within them, producing a deafening cacophony that shatters the tranquility of the mountain. Crack! A bolt of lightning cleaves the sky, striking the stone giant before Yichen. With a surge of force, a powerful aura emanates from the giant, as if this ancient warrior, who has slumbered for millennia, is being awakened. This is not good. Yichen immediately senses something amiss, propelling himself forward like lightning. In that instant, the massive stone blade comes crashing down, striking the very spot where Yichen had just stood, cleaving the ground asunder and creating a vast chasm, the force shattering nearby ancient trees into mere splinters. Boom! The giant's feet lift from the ground, revealing two enormous craters. As its colossal form soars through the air, stone blade poised to cleave Yichen. The blade is immense, at least 10 meters in length, and as it descends, the very air it displaces widens into a lethal arc thud, even before the blade descends. The force it generates causes the ground to tremble violently. Yichen swiftly dodges behind the stone giant, channeling a powerful force into his fingertip and thrusting it forward. Crushing Goldfinger, a single thrust could shatter mountains and rivers. The concentrated force impacts the stone giant, sending it hurtling away, crashing into the mountainside and creating a massive crater. Although he has managed to send the stone giant flying, Yichen does not relent. The aura emanating from this stone behemoth is far too formidable to be dealt with in a single strike. He must remain vigilant. Chapter 30. The Palace of Two Instruments. The battle prowess of the stone giant is comparable to that of Gu Yun, likely at the second level of the Golden Core realm. However, its defense surpasses that of Gu Yun by far. Though Yichen managed to send it flying with his full force, not a single shard of its stone hide has been dislodged. The sheer terror of such impenetrable defenses instills a sense of helplessness within Yichen. Boom! As expected, it wasn't long before the stone giant soared forth from the mountainside, its massive hands gripping a stone blade raised high above its head, and then it struck down with tremendous force. The might of this blow was utterly terrifying, and with Yichen's current strength, it was impossible to withstand it head-on. He hastily dodged, but despite his swift reflexes, he was still sent flying by the shockwave emanating from the blade, landing 100 feet away. Boom! 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 Despite the stone giant's immense size, it moved with surprising agility, immediately pursuing Yichen after he evaded, its stone blade chopping down relentlessly, forcing Yichen to retreat step by step. Yichen also summoned his true essence to counterattack. However, the material of the stone giant was a mystery. Its defensive capabilities were astonishingly robust. Even with Yichen fully mobilizing his true essence, he could not inflict a single scratch on the stone giant, and instead, the fierce recoil left his arm aching. So hard, could it truly be impossible to breach its defenses? After several exchanges, Yichen clearly sensed that although the stone giant's combat prowess was merely at the second level of the Golden Core realm, its formidable defensive capabilities meant that even a fifth-level Golden Core expert might struggle to contend with it. The stone giant charged once more, its stone blade razor-sharp, cleaving the ground beneath Yichen's feet and creating a chasm several meters wide. Despite Yichen's quick reactions, the blade's shockwaves shredded the edges of his clothing. One could imagine that had his reflexes been even a fraction slower, he might have been cleaved into pieces rather than merely losing a scrap of fabric. A solution struck him. Suddenly, Yichen's eyes brightened as his gaze fell upon the enormous stone blade wielded by the stone giant, to use its spear against its shield. This stone blade possessed the power to cleave mountains and shatter stones, and it was evident that its material was far superior to that of the stone giant itself, being remarkably sharp and seemingly indestructible. If anything could breach the stone giant's defenses, it would undoubtedly be the stone blade in its grasp. With this thought, Yichen ceased his relentless dodging in the face of the stone giant's fierce attacks, fixing his gaze intently on the advancing foe. He concentrated all his strength at his fingertips, waiting for the moment the stone giant swung down its blade to unleash his own strike. All his power converging at a single point, crashing into the giant's elbow. The two opposing forces collided, causing the stone giant's massive arm to shudder violently, and the stone blade slipped from its grasp, flying away. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chun dashed forward, catching the stone blade midair, gripping the hilt with both hands. The blade was so colossal that Yi Chun's height barely matched the length of the hilt. With both hands firmly clasping the hilt, he raised the stone blade above his head, feeling as though he were lifting an entire mountain. He summoned all the true essence within him to finally swing the blade. The stone blade carved a crescent-shaped arc through the air. Boom! The moment it fell, the blade's radiance sliced through the stone giant's shoulder, severing its immense arm and sending it crashing to the ground. Indeed, this stone blade was harder than the material of the stone giant itself. The stone giant, possessing a high degree of intelligence, was first deprived of its weapon, and then lost its right arm to the very blade it had wielded. Realizing the dire situation, it swiftly turned to flee, not daring to continue battling Yi Chun. It leaped away, covering several dozen feet in a single bound, heading towards the palace atop the mountain, as if something within could provide it refuge. Think you can escape? It won't be that easy. Yi Chun, bearing the weighty stone blade, pursued from behind, the massive edge crashing down upon the stone giant's head, instantly shattering it into countless fragments that rolled down towards the foot of the mountain. Whoosh! From the spot where the blade struck, a fragment of stone erupted, radiating a dazzling golden light. This brilliance was so radiant, akin to a brilliant star in the heavens, that Yi Chun was instantly captivated, snatching up the palm-sized fragment. This piece of stone was peculiar, seemingly possessing a consciousness of its own. Before Yi Chun could discern its true nature, it immediately transformed into a wisp of stone essence, burrowing into his palm. Simultaneously, the stone blade vanished, dissolving into tendrils of stone essence that melded into his body. This scene startled Yi Chun, prompting him to examine his body for any abnormalities, but he found none. The fragment and the stone blade seemed to have completely disappeared without a trace. Although he was perplexed as to why the fragment and the stone blade had suddenly vanished within him, after thorough inspection, he found no discomfort within his body. He chose not to dwell on this matter, instead turning towards the palace atop the mountain. Whoosh! Outside the immortal ascension ladder, a weathered stone tablet suddenly rippled, revealing a mirror-like mystical light. Lu Ru stood not far from the stone tablet, staring at the phenomenon emerging from it, momentarily stunned. Could it be that the young man ascended to the 25th level? Cheng Ming, beside her, was also taken aback, muttering, "How is this possible? He's merely a fledgling who just broke through to the foundation establishment stage. How could he ascend to the 25th level on his first attempt?" Lu Ru scoffed, saying, "What is impossible about this? Cultivation level does not dictate everything on the immortal ascension ladder. Just because you are a mediocre talent does not mean my junior brother is the same." "You!" Cheng Ming's expression darkened, ready to retort, but he was interrupted by a cough. The two turned towards the stone tablet. They saw an elder in a divination robe, having awakened at some point, his gaze fixed on the mystical mirror above the stone tablet, his face a mask of astonishment. Both Lu Ru and Cheng Ming noticed the shock on the elder's face and approached respectfully, bowing before asking, "Elder Kong, is there something amiss?" Elder Kong glanced at them and then returned his gaze to the mystical mirror, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. "That young man has actually entered the Two Instruments Palace." Lu Ru and Cheng Ming exchanged glances, having never heard of this Two Instruments Palace. "May I ask, Elder, which level is the Two Instruments Palace located on?" Elder Kong then withdrew his gaze from the mystical mirror and replied slowly, "The Two Instruments Palace is above the 20th level." 20 levels? How can that be? If it were only the 20th level, how could the mystical mirror appear? Cheng Ming questioned. Elder Kong's brow furrowed slightly, clearly displeased at being doubted, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Cheng Ming. Realizing his mistake, Cheng Ming hurriedly bowed in apology. "Elder, I meant no disrespect. It is well known that the mystical mirror only manifests upon reaching the 25th level. When you said the Two Instruments Palace is on the 20th level, Before Cheng Ming could finish, Lu Ru interjected respectfully, "Elder, I have heard my master mention the Two Instruments Palace, but only in passing. Could you elaborate on what this Two Instruments Palace is and why? Despite being only on the 20th level, it could cause the immortal ascension ladder to reveal the mystical mirror?" Elder Kong scrutinized Lu Ru before slowly responding. "It is common knowledge that our Qingyun sect possesses 9 palaces and 36 halls, but in truth, aside from the publicly acknowledged 9 palaces, our sect harbors one additional palace, the 10th palace, the Two Instruments Palace." The Liangyi Palace can be regarded as the sacred ground of the Qingyun sect's Taoist inheritance. It is said that the revered founder of Qingyun once achieved immortality within the confines of this very palace. Upon hearing the words of Elder Kong, both Lu Ru and Cheng Ming were momentarily taken aback, particularly Cheng Ming, whose face turned as pale as death. The Liangyi Palace, being the cradle of Qingyun sect's mystical teachings, implied that the young man Yi Chen's arrival here could mean he was on the verge of attaining the sect's highest legacy. Should he succeed in obtaining this inheritance, his future would undoubtedly be boundless. Meanwhile, at Piaoyan Peak, within the Qingyun Palace, news of Yi Chen's entrance into the Liangyi Palace reached the sect's leader almost instantly. The leader, gripping the message brought back by Lu Ru, displayed a hint of excitement on his face. After a millennium, someone had finally re-entered the Liangyi Palace, validating the leader's foresight regarding Yi Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, the leader vanished from his location, reappearing outside the ascending immortal steps, accompanied by several elderly figures whose formidable auras radiated power. Qingmin, having encountered these esteemed elders, slightly bowed in respect upon their arrival. It was evident that these individuals were of great significance. Even Qingmin, as the leader of the Qingyun sect, felt compelled to pay his respects. However, the elderly figures did not exhibit any arrogance. Upon witnessing Qingmin's gesture, one of the slightly built elders spoke. "There is no need for such formalities, sect leader. You are now the head of the Qingyun sect, while we are merely old souls nearing our graves. Master, you jest. Your profound cultivation suggests a breakthrough is imminent," Qingmin replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the group made their way into the valley. Chapter 31. The Great Monk at the Ascending Immortal Steps. The mountaintop palace stood majestically, comprising 9 ancient levels, towering like a pillar reaching for the heavens. Yi Chen found himself standing outside the grand entrance, where 3 ancient characters loomed above, weathered and faded by time. A daunting aura emanated from the entrance, and merely gazing at the inscription sent a sharp pain coursing through his mind, akin to thousands of needles piercing his very soul. Creak! Just then, the previously shut doors began to open slowly. Observing this, Yi Chen's brows furrowed in apprehension, feeling an increased wariness towards the palace before him. Yet, before he could ponder further, a powerful force suddenly pulled him inside, leaving him no time to react. Boom! Upon being drawn into the grand hall, he stumbled, barely finding his footing before hearing a thunderous sound as 2 massive stone doors slammed shut. Immediately, the oil lamps surrounding the hall ignited, casting flickering light across the eerie interior, enhancing the unsettling atmosphere. After steadying himself, Yi Chen began to explore the hall's periphery, seeking an exit. At that moment, he halted, catching a whiff of an enticing aroma meat. Although faint, the scent was undeniably real, as if someone were roasting meat within this ancient palace. Yet, how could such a savory fragrance exist here? Could there be someone present? Curiosity piqued, Yi Chen cautiously advanced forward. From the outside, the palace appeared resplendent, yet within, it was steeped in an ancient aura, with dust and cobwebs adorning every corner. Following the direction of the tantalizing scent, he ascended the palace's staircase. With each step he took, the aroma intensified. Navigating the somewhat decayed wooden stairs, Yi Chen soon reached the top. To his surprise, he encountered no unusual occurrences along the way, which he found quite unexpected. Ancient places were typically rife with unknown entities. However, as he entered the highest chamber, his composure faltered. The upper floor was an expansive hall, dominated by a roaring fire in the center, over which a massive centipede was being roasted on a monk's staff. The creature was charred and emitting wisps of smoke. The very scent he had detected earlier emanated from this unfortunate centipede. The one tending to it was a great monk, a towering figure, bare-chested and seated cross-legged, displaying a tattoo of a black dragon on his skin. A monk adorned with such a tattoo could hardly be deemed virtuous. Yi Chen could distinctly sense the formidable power radiating from the monk, surpassing anyone he had encountered previously. As Yi Chen scrutinized the monk, the latter turned to him, offering a smile that was meant to appear benevolent. Yet to Yi Chen, it resembled the grin of a butcher eyeing his prey, sending chills down his spine. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, are you the guardian of this passage?" Yi Chen asked, his brow furrowed, a hint of trepidation creeping into his heart. The monk's overwhelming aura left no doubt that if he were indeed the guardian, Yi Chen's chances of passage would be slim. The monk chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Do not misunderstand. young one. I am not a guardian, nor is there a guardian for this trial. I am simply waiting for someone. Yi-Chen was taken aback by the monk's words. His voice was ancient and frail, reminiscent of an elderly man nearing his end, which starkly contrasted with his imposing physique. If that is the case, I shall not disturb you, he replied, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the monk. Not wishing to linger, he turned to leave. Before he could take a step, however, he felt a powerful force of Buddhist energy binding him in place, rendering him immobile. His internal essence froze under this overwhelming pressure. Sensing the shift in his circumstances, Yi-Chen quickly inquired, "Esteemed elder, you are the Buddhist order. I mean no disruption. What is your intent?" The monk smiled gently, rising to approach Yi-Chen. "Young one, you are mistaken. Where do you see the aura of a Buddhist practitioner in me?" Yi-Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. It was evident that this monk was no ordinary figure, but a formidable presence. Realizing that he had evaded the Qingyun sect's powerful guardians to enter the ascending immortal steps undetected, he understood the gravity of the situation and resolved not to provoke him. After a brief contemplation, Yi-Chen finally spoke, "I mean no offense, esteemed elder. I merely wish to leave and not intrude further." At this moment, his humility reached its zenith, but he had no other choice. His cultivation was simply inferior. But young one, you cannot leave just yet," the monk replied with a grin. Yi-Chen was taken aback, raising his voice slightly in protest. "What do you mean, elder? This is the territory of the Qingyun sect, and should you wish to act against me, I doubt you would depart unscathed. A mere fallen sect. It is not arrogance, but even if your reclusive ancestors emerge, I shall not fear them," the monk retorted. Yi-Chen had intended to leverage the Qingyun sect's reputation to intimidate the monk. Yet he was astonished to find that the monk's strength exceeded his wildest imagination, dismissing the sect entirely. Upon reflection, it seems entirely reasonable. After all, judging by his demeanor, it is evident that he is not a newcomer to this place. The fact that he has managed to remain undiscovered by the formidable forces of Qingyun sect for such an extended period suggests that his cultivation must indeed be formidable. For a moment, Yi-Chen found himself at a loss for words. The monk continued, "Do not worry, young benefactor. I am here at the behest of others, waiting for someone, and I assure you, I mean you no harm." Despite the monk's assurances, Yi-Chen did not let his guard down, remaining vigilant. He held little faith in the notion that a monk would never utter falsehoods. The monk chuckled softly, as if seeing through Yi-Chen's thoughts, and with a wave of his hand, he released the restraints binding Yi-Chen, returning to the warmth of the fire. He sniffed the centipede skewered on his staff and exclaimed, "It is ready. Young benefactor, would you care for some?" Yi-Chen cast a brief glance at him before moving closer, seating himself beside the monk and tearing off a piece of the centipede to taste. It was not that he wished to linger, but rather that he recognized unless this monk permitted him to leave, he would not be able to take a single step away from this place. Thus, it seemed more prudent to sit down openly and observe what the monk intended. He had initially expected the roasted centipede to be unpalatable, yet to his surprise, it was remarkably delicious after just a couple of chews. "Excellent meat, Senior. Your culinary skills are truly astonishing," Yi-Chen remarked with genuine admiration. The meat I roast is indeed the finest in the world. Even the renowned chefs of Zhongzhou cannot compare to my skills." The monk boisterously laughed, clearly relishing the praise for his culinary prowess. After taking another bite of the centipede, Yi-Chen ventured to ask, "Senior, you mentioned earlier that you were waiting for someone. May I inquire as to whom you await? Perhaps I could assist you in finding them upon my departure?" The monk smiled gently, producing a wine jug seemingly from thin air. Taking a hearty swig before handing it to Yi-Chen. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen accepted the jug and took a few swigs himself. Only then did the monk speak. "The person I am waiting for is you." Coughing in surprise, Yi-Chen stared at the monk in disbelief, exclaiming, "You are waiting for me?" "Indeed," the monk replied with a grin. This revelation left Yi-Chen utterly bewildered. He pondered for a considerable time, yet could not fathom why this monk would wait for him here. After all, this was the eastern region, where Buddhism was scarcely practiced, and it was rare for disciples of the Buddhist sect to appear in such places. Since joining Qingyun sect, Yi-Chen had rarely descended the mountains, making the connection between himself and the monk's order all the more perplexing. "Are you certain that the person you await is truly me?" Yi-Chen questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. The monk nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it is you. I have been waiting here for 60 years." 60 years? Surely you must be mistaken. I am but 20 years of age, Yi Chun replied, incredulous. The monk's claim seemed absurd. How could he have been waiting for him for 60 years when Yi Chun had not even been born at that time? Indeed, I have awaited you here for 60 years, the monk reiterated. Yi Chun was taken aback. Could it truly be that he had been awaited? After a moment of stunned silence, he inquired, May I ask what you were waiting for me here? Patience, patience. First, let us finish this meat, the monk replied, continuing to savor the roast. Yi Chun, increasingly curious yet respectful of the monk's wishes, joined him in enjoying the delectable roasted centipede. Chapter 32. Secrets of Qingyun Sect. Let us go. After a satisfying meal, the monk slowly rose to his feet. Though Yi Chun was uncertain of the monk's destination, he refrained from questioning further. He trusted that the monk would not engage in any actions detrimental to him. After all, with the monk's cultivation level, if he truly intended to harm Yi Chun, he could do so with a mere flick of his hand, obliterating him in an instant. Upon rising, the monk did not glance back to see if Yi Chun followed. Instead, he waved his hand, and a portal materialized in the air, stepping through it without hesitation. Yi Chun, showing no hesitation himself, followed closely behind, entering the portal. A brilliant light enveloped him, blinding his vision until, after what felt like the passage of a short incense stick, he sensed the intensity of the light diminishing. Slowly, he opened his eyes and was immediately struck dumb by the sight before him. Before him stood an ancient temple, its dilapidated state evident. Numerous sections of the walls had crumbled, and in the center of the courtyard lay an ancient well, emanating a mysterious aura. Yet what rendered Yi Chun motionless in shock were the grotesque figures of monks wandering about the temple grounds. Despite their movement, these monks radiated a terrifying aura of death, devoid of vitality, with some of their bodies already decaying, exposing the stark whiteness of bones hidden beneath their skin. These were corpse monsters. The dead do not perish but transform into monsters. Those whose bodies decay and stiffen become corpse monsters, while those whose souls linger become ghosts. Such beings are not commonplace. Even an ordinary person would scarcely encounter them, let alone a cultivator who has lived for centuries. Yet here, Yi Chun found himself surrounded by a throng, at least thousands of them. However, it appeared that some force within the temple kept these corpse monsters at bay, as they only roamed within the temple grounds, not daring to step beyond the temple gates. Even so, the sight of thousands of corpse monsters simultaneously was enough to leave Yi Chun startled. It took him nearly an incense stick's duration to regain his composure before he turned to the monk and asked, Senior, where are we? Why are there so many corpse monsters gathered here? Yi Chun's voice was low, as if fearing to disturb the wandering figures within the temple. The monk cast a solemn gaze upon the wandering monks before letting out a deep sigh and replying, This is the ancient temple of Qingyun. The ancient temple of Qingyun? What place is this? Yi Chun inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. He had perused the records within the Qingyun sect's library, familiar with many of the major sects across the 9 provinces, yet he had never encountered a mention of the ancient temple of Qingyun. Do you know what the predecessor of the Qingyun sect was? The monk countered, ignoring Yi Chun's question. Yi Chun shook his head slightly before an epiphany struck him, exclaiming in astonishment, Could it be that the predecessor of the Qingyun sect is the ancient temple of Qingyun? The monk nodded, affirming, That is a fair assessment. 800 years ago, the continent of the 9 provinces was a paradise for Buddhist cultivation, with the forces of Buddhism at their zenith. Among them, the ancient temple of Qingyun was one of the most powerful temples. However, following a cataclysmic event, the ancient temple of Qingyun vanished from existence. And what is the relationship between the Qingyun sect and the ancient temple of Qingyun? Yi Chun continued to inquire. The monk sighed deeply before continuing. The entire population of 3,000 monks in the ancient temple of Qingyun perished overnight, and the temple itself disappeared from the world. It was after the demise of the ancient temple that the Qingyun sect emerged in the eastern region. Are you implying that the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect is a predecessor of the ancient temple? Yi Chun asked cautiously. The founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect is shrouded in mystery, with scant records detailing this period in the sect's history. Very few within the sect even know the true identity of the founder. The monk did not obscure the truth, nodding directly, indeed. Uncertain of the purpose behind the elder's visit, Yi Chun abruptly inquired, What brings you to this place? Given that the history of the founding ancestor of the Qingyun sect was absent from the records of the Qingyun temple, it was evident that this fragment of history must be entwined with some profound secret. He could not grasp why the monk had brought him here, nor why he would divulge such an obscure truth. The monk did not respond to Yi Chen's question directly. Instead, he raised his hand towards an ancient well in the center of the temple and asked, "Can you sense what is peculiar about that well?" Following the monk's gesture, Yi Chen cast a glance towards the well, and in that instant, a blinding light surged forth, causing his eyes to ache painfully, as if they were about to be seared shut. "Elder, what exactly lies within that well, and why does it possess such terrifying power?" Yi Chen recalled the sensation he had just experienced, feeling a lingering dread. The monk's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, shedding the earlier frivolity. He surveyed the wandering monks within the temple before speaking slowly. "Within that well lies a heart." "A heart?" Yi Chen questioned it, puzzled. The monk nodded, continuing, "Indeed, that well entombs a demonic heart. 800 years ago, the abbot of the Qingyun temple, in a bid to save a woman, sacrificed the entire temple, slaying all the monks to gather the life essence of 3,000 souls, crafting an indestructible divine spring in hopes of resurrecting her." Upon hearing the monk's words, Yi Chen was taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. How could this be? The abbot of the Qingyun temple would go so far as to kill 3,000 monks for the sake of a single woman? Surely, one who ascended to such a position is no ordinary person. Yet, even so, to commit such an egregious act for a woman is unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen curiously inquired, "Did the woman ultimately return to life after the abbot's massacre of the 3,000 monks?" "She lived, only to die again." The monk replied. "What do you mean by that?" Yi Chen asked, bewildered. With a sigh, the monk elaborated. "The slaughter of 3,000 monks to forge the indestructible divine spring and the attempt to resurrect the deceased were acts that defied the heavens. When the woman was revived, the heavens darkened, and divine lightning struck, shattering the spirit-gathering array. As a result, the divine spring underwent a mutation, and the woman was instantly transformed into a terrifying corpse creature. In the end, the abbot, to prevent the corpse creature from wreaking havoc upon the world, expended all his cultivation to subdue her, extracting the demonic heart and sealing it within the divine spring." After absorbing the monk's narrative, Yi Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Although the abbot had killed the monks to revive a woman, he ultimately also took it upon himself to slay and seal the transformed woman. Perhaps this was his greatest penance. After a prolonged silence, Yi Chen sighed softly, recalling the monk's initial words, and asked with curiosity, "What connection does this segment of history have with the Qingyun sect?" Though the abbot had separated and sealed the demonic heart within the indestructible divine spring, he realized that the spring could not eternally suppress it. Thus, he placed the Qingyun Buddha Hall, the temple's greatest treasure, atop the entire ancient temple before vanishing into the western lands. The monk explained gently, "Elder, are you implying that the Qingyun sect was founded by the abbot of the Qingyun temple?" Yi Chen queried. "Indeed, after leaving the western lands with the Qingyun Buddha Hall, the abbot wandered to the sparsely populated eastern borders, where he took root and established the Qingyun sect," the monk confirmed. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, astonished to learn of such a chilling history associated with the Qingyun sect. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he inquired with intrigue, "Elder, you cannot possibly be a member of the Qingyun sect, yet how do you possess such profound knowledge of its history?" Yi Chen was certain that even the current sect master of the Qingyun sect might not be privy to such details. Yet, this monk seemed to know everything as if he had lived through it. Could it be? Yi Chen's mind raced with the thought, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded the monk. "Could it be that you are the abbot of the Qingyun temple from 800 years ago?" The monk shook his head gently, stating, "No, I am not. My knowledge of this past is due to the fact that I am the last monk of the Qingyun temple." The revelation left Yi Chen even more astounded. "Elder, did you not say that the abbot slaughtered all 3,000 monks? Then what of you?" Yi Chen glanced between the monk and the wandering corpse creatures in the temple, seemingly doubting whether the monk too should have been among the corpses. The monk sensed Yi Chen's skepticism and chuckled softly. "Young disciple, do you perceive any trace of corpse energy upon me?" Yi Chen shook his head. While the monk's appearance as a bald figure did not entirely resemble that of a traditional monk, he indeed bore no signs of being a corpse creature. When the abbot deployed the spirit-gathering array, a young monk, drawn by mischief, slipped away and thus escaped the calamity, the monk recounted. With this realization, Yi Chen finally understood. That mischievous young monk who had narrowly escaped must indeed have been the monk before him. Chapter 33. The Mani Pearl Elder. Did you bring me here for a specific purpose? Yichen did not believe that the monk's sole intent was to share the Qingyun sect's hidden history with him. The monk smiled slowly, affirming, "Indeed, there is a task I wish for you to undertake. Please speak, elder. Whatever is within my capacity, I shall do with utmost determination." Yichen replied, not foolish enough to entirely close off his options. The monk gazed at the ancient well in the temple, letting out a deep sigh as he spoke. The demonic heart descends upon the world, bringing forth blood and chaos. The demonic heart descends, bringing blood and chaos? Yichen echoed, puzzled. What do you mean by this, elder? The monk's expression grew somewhat obscure, and a flicker of fear crossed his face as he looked at the well. After a moment, he continued, 800 years ago, while the abbot sought to suppress the demonic heart with the indestructible divine spring, he harbored a hidden desire to cleanse the heart of its corpse demon energy using the spring's power, thereby granting the woman a new lease on life. However, he underestimated the strength of the corpse demon energy. Coupled with the intense resentment of the 3,000 slain monks, their bodies did not decay, transforming into corpse creatures. After centuries of gestation, the corpse demon energy within the heart has only intensified. Now, the power of the indestructible divine spring has waned significantly, and should its energy dissipate entirely, the demonic heart will break free from its seal, plunging the entire Jiuzhou continent into a maelstrom of blood and chaos. As the monk's words fell, a surge of ominous energy erupted from the ancient well, causing the 3,000 monks transformed into corpse creatures to become frenzied. Rushing towards the well, bathed in the well's malevolent aura, they emitted spine-chilling roars. Once the most devout of followers, the 3,000 monks had now become malevolent demons, exuding a murderous intent that threatened to shatter the Qingyun temple seal, ready to wreak havoc. Witnessing this scene within the temple, the monk turned to Yichen, stating, "Young disciple, the demonic heart is on the verge of manifesting, and the fate of countless lives hangs in the balance. I have a monumental task to entrust to you." Upon hearing the words of the venerable monk, Yichen was immediately struck by an ominous premonition. Just as he was about to shake his head, he was taken aback as the monk continued, "Ah, indeed, you are the fated one. The destinies of all living beings are entrusted to you. Wait a moment, wasn't that woman already slain by the abbot of Qingyun Temple? How could there be bloodshed across the realm, even if the demon heart were to resurface?" Although the aura of the demon heart was indeed formidable, Yichen could not fathom that a mere demon heart could possess such terrifying power to plunge the entire Jiuzhou continent into despair. The monk let out a slow sigh before saying, "Though the abbot of Qingyun Temple extracted the demon heart from that woman, he did not destroy her corpse. Instead, he sealed it away in another location. Once the demon heart reemerges, it will return to the woman's body. After centuries of gestation, the demon heart has evolved beyond its former self. Once it merges with its physical form, that woman will become extraordinarily powerful. Few will be able to contend with her across the Jiuzhou continent. It is likely that she will slay one person every 10 steps and annihilate a city every 1,000 miles." Upon hearing the monk's words, Yichen nodded slightly. According to the monk, the emergence of the demon heart indeed held the potential to bring about devastation. After a moment of contemplation, Yichen inquired, "What can be done to prevent this calamity?" "There is but one way to stop the descent of the demon heart," the monk replied with a slow smile, his gaze towards Yichen carrying a hint of mischief. "Retrieve the treasured Mani Pearl from Qingyun Temple. By infusing the pure Buddhist power of the Mani Pearl into the Grand Formation, we can reactivate the divine power of the Eternal Spring and halt the demon heart's emergence." The Mani Pearl, a sacred treasure of Qingyun Temple, is said to have been forged from the relics of a holy Buddha. It was the power of the Mani Pearl that enabled the abbot to separate and suppress the demon heart. "Where is the Mani Pearl?" Yichen asked. The monk's gaze fell upon the tallest pagoda within Qingyun Temple as he replied, "The abbot exhausted the power of the Mani Pearl to suppress the demon heart, leaving it in the sacred Buddha pagoda to absorb Buddhist power and restore its strength. Though it has not regained its peak power after hundreds of years, it can still be used to reactivate the eternal spring and suppress the demon heart once more. Then, venerable elder, if you were to retrieve the Mani Pearl, wouldn't this calamity be averted?" Yichen suggested. The monk shook his head slightly, stating, "I cannot go." "Cannot go? Why is that?" Yichen sit. "I must suppress 3,000 monks outside. If I enter Qingyun Temple, the formation maintaining their confinement will cease to function. Should those 3,000 monks escape, The ensuing chaos would be no less dire than the emergence of the demon heart, the monk explained. Yichen cast a skeptical glance at him. He found the monk's words somewhat hard to believe. Yet the monk did not afford Yi Chun time to ponder further, promptly stating, "The Mani Pearl is a treasure of the Buddhist sect. Even after 800 years of restoration, activating the eternal spring will consume a substantial amount of Buddhist power. However, the remaining strength is still formidable. Wearing it will triple your cultivation speed, and it is unmatched in offense, capable of battling the world." As he spoke, the monk's eyes frequently darted towards Yi Chun, eager to gauge his reaction. To triple one's cultivation speed might be an enticing offer to others, but for Yi Chun, it held little appeal. With his own system, merely idling while cultivating could yield astonishing results. Nevertheless, the prospect of the Mani Pearl's formidable offensive capabilities was indeed tempting. Of course, Yi Chun was not one to take such risks lightly. With a slow smile, he replied, "Venerable Elder, Qingyun Temple is rife with undead creatures. With my meager cultivation, I fear I would be torn apart by those creatures before I could even grasp the Mani Pearl." The monk seemed to have anticipated this response, immediately assuring him, "Do not worry, young benefactor. I possess a 4th-tier elixir that, when consumed, will grant you the combat prowess of an initial stage transformation god for 1 hour. With my formation in place, the strength of the undead will be halved, and the 3,000 monks will pose no threat to you." A 4th-tier elixir was an exceedingly rare item, invaluable and beyond monetary measure. Perhaps even Qingyun's sect had but a few. Yi Chun did not decline any further and accepted the monk's elixir. The monk, seeing this, let out a hearty laugh, conjuring a staff from thin air and handing it to Yi Chun, saying, "Young benefactor, take this invincible staff with you." Invincible staff? Yi Chun looked at the dark staff the monk presented, recognizing it as the very staff he had used for grilling meat earlier. What use could that possibly serve? Confusion clouded his face. "Indeed, it is the invincible staff," the monk confirmed, forcibly placing the staff into Yi Chun's hands. Before Yi Chun could protest, the monk lifted him effortlessly and hurled him towards Qingyun Temple. "Wait, could you not give me a moment to prepare?" Yi Chun exclaimed, startled by the abruptness of his launch. Boom! At that moment, a powerful wave of Buddhist energy surged from the invincible staff. Yi Chun felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind, a robust force coursing from the staff throughout his body. Grasping the staff, he felt invigorated, radiant with golden light. With a swift turn, staff in hand and chest held high, he stood firm in midair, then stepped into the void, rushing towards the sacred Buddha pagoda. Before long, Yi Chun sensed he had passed through an invisible barrier and entered Qingyun Temple. As soon as he set foot inside, he was struck by the extraordinary atmosphere surrounding him. A dense aura of death permeated the air. This malevolent energy was formidable. Had he not been wielding the monk's invincible staff, he would have been swiftly eroded by the deathly aura, instantly transforming into an unconscious, undead creature. Roar! As Yi Chun made his entrance, the undead creatures that had congregated around the ancient well immediately noticed him, letting out thunderous roars before charging towards him. 3,000 monks, each exuding a terrifying aura of death as they rushed at him, painted a scene of utter horror. Even a golden core realm expert would likely be struck with dread. Yet, with the invincible staff in hand and an inexhaustible power surging within him, Yi Chun felt no fear, even with 3,000 undead rushing towards him. As the creatures drew near, he bellowed, "Come on!" No sooner had he spoken than he swung the staff with all his might. Thud! The invincible staff, unparalleled in strength, instantly shattered the skull of an undead creature, revealing a faint green source of death that emanated a chilling aura. Indeed, it was a treasure. Yi Chun's heart surged with joy as he realized the monk had not deceived him. Faced with the 3,000 undead, he felt emboldened and unafraid. Chapter 34. Qingyun Temple. With the invincible staff in hand, Yi Chun charged forth like a harbinger of death, smashing through the skulls of numerous undead creatures. However, as they were undead, even with their heads shattered, as long as their sources of death remained intact, they would quickly reassemble their broken forms. Yi Chun did not linger with them, but hurriedly pressed forward, soon ascending the sacred Buddha tower. The tower was enveloped in a radiant golden light, and as he stepped closer, he could even hear melodious chimes, reminiscent of the chanting of countless Buddhas. Under the protection of the Buddha's light and the celestial sounds, the undead creatures dared not approach too closely, standing 100 meters away while directing furious roars at Yi Chun. Naturally, Yi Chen paid them no heed and turned to enter the sacred Buddha tower. "Welcome." As he stepped inside, a low, ancient voice echoed in his ears. The voice was frail, akin to that of a dying person. Yi Chen's expression shifted immediately as he scanned his surroundings, cautiously inquiring, "Who goes there?" "I have awaited your arrival for a long time." The aged voice resonated once more. Yi Chen's wariness deepened as he pressed on. "Who is playing tricks here? Show yourself immediately." Yet, the voice fell silent again, leaving the sacred Buddha tower shrouded in an eerie stillness. Yi Chen stood in place for a long while, but the voice did not return. After a moment of contemplation, he decided not to wait any longer, gripping the invincible Zen staff tightly, while also retrieving the fourth-grade spiritual pill given to him by the great monk, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Ascending the worn staircase, Yi Chen made his way upward. Upon reaching the 6th level, the Zen staff in his hand suddenly began to shake violently. Even as he exerted all his strength to hold on, the staff slipped from his grasp and soared ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen activated the true essence within him and chased after it, rushing up to the 9th level of the sacred Buddha tower. As he entered the 9th level, the surroundings transformed instantaneously, revealing a temple illuminated by Buddha's light. Within the temple, numerous monks were chanting scriptures and meditating in unison, each face adorned with a profound joy. "This is Qingyun Temple?" The Qingyun Temple of 800 years ago. Yi Chen quickly recognized the scene before him as that of Qingyun Temple from 8 centuries past. Could it be that he was ensnared in an illusion? This thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind, prompting him to channel his true essence to break free from the illusion. However, when he attempted to harness his inner power, he found that it had vanished as if he had become an ordinary person. With no other choice, he stepped into Qingyun Temple. The temple exuded an atmosphere of peace, suffused with the essence of Buddhism. Soon, the scene shifted, and Yi Chen beheld a monk clad in a resplendent robe, holding a lifeless woman dressed in white, devoid of any trace of life. Before them stood the monks of Qingyun Temple, encircling the monk in the splendid robe. An elder monk emerged from the crowd and stood before him. Gazing up at the elder, the younger monk's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as he exclaimed, "Why? Why must you press me so relentlessly?" The elder monk sighed, reciting a Buddha's name, then replied, "Hui Shan, you possess the innate Buddha nature. In time, you shall attain Buddhahood. How can I allow you to ruin your future for a demoness?" "So you set a trap and killed her?" Hui Shan glared at the elder monk, who was his master, a figure he had always revered. Even now, as the abbot of Qingyun Temple, he held deep respect for him. Yet, upon witnessing the lifeless woman in his arms, his eyes no longer reflected that respect. "You have come." At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly heard the ancient voice again. Upon hearing it, he felt as if he had been jolted awake. His vision darkened, and when he opened his eyes once more, he found himself back in the 9th level of the sacred Buddha tower. Upon returning to the 9th level, Yi Chen's demeanor became immediately cautious, his gaze alert as he regarded the figure before him. "You have come." It was the same ancient voice, but this time he could clearly discern that it emanated from the old monk seated before him. The old monk sat cross-legged on a mat, his right hand forming a lotus gesture while his left hand cradled a glowing golden orb. The invincible Zen staff stood beside him, evidently summoned to this place by the old monk. The monk's aura was exceedingly faint, as if he were on the brink of death. However, Yi Chen could sense the immense power within him, leading him to refrain from any rash actions. Instead, he respectfully bowed and inquired, "I am Yi Chen, a disciple of Qingyun sect. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." Hearing Yi Chen's voice, the old monk slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, which were deep and penetrating. His breath was faint, and he spoke softly, "You have finally arrived." Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, confused as he asked, "Esteemed elder, have you been waiting for me?" "Indeed, waiting for you," the old monk affirmed with a slight nod. "What does the esteemed elder wish for me to do?" Yi Chen inhuited. The old monk gradually lifted the glowing orb in his hand and said, "I await its master, and you are the one I have been waiting for." Gazing at the orb raised by the old monk, Yi Chen stared intently for a long while before speaking, "Esteemed elder, is this orb the treasured Mani pearl of Qingyun Temple?" "Indeed, this is the Mani pearl," the old monk confirmed. As he spoke, the old monk cast the Mani pearl toward Yi Chen, where it hovered before him. Staring at the suspended orb, Yi Chen was filled with astonishment. for he could sense the immense power contained within it. If fully unleashed, that power could likely level the Qingyun sect in an instant. At that moment, the old monk's voice resounded once again. 800 years ago, to prevent the suffering of living beings, I exhausted the power of the Mani Pearl. Over these 8 centuries, I have relied on the strength of the sacred Buddha Tower to fully restore its power. Esteemed elder, you are the abbot of Qingyun Temple from 800 years ago? Yi Chun was stunned, completely taken aback by the revelation that the abbot of Qingyun Temple, the founder of the Qingyun sect, was still alive. The abbot of Qingyun Temple? The old monk chuckled self-deprecatingly, then replied, Unworthy, unworthy. I truly do not deserve that title. His words carried a sense of regret, as though he lamented his actions from 8 centuries past. Are you regretting what you did back then, esteemed elder? Yi Chun asked cautiously, observing the old monk's pained expression. Yet the old monk simply shook his head slightly and said, To save the one I love, I have no regrets. Alas! Before he could finish, a deep sigh escaped him. Esteemed elder, do you lament that you could not save her? Yi Chun ventured to ask. The old monk did not respond, but instead inquired. Young benefactor, do you believe that all I have done, despite the world's condemnation, is worth it? Yi Chun smiled gently and replied, What is worthy, and what is not, cannot be easily articulated. For you, esteemed elder, even if it means opposing the entire world to secure a glimmer of hope for the one you love, that is undoubtedly worthwhile. However, for the countless monks who perished unjustly, sacrificed for a woman with whom they had no connection, no matter what others say, that is unforgivable. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the old monk's brow twitched slightly, leading him to ask, And what about you? Faced with the passing of your beloved, what would you do? Recalling the sights witnessed upon entering the 9th tier, Yi Chun let out a cold smile and remarked, If the world slays that which I hold dear, what is wrong with me claiming a sliver of life for my beloved from the blood of the world? Furthermore, if one cannot love the person closest to their heart, how can they speak of universally embracing all beings? After listening to Yi Chun's words, the old monk murmured to himself, and moments later, a deep, resonant laughter escaped him. He then continued, with the old monk's final words, radiant light suddenly erupted around his form. Elder, what troubles you? Yi Chun inquired, puzzled by the monk's unusual demeanor. Do not be alarmed. I am but a man destined to perish. My continued existence has merely been in pursuit of an answer within my heart. Now that you have provided me with this answer, it is time for me to depart. The old monk replied with a beaming smile. At this moment, Yi Chun grasped the truth. His survival for these 800 years stemmed entirely from a lingering obsession. Now that this obsession had dissipated, it was only natural for him to take his leave. Yi Chun opened his mouth, prepared to say something, but the monk's voice resounded once more. If possible, I beseech you to spare her life. Upon uttering this, the old monk's body transformed into a beam of white light, rushing towards Yi Chun and merging into his being. Yi Chun was startled, but soon realized that there was no anomaly within him, which brought him relief. After securing the Mani Pearl that floated before him, he bowed 3 times deeply at the cushion where the monk Huishan had sat, reclaimed the invincible Zen staff, and departed from the sacred Buddha Tower. Chapter 35. The Divine Buddha Binding Demon Array. Outside the sacred Buddha Tower, 3,000 monks congregated at the temple gates, relentlessly colliding against a translucent barrier, desperate to break free from the entrapment of the grand formation and escape to safety. The abbot, observing the sudden transformation of the corpse-like monks, felt a surge of joy, knowing that Yi Chun had successfully acquired the Mani Pearl. The sacred Buddha Tower was the foundational array of the Qingyun ancient temple. Once the Mani Pearl left the tower, the barrier sealing the 3,000 monks of Qingyun temple would weaken, which was precisely why the abbot could not enter the temple to retrieve the pearl. As the abbot witnessed the relentless assaults of the 3,000 monks against the barrier, his gaze shifted instantly, and the true essence of his Buddhist energy surged forth. The divine Buddha Binding Demon Array, he bellowed, condensing his internal Buddhist energy into a singular point, which he then unleashed. Boom! The point of Buddhist energy fell upon the skies above Qingyun Temple, erupting with a resounding crash, and a pure wave of Buddhist energy radiated outward, forming a golden array in the heavens. In an instant, numerous Buddhas appeared, suspended at various positions above the Qingyun ancient temple. Under the suppression of these celestial beings, the barrier of Qingyun temple became increasingly impervious, Yet the corpse-like beings continued to charge at it, akin to moths drawn to a flame. However, the divine Buddha binding demon array was the pinnacle of Buddhist formations, and coupled with the innate restraining power of Buddhist energy against these corpses, it was impossible for them to breach this array, even if their numbers doubled. Meanwhile, outside the ascending immortal steps, an increasing number of powerful figures from Qingyun sect arrived from all directions, clearly alerted by the news of Yi Chun entering Qingyun Palace. What is happening? Why do I sense an exceptionally pure Buddhist force? Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair froze, detecting the pure Buddhist energy emanating from the ascending immortal steps. Not only Buddhist energy, but it seemed there were also sounds of sacred chants. Could it be that a Buddhist master is within the ascending immortal steps? Another elder spoke at this moment. The sect leader of Qingyun sect also inquired, "Old Kong, what precisely is transpiring within the ascending immortal steps?" As the guardian of the ascending immortal steps, Old Kong had long resided at the entrance, well versed in any anomalies occurring there. Just as he was about to probe the situation with his spiritual consciousness, he suddenly discovered that the steps had been sealed off, preventing his spiritual exploration. After several attempts, Old Kong found his spiritual consciousness still unable to penetrate the barrier. With a sigh, he shook his head and said, "Sect leader, for reasons unknown, the ascending immortal steps seem to be sealed. This old man's spiritual consciousness cannot enter." Upon hearing this, the other elders were all taken aback. Old Kong was a master of spiritual power, and within Qingyun sect, he was unrivaled in matters of the soul. His spiritual prowess was even renowned throughout the Eastern domain. The fact that he, who had long practiced near the ascending immortal steps, could not access them indicated that something significant beyond their comprehension was unfolding inside. In an instant, the expressions of those present varied widely. Some were concerned for Yi Chen's safety, while others reveled in the misfortune. Within the ascending immortal steps, the divine Buddha binding demon array had only been operational for less than half a stick of incense when beads of sweat began to form on the forehead of the abbot, clearly indicating he was beginning to struggle. "This brat, why is he taking so long? If he doesn't come out soon, I won't be able to hold on." The abbot cursed inwardly as he sensed his true essence depleting rapidly. After nearly another half-stick of incense, the ethereal images of the Buddhas above Qingyun Temple began to grow increasingly translucent, and the abbot's breath quickened. Just as he was about to reach his limit, he finally spotted a figure darting through the many pagodas of Qingyun Temple. The figure moved with astonishing speed and soon appeared above the temple's barrier. "This little rascal has finally emerged." Upon seeing Yi Chun, the abbot's previously anxious heart relaxed, and he reached out with his right hand, commanding, "Come forth." Inside Qingyun Temple, Yi Chun had intended to burst forth with vigor, but he was thwarted by the divine Buddha binding demon array. Just as he pondered how to exit the temple, he suddenly felt a golden light enveloping him. Before he could react, he found himself standing beside the abbot. "You little rascal, why are you so slow?" The abbot, upon seeing Yi Chun's arrival, let out a sigh of relief, but could not help but chide him. Yi Chun, observing the abbot's demeanor, deduced that the grand array surrounding Qingyun Temple must have been conjured by him, and it was now at its limit. Therefore, he refrained from further comment and produced the Mani Pearl, asking, "I have retrieved the pearl. What must we do next?" Upon seeing the Mani Pearl, a look of reverence flickered in the abbot's eyes, and he performed a respectful bow towards it. Though he appeared somewhat carefree and dismissed the 5 precepts of Buddhism, he was indeed a genuine monk. The Mani Pearl, crafted from the relics of the sacred Buddha, elicited a profound sense of veneration in him. After a moment, the abbot spoke, "Young benefactor, the eternal divine spring is nearly depleted. The only way to awaken it now is to cast the Mani Pearl into the ancient well." "What? If I cast the Mani Pearl into the ancient well, how will I retrieve this treasure?" Yi Chun was taken aback, feeling as though he had been led astray by the abbot. The abbot smiled sheepishly and replied, "Well, although the Mani Pearl contains immense power, awakening the eternal divine spring cannot be achieved in a short time." "You!" Yi Chun was exasperated. The abbot's words implied that the Mani Pearl would be irretrievable. Roar! At that moment, the 3,000 corpse monsters within Qingyun Temple unleashed a series of furious roars, erupting with a terrifying wave of corpse energy that collided against the temple's surrounding barrier. With a sudden gasp, the great monk coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. Simultaneously, The ethereal images of the Buddhas hovering in midair appeared precarious, as if on the verge of collapse at any moment. Observing this, the monk quickly steadied his breath and focused his mind, channeling his internal true essence and Buddhist power to barely sustain the crumbling formation that bound the divine beings and contained the demons. He then spoke, "Little benefactor, time is of the essence. This humble monk can maintain this for no more than half a tea's time. Should the divine binding formation collapse, the 3,000 corpse monsters will break free, and then the heart of the demon shall emerge. At that point, even the Mani Pearl would be of no use." Yi Chun, witnessing the turmoil at Qingyun Temple, clenched his teeth and shot a fierce glare at the great monk, choosing not to say anything further. He activated the invincible Zen staff, transforming it into a streak of light that surged forth, instantly appearing above Qingyun Temple. Suspended in the air, Yi Chun retrieved the Mani Pearl, from which a potent Buddhist energy radiated. Under the influence of the Mani Pearl, the ethereal images of the Buddhas surrounding him solidified, as if the true forms of the Buddhas had descended. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the Mani Pearl, Yi Chun felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet he was acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences that would ensue if the 3,000 corpse monsters were to escape. The eastern region would swiftly transform into a battlefield of slaughter. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his inner true essence, aimed the Mani Pearl at the ancient well below, and exerted all his strength to launch it forth. At the moment he propelled the Mani Pearl, he failed to notice a dark speck darting from his body, concealed beneath the radiance of the Mani Pearl, plunging into the ancient well. With a splash, as the Mani Pearl sank into the well, a surge of spring water erupted, radiating a circle of golden brilliance. The power of the light was terrifying, instantly shattering the divine binding formation set by the great monk, replacing it with a formidable aura that engulfed the entire Qingyun Temple. Yi Chun, caught beneath that golden radiance, was violently hurled away, crashing into the ground, creating a massive human-shaped crater. Buried underground, Yi Chun felt his bones shatter from the force, engulfed in excruciating pain, unable to move. However, he soon discovered a golden bone near his heart radiating waves of light. This was the bone that Master Huishan had implanted in him before his demise. Under the glow emitted by this bone, Yi Chun's injuries gradually healed, and he swiftly restored himself, crawling out from beneath the earth. At this moment, he found himself just outside the gates of Qingyun Temple. Peering into the temple, he observed that with the Mani Pearl having descended into the ancient well, the power of the indestructible divine spring instantly radiated outward, casting golden light across every corner of Qingyun Temple. The once frenzied corpse monsters began to quiet down, soon reverting to the scene Yi Chun had initially witnessed. 3,000 monks dispersed throughout the temple, some reciting scriptures in the halls, others meditating on their mats, as if they had returned to the time before their demise. Seeing this spectacle, Yi Chun's anxious heart finally found peace. Yet, just then, Qingyun Temple suddenly transformed into a radiant halo and vanished from sight. Chapter 36. The 33rd layer. With the disappearance of Qingyun Temple, the surroundings began to tremble violently. Quickly, this space is going to collapse. Just as Yi Chun pondered what had transpired, the great monk appeared at his side, seizing him and fleeing the collapsing space. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun found himself back in the 9th layer of Qingyun Palace. The hall remained dim, the flames crackling as if they had never left this place. Steadying himself, Yi Chun turned to the great monk and asked, "What just happened? Why did Qingyun Temple suddenly vanish? And why did that space collapse?" The monk pondered for a moment before replying. That space was originally opened by the abbot years ago. Now that Qingyun Temple has been sealed once more and the abbot has passed away, without the abbot's power to sustain it, that space naturally could not last long. As for why Qingyun Temple transformed and vanished, to be frank, this humble monk does not know. Yi Chun opened his mouth to say more, but the great monk interrupted him, saying, "Enough, the matter is understood. This humble monk must take his leave." As soon as he finished speaking, without giving Yi Chun a chance to respond, the great monk vanished from sight, taking the invincible Zen staff with him. Following the monk's departure, Yi Chun soon felt a force within Qingyun Palace expelling him. This force appeared suddenly, catching him completely off guard, and he sensed a violent shift in the surrounding space-time. Finding himself in the midst of a city. "Congratulations, you have entered the 33rd layer of the ascending immortal ladder." Suddenly, The Xian Guang mirror hovering outside the ascending immortal ladder trembled, sending ripples of light cascading through the air. As the brilliance faded, the once silent mirror now revealed a figure. Almost all the powerful members of Qingyun's sect had gathered outside the ascending immortal ladder. Upon seeing the scene projected on the Xian Guang mirror, every onlooker displayed expressions of shock. 33rd layer? What is going on? Strange, wasn't this lad just at the 20th layer? How could he suddenly appear on the 33rd layer? As they discussed the sudden leap Yi Chun had made to the 33rd layer, the atmosphere outside the ascending immortal ladder erupted in chaos. Each person was intrigued, wondering what Yi Chun had experienced in the interim that allowed him to skip from the 21st to the 32nd layer and ascend directly to the pinnacle. Amidst their discussions, the expression of the Qingyun sect leader shifted, murmuring, "Could it be that the legend is true?" An elder standing beside the sect leader, hearing his words, immediately inquired, "Leader, what do you mean?" Regaining his composure, the Qingyun sect leader concealed his shock, forcing a smile as he replied, "It's nothing. I was merely saying that the rise of our Qingyun sect is now promising." The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, it has been many years since a disciple ascended from the first layer of the ascending immortal ladder to the 33rd layer. This lad is bound to become the cornerstone of our Qingyun sect. The leader of Qingyun's sect gazed at Yi Chun in the mirror, a knowing smile gracing his face, leaving no one aware of the schemes brewing within his mind. On the other side, Yi Chun, startled by the voice echoing in his mind, found himself momentarily stunned, yet there was no time to ponder the situation. For as soon as he arrived, he was met by millions of cultivators, each at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The instant Yi Chun materialized, it seemed as if they were all compelled by an unseen force, launching an attack upon him without warning, without reason. Yi Chun gazed at the cultivators charging towards him, his heart suddenly gripped by a shock. He scarcely had time to ponder how he had unexpectedly found himself on the 33rd level. Without hesitation, he began to channel his true essence, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Boom! 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 One by one, foes were hurled backward, and in an instant, blood sprayed chaotically, filling the air with a metallic stench. Amidst the carnage, Yi Chen's eyes gradually turned crimson, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. The stone knife he had seized from the stone giant materialized in his hand, and a stream of white stone energy silently infiltrated his body. Under the influence of this stone energy, a remnant of Yi Chen's awareness was affected, turning blood red, with a singular thought echoing in his mind: kill. Affected by the scent of blood and the stone energy, Yi Chun was consumed by murderous intent, wielding the stone knife as he charged through the ancient city. In the blink of an eye, dozens of mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators had perished beneath the blade. Countless streams of blood stained the once pristine stone knife, yet astonishingly, the blood soon vanished, as if absorbed by the weapon itself. Had Yi Chun been in his right mind, he would surely have been alarmed by the peculiar nature of the knife, and he would never have continued to grip it. A knife that thirsts for blood. Who would dare to wield such a weapon? However, in his current state, Yi Chun resembled a frenzied demon, plunging into the throngs of enemies, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. In a matter of moments, the ground was littered with bodies, many cleaved in two, others severed at the waist. Under the stone knife, no corpse remained intact. Despite the sea of dead, the number of cultivators within the ancient city was overwhelming. Relentless waves of attackers armed with various weaponry continued to converge upon Yi Chun, surrounding him in a deadly embrace, their fierce assaults intertwining in a chaotic symphony. A foundation establishment cultivator, while not particularly strong, represented a gap that many Qi refining stage cultivators could never hope to cross, yet here they were, countless in number, seemingly endless. Should this onslaught persist, even a powerful nascent soul cultivator would find themselves meeting a bitter end. After all, no matter how formidable one's cultivation, the true essence within is not infinite. Exhaustion is inevitable. Once depleted, the surrounding cultivators would undoubtedly tear their target to shreds in an instant. Moreover, the conditions to pass this level remained a mystery, and the throngs of attackers offered no opportunity for contemplation, as if entering this realm condemned one to perpetual slaughter. Under the assault of millions, to refrain from killing would only invite death. Devoid of self-awareness, Yi Chun became extraordinarily ferocious, his body radiating a murderous aura akin to a deity of death from the abyss. Yet, despite his overwhelming combat prowess, He was beset by countless foes and sustained numerous injuries, crimson blood cascading from various wounds. For over 300 years, no one from the Qingyan sect had successfully traversed the 33rd level. Initially, Yi Chen found it hard to believe that such a venerable sect had been unable to conquer this level for 3 centuries. Had his mind been clear, he would have comprehended the reasons behind this dreadful fact. In such circumstances, regardless of one's strength, feelings of helplessness would inevitably arise, as the number of adversaries seemed inexhaustible, and their strength was no trivial matter. In this environment, one would likely be overwhelmed before they even realized it, let alone hope to advance. Kill. With eyes ablaze with bloodlust, Yi Chen swung the stone knife repeatedly, painting the air red with blood as fragments of corpses scattered about. Though he had lost all sense of self, his body instinctively urged him to press forward. Yet he found himself unable to move even an inch, for the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. After dispatching wave after wave, merely surviving the onslaught was a formidable challenge, let alone taking the initiative to advance. Sister, do you think he can last half an hour? Outside the ascending immortal ladder, a young inner disciple stood beside Lu Ru, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed the bloody scene through the mystic light mirror. Lu Ru's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding chaos, her brows furrowing as she shook her head slightly. Sister, if you were to challenge the 33rd level, would you have confidence? The inner disciple inquired once more. Lu Ru had once ascended to the 33rd level herself and understood the sheer terror it embodied. The waves of attackers were relentless, and she had barely endured for half an hour during her own trial. Recalling that harrowing experience, her expression shifted, a glimmer of fear flashing in her eyes. The opponents encountered on the 33rd level were not fixed. They escalated in strength in accordance with the Challenger-S cultivation level. This meant that the higher 1S realm, the stronger the foes they would face upon entry, with their numbers proportionately increasing. When she had ascended to the 33rd level, she had already reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm, facing adversaries of a similar level, and their numbers had far exceeded those Yi Chen faced now. Though she had since stepped into the late stage of the Golden Core realm, she knew that even at that level, passing the 33rd level was utterly unattainable. Thus, it was clear that ascending the ascending immortal ladder's 33rd level did not guarantee success, merely based on one's cultivation. Chapter 37. Endless slaughter, an ancient city teeming with cultivators wielding formidable weapons, numbering in the millions, each cultivator formidable in their own right. The weakest among them at the early stage of foundation establishment. Powerful battle techniques surged into the sky, causing the very heavens to tremble. Within the ancient city, an unrelenting cacophony of sounds erupted. Screams and wails intermingled, and chaos reigned as if an army were besieging the city. Yet, in truth, within this ancient city, only Yi Chen fought valiantly, single-handedly, resisting millions of enemies. This was an unending battle, a relentless cycle of slaughter, as if hell had descended upon the earth. Boom! Boom! Yi Chen stood atop the ancient city wall, wielding a massive stone knife, his true essence surging with fervor. With a single strike, he cleaved a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator in two. The battle was fierce and brutal, countless corpses littering the ground, numbering at least in the hundreds. The murderous aura emanating from him diminished as his true essence waned. At that moment, a golden light erupted from the bone of the Buddha located near his heart. Under its radiance, Yi Chen's mind cleared, and the stone energy that had invaded his body dissipated. As the stone energy vanished, Yi Chen's blood-red eyes gradually returned to normal. At this point, he had expended nearly all his strength, propping himself up with the stone knife, panting heavily. The sensation of fatigue washed over him. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, daunted by the thought of resting even for a moment. He could not afford to fall. Should he do so, he would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments. Yi Chen surveyed the relentless tide of cultivators advancing upon him, his brow furrowed. Although he saw no glimmer of hope in overcoming the 33rd level, he was unwilling to surrender so easily. After all, he had come this far. To give up now would be an immense pity. Thus, even though the true essence within his body had nearly been depleted and fatigue had almost reached its zenith, the fighting spirit within him did not wane. Yi Chen could distinctly perceive that amidst the relentless battles, his own combat prowess was rapidly augmenting, far exceeding the pace of ordinary cultivation. The struggle for survival was the most potent catalyst for unlocking a person's latent potential. Yi Chen was drenched in blood. Some of it was his own, while other stains were from the opponents he had just vanquished. His hands, gripping the stone dagger, had also become somewhat slick. With a swift motion, he struck down another approaching cultivator, yet his energy and true essence were severely drained, rendering his reaction sluggish. In the midst of dispatching that foe, he suffered a grievous wound inflicted by a swordsman behind him. The cut was not particularly deep, about the width of a finger, but blood gushed forth. Rapidly sapping Ye Chan's vitality. Enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his back, Yi Chen gripped the stone dagger tightly. He channeled all his strength into his arms, wielding the heavy blade to crush the recently felled adversary, reducing bones to mere powder beneath its weight. 3 hours had already elapsed, and yet this young man continued to persevere. The onlookers waiting outside the ascension ladder were fixated on the ethereal mirror high above. Having witnessed Yi Chen's entry into the 33rd level 3 hours prior, and still, the mirror displayed the scenes of his bloody struggle. Since the founding of the Qingyun sect, it was exceedingly rare for someone to ascend to the 33rd level at the early foundation establishment stage, let alone successfully conquer it. While Yi Chen's appearance at this level had indeed astonished many, few believed he could triumph over the 33rd level with his nascent foundation establishment cultivation. Many speculated that he would barely last half an hour. Yet, here he was 3 hours later still fighting on, refusing to concede. This alone was enough to leave the entire assembly in awe. Elder, what constitutes a successful passage through the 33rd level? One disciple inquired of the sect's venerable expert. The elder pondered for a moment before responding. The ascension ladder cannot be surmounted solely through cultivation. If we were to divide the challenges of each level into 10 parts, innate talent would account for half, strategy 3 parts, fortune 1 part, and cultivation merely 1 part. The precise nature of the ascension ladder remains a mystery. Yet it is widely acknowledged that to successfully navigate it, one must possess a blend of talent, strategy, fortune, and cultivation, all of which are crucial, with talent and strategy holding the greatest weight. Thus, relying solely on cultivation without exceptional talent renders success impossible. The 33rd level is the final tier of the ascension ladder. Overcoming it signifies boundless potential for the individual. Yet it also serves as the ultimate test of one's talent and strategic acumen. Since the inception of the Qingyun sect, countless prodigies have emerged. Yet those who have successfully traversed all 33 levels are exceedingly few, and this is precisely the reason why. At this juncture, Elder Kong interjected, stating, "A person of extraordinary talent, devoid of superior strategy and fortune, cannot ascend to the pinnacle of power." The assembly listened intently, though the full depth of their words eluded them. Nevertheless, they nodded in agreement, finding merit in their discourse. Unbeknownst to Yi Chen, who was engrossed in the trials within the ancient city, he remained indifferent to the scene unfolding outside the ascension ladder. Even if he were aware, his focus was solely on the battle at hand. He had nearly reached his limits. Fatigue was consuming him, and the true essence within him was dwindling. The flow of blood through his veins had slowed significantly, and his breaths grew increasingly labored. The fierce conflict had persisted for nearly 4 hours. And this was no mere skirmish against ordinary cultivators, but rather a life-and-death struggle against numerous opponents of equal standing. A moment's lapse in concentration could spell disaster, as he could be shattered by the onslaught from all directions. Under such circumstances, his mind needed to remain intensely focused. The battle raged on, and 2 more hours slipped by, as the sky darkened. Even with Yi Chen's body having undergone systematic enhancements, he still felt a profound weariness setting in. With his true essence nearly depleted, now barely a fraction of what it had been at his peak, his movements grew increasingly sluggish. As the radiant sun dipped below the horizon, the ancient city was engulfed in darkness, and a chilling breeze, tinged with the scent of blood, swept through, carrying an air of desolation. With a multitude of cultivators closing in on him, Yi Chen found himself at the brink of surrender. Just as he prepared to voice his intent to retreat from the 33rd level, the sun vanished completely from the skyline, plunging the world into utter darkness. With the onset of this obscurity, the cultivator who had been charging at Yi Chen abruptly disappeared, his form dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the void. What is happening? Yi Chen mused, momentarily taken aback by the sudden disappearance of his foe. As the figure vanished, others in the ancient city began to follow suit, each transforming into azure smoke and dissipating from existence, including the bodies of those Yi Chen had slain and the blood that had been shed. The ancient city fell silent, the wind whispering softly, imbued with the residual scent of blood, narrating the tale of the fierce battle that had just transpired. Upon realizing that the surrounding cultivators had truly vanished, the tension that had held Yi Chun in its grip loosened, and an overwhelming sense of weakness flooded through him. Just moments before, he had been encircled by hundreds of thousands of opponents, his nerves taut and unyielding. But now, with the threat temporarily abated, fatigue swept over him like a tidal wave. In this state of exhaustion, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep. Yet he bit down on his tongue, the sting dispelling a sliver of drowsiness. He could not afford to sleep. Not now. His injuries were grave, and should he succumb to slumber at this juncture, he might awaken to an uncertain fate. If the sun were to rise and those cultivators returned, he would find himself utterly defenseless. Thus, despite his overwhelming fatigue, he slowly settled into a meditative posture, urgently drawing in the ambient spiritual energy to replenish his depleting true essence. The means to conquer the 33rd level remained shrouded in mystery. He needed to restore himself to peak condition to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In that moment, the spiritual energy of the world surged to life, rushing toward Yi Chun in a continuous stream, creating a vortex of vitality that penetrated his skin, seeping through his pores and into every corner of his being. At that instant, every cell within Yi Chun felt akin to parched earth, greedily absorbing the influx of spiritual energy. Chapter 38. The test of willpower under the full moon. The ancient city lay in serene silence, devoid of the previous atmosphere of slaughter, with even the scent of blood dissipating into the night breeze. Bathed in the moonlight, the ancient city appeared tranquil, free from bloodshed and peril. At this moment, Yi Chun sat cross-legged, hastily recuperating the expended spiritual energy. Although he could no longer sense any imminent danger, an instinctive premonition lingered in his heart, whispering that the current tranquility was but ephemeral. Once the sun rose anew, the relentless tide of cultivators would undoubtedly surge back, launching a ferocious assault upon him. Thus, despite his overwhelming fatigue, he dared not indulge in even a moment's relaxation. He must restore his strength with utmost urgency to survive the trials that lay ahead. Yi Chun's consciousness traversed through his body, with a portion settling upon the region of his dantian. The dantian, a vital area for any cultivator, harbors the true essence derived from the transformation of the world's spiritual energy. Yi Chun, being in the initial stage of foundation establishment, originally possessed a robust reservoir of true essence within his dantian. However, it had now grown alarmingly thin, and the spiritual foundation at the center of the dantian exhibited several fissures, seemingly on the verge of shattering. The spiritual foundation serves as a hallmark for cultivators entering the foundation establishment stage. For those newly entering this realm, the spiritual foundation is merely the size of a fingernail. Yet, as one's cultivation advances, it burgeons in size. Upon reaching the latter stages of foundation establishment, the spiritual foundation gradually coalesces into a golden core, signaling the transition into the golden core stage. Prior to the formation of this golden core, the spiritual foundation remains exceedingly fragile, and it represents a cultivator's lifeblood. Should the spiritual foundation shatter, the consequences could range from a drop in cultivation level back to the chi refining stage to a catastrophic surge of true essence, leading to the complete destruction of one's bloodline and subsequent death. Despite the several fissures marred upon Yi Chun's spiritual foundation, it had fortunately not yet reached the point of fragmentation. As the ceaseless influx of spiritual energy from the cosmos flooded into his body, the cracks upon the spiritual foundation gradually mended, and its size visibly increased, while the true essence within the dantian began to rise once more. As the true essence steadily recovered, Yi Chun soon detected an anomaly within his blood. A trace of white stone energy meandered through his veins. This stone energy had infiltrated his body during the fierce battle, and although most of it had been purified and expelled under the golden light of the Buddha's bones, a portion had eluded the purifying radiance and integrated into his bloodstream. The bloodstains left by the slain cultivators within the ancient city had indeed influenced his consciousness to some extent, yet they had not completely driven him into a state of madness. It now appeared that this lingering trace of stone energy might very well be the root cause of his turmoil. Naturally, this residual stone energy was far from sufficient to compromise Yi Chun's mental clarity. Had it not been for the circulation of true essence throughout his body, he would have been unable to perceive this subtle integration within his blood. As he sensed the peculiar aura emanating from the stone energy, Yi Chun furrowed his brow, pondering, "What is this? The essence bears a striking resemblance to that of the stone knife. Could it be that this trace of stone energy was the very catalyst that drove me into a frenzied state during the day? Despite his ignorance regarding the true nature of this stone energy, Yichen chose not to delve deeper, as it currently posed no immediate threat to him. Instead, he devoted himself to the restoration of his cultivation. The night enveloped the world in a serene embrace, akin to delicate silk cascading from the heavens, shrouding the landscape in tranquility. Yichen sat cross-legged atop the stone platform at the pinnacle of the city walls, beside the imposing stone knife towering 2 to 3 times his height. The knife, seemingly unadorned, revealed upon closer inspection a faint, sanguine vein that pulsed along its blade. With each undulation of this blood-red pattern, the stone knife quivered gently, akin to the rhythm of breathing, though the movement was exceedingly subtle, making it difficult to discern amidst its grand stature. In the aftermath of the recent battle, Yichen had slain countless cultivators, yet he himself bore grievous wounds, with nearly 60 gaping lacerations visible, 2 of which had nearly severed his arteries. Nevertheless, under the nurturing influence of true essence, these wounds began to heal, gradually forming scabs as the injuries from the battle steadily mended. As the moon traversed the western towers, just before dawn's arrival, Yichen's injuries had nearly healed, and his true essence was entirely replenished. He could distinctly sense that his cultivation had advanced significantly. Rising slowly to his feet, he brushed off the blood clots that had fallen from his body. Although his injuries and true essence had returned to a state of equilibrium, even improving, a frown persisted upon Yichen's face. He was acutely aware that another fierce battle awaited him that day, one that promised to be no less perilous than the last. To survive this impending conflict, he needed to prepare accordingly. Taking advantage of the still dark sky, Yichen meticulously arranged the yin-yang polar sword formation around himself. While he could wield this formation with ease, a preemptive setup proved far superior to a last-minute deployment, requiring significantly less true essence to maintain. After establishing the sword formation, he resumed a cross-legged position to recover the true essence expended in its formation. He knew he must remain at the pinnacle of his strength at all times. Before long, the sun began to rise, casting the first rays of morning light upon the ancient city. As the night faded, the once quiet city erupted into a flurry of activity, with millions of cultivators reappearing, their murderous intent palpable in every corner. Some traversed the rooftops, while others sprinted through the streets, each one possessed of a singular objective, to converge upon Yichen. Boom! A cultivator, nearly on the cusp of the later stages of foundation establishment, charged towards Yichen without hesitation, raising a hand to unleash a palm strike. In an instant, azure light blazed forth, bearing the weight of a cataclysmic force. In response to the incoming assailant, the yin-yang polar sword formation activated instantaneously. Countless streams of sword qi erupted, promptly shredding the cultivator into dust. As the first of many attackers fell, a relentless tide of cultivators surged forth, an overwhelming swarm intent on annihilation. The power of the yin-yang polar sword formation was formidable, and with Yichen's current cultivation, even golden core cultivators could be repelled. However, under the frenzied assault of countless foes, the formation could only withstand for an hour before the depletion of spiritual energy rendered it vulnerable. In the wake of its collapse, nearly 160 corpses littered the ground, none intact. With a swift motion, Yichen wielded the massive stone knife, effortlessly dispatching the foremost cultivator. Drawing from the experience of the previous day's battle, he had learned to conserve his strength to the greatest extent, his movements less ferocious than before, relying almost entirely on sheer physical prowess rather than the expenditure of true essence. In this manner, Yichen persevered for nearly an hour. Yet fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him, and the speed of his strikes waned. Recognizing the signs, he plunged the stone knife into the ground and summoned his true essence, engaging in a battle of attrition to gradually restore his strength. Once his true essence reserves were nearly depleted, he resumed the use of pure physical strength to vanquish his foes. Thus, through the delicate interplay of raw power and true essence, Yichen navigated yet another day of conflict. Having learned from past experiences, he bore significantly fewer injuries this time around, with nearly 1,000 corpses surrounding him, each one a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, the weakest among them being in the initial stages. Slaying 1,000 cultivators of the same realm within a single day was a feat that could only be described as terrifying. However, after 2 days of relentless warfare, Yi Chun understood that the cultivators within this ancient city were born solely for battle and slaughter. While their combat prowess was formidable, their intellect was undeniably lacking. One might assert that if, in this realm, Yi Chun were to confront 1,000 cultivators of the same caliber simultaneously, he would likely have met his demise countless times over, rendering the notion of vanquishing all 1,000 cultivators utterly implausible. Even a seasoned golden core expert, having cultivated for a century, would lack the capability to achieve such a feat. As night fell, countless cultivators vanished once more from sight. Clang! The stone blade slipped from Yi Chun's grasp, crashing onto the ancient streets of the city. Though his injuries today were markedly less severe than those of yesterday, Yi Chun remained profoundly fatigued. After all, he had not closed his eyes for 2 days and 2 nights, enduring 2 fierce battles. No matter how formidable a cultivator, exhaustion is inevitable, particularly for Yi Chun, who was merely a novice at the foundation establishment stage. In his current state, he was both weary and haggard, desperately yearning to shut his eyes and rest, even if just for a fleeting minute. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to succumb to slumber. Should he close his eyes, he would instantly drift into a deep sleep, and even the dawn might not awaken him. In such a scenario, his demise would be assured. And even if he were to awaken with the light of day, faced with the reemergence of millions of cultivators, he would have no choice but to concede defeat and abandon the 33rd level. Having persevered thus far, it would be unacceptable for him to yield and exit the 33rd level. Thus he continued to endure with indomitable will. This was a test of fortitude. Amidst the fatigue of slaughter, it was not something an ordinary person could endure. To persevere, one must possess a powerful will, one that is unafraid of death and resolute to the end. Chapter 39. A month when the 33rd level of the ascending immortal ladder was shrouded in darkness, the outside world also descended into night. At this juncture, 6 days had passed since Yi Chun entered the 33rd level. Suspended high above on a towering stone tablet, the mystic light mirror emitted its radiant glow, resembling a lantern amidst the night, its azure light unwavering even after 6 days. Remarkably, this young man had managed to endure 6 days within the 33rd level, an extraordinary feat indeed. Outside the ascending immortal ladder, a multitude continued to gather, and despite the passage of 6 days, the crowd only grew larger. While many from the Qingyun sect had never ventured into the 33rd level, they possessed a modicum of awareness regarding its perils. To remain for 6 consecutive days within such a treacherous domain was an exceedingly rare occurrence. After all, 6 days had elapsed, and even golden core experts could not completely fast. Only those who attained the nascent soul stage could entirely liberate themselves from the need for sustenance, as otherwise they would still require food to sustain their strength. Naturally, cultivators are not ordinary individuals. Once they reach the foundation establishment stage, their dietary needs diminish, allowing them to forego food for 4 to 5 days without dire consequences. However, if extended beyond that, even if starvation were not a concern, their physical strength would inevitably wane. 6 days of relentless combat, without rest, resulted in staggering physical depletion, and the continuous high-intensity battles could easily overwhelm a person's willpower. One impressive young man, to withstand the rigors of the 33rd level for 6 days is no small achievement. Even if he ultimately fails to conquer the 33rd level, he will not fall short by much. The elder, known as Kunlun, who had been intently observing the mystic light mirror, found himself taken aback. As the guardian of the ascending immortal ladder, he was usually absorbed in his own cultivation and seldom paid attention to the happenings within the ladder. However, having spent considerable time in its vicinity, his understanding of the ladder surpassed that of anyone else in the Qingyun sect. He was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within the 33rd level. Now, witnessing Yi Chun, a novice at the foundation establishment stage, endure for 6 days, such a record would undoubtedly hold a prestigious place in the annals of the Qingyun sect's history. This young man's talent and willpower were remarkable. His future accomplishments would surely be significant. At this moment, an elderly figure named Ji Hung, one of the highest-ranking elders within the Qingyun sect, spoke up, his ancient eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Even the sect leader would show utmost respect and refer to him as Grand Ancestor. To receive praise from Ji Hung is a testament to Yi Chun's formidable talent. However, given his current level of cultivation, successfully overcoming the 33rd level would still pose a considerable challenge. It remained to be seen how many days he could endure within. Ji Hung soon continued, For as one of the senior-most members of the Qingyun sect, he had also ascended the 33rd level and was well aware of the inherent dangers and challenges involved. Yet, it was precisely because of this knowledge that he held Yi Chun in such high regard. To see a newcomer barely at the initial stage of foundation establishment survive for 6 days without being slain was indeed commendable. Many powerful figures present nodded in agreement, filled with anticipation for Yi Chen's next move. The mystic light mirror continued to radiate its brilliance, heralding a new day, while Yi Chen persisted in his arduous struggle. Despite the skepticism of many regarding his ability to triumph over the 33rd level with his current cultivation, none chose to depart. All were eager to witness how much longer Yi Chen could hold out. Meanwhile, within the ancient city of the 33rd level, Yi Chen was pushed to the brink of exhaustion, every cell in his body clamoring for him to surrender to sleep. Especially as night descended, the entire ancient city fell into an eerie silence, devoid of sound, amplifying his fatigue to the point where he nearly succumbed to slumber. Dragging the stone blade, his body trembled as he took each painstaking step. After nearly 10 days of relentless battle, he had not rested for even a moment, his body nearing its limits. Shaking involuntarily, clang! The stone blade slipped from his fingers, and Yi Chen leaned against a wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness engulfed him. His eyelids nearly closed, threatening to plunge him into a deep sleep. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering to slumber, Yi Chen jolted awake, a final vestige of true essence slashing across his leg, drawing blood and momentarily overshadowing his fatigue with pain, bringing a flicker of clarity back to his mind. For the past 2 days, he had not dared to close his eyes even while meditating, his weariness rendering him barely in control of himself, terrified that closing his eyes would lead him into an abyss of sleep. During these 2 days, he had been compelled to endure with heavy eyelids, cultivating to restore his true essence and heal his wounds. No matter how fatigued or weary he felt, he had to keep his eyes open. No matter how excruciating the pain from his wounds, he must persist, even amidst profound exhaustion. He could not afford to falter at this critical juncture, for to do so would be to squander all his efforts. As the 7th night passed without incident, when the sun rose again the following day, Yi Chen had regained his composure, standing tall with his blade in hand, ready to engage once more with the relentless onslaught of cultivators from all directions. The 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th days unfolded. Outside the ascending immortal ladder, the crowd had waited for nearly half a month, yet Yi Chen still had not emerged. The mystic light mirror continued to display the scene of the 33rd level. By heavens, is Yi Chen even human? 14 days have passed, and he still persists. No matter how strong one's willpower, this is beyond belief. Is he not afraid of starving to death? I suspect he is not human at all, but rather a monster. But what of it? Does being a monster exempt him from the need for sustenance? One cannot help but wonder what secrets he harbors. As he astonishingly endures for half a month within the 33rd level, this is truly extraordinary. After a fortnight has elapsed, Yi Chen, having neither eaten nor drunk, has not succumbed to starvation, leading those present to question the nature of this peculiar being, engaging in fervent discussions. Little do they know that Yi Chen's remarkable endurance is entirely attributed to the piece of Buddhist bone located in his heart, which releases a stream of golden liquid whenever hunger threatens to overwhelm him, circulating throughout his body. Nourished by this golden essence, the sensation of hunger dissipates swiftly, yet it is not true sustenance. By the 26th day, however, Yi Chen finally experiences an overwhelming weakness emanating from the depths of his being, akin to a sensation rising from his very marrow. Even the golden liquid from the Buddhist bone cannot alleviate this feeling of frailty. Having persevered for 26 days, he still sees no glimmer of hope in surmounting the challenges of the 33rd level. Instead, fatigue compounds day by day, and the accumulated injuries weigh heavily upon him, rendering him increasingly breathless. Collapsing to the ground, his eyes remain open, yet devoid of any spark. Perhaps tomorrow shall herald his failure. After nearly a month of relentless struggle, to face defeat is profoundly disheartening for Yi Chen. The night envelopes the ancient city, rendering the world eerily quiet and cold. Over the course of a month, Yi Chen has sought methods to transcend this level within the ancient city, yet to no avail. It seems a desolate realm, bereft of anything but ancient structures, devoid of any clues. A month of torment, devoid of an escape or hope, is sufficient to plunge a soul into despair. As night deepens, Yi Chen lies supine on the ground, summoning every ounce of strength to pry open his weary eyes, striving to replenish his depleted vital energy while fixating on the night sky. The clouds drift with the wind, obscuring the round moon that hangs in the center of the night sky, only to part moments later, repeatedly shrouding and revealing it, mirroring Yi Chen's own struggles, fighting, recovering his strength, and then fighting again. Moonlight filters through the clouds, cascading downwards. Since entering the 33rd level, each night has been a race against time to restore his vital energy. Today marks the first time he scrutinizes the moon with such diligence. What is this? The moon appears to be taking on a reddish hue. After gazing at the moon for an extended period, Yi Chen suddenly realizes that the once pristine orb has begun to blush, a soft crimson light streaming through the clouds, enveloping the entire ancient city, transforming the surroundings into something distinctly eerie. Suddenly, as the moonlight descends, a brilliant light erupts from Yi Chen's waist, emanating a dazzling black radiance that draws the red moonlight toward it. In an instant, the black light flashes, and a woman clad in dark robes materializes before Yi Chen, bathed in the crimson moonlight, resembling a specter absorbing the essence of the moon. Upon her appearance, Yi Chen is jolted awake, swiftly grasping the stone knife at his side, channeling his vital energy and fixating his gaze on the black-robed woman. Chapter 40. The Seed of Demonic Heart, ascending the immortal ladder to the 33rd level. The blood moon hangs ominously overhead, casting an eerie crimson glow. The woman who has suddenly appeared, clad in dark garments, stands majestically between heaven and earth, exuding a formidable aura. At times, she seems like a celestial maiden descending from the 9 heavens, while at others, she resembles a specter from the depths of the Yellow Springs. She is none other than the black-robed woman Yi Chen encountered during his ascent of the immortal ladder. Back then, her cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, yet now she emanates a terrifying presence. It is an unfathomable feeling, rivaled only by the formidable monk he encountered in the Qingyan Palace. Although that monk's cultivation remains inscrutable, he exudes a sense of tranquility, leading one to perceive him as a sage of high virtue. In contrast, the black-robed woman exudes an ominous aura, akin to a malevolent spirit from the netherworld, ready to devour you whole at any moment. Finally, having reached the 33rd level, with the sinister moon looming overhead, it is time to reclaim her demonic form. Gu Yun speaks softly. As the blood-red moonlight illuminates her face, the woman's appearance begins to shift, and upon gazing at her suspended figure, Yi Chen's eyes widen in shock, clearly taken aback by Gu Yun's transformed visage. This reaction springs from a visceral fear, akin to an ordinary person encountering a female ghost. Under the blood-red moonlight, Gu Yun's countenance undergoes a dramatic transformation, though shrouded in a faint mist. It becomes evident that her features have changed entirely. This does not imply that she has become a ghastly specter. However, in Yi Chen's eyes, her current appearance is even more unsettling than that of a vengeful spirit, for she strikingly resembles the woman he saw in the illusion at the 9th level of the sacred Buddha Tower at Qingyan Ancient Temple, lying in the arms of the monk Huishan, a woman who was undeniably deceased and sealed by the eternal divine spring, now standing before him in the flesh. Anyone would be utterly petrified in such a situation. Yet, after a month of fierce battles, Yi Chen's willpower far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The shock in his eyes swiftly dissipates, replaced by determination as he glares at Gu Yun, his voice cold as he demands, "Who are you truly?" Gu Yun remains absorbed in absorbing the moonlight's essence, her eyes gently closed, tilting her head to reveal a swan-like neck, seemingly oblivious to Yi Chen's inquiry. Observing this, Yi Chen swiftly strikes with the stone knife. Just as the blade is about to descend upon Gu Yun, a surge of white light erupts beside her, deflecting the stone knife away. Gu Yun slowly opens her eyes, casting a cold glance at Yi Chen as she warns, "You have aided my ascent to the 33rd level. I do not wish to kill you, but should you attempt to harm me again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Her voice carries a powerful resonance, forcing Yi Chen to stagger back a few paces. However, Yi Chen remains undaunted. He recognizes that although Gu Yun's aura is undeniably formidable, he can sense her current weakness. Her combat prowess likely limited to the late Golden Core stage. Yi Chen still possesses the 4th grade elixir bestowed by the monk, capable of amplifying his strength several-fold for an hour. If a confrontation were to ensue, he might yet be able to subdue her. Nevertheless, Yi Chen refrains from attacking again, for he had previously promised the monk Huishan to spare the woman's life. After scrutinizing Gu Yun for a moment, he inquires, "What is your connection to Huishan?" Huishan? Gu Yun freezes upon hearing the name, seemingly lost in thought, standing motionless. Yi Chen notices her expression, and with a newfound certainty, he concludes that Gu Yun must indeed be the woman Huishan sought to resurrect at all costs. "How did you come back to life?" Yi Chen presses further. Gu Yun quickly regains her composure, gazing deeply at Yi Chen, a derisive smile escaping her lips as she replies, "Alive? Without a heart, how can one truly live?" Upon hearing Gu Yun's words, Yi Chen finally came to a realization. Indeed, Gu Yun's heart had been sealed within the ancient well by the undying divine spring. How could one devoid of a heart be deemed to have truly lived? Yet, it was precisely this enigma that piqued Yi Chen's curiosity further. For Gu Yun exuded a palpable aura of life. It seemed that Gu Yun had sensed Yi Chen's bewilderment as she spoke. "Huishan once sought to resurrect me by sacrificing the life essence of the 3,000 monks of Qingyun Temple. Alas, his efforts ultimately came to naught, and in the end, he extracted my heart for the sake of all living beings, sealing it away." As she spoke, Yi Chen could distinctly sense a profound air of helplessness enveloping her. "Since your demonic heart is sealed, how is it that you still live?" Yi Chen inquired. Rather than displaying annoyance at the barrage of questions, Gu Yun responded with remarkable patience. "Have you ever heard of the Tao Heart Demon Seed?" "The Tao Heart Demon Seed? Could it be that you cultivated the Tao Heart Demon Seed back then?" Yi Chen was taken aback, his voice laced with astonishment. The Tao Heart Demon Seed was a technique from the Tao scriptures, rumored to allow the practitioner to manifest a separate entity. However, it would not be merely a doppelganger. The split would still be the same individual, identical in cultivation, thoughts, and appearance. The only distinction being that one bore the ethereal grace of the Tao, while the other was deeply rooted in demonic essence. Moreover, it was said that the Tao Heart Demon Seed could lead to the attainment of the Tao and the elevation to immortal status. So, had you successfully cultivated this Tao Heart Demon Seed back then? Before Gu Yun could respond, Yi Chen pressed on. Gu Yun gently shook her head, saying, "Had I successfully cultivated the Tao Heart Demon Seed, do you think that old bald donkey would have been able to slay me?" Yi Chen found himself even more perplexed. If the Tao Heart Demon Seed had not been successfully cultivated, then why had the demonic heart been excavated and sealed away, yet Gu Yun remained alive? Because back then, I reversed the principles of yin and yang, cultivating the Tao Heart Demon Seed in reverse. First separating the Tao and demon, then uniting them as one, achieving the Tao of primordial chaos, Gu Yun explained slowly. Reversing yin and yang. Yi Chen struggled to comprehend Gu Yun's declaration. He had never imagined that Gu Yun possessed such audacity, daring to reverse an ancient secret technique. Should something have gone awry, it could have led to an irrevocable downfall. Those who follow the heavenly path, even if they attain immortal status, remain beneath the heavenly order. Those who defy it, though fraught with peril, can, upon achieving the Tao of primordial chaos, escape the constraints of the heavenly order, Gu Yun elaborated. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen remarked, "So, you sought to split yourself into two, a demonic body and a Tao body, then merge them to leverage the extremities of both powers to transcend the heavenly order and achieve the Tao of primordial chaos?" "That was the initial intention upon acquiring this technique, but an unforeseen event occurred," Gu Yun replied. "What unforeseen event?" Yi Chen could sit. 800 years ago, the Tao scriptures were stolen. A powerful figure from the Tao sect, spanning a realm, struck forth with a celestial ladder, imprisoning me within. In the midst, another intervened, causing the ladder to fall into the mortal realm, landing upon the western lands of the 9 provinces. Her words echoed like thunder, sending shivers through Yi Chen's very being. The power contained within the celestial ladder was immensely formidable. Even with Gu Yun's terrifying cultivation at the time, she was nearly torn apart by its might. Yet, in the final moment, she managed to dissipate all her cultivation, successfully splitting herself into the Tao and demonic bodies, embarking on the path of reversing the Tao Heart Demon Seed cultivation. 800 years ago, a monk inadvertently entered the celestial ladder and successfully ascended to the 33rd level. At that time, the demonic body transformed into a puppet, escaping the ladder by harnessing that monk's fortuitous destiny. At this moment, Gu Yun represented the Tao body, following the reversal cultivation of the Tao heart demon seed. Upon hearing her explanation, Yichen finally grasped the situation. The reversal cultivation of the Tao heart demon seed meant that while the Tao and demonic bodies were of the same origin, they constituted two independent entities. Back then, the monk Huishan had fallen in love with Gu Yun's demonic body, and it was the demon seed within that had been sealed, thus not affecting the survival of the Tao body. Understanding everything, Yi Chun fell into a contemplative silence. Gu Yun also ceased speaking, suspended in midair, continuously absorbing the crimson moonlight. Moments later, as the blood moon gradually faded, Gu Yun slowly extended a delicate hand. Her jade-like hand reached skyward, as if aiming to pluck the very blood moon from the heavens. With each movement forward, the moonlight emanating from the blood moon grew increasingly dense, its brilliance so intense that Yi Chun found it impossible to keep his eyes open. In the midst of Yi Chen's astonishment, the blood moon astonishingly vanished within her palm, replaced by a towering portal, soaring 100 feet high, akin to a celestial gateway, exuding a terrifying aura. As the blood moon disappeared, Yi Chen finally opened his eyes. Gazing at the portal that had materialized above, his heart filled with profound shock. It was a deep and unfathomable portal, its depths unseen. Gu Yun turned to look at Yi Chun and said, "The demon seed has been sealed by Hui Shan using the undying divine spring formation. Although the demon seed cannot escape for the time being, the undying divine spring formation cannot suppress it indefinitely. Moreover, the current demon seed is far more formidable than before. If we are to suppress it and dissipate the malevolent energy within, both the Tao body and demonic body must act in concert. Originally, the demon seed was on the verge of breaking free, but you used the Mani Pearl to seal it once more, entangling yourself in this causality. We are in the same boat. You must join me." Chapter 41. System Rewards. Is the demonic body not dead? Upon hearing Gu Yun's words, Yi Chen felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Gu Yun nodded slightly, saying, "Though I am uncertain how it came to be, I can sense that my demonic body, being of the same origin, is still within this celestial ladder. Are you suggesting that I assist you in merging with the demonic body?" Yi Chen questioned it. "Indeed, I must merge with the demonic body to contend with the demon seed," Gu Yun affirmed. Yi Chen found it hard to believe. After all, it was merely a demon seed that had separated from the demonic body. Regardless of its power, it was just a fragment of Gu Yun. How could it necessitate the simultaneous action of both the Tao and demonic bodies to suppress it? Sensing Yi Chen's hesitation, Gu Yun turned to him, seemingly reading his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Do not underestimate the demon seed. 800 years ago, while Hui Shan sealed it using the undying divine spring, the power of the spring did not eradicate the malevolent energy within the demon seed. Rather, the demon seed has been growing stronger, drawing upon the undying divine spring strength. After 800 years, the demon seed has developed its own consciousness. Once it escapes, it will undoubtedly seek me and the demonic body first. If we confront it alone, neither of us would stand a chance. The Tao and demonic bodies were inherently one, and the demon seed was but a part of the demonic body. Although it had gained independent consciousness, it could still sense the power of its counterpart." Yi Chen remained hesitant. Clearly, he was reluctant to become embroiled in the conflict between Gu Yun and her demonic body. Sensing his reluctance, Gu Yun spoke slowly. "Do not dwell on it. The demon seed would have fully absorbed the power of the undying divine spring and broken free within 3 months. However, by activating the undying divine spring with the Mani Pearl, you have sealed the demon seed once more. Do you believe you can remain uninvolved when it escapes?" After hearing Gu Yun's words, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before asking, "Is the power of the demon seed truly that terrifying?" "Ki know that." Affirming, indeed, Yi Chen fell silent. If Gu Yun's claims were true, the emergence of the demon seed would undoubtedly lead it to seek vengeance upon him, and with his current strength, he would have no means to withstand its retribution. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him. Had it not been for the great monk pulling him into the fray, he would not have been burdened with such worries. It seems that the only solution at present is to assist Gu Yun in merging with the demonic form, harnessing her strength to combat the demonic seed. With this understanding, Yi Chen's mind settled, and he followed Gu Yun into the portal suspended in midair. As the two vanished within the 33rd layer, a radiant light descended instantaneously. The portal closed, and the ancient city disappeared, rendering the entire 33rd layer void. Outside the celestial ladder, half an hour prior, the Xuanguang mirror suddenly lost its brilliance. Yet it did not shatter. It merely became incapable of revealing the scenes within the celestial ladder. Even Kong Lao could not fathom the cause of this phenomenon. Boom! Just as everyone was puzzled by the sudden malfunction of the Xuanguang mirror, a beam of azure divine light surged into the sky amidst the mist ahead. The dazzling radiance illuminated half of the starry sky that was shrouded in night. At that moment, the Xuanguang mirror above the steel reflected a wave of azure light, accompanied by the resounding chimes of bells that echoed for miles, shattering the calm of the night. Buzz! 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 3 deep bell tolls reverberated through the heavens and the earth, startling the entire Qingyun sect. The 3 chimes of the spirit bell only manifest when a true young prodigy has successfully traversed the 33rd layer of the celestial ladder. It had been over 300 years since the Qingyun sect had last heard such a sound. As the bell tolled, the entire Qingyun sect erupted into excitement. Countless cultivators were astonished, many awakening from their meditative states, hastening towards the valley from whence the sound emanated, eager to witness the birth of this extraordinary talent. What is happening? The 3 chimes of the spirit bell. Could it be that Yi Chen truly passed through the 33rd layer? Outside the celestial ladder, the elder generation of powerful figures were utterly astonished by the 3 tolls, unable to contain their emotions of exhilaration. However, there were also those who were filled with trepidation, such as Cheng Ming. Upon hearing the resounding tolls, Cheng Ming's countenance turned pale, shaking his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could this be? He is merely at the early stage of foundation establishment and has only just entered the celestial ladder for the first time. How could he possibly have passed the 33rd layer?" Beside him, Lu Ru could not help but let out a cold laugh, saying, "What makes this impossible? Just because you lack the talent to achieve it, why assume that others cannot?" Lu Ru and Cheng Ming had always been rivals, and now that an opportunity had arisen to suppress him, she was not about to let it slip away. Cheng Ming glared at Lu Ru, opening his mouth to retort but finding himself at a loss for words. Within the celestial ladder, Yi Chen was blissfully unaware that he had already stirred a tempest within the entire Qingyun sect. Following closely behind Gu Yun, he soon arrived at an extraordinary location. This place was a mountain range suspended in midair, the distance from the ground unfathomable. Even with his spiritual sense, all he could perceive was an endless sea of clouds. The floating mountain range extended for 90,000 miles, with perilous peaks piercing the azure sky, ancient trees resembling serpents growing on the sheer cliffs. And in the distance, a layer of mist resembling celestial fog enveloped the peaks, where giant cranes soared amidst the clouds. This place was undoubtedly a paradise of the immortals. Upon entering this realm, a long-lost voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind, "Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully passing the 33rd layer of the celestial ladder. You will receive 3 intermediate blind boxes and 1 advanced blind box. Would you like to open the blind boxes now?" Stunned by the voice in his mind, Yi Chen realized that the system had finally reappeared. Wait, no. Hadn't the system just indicated that he had received rewards? System, did you just say I receive rewards? Yi Chen asked uncertainly. Ding. Yes, host, you have successfully passed the 33rd layer of the celestial ladder. You were originally supposed to receive 3 intermediate blind boxes and 3 advanced blind boxes, but due to the assistance of external forces, 2 advanced blind boxes have been deducted. Does the host wish to open the blind boxes now? No. Yi Chen decisively chose to decline. Just as he was conversing with the system, Gu Yin, who was walking ahead, suddenly halted, turning to glance at Yi Chen with a peculiar look in her eyes, inquiring, "Why do I sense a strange power emanating from you?" Startled by her words, Yi Chen was taken aback. Could it be that she could detect the presence of the system? In his mind, the system's voice reassured him. Host need not panic. This system cannot be detected by any forces in this world. The power she perceives is a trace of celestial energy rewarded to the host upon passing the 33rd layer. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. A trace of celestial energy. Although he was unaware of its significance, anything associated with the celestial realm could not be trivial. Observing Yi Chen's astonished expression, Gu Yun became even more curious and continued to question, "What is the matter with you?" Returning to his senses at the sound of her voice, Yi Chen managed a faint smile, replying, "It's nothing." Naturally, Gu Yun did not believe him. She felt that Yi Chen was far from ordinary. However, since he did not elaborate, she chose not to press further, merely casting him a deep glance before stating, "Let us proceed. I can sense the exact location of the demonic form, but it seems there may be some complications." "What has happened?" Ye Chen inquired. Gu Yun shook her head slightly, replying, "Let us investigate first. I am uncertain." With that, Gu Yun led Yi Chen onward. Following closely behind, Yi Chen traversed the mountain range, encountering numerous ancient remnants along the way, broken swords the size of mountains embedded in the ground, and enormous relics hovering in the void, all exuding an aura of antiquity, indicating that this place must have once been a cultivation paradise, now long abandoned. The two passed through a thicket and entered a deep valley. The valley was vast and oddly shaped, shrouded in swirling mist, brimming with spiritual energy, as if an immortal spirit had once practiced here. Upon entering this valley, Gu Yun's demeanor subtly shifted, becoming cautious, her steps slowing considerably. Yi Chen too sensed the valley's strangeness. An elusive, ominous aura permeated the air, tinged with a sense of foreboding. And he could distinctly feel the intense fire elemental energy within the valley, the temperature significantly higher than in other areas. Suddenly, a gust of mournful wind rushed forth from the valley, bringing with it a wave of heat that roared like a beast. As the breeze swept by, Yi Chen noticed something on the ground not far away, and with a soft exclamation, he halted. The previous gust had blown away a layer of soil around his feet, revealing a palm-sized crimson bone that emanated a fiery essence. Enveloped in the dense fire elemental energy, the bone glowed like a blazing ember, a wave of heat emanating from it. Chapter 42. A mission awaits Ding. Congratulations, host, on the unexpected discovery of a phoenix's bone. A phoenix's bone? Yi Chen was taken aback. He had merely found the bone peculiar, never anticipating it to be that of a phoenix. The phoenix, one of the 4 ancient demon clans, had vanished from the world thousands of years ago. The bone lay in a deep crimson hue, its surface glimmering with a faint divine light. Though only a small portion was exposed, a potent and fierce demonic aura emanated from it, accompanied by an intensely scorching heat that rendered the surrounding space decidedly warmer. Gu Yun, who walked ahead, sensed the unusual phenomenon behind her and turned her gaze toward the bone. What manner of place is this? Why is there a phoenix's bone here? Yi Chen could not help but inquire. As one of the 4 ancient demon clans, the phoenix's power is indeed formidable. Yi Chen found it utterly incomprehensible what kind of being could slay such a creature and sever all its life force, rendering it unable to be reborn. This area is known as the Fallen Phoenix Mountain Range, where it is said a phoenix once perished, its blood cascading across the entire range. So the presence of a few bones is not unusual, Gu Yun slowly explained. Given that even a phoenix once fell here, it seems evident that some great event must have transpired. Gu Yun appeared to know more, yet her demeanor suggested she had no intention of elaborating further. Yi Chen refrained from pressing her for more information and directed his attention once again toward the nearby phoenix bone. Do not touch that phoenix bone. Although that phoenix has been dead for countless years, it still retains a trace of its demonic power. Even this remnant is enough to reduce you to ashes. Gu Yun cautioned, her eyes fixed on Yi Chen's actions. She too was hesitant to approach the bone, knowing she could not withstand the residual demonic energy. However, Yi Chen disregarded her warning. Under Gu Yun's astonished gaze, he slowly crouched down and unearthed the bone from the soil. Gu Yun was taken aback by Yi Chen's actions and stared at him in disbelief before asking, "Could it be that you have once tasted phoenix blood?" Yi Chen shook his head slightly and replied no. He certainly would not disclose that his ability to retrieve the bone was entirely due to the system's assistance. Observing this, Gu Yun furrowed her delicate brows. Although she felt some confusion, she chose not to press further and continued deeper into the mountain range. After securing the phoenix bone, Yi Chen followed closely behind Gu Yun as they ventured into the depths of the mountain. As they progressed, Yi Chen quickly noticed that the deeper they went into the Fallen Phoenix Mountain range, the more vivid red bloodstains became visible on the ground, and occasionally, flashes of light would dart through the air accompanied by the haunting echoes of phoenix cries. At last, before long, Gu Yun came to a halt outside a cave shrouded in black mist, her gaze cautious as she peered inside. With her feet planted firmly, her exquisite features bore an expression of cold seriousness, her garments billowing in the chilling breeze that surged from within the cave. Yi Chen stood 30 meters behind her, acutely aware of a terrifying force roiling within the cave. After a brief moment, Gu Yun extended her elegantly slender arm and sent forth a finger seal, probing into the cave's depths. Boom! Suddenly, A terrifying surge of power erupted from within the cave, instantly shattering the finger seal Gu Yun had dispatched. The demonic essence had already been stripped away, yet it remained so formidable. Gu Yun staggered back 2 steps from the force and let out a cold grunt. Then, her figure transformed into a streak of light, darting into the cave. Yichen chose not to follow her inside, instead remaining vigilant outside the cave. Rumbling. Within the dark cave, a cacophony of thunderous sounds soon erupted. The reverberations contained a terrifying power that caused the entire mountain range to tremble. Fissures cracking open in the ground, and massive boulders tumbling down from the peaks. Splash! A shadow burst forth from the cave. It was Gu Yun. Her complexion was pale, and she clutched her chest with her right hand, clearly injured. The demonic body absorbed the phoenix demonic energy and blood from the fallen Phoenix mountain range, and had already undergone demonization, giving rise to a new consciousness, Gu Yun said, her voice tinged with trepidation. Boom! Just as Gu Yun finished speaking, a wave of black-red energy surged forth from the cave, fierce and infused with boundless demonic energy. We must strike together and suppress her, Gu Yun exclaimed, breaking through the torrent of energy that rushed from the cave. Yi Chun said nothing further, drawing forth a stone dagger as he charged into the cave alongside Gu Yun. The cave was spacious and reeked of a foul odor, with flickering flames visible in the air, exuding an intensely hot aura. Under this oppressive heat, any ordinary person would surely be reduced to ash in an instant. Such rich, demonic energy. Following closely behind Gu Yun, with every step Yi Chun took, his heart raced faster, clearly wary of the pervasive demonic energy. Under its influence, Gu Yun also felt discomfort and unleashed a wave of true essence to shield both of them, before speaking. The power and source of consciousness of the demonic body are contained within the demonic seed. Once the seed was extricated from the body, the demonic body was left with only a shell. However, under the corruption of the Phoenix demonic energy, coupled with the invasion of Phoenix blood, it has now birthed a new source of power. The fusion of demon and magic means that once the demonic body awakens, its power will be no less than that of the demonic seed. Moreover, due to the influence of demonic energy, once awakened, the demonic body will become a bloodthirsty demon. Fortunately, the consciousness of the demonic body has only recently emerged and remains quite fragile. If we can suppress it for a moment, I can enter its mind and erase the nascent consciousness, subsequently merging with it. Yi Chun nodded slightly. Though he understood that absorbing Phoenix demonic energy would not be a simple feat, suppressing it even for a moment would likely prove challenging. The two proceeded cautiously for about the span of a fragrant incense stick before reaching the depths of the cave. At the cave's heart lay a space the size of a basketball court, dominated by an ice bed radiating chilling energy. Upon it lay an exquisitely graceful woman, her eyes gently closed, seemingly in a deep slumber for centuries. A trickle of blood flowed from the stone wall behind the ice bed, gradually merging into the woman's body, nourishing her skin until it became increasingly translucent and delicate. Is this Gu Yun's demonic body? She bore no trace of demonic energy, nor any sinister aura. However, the moment Yi Chun stepped within 10 paces of her, the seemingly tranquil woman erupted with a terrifying force, her tightly shut eyes snapping open. Fiery flames erupted from her beautiful gaze, enveloping the entire cave in an instant. Searing brilliance filled the cave, its radiance nearly blinding. Ding! The demonic body seeks to utilize Phoenix blood to be reborn in flames. Should the demonic body be reborn, the continent of Zhou shall be plunged into a maelstrom of bloodshed. The system has automatically triggered a mission. Mission 1. Faced with the impending rebirth of the demonic body, disregard all and make a hasty retreat. Difficulty: 1 star, no rewards upon completion. Mission 2. Faced with the impending rebirth of the demonic body, take action to suppress and prevent its rebirth. Difficulty: 3 stars. Successfully suppress the demonic body to receive a reward of a random divine ability. Yi Chun stood stunned, taken aback by the voice resonating in his mind. What is happening? Why is the system issuing missions now? Ding! Please make a prompt choice, host. Just as Yi Chun was lost in thought, the system's voice resounded once more, urging him. Without hesitation, Yi Chun chose Mission 2. He followed Gu Yun here, initially intending to suppress the demon body and assist Gu Yun in merging with it to combat the demonic essence. Naturally, he would not simply depart. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully selecting Task 2. Please complete the task promptly. Friendly reminder. The flames born from the Phoenix's demonic aura are indomitable. The host can activate the Phoenix bone to withstand the divine fire of the Phoenix. After the system's announcement, Yichen did not hesitate any further. Under the guidance of the system, he summoned the Phoenix bone he had previously acquired, channeling its power to counter the raging flames converging from all directions. Witnessing the inferno truly being held at bay, Yichen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He then snorted coldly and declared, "To think you can rely on Phoenix blood for rebirth and flames is a fanciful notion." With that, Yichen boldly advanced toward the demon body. Guyan closely trailed behind him, her pace quickening, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion and suspicion regarding Yichen's identity. After all, the Phoenix had vanished from the world for countless years, and even the elders of the past might not know that Phoenix blood could grant rebirth through flames. Furthermore, the flames emanating from the Phoenix's demonic aura were not something ordinary cultivators could withstand. Yichen had not only recognized the Phoenix bone, but also understood how to wield its power against the Phoenix flames. Now, he realized that the demon body intended to utilize Phoenix blood for a fiery rebirth. Everything felt exceedingly abnormal. Who on earth was he? Chapter 43. Assisting tyranny, the demon body lay motionless upon the ice bed, exuding an icy chill. As Yichen approached, the demon body's arm slowly raised with a slight stiffness. It was a horrifying sight to behold. A female corpse that had been dead for 8 centuries was lifting its hand. Did this signify that the demon body had completely absorbed the Phoenix blood and was on the verge of awakening? As Yichen stood astonished, a wave of fire surged forth from the demon body's palm, ferociously striking Yichen's Phoenix bone and sending it crashing into the wall. Faced with the overwhelming tide of flames, Yichen was momentarily alarmed. However, he quickly regained his composure, grasping a white jade dagger and cleaving through the flames. Advancing with fierce determination, Yichen's movements were incredibly swift. In the blink of an eye, he found himself by the ice bed. Raising his hand, he summoned back the Phoenix bone that had just been knocked away, cradling it in his palm as it dispelled the flames enveloping the demon body. Standing at the edge of the ice bed, Yichen could clearly discern the demon body's features. Her long, curved eyelashes and graceful figure captivated him, particularly the 2 peaks upon her chest that were even more alluring than Gu Yun's. The demon body bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to Gu Yun, the only difference being the seductive aura that emanated from her, a faint trace of demonic energy palpable upon her. In contrast, Gu Yun appeared ethereal, as if she were a celestial being descending from the heavens. "What are you staring at?" Gu Yun glared at Yichen, her face ashen, letting out a cold snort. It was evident that she was deeply displeased with Yichen's scrutiny. Yet this reaction was understandable, as the duality of Tao and demon was at its core one and the same, and the demon body's form was indeed that of the Tao body. How could Yichen not provoke her ire with such unabashed examination, especially upon noticing the 2 streaks of blood trickling from his nostrils? Gu Yun's frustration only intensified. I was contemplating how to extract the Phoenix blood from her body to prevent her from absorbing the Phoenix demonic aura for a fiery rebirth. Yichen replied with a serious expression, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his nose, his demeanor utterly composed. Gu Yun shot him a skeptical glance before forcibly suppressing her rising fury and asked, "Can the fiery rebirth be halted?" "I'm not certain, but let us give it a try," Yichen replied slowly. After saying this, he inquired of the system, "You mentioned that the Phoenix bone could extract the Phoenix blood from the demon body. What exactly must I do?" "Ding! Host, do not fret. It's merely Phoenix blood. As long as you follow the system's method, you will surely extract all the Phoenix blood from that corpse. As long as the host." The system's voice echoed incessantly in Yichen's mind. After hearing the system's method, Yichen was momentarily taken aback. "System, are you certain that your proposed method is effective?" Yichen questioned, uncertainty creeping into his tone. "Ding! Rest assured, host. It is absolutely effective, and there exists no alternative." Upon hearing the system's icy voice, Yichen's face turned crimson. Boom! Just as Yichen hesitated, a torrent of power erupted from the demon body, catching him off guard and forcing him back several steps before he regained his footing. Had Gu Yun not intervened in time to suppress the demon body's power, that strike could have proven fatal. The resurrection of the demon body had entered its final phase. It only needed half an hour more of absorbing phoenix blood to accumulate sufficient power for rebirth in flames. Once the demon body, infused with phoenix blood, awakened, the ensuing danger would be incalculable. Yichen watched as the relentless power surged forth from the demon body, clenching his teeth and murmuring, "If I must die, then so be it." Concurrently, Guyan urged him, "What are you dawdling for? The demon body is about to awaken. If you have a way to extract the phoenix blood, act swiftly. I can barely contain her any longer. I'm coming right away. Let us hope you won't hold it against me." Yichen replied helplessly, genuinely fearing that once he began, Guyan might not be able to restrain herself from striking him. Initially, Guyan was perplexed by Yichen's last statement, but it didn't take long for her to reach her breaking point. After uttering his previous words, Yichen unexpectedly approached the ice bed, his hands caressing the demon body's exquisite face, his movements exceedingly intimate, driving Guyan to the brink of madness. "Stop right there. What do you think you're doing?" As Yichen's hands continued their descent, Guyan could no longer contain herself and shouted, interrupting his impending actions. This was far too excessive. How could she not intervene to stop him? "I must first extract the demonic aura of the phoenix from the demon body using my mouth, and only then can I utilize the phoenix bone to draw out the phoenix blood." Yichen insisted earnestly, his hands cradling the demon body's enchanting visage, his gaze unwaveringly serious, devoid of jest. However, Guyan firmly pressed his chin, refusing to grant him any further leeway. "Excessive. This is utterly excessive. You actually intend to kiss her in my presence. Do you take me for dead?" Guyan fumed. The phoenix demonic aura and phoenix blood were intertwined. If the demonic aura were not promptly extracted, even the phoenix bone would be powerless to draw out the blood. In half an hour, the demon body would absorb sufficient demonic aura and would inevitably awaken in a fiery rebirth, at which point we would all be doomed. Seeing Guyan still attempting to thwart him, Yichen spoke once more. "Step aside. Let me handle this." "That may not be wise. The phoenix is one of the 4 ancient demon clans. Its demonic aura is exceedingly potent. Even the slightest contact could instantly lead to demonic transformation. Your cultivation is not yet fully restored. In your current state, if you absorb all the phoenix demonic aura, you may very well be the one to transform." Yichen spoke earnestly, his tone carrying an air of resolute determination. As the phoenix blood continued to flow into the demon body, the power within her grew ever more formidable, and the flames radiating from her increased in ferocity. Even Guyan, exerting her full strength, began to feel overwhelmed. "No! If we wait any longer, she will awaken." Upon witnessing the scene, Yichen could no longer hesitate. He abruptly freed himself from Guyan's grasp. Before she could react, his lips descended upon the demon's crimson ones. Though the demon had been deceased for 8 centuries, the nurturing essence of phoenix blood bestowed a warmth upon her form, far removed from the chill of an ordinary corpse, allowing Yichen to perceive a vitality akin to that of a living being. He cradled her face in his hands, lifting nearly half of her body as he embraced her, his movements somewhat clumsy, yet his expression utterly entranced. Guyan stood by the ice bed, her gaze fixed on Yichen's actions, momentarily gripped by an illusion, as if she could feel his tongue intertwining with hers. Witnessing this spectacle ignited a fierce resentment within her. Her hands clenched tightly, and had glances been lethal, Yichen would have perished 100 times over. Although she had not yet merged with the demon, she and the demon had once been one, sharing identical sensations. The fervent kiss Yichen laid upon the demon felt as though he were passionately kissing Guyan from afar. Fortunately, Yichen remained relatively composed, his hands refraining from wandering, or else Guyan would have undoubtedly been unable to contain herself. Even if the demon were to consume him in the end, she feared she would act, striking him down on the spot. The phoenix demonic aura within the demon was exceedingly sinister, its innate malevolence terrifying. Any ordinary person who encountered even a trace of it would likely succumb to madness, losing their rationality and becoming a ravenous fiend. Yet, Yichen was drawing upon the demon's aura under the system's guidance. As the demonic energy flowed from her being into him, it was instantly sealed away by the system's power. The phoenix aura continually extracted from the demon's meridians seemed to invoke a response within her. Her eyes snapped open, blazing with fiery intensity, and she began to thrash violently, attempting to break free from Yichen's grasp and thwart his extraction of her demonic energy. "Quick, come help me restrain her hands. She is trying to push me away." Yi Chen communicated telepathically to Gu Yun. Upon hearing his plea, Gu Yun's eyes widened in indignation. Do not overstep your bounds. At that moment, Yi Chen had no time for contemplation, urgently reiterating, hurry. If she manages to push me away, all will be in vain. Gu Yun hesitated, clearly reluctant, but after a brief internal struggle, she moved forward to help Yi Chen subdue the demon's thrashing arms. In her legs, she kicked me. In her waist, do not let her squirm. Yi Chen continued, hey. Her right hand, quick, hold it down lest she tear my clothes. Each of Yi Chen's demands only deepened Gu Yun's ire, fueling her desire to eliminate this rogue. Fortunately, Yi Chen's instructions had been transmitted telepathically, for if overheard, one might assume he was oppressing a virtuous woman, especially with assistants at hand to help restrain her. Gu Yun, too, found herself grappling with similar thoughts. Yi Chen's commands made her feel complicit in an act of cruelty, with the victim being none other than herself. Thankfully, her resolve remained strong. Otherwise, Yi Chen would undoubtedly be in grave peril. In the depths of the Mount Phoenix range, within a cavern, the turbulent Phoenix demonic aura surged. The demon lay firmly constrained upon the ice bed by Yi Chen and Gu Yun, her struggles diminishing as the Phoenix energy was continually siphoned away. After approximately half an hour, the demon finally fell still, the Phoenix aura fully extracted by Yi Chen, her slender arms drooping feebly at his side. Once the Phoenix aura was drawn out, the once constant influx of Phoenix blood into her body ceased abruptly, as if severed entirely. The blood already integrated into the demon began to grow violet, assaulting her meridians. The Phoenix blood is damaging her meridians. We must use the Phoenix bone to extract it. Gu Yun immediately sensed the shift within the demon and, disregarding any grievances with Yi Chen, urged him on. Reluctantly, Yi Chen's lips parted from the demon's, lingering for a moment as he rose, wiping the glistening saliva from his mouth. The recent struggle had exhausted him. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. His garments tattered in multiple places, and his back bore several crimson marks, rendering him a pitiable sight. Aware of the changes within the demon, he paid no heed to his own disheveled state, summoning the Phoenix bone. This time, he did not resort to the previous extremes of energy extraction, but simply placed the Phoenix bone upon the demon's brow. As it made contact, radiant red light emanated forth, and blood began to be drawn from the demon into the Phoenix bone. After another brief interval, the Phoenix bone shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire cavern. As the demon's body was completely drained of Phoenix blood, retrieving the Phoenix bone, Yi Chen exhaled slowly, his gaze roaming over the demoness form, ultimately resting on her bosom, which had been subjected to his earlier attentions. Still looking? Gu Yun, unable to contain herself any longer now that the Phoenix blood had been fully extracted, swiftly struck Yi Chen away. Yi Chen, realizing the danger of lingering in the cave with Gu Yun's displeasure evident, promptly declared, the Phoenix blood within the demon has been entirely removed. It is now in your hands. Without waiting for her response, he hastily made his exit from the cavern. Over the course of 8 centuries, the demon had been rejuvenated by the nurturing Phoenix blood, and even after its complete withdrawal, that spark of life could not be extinguished. However, the absence of Phoenix blood would leave her considerably weakened, making it relatively easy for Gu Yun to merge with her, thus alleviating Yi Chen's concerns. The Phoenix, one of the 4 ancient demon clans, possessed an aura of formidable power. Even a mere trace could lead a common cultivator to instant demonic transformation, their consciousness obliterated. Though the system had sealed the Phoenix aura upon its absorption, a fragment had inevitably intertwined with Yi Chen's essence, necessitating prompt resolution. Seated cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, Yi Chen released the Phoenix aura confined within his bloodline. Boom! As the aura surged forth, he immediately felt a torrent of power coursing through his meridians. The Phoenix energy rampaged within him, inflicting unprecedented agony, far surpassing the discomfort he had endured from the fire energy of Mo Xylan. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Yi Chen gradually refined the Phoenix aura within him. It was undeniably potent. In mere moments, it had consumed a significant portion of his true essence, yet he had barely managed to refine a trace. Under the relentless assault of the overwhelming energy, Yi Chen soon found himself at his limit, urgently reaching out to the system for assistance. System, is there any way to aid me in refining this Phoenix aura? Beep. Detection indicates the host is being eroded by demonic energy. The host may use a high-level blind box to exchange for a tool to eliminate the demonic energy. Would you like to confirm the exchange? Using the tool to clear the demonic energy, will it also enhance my resistance to such energy? Yi Chen inquired further. The artifact serves to directly expel the demonic energy from one's body. Thus, if the host utilizes this artifact to eliminate the demonic energy, they will be unable to acquire resistance against it. Yi Chen was instantly rendered silent. He had just extracted a significant amount of Phoenix demonic energy from the body of the demon. If he could not gain resistance against it, then he would be unable to harness any power from the Phoenix demonic energy, rendering his previous efforts futile. Moreover, he possessed only a single high-grade blind box. If he exchanged it, it would be lost. No, this would be a losing trade, and it must not be done. Does the host wish to exchange for the demonic energy expulsion artifact? The system inquired once more. This time, Yi Chen decisively chose to decline. He resolved to withstand the onslaught of the Phoenix demonic energy using his own capabilities. As the Phoenix demonic energy surged through his meridians, a thread of sinister power suddenly surged forth from within. It was the stone energy that had previously invaded Yi Chen's body from the white stone giant blade, now stimulated by the Phoenix demonic energy and beginning to awaken once more. Under the influence of both the stone energy and the Phoenix demonic energy, two beams of crimson light erupted from Yi Chen's eyes, and a bloodthirsty aura emanated from his body, with ethereal, scarlet feathers flickering into view upon his arms. Clang! Yi Chen's visage began to contort into a somewhat ferocious expression, and he let out a piercing cry akin to that of a phoenix. He could not allow himself to be controlled by these two malevolent energies. He must not be overwhelmed by their influence. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen pressed his hands against the ground, forcibly suppressing the two energies within him, striving to subdue the Phoenix demonic energy and the stone energy. However, he underestimated their formidable nature, quickly realizing that his sanity was waning, and the impact upon him was growing increasingly intense, as if his very mind were on the verge of exploding. Just when Yi Chen was about to succumb, a dazzling golden radiance emanated from the Buddhist bone situated near his heart. With the aid of this radiance, the nearly deranged Yi Chen felt a flicker of clarity return to his mind, and the two energies within him began to ease considerably. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully resisting the Phoenix demonic energy for 30 minutes, acquiring 20 minutes of demonic energy resistance. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Upon hearing this notification, Yi Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the conversion ratio was not proportional, it was certainly better than nothing, and having endured the most arduous moments, the subsequent refinement of the Phoenix demonic energy would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully resisting the Phoenix demonic energy for 60 minutes, acquiring 40 minutes of demonic energy resistance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully resisting the Phoenix demonic energy for 90 minutes, acquiring 60 minutes of demonic energy resistance. 3 days passed in succession, and Yi Chen had nearly refined all the Phoenix demonic energy within him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the Phoenix demonic energy, unlocking the cultivation technique Phoenix divine record. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the system possessed such a function capable of unlocking cultivation techniques. System, what tier is Phoenix divine record? Yi Chen inquired softly. Ding! Phoenix divine record is the supreme technique of the Phoenix clan. Cultivating it to the highest realm can achieve immortality. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily urged System, please transmit the technique to me at once. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the technique Phoenix divine record. The cultivation formula has been transmitted to the host's mind. Please check. As the system's voice faded, Yi Chen immediately sensed a new segment of memory embedded within his consciousness. Phoenix divine record, the supreme technique of the Phoenix clan, is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is blood transformation. Blood is the essence of life. The higher the quality of the blood, the stronger the physique, and thus the greater the cultivation talent. The second stage is bone forging, also known as cultivating the Phoenix bones. The cultivation talent depends on one's physique, while the strength of the body is determined by the bones within. By refining the bones, one can forge an indestructible true form. Humans possess a total of 206 bones, but by practicing Phoenix divine record, one can transcend limitations and cultivate 999 bones within. Once 999 bones are cultivated, one can attain enlightenment through the physical body, achieving immortality. However, Phoenix Divine Record is not for everyone. One must possess the essence of the Phoenix clan within, or they will be unable to withstand its energy and will perish instantly. Having refined a substantial amount of Phoenix demonic energy, Yi Chen could be considered a humanoid Phoenix, making the cultivation of Phoenix Divine Record entirely feasible. Truly, it is worthy of being one of the supreme techniques of the ancient four demon clans. Who would have thought that reaching its pinnacle could lead to enlightenment through the physical form? Moreover, with each Phoenix bone cultivated, one's physique would be greatly enhanced. This must surely be the most formidable body refining technique in existence. After thoroughly reviewing the newfound memories in his mind, Yi Chen's emotions were tumultuous. In truth, he was eager to embark on the cultivation of Phoenix Divine Record at once. However, sensing a tumultuous aura emanating from the cave, he deduced that Gu Yun had likely merged with the demon body, thus refraining from further cultivation. He stood up, gazing into the pitch-black cave, awaiting Gu Yun's emergence. Chapter 45. Ascending the Immortal Ladder. 34th layer. Half an hour later, a graceful figure emerged from the cave. Upon seeing Gu Yun once more, Yi Chen could not help but recall the scene of absorbing the Phoenix demonic energy within the demon body, and his face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled awkwardly. Your aura seems somewhat different. The demonic energy is so thick. Gu Yun appeared far more composed, meeting Yi Chen's gaze directly and speaking slowly. Yi Chen had refined the Phoenix demonic energy, and now it permeated throughout his body, until he could retract this energy. Anyone with a modicum of cultivation would readily perceive the demonic energy enveloping him. Yi Chen scratched his head and replied, "It seems you were somewhat different after merging with the demon body as well." The original Gu Yun was merely a Tao body, an embodiment of the utmost virtue, exuding an ethereal charm. Yet after merging with the demon body, she emanated a peculiar aura, embodying both righteousness and malevolence, sometimes resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, and at other times a vengeful spirit from the underworld. We should depart the immortal ladder. Gu Yun did not respond to Yi Chen's observation, her tone laced with excitement. She had lost track of how long it had been since she last left the immortal ladder. However, given your current condition, you will likely perish upon exiting. Gu Yun's gaze scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe. Yi Chen was somewhat perplexed by Gu Yun's words. Gu Yun continued, "Although I am unaware of why you absorbed such a significant amount of Phoenix demonic energy without being demonized, the dense demonic energy surrounding you now is unmistakable. Once you leave the immortal ladder, do you believe the Qingyun sect will allow you to live? The demon clan is the common enemy of the Jiuzhou continent. Given that Yi Chen was enveloped in demonic energy, the Qingyun sect would never permit him to survive, even if he had successfully passed the 33rd layer of the immortal ladder." After hearing Gu Yun's words, Yi Chen finally grasped the situation. He was indeed aware of the implications of the demon clan for the Jiuzhou continent. However, having focused solely on refining the Phoenix demonic energy, he had entirely overlooked this aspect. Now, it was dire. He was suffused with demonic energy and had no idea how to escape. Just as Yi Chen was preparing to inquire whether the system had a way to conceal the demonic energy within him, Gu Yun suddenly spoke. "I have a method to help you hide the demonic energy within." "What method?" Yi Chen asked. Gu Yun pointed her finger at Yi Chen's brow, and a memory swiftly transmitted into his mind. Gui Zong, a divine art of the demon clan, allows one to harness the celestial momentum to their advantage upon reaching consummate mastery. Most importantly, once this technique is successfully cultivated, one can shroud their aura, rendering it imperceptible to ordinary cultivators. This technique was bestowed upon me by a formidable demon expert, and is indeed a rare divine art. A token of gratitude for your assistance in merging with the demonic form, Gu Yun remarked. Yi Chen received the cultivation method of Gui Zong and was immediately aware of its formidable power, his heart swelling with excitement. However, upon hearing the latter part of Gu Yun's words, his mind involuntarily drifted back to a certain alluring scene, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. He stammered, "What is there to be grateful for? Besides," as he spoke, his gaze unconsciously fell upon Gu Yun's ruby lips. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Gu Yun's expression shifted dramatically, a glimmer of frost flashing in her eyes as she shot him a fierce glare, her voice dripping with venom. "You'd best forget what happened before. If it weren't for your presence, I would have scrubbed my mouth 100 times over." Yi Chen, wary of inciting her ire, quickly fawned, Forgotten? What happened before? I have no recollection." Despite his words, his expression betrayed him. revealing his discomfort. Gu Yun, uninterested in his antics, merely snorted. You have 3 days to master Gui Zong to the entry level, or I will end you. With that, she turned her back on Yi Chun, settling into a meditative posture to recuperate. Seeing this, Yi Chun chose not to press further and began his own practice of Gui Zong. Once he entered a state of deep concentration, Gu Yun slowly opened her eyes, her gaze locking onto Yi Chun as she murmured, "What is this boy's origin? How can he withstand the phoenix demon aura with a mere mortal body? Truly peculiar." Her eyes scrutinized him with an intensity that seemed to pierce through his very being. Yet after a lengthy observation, she could discern nothing and eventually withdrew her gaze, returning to her cultivation. Though he had successfully merged with the demonic form, the Tao and demon duality remained distinct entities, each having birthed its own consciousness. Achieving complete integration was not something that could be accomplished in a short span of time. The following day, Gu Yun suddenly sensed a shift in the surrounding cosmic laws, a torrent of celestial energy rushing toward Yi Chun, prompting her to open her eyes wide. This boy's talent is truly unfathomable. He has managed to gather the celestial power in just a day. Half an hour later, Yi Chun gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of impure air. Enveloped in the power of Gui Zong, the demon aura around him faded into nothingness. "What is your true background?" Gu Yun inquired, unable to restrain her curiosity. Caught off guard by her sudden question, Yi Chun hesitated, replying me, "I am merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Qingyun sect. What background could I possibly have?" Gu Yun remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Yi Chun, feigning shyness, affected a coy demeanor and said, I know I am handsome and charming, but please do not stare at me like that. It makes me shy." Of course, Yi Chun was not the type to shy away. His words were merely a ruse to deter Gu Yun from probing further. Although the system had assured him that it could not be detected by any force in this world, he still harbored concerns, especially considering that Gu Yun had practiced the Dao Jing, possessing considerable prowess. Who could say whether she had some secret technique to unveil others' mysteries? Gu Yun rolled her eyes and withdrew her gaze, stating, "Enough, we should leave." "By the way, where exactly are we?" Yi Chun suddenly asked. "This is the 34th level of the ascending immortal stairs," Gu Yun replied. "Do not jest. The ascending immortal stairs only has 33 levels. Where does this 34th level come from?" Yi Chun retorted, skeptical. According to the records of the Qingyun sect, the ascending immortal stairs consisted solely of 33 levels. He had never heard of any levels beyond that. Gu Yun chuckled derisively. The immortal stairs are a celestial artifact that fortuitously fell into this desolate region. You believe there are only 33 levels because your cultivation level permits you to perceive only up to the 33rd level. Furthermore, after the monk Huishan sealed the demonic form, he established a barrier at the 33rd level to completely seal off what lay beyond. Unless someone surpasses Huishan's cultivation, how could they possibly know there are levels beyond the ascending immortal stairs? The ascending immortal stairs are a sacred relic of the Qingyun sect, and the sect's regulations strictly allow only the younger generation of disciples to enter. Thus, it is impossible for any young disciples to exceed Huishan's prowess. Consequently, even though there have been exceptional talents within the Qingyun sect over the past few centuries, none have ever set foot beyond the 33rd level. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun asked, "So how many levels are there in total on the ascending immortal stairs?" 99 levels. Gu Yun replied, 99 levels? I never expected that after 1,000 years since the founding of the Qingyun sect, they have only reached 1/3 of the ascending immortal stairs. Yi Chun was taken aback. Quickly following up with another question, does the 34th level also have trials? Indeed, Gu Yun affirmed. Yi Chun's interest was piqued. He was eager to challenge the 34th level of the ascending immortal stairs. However, Gu Yun offered him no opportunity, forcefully dragging him back to the 33rd level. Although Yi Chun felt a twinge of regret, he did not resist, knowing full well that had Gu Yun not appeared, he might not have even managed to conquer the 33rd level, let alone the 34th. Upon returning to the 33rd level, Gu Yun transformed into a black puppet and was stowed away by Yi Chun. Meanwhile, outside the ascending immortal stairs, 5 days had passed since the unusual phenomena within had manifested. Nearly all the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect had gathered in the valley outside the ascending immortal stairs. A sea of faces. Strange, the spiritual bell has tolled for 5 days. Why has Yi Chun not emerged from the ascending immortal stairs? The sect leader mused. gazing perplexedly at the stillness of the stairs. The tolling of the spiritual bell 3 times signified that someone had successfully passed the 33rd level, and even those undergoing the trials could generally only remain for a day at most. Sometimes, they would be expelled after just a few hours. Never had anyone remained within for 5 days following the 3rd toll. At that moment, Elder Kong slowly opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar. Elder Kong, have you found any trace of Yichen? The sect leader inquired. Elder Kong shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. Nothing at all. The entire ascending immortal stairs remains exceedingly tranquil. His spiritual sense could once again penetrate the ascending immortal stairs, yet in the 5 days that had passed, he had searched high and low within, finding no sign of Yichen. It was as if the boy had vanished into thin air. As Elder Kong's words fell, the surrounding Qingyun sect experts were left in shock. 5 days of silence, and still no sign of life within the ascending immortal stairs. 5 days. When in the history of the Qingyun sect has anyone managed to remain inside for 5 days after passing the 33rd level? Perhaps he succumbed to the trials and was reduced to ashes. I think that is quite possible. Otherwise, how could it take so long for him to emerge? Beyond the ascension ladder, numerous disciples of the Qingyun sect began to murmur as they noticed that Yi Chun had yet to emerge. The majority speculated that his prolonged absence, coupled with the fact that even Elder Kong could not locate him within the ladder, indicated that he had undoubtedly perished, leaving behind nothing but ash and remnants of his soul. The disciples spoke without any effort to lower their voices, their discourse inevitably reaching the ears of the several elders present. Each elder's countenance shifted, yet none reprimanded the young disciples. Even they began to suspect that Yi Chen's fate was indeed grim. At this moment, Elder Kong finally spoke, letting out a deep sigh before uttering, "Everyone, disperse. That young lad is likely in grave danger." As soon as Elder Kong's words echoed, a rare expression of astonishment flickered in the eyes of many present. Naturally, some individuals, like Cheng Meng, secretly reveled in the misfortune. Cheng Meng's emotions swung dramatically. Yi Chen's successful passage through the 33rd tier of the ascension ladder had drawn out every formidable figure in the Qingyun sect. Had he emerged from the ladder, his status within the sect would have been unparalleled. Cheng Meng had not forgotten his previous disdain for Yi Chen, and given the historical discord between their factions, Yi Chen's triumph would have been a monumental setback for them. Now, after overcoming the trials, it seemed he would meet his end within the trials of the ladder, a fortuitous turn of events for Cheng Meng. Is there truly no hope left, Elder Kong? The sect leader of Qingyun asked reluctantly, gazing toward the location of the ascension ladder. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "Hope appears exceedingly slim," Elder Kong replied, shaking his head slightly. "I never anticipated that our sect would produce such an extraordinary talent, only for him to meet such a fate." With that, Elder Kong sighed once more. He had guarded the ascension ladder for over 300 years and had not seen a disciple succeed in passing the 33rd tier on their first attempt. Now that such a prodigy had finally emerged, it was disheartening to witness such a conclusion. Though heartbroken, they could only lament their helplessness. Just as the crowd began to turn away, preparing to leave, the stone tablet of the ascension ladder, which had been silent for several days, suddenly erupted with resplendent divine light, accompanied by a formidable pressure. The brilliance was blinding, causing all present to momentarily freeze. Particularly, the inner disciples found themselves compelled to kneel under the weight of that overwhelming force, with only a handful of deeply cultivated disciples managing to withstand it and remain standing. What an immense force! What could this possibly mean? The sect leader of Qingyun exclaimed in shock. Being closest to the source of the divine light and experiencing its power most acutely, Elder Kong was equally astonished, hastily releasing his spiritual essence to probe into what was occurring within the ascension ladder. However, as his essence neared the divine glow, a sudden force shattered it, and had he not reacted swiftly to withdraw, his very soul might have been harmed. Such terrifying power! What is this? Elder Kong's face paled at the recollection of the fear he had sensed moments before. He could vividly imagine that had he not acted promptly, his soul would have been shattered, leading to his demise. Elder Kong, what troubles you? What is the meaning of this sudden divine light? An elder beside him inquired upon noticing Kong's ashen complexion. After a brief pause, Elder Kong regained his composure, shaking his head slightly as he remarked, "This light is rather peculiar. My spiritual essence cannot approach it, preventing me from discerning the specific nature of the occurrence. However, let us observe. Since this divine light has not harmed anyone, it should not be an ill omen. Upon hearing Elder Kong's words, the crowd ceased their chatter, taking several steps back while their gazes remained fixed on the divine light. Approximately half an hour later, the brilliance began to wane. There appears to be a figure within the divine light. A voice suddenly called out from the throng. Soon, everyone present focused on the silhouette emerging from the glow. The sect leader's eyes brightened with recognition, and he exclaimed, Yi Chun, it is Yi Chun. No sooner had he spoken than Yi Chun stepped forth from the divine light, standing beneath the stone tablet of the ascension ladder. Upon emerging, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback by the multitude gathered in the valley. How many people are here? Well, I'm just glad to be safe. While Yi Chun was lost in thought, the sect leader approached, scrutinizing him with a knowing smile. Yi Chun opened his mouth, preparing to speak, but at that moment, the divine light behind him suddenly transformed into countless stars, all of which surged into his body. The unexpected force overwhelmed him, plunging him into darkness. When he regained consciousness, it was 3 days later. As he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Creak! The door swung open, and Lu Ru entered. Upon seeing Yi Chun awake, her face lit up with joy as she hurried over, exclaiming, Junior brother, oh no, young sect master, you are awake. Yi Chun was momentarily bewildered, feeling a sense of confusion as he asked, Young sect master? Are you referring to me, senior sister? Lu Ru smiled gently, replying, There is no one else here. So who else could I mean? Wait, senior sister, what exactly is happening? Yi Chun was still in a daze, struggling to comprehend how he had suddenly become the young sect master of the Qingyan sect. Seeing his confusion, Lu Ru proceeded to inform Yi Chun about the events that had transpired during his 3-day unconsciousness, detailing how the news of his successful passage through the 33rd tier had spread throughout the Qingyan sect and the entire eastern region. Yi Chun's name had resonated across the 9 provinces, with various sects receiving word of the emergence of an unparalleled talent from the Qingyan sect. The higher-ups had even decided to host a grand feast to celebrate Yi Chun's achievement and to announce his ascension as the young sect master to the eastern region. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. He sensed that the title of unparalleled talent was not easily worn. He understood the truth behind the saying, a tall tree catches the wind, and realized the potential dangers that accompanied such recognition. Yet, the events had already unfolded, and any attempt to alter them would be futile. Young sect master. 3 days from now marks your official inauguration as the young sect master of the Qingyan sect. Numerous powerful figures from the eastern region will come to witness the ceremony. Initially, our master was concerned that you might not awaken in time, but now that you have, I shall report to him, Lu Ru said, turning to head toward Qingyun Peak. Wait, senior sister, I shall accompany you, Yi Chun insisted. Lu Ru glanced back at him, nodded slightly, and exited the room. Soon after, Yi Chun also emerged, having changed into a fresh set of clothes. He felt revitalized, exuding a newfound charisma. Lu Ru had encountered many accomplished young men, but upon seeing Yi Chun now, she couldn't help but blush. Yi Chun, oblivious to her reaction, adjusted his attire and declared, Senior sister, let us be on our way. The two set off toward Qingyun Peak, and Yi Chun inquired, By the way, senior sister, where was that palace earlier? How did I end up waking here? Yi Chun inquired, and only then did Lu Ru respond. This place is known as the Star-Picking Peak, and the palace is called the Star-Picking Palace. It stands as the second highest peak of our sect, surpassed only by the Qingyun Peak, serving as the residence of the young sect master of the Qingyun sect. Yi Chun nodded slightly and continued to ask, Senior sister, I am merely a newly initiated disciple in the foundation establishment stage. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for the master to appoint me as the young sect master of the Qingyun sect? The position of the sect master of Qingyun sect has a tenure of 100 years, and every century a new sect master is appointed. The former sect master then retreats to the sacred land of Qingyun to diligently pursue the path to immortality. Currently, the tenure of the sect master has extended beyond 90 years, and for the past 2 years, they have been selecting a successor. Among the candidates, 3 disciples have garnered the highest acclaim, and now with Yi Chun's unexpected rise, there is bound to be discontent. If given a choice, Yi Chun would indeed prefer not to take on the mantle of the young sect master. Moreover, given his previous experiences, he harbors little affection for the Qingyun sect. Had it not been for necessity, he would have departed immediately after dealing with Zhou Qi and his son, rather than lingering within the confines of the Qingyun sect. Lu Ru smiled gently and said, The young sect master is a peerless talent who successfully passed the 33rd layer of the ascending immortal ladder upon his first attempt. Such innate talent ensures that your cultivation will inevitably rise. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Occupying the position of young sect master is thus a rightful recognition. For any sect, a disciple with exceptional talent is far more valuable than one with mere strength, especially one as rare as Yi Chun, a prodigy of a century. Any sect would go to great lengths to retain him. The title of young sect master is truly of little consequence. Chapter 47. A thought of slaughter. The moon hung high in the sky. During the day, the bustling Qingyun sect had transformed into an eerie silence. A figure emerged from the Qingyun peak. It was Yi Chun, who had just concluded his audience with the sect master of Qingyun. On his way to the Qingyun peak, he had learned from Lu Ru about the events that transpired after he ascended to the 34th layer of the ascending immortal ladder. Initially, he had anticipated that the sect master would inquire about what occurred after he passed the 33rd layer, and he had been mulling over various excuses to deflect such questions. However, after spending nearly half a day at the Qingyun peak, even after leaving, there was not a single inquiry regarding the events that unfolded post the 33rd layer. The conversation had solely revolved around concern for his well-being, with nothing else mentioned. Although the sect master, Qing Min, appeared exceedingly cordial on the surface, Yi Chun felt an unsettling undercurrent beneath that friendliness, as if Qing Min harbored inscrutable intentions. The mere sight of Qing Min's smile sent shivers down Yi Chun's spine. What on earth was that old fellow scheming? Upon returning to the star-picking peak, Yi Chun could not help but furrow his brow as he recalled Qing Min's earlier demeanor. Forget him, he thought. Despite his contemplation, he could not fathom why he felt such aversion towards Qing Min. In 3 days, a grand banquet would be held, and he needed to hasten his cultivation to prepare. Within the Qingyun peak, Qing Min had explicitly informed Yi Chun that on the day he formally assumed the role of young sect master, a challenge platform would be established for the sect's prodigies to issue challenges, and even young prodigies from other sects would join in. As the young sect master of Qingyun sect, Yi Chun could not refuse these challenges from the younger generation. Consequently, he had to bolster his combat prowess within these 3 days. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating to be unable to fend off challenges from peers as a young sect master. However, soon Yi Chun found himself troubled again. With less than 3 days until the banquet, under his current condition, even with relentless day and night training, he could only hope to advance to the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm. Yet, it was evident that such a level would be woefully inadequate to contend with the most elite young cultivators in the eastern region. System, is there any way to significantly enhance my combat abilities within 3 days? Ultimately, Yi Chun sought assistance from the system. Host, with the current level of this system, you can activate 5 times the speed of automated cultivation, but it requires 1 premium spirit stone. Within 3 days, the host's realm can at least reach the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Late stage of the foundation establishment realm? That might still be insufficient. Yi Chun frowned slightly upon hearing the system's response and continued to inquire. Is there truly no other means to enhance my combat strength? There is. A person's combat strength is primarily influenced by 3 aspects: cultivation realm, physical realm, and spiritual realm. Currently, the host's spiritual realm is commendable, possessing 3 strands of spiritual consciousness. If you fully absorb and refine the divine light obtained from the ascending immortal ladder, it could at least increase your spiritual consciousness by 3 strands. However, the host needs to cultivate a technique related to spiritual consciousness to unleash the power of 6 strands of spiritual consciousness. Simultaneously, the host can also cultivate the Phoenix Divine Record to enhance their physical realm, which would significantly boost personal combat strength. 3 methods could potentially enhance Yi Chun's combat prowess within 3 days. However, there was one problem. Yi Chun did not possess any premium spirit stones, nor did he have access to any techniques related to spiritual consciousness. It seemed that he could only focus on cultivating the Phoenix Divine Record to improve his physical realm. The system has detected the host's predicament and suggests that the host pursue all 3 avenues simultaneously to maximize their combat strength within 3 days. After hearing the system's suggestion, Yi Chun lamented, "System, it's not that I don't want to pursue all 3 avenues, but the issue is that I currently lack premium spirit stones and have no means to acquire a technique related to spiritual consciousness. How about this? I promise to pay you back later if you grant me 3 days of 5 times cultivation speed and provide me with a technique related to spiritual consciousness." This system does not operate on credit. However, the host may exchange one advanced mystery box for 3 days of 5 times automated cultivation. Would the host like to proceed with the exchange? An advanced mystery box? Truthfully, Yichen was somewhat reluctant to part with it. But given the circumstances, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided, System, I will exchange one advanced mystery box for 3 days of automated cultivation. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully deducting one advanced mystery box and activating 5 times automated cultivation for a duration of 3 days. Beep. The host now has 3 intermediate mystery boxes and 1 random spiritual technique reward remaining. Would the host like to open them? Upon hearing the system's reminder, Yichen recalled that he had received a random spiritual technique reward for assisting Gu Yun in merging with the demon body. System, can the random spiritual technique reward yield a technique related to spiritual consciousness? Yichen asked, filled with hope. Beep. The random spiritual technique reward cannot be specified. There is a chance of obtaining a technique related to spiritual consciousness, as well as a possibility of receiving other technique rewards. If the host wishes to designate a spiritual consciousness technique reward, they may use one intermediate mystery box to upgrade the random spiritual technique reward to a specified technique reward. Would the host like to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade confirmed. This time, Yichen did not hesitate. Beep. 1 intermediate mystery box and 1 random spiritual technique reward have been deducted. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a specified technique reward. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. I wish to use the specified technique reward for a designated spiritual consciousness technique. Yichen declared. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the specified technique reward. The designated spiritual consciousness technique is now activating. Please wait a moment. Beep. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the spiritual consciousness technique 9 Thoughts of Annihilation. As the system's voice faded, Yichen immediately felt an additional memory manifest within his mind, containing details pertaining to 9 Thoughts of Annihilation. Techniques are categorized into 6 ranks: immortal, heavenly, earthly, mysterious, yellow, and human, with each rank further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. 9 Thoughts of Annihilation belongs to the upper tier of the immortal rank. However, what Yichen currently possessed was merely a fragment of it, known as 1 Thought of Slaughter. Though just a fragment, this technique's tier could still reach the middle tier of the earthly rank, illustrating the immense power of the 9 Thoughts of Annihilation technique. System, why have I not received the cultivation method for 1 Thought to Kill? Yichen scanned the suddenly appearing text in his mind, but found it only contained introductions to 1 Thought to Kill, lacking any actual cultivation methods. Could it be that the system has led me astray this time? Ding! Host, there is no need for alarm. 1 Thought to Kill is a reward technique that can be wielded without cultivation. However, to unleash a mid-grade divine thought technique, there is a prerequisite. The host must possess 5 strands of divine thought. Otherwise, you will be unable to bear the power of 1 Thought to Kill, ultimately affecting your soul. I see. Yichen finally felt reassured. 3 days of quintuple speed offline cultivation would be sufficient to elevate his realm to the late stage of foundation establishment. And within these 3 days, the divine light within him would surely be fully absorbed. Yichen believed that, with the enhancement of his realm and divine thought, he should be able to face the majority of challenges after 3 days. Nevertheless, he did not become complacent. After initiating the quintuple speed offline cultivation, he also entered seclusion to practice Phoenix Divine Record. The first stage of Phoenix Divine Record is blood purification, which can be divided into 3 levels. The first level involves purifying the blood within the body. As humans consume grains, various harmful substances inevitably dissolve into the blood. This step of blood purification aims to eliminate impurities, refining the blood to a point where the dark red hue transforms into a bright crimson, thus completing the first step. Once this step is achieved, the blood and meridians within the body will experience significant enhancement, and the blood may even nurture true essence, thereby altering one's constitution. Furthermore, after completing this step, consuming grains in the future would result in minimal impurities entering the bloodstream. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion in the cultivation room, Yichen placed his hands on his thighs and swiftly operated the cultivation method of Phoenix Divine Record. Under the impetus of the technique, the flow of blood within his body accelerated. In a tranquil state, the heart pumps approximately 70 milliliters of blood with each beat, while the total blood volume in the human body is about 4,000 milliliters, meaning a complete circulation of blood takes roughly 1 minute. However now, under the influence of the Phoenix Divine Record, The flow of blood within Yi Chen's body had become extremely rapid, completing 2 full circulations in just 1 minute. With such high-speed circulation, impurities in the blood were quickly expelled through the pores of his skin. Yi Chen sat quietly on the cushion for 3 hours. During this time, the blood within his body completed 180 circulations, with impurities oozing out of his pores, leaving a dark residue on him, emanating a foul odor. Based on this speed, he estimated that in another 3 hours, he would be able to completely cleanse the impurities from his blood. Perhaps a bath is in order. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, a warm ray of sunlight streamed in, and he realized that dawn had arrived. Having not slept all night, Yi Chen felt no drowsiness and called for the attendants of Zhaoxing Peak to bring several buckets of hot water. The stench from the impurities expelled from his blood was unbearable, making it impossible for him to concentrate on his cultivation. He wanted to take a bath first. Chapter 48. The golden light in the bloodline as the sun rose. Yi Chen was covered in the filth expelled from his blood, and an extreme foul odor surrounded him. The attendants of Zhaoxing Peak quickly brought several large buckets of hot water upon receiving Yi Chen's command. Upon opening the door, the overwhelming stench caused several attendants to gag. Coinciding with Yi Chen's emergence from the inner room, the attendants immediately realized that the foul smell emanated from Yi Chen, their faces turning pale as they hastily knelt and begged for forgiveness, saying, "Young sect master, please spare us. It was unintentional." Although the formal ceremony had yet to take place, Qing Min had already announced within the sect that Yi Chen was the young sect master of Qingyan sect. The attendants were merely fortunate outer disciples assigned to Zhaoxing Peak, and a single word from Yi Chen could determine their fates. Naturally, they were filled with fear at their previous disrespect. Yi Chen, however, said little, instructing them to place the hot water down and prepare some food before dismissing them. Soon, the impurities on Yi Chen were entirely washed away, and he donned a clean outfit, still feeling invigorated and full of energy. Upon stepping into the main hall, he found that the attendants had prepared a lavish breakfast, featuring an array of delicacies fit for an emperor. However, Yi Chen merely glanced at the sumptuous spread before shaking his head and instructing the attendants, "Remove this and bring me steamed buns and plain water." Yi Chen was currently cultivating the first stage of Phoenix Divine Record, specifically in the process of blood purification, and it was best for him to consume the lightest of foods. Plain water and steamed buns were the most suitable. The attendants were momentarily taken aback, unsure why the young sect master would choose to forego exquisite delicacies for simple steamed buns and water. Moreover, some of the breakfast items were made from the meat of spirit beasts, infused with spiritual energy, which he also disregarded for plain fare. They found it perplexing, yet dared not defy Yi Chen's orders and swiftly removed the sumptuous food, replacing it with steamed buns and plain water. For the next 3 days, prepare my meals this way. Yi Chen consumed nearly a pound of steamed buns before heading to the training ground of Zhaoxing Peak. Standing in the open square, he closed his eyes slightly and executed a punch. This was a punch devoid of any true essence, simply an attempt to assess the extent of his physical improvements. With approximately 2/3 of the impurities in his blood eliminated, his meridians had expanded nearly twice their original capacity, and his muscles had solidified considerably. The sheer power of this punch was at least double that of his previous strength. Although he had only practiced for a single night, Yi Chen's physical strength had significantly increased, exhibiting a drastic transformation compared to before. It was undeniable that Phoenix Divine Record was indeed a supreme technique of the ancient Phoenix clan, one of the 4 great demon clans. If he could complete the blood purification within these 3 days, his physical strength would undoubtedly see a remarkable enhancement. However, Yi Chen was also aware that blood purification was not a task to be accomplished overnight. To strengthen his physique, he needed not only the Phoenix Divine Record, but also continuous physical training. Only through such efforts would his physical power grow ever stronger. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen began to strike his fist slowly. This was not a specific set of movements, but rather an expression of his understanding of cultivation, moving entirely by instinct. With each punch, a spontaneous expression of his will. What a peculiar feeling. Do you feel that the young sect master's punches seem somewhat strange? Indeed, it is rather odd, appearing merely as casual strikes without any apparent power, yet there seems to be an inexplicable rhythm emanating from them. How curious. Could the young sect master's punches be a celestial level technique? Despite attempting to mimic his movements, they could not capture the essence within. As Yi Chen practiced his martial arts, the external disciples serving at Zhaoxing Peak gathered around. Some wished to learn from Yi Chen's techniques, Yet they felt an inexplicable force hindering their ability to follow his movements smoothly. No matter how they tried, they could not complete a single punch without experiencing muscle soreness throughout their bodies, leaving them utterly unable to persist. While one individual might be dismissed as lacking talent, the overwhelming consensus among those attempting to emulate Yi Chun was the same. Consequently, no one dared to continue practicing alongside him. However, they remained nearby, attentively observing each of Yi Chen's gestures and stances. Yi Chen's fluid techniques comprised 18 distinct movements, infused with a hint of the Phoenix Demon Clan's essence. Each punch contained a unique power, appearing unremarkable yet extraordinarily intricate. Although the disciples of Zhaoxing Peak could not replicate Yi Chen's punches, after several observations, they found their minds becoming clearer, as if the cultivation bottleneck that had long troubled them was loosening at that very moment. Among them, one external disciple, who had been stuck at the peak of qi refinement for nearly a decade, felt a sudden enlightenment after watching Yi Chen practice for over an hour. The foundational techniques he had struggled to grasp for 10 years became strikingly clear. Without hesitation, the disciple immediately seated himself in a meditative position, focusing on consolidating his true essence to establish his cultivation foundation within his dantian. Boom! Half an hour later, a ripple of power emanated from the disciple, successfully establishing his cultivation foundation in the dantian and stepping into the foundation establishment realm. Astunshiri, Li Ben, who had been trapped at the peak of qi refinement for a decade, comprehended the foundation establishment realm merely by observing the young master practice for a brief period. How miraculous! Was the young master perhaps a reincarnated celestial being? Upon witnessing Li Wen's successful breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, the surrounding external disciples in the qi refinement stage were left in awe. Yi Chun, stirred by the surge of power emanating from Li Wen, turned his gaze towards the direction of Li Wen and his companions, quickly grasping the situation. With Li Wen's breakthrough, his lifespan extended by 100 years, and he appeared rejuvenated and spirited. Soon enough, Li Wen noticed Yi Chen approaching them. Stunned, he hurried over, bowing respectfully and saying, "I apologize for interrupting the young master's training. Please do punish me." Yi Chen smiled gently and replied, "No need for concern. You've been stuck at the peak of qi refinement for 10 years, and now that you have broken through to the foundation establishment realm, it is indeed a fortunate event. If you are willing, how about serving as a steward at Zhaoxing Peak from now on?" After reaching the foundation establishment realm, one could directly apply to the outer elders to enter the inner sect. If one's talent was sufficiently impressive, it was possible to attract the attention of an elder and soar to great heights. However, such occurrences were rare. Most inner sect disciples remained unremarkable, performing various sect tasks day after day merely to earn cultivation resources. While the stewards of Zhaoxing Peak were nominally considered subordinates, the true master of Zhaoxing Peak was the young master, destined to inherit the position of sect leader. Li Wen, fully aware of his own capabilities, immediately knelt in gratitude. Expressing his heartfelt appreciation to Yi Chun, he recognized his limitations. Had he possessed exceptional talent, he would not have remained stagnant at the qi refinement stage for a decade. Rather than toil as an inner sect disciple struggling for resources, he preferred to serve diligently at Zhaoxing Peak. Moreover, should Yi Chen ascend to the position of Qingyan sect leader in the future, he would undoubtedly treat his followers well. Having made arrangements, Yi Chen did not dismiss those who had gathered to observe his training. He returned to the martial arts arena and continued practicing until 2 hours later. He felt utterly drained of energy and finally ceased. Dragging his weary body back to his room, he seated himself on the meditation mat and immediately began to cultivate the Phoenix divine record, continuing to refine the blood within his body. Unbeknownst to him, 3 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. After this period of cultivation, the vitality within Yi Chen's blood surged dramatically, turning his blood a fiery red. The flow of his blood became alarmingly swift, and his physical strength had increased several-fold compared to before. Boom! As the velocity of his blood flow intensified, wisps of ethereal energy began to manifest within the blood, coursing through the heart and ultimately drawn to the Buddha bone located beside it. Simultaneously, a thread of golden light and Buddhist energy returned to the bloodline. The blood, now a blazing crimson, had finally completed the first stage of the blood transformation process. Slowly, Yi Chen opened his eyes, excitement bubbling within him. The blood transformation was the first stage of cultivating the Phoenix divine record. With 3 levels to achieve, the first level, pure blood, red as fire. The second level, surging blood, pitch black as ink. And the third level, silent blood, returning to its essence. Each transformation represented a qualitative leap for the bloodline. Yi Chun found it peculiar, however, as his blood was not entirely crimson. It was interspersed with glimmers of golden light, akin to a hint of Buddhist resonance. System, have I successfully completed the first level of blood transformation? Yi Chun inquired, uncertainty lingering in his voice. Ding! The host's blood flow rate has reached a maximum of 360 cycles per second, and all impurities have been completely eliminated. Congratulations, host, on completing the first level of blood transformation. Then what is the golden light within my blood? Will it have any effect on me? Yi Chun still felt uneasy regarding the golden light in his blood. Ding! Host need not worry. The golden light within your blood is the power of the Holy Buddha Bone. Holy Buddha Bone? Yi Chun exclaimed in astonishment, his attention drawn to the faintly glowing bone beside his heart. After a moment's contemplation, he continued to question the system. Are you saying that the bone in my body is the Holy Buddha Bone? Ding! Correct. With the system's confirmation, Yi Chun was utterly astounded. The Holy Buddha Bone was a treasure comparable to the Tao Bone, and even rarer. It was said that only individuals with immense merit in their past lives could cultivate the Holy Buddha Bone in this life. Yi Chun already possessed a Tao Bone within him, and now, with the addition of the Holy Buddha Bone, he bore a dual bone structure, something that had not been seen across the entire 9 provinces for thousands of years. Should word of Yi Chun's dual bone existence spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire 9 provinces, even inciting jealousy among the arrogant geniuses of the central region. However, if the news of Yi Chun's dual bones were to leak, it would likely provoke powerful elders from the previous generation to act, seeking to eliminate the potential threat. A person with immense future prospects, if not harnessed for one's own ends, would surely be snuffed out in the cradle. It was clear to Yi Chun that he must keep the existence of the Holy Buddha Bone a secret, for revealing it would undoubtedly invite disaster. A common man bears no guilt, yet the possession of a treasure can lead to ruin. Yi Chun understood this principle all too well. 3 days passed, neither long nor short. During this time, Yi Chun hardly left Zhaoxing Peak. Apart from his daily ablutions, he remained in the training room. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, he opened his eyes, exhaling slowly. The first stage of the Phoenix Divine Record blood transformation was divided into 3 levels. The first level was pure blood, red as fire. The second level was surging blood, pitch black as ink. And the third level was silent blood, returning to its essence. Each transformation represented a significant qualitative leap for the bloodline. In the span of 3 days, Yi Chun successfully ascended to the final tier, completing the first phase of his cultivation of the Phoenix Divine Record. Following an extensive period of 5-fold speed cultivation, he achieved a breakthrough to the later stage of foundation establishment. The divine light absorbed from the ascending immortal steps was entirely refined. Knock knock. Upon awakening, Yi Chun heard a knock at the door. Without waiting for the person outside to speak, he promptly declared, "Please inform senior sister Lu Ru to wait for me in the front hall. I shall join her shortly." The divine light absorbed from the ascending immortal steps had been completely transformed, and his spiritual consciousness had increased to 7 strands. This level of spiritual awareness was akin to reaching the minor completion of foundation establishment. With his current prowess, there was no need to extend his soul. He could perceive events occurring within 100 miles with utmost clarity. Outside, Li Wen's hand, poised on the wooden door, froze in place, and the words lodged in his throat were swallowed back down. He then respectfully replied, "Understood." Afterward, he returned to the front hall, his expression one of astonishment. Although Li Wen had only recently broken through to foundation establishment, he was a cultivator with nearly 2 decades of experience and had seen many things. He had never encountered a primary practitioner of true essence capable of such formidable spiritual awareness at the foundation establishment stage. Could it be that the young sect master was indeed cultivating both divine martial prowess and true essence? As he made his way back to the front hall, this thought flickered through Li Wen's mind, though he dared not confirm it. After all, cultivating both divine martial arts and true essence required extraordinary talent. Since the founding of the Qingyan sect, there had been no record of any prodigy achieving such a feat. "Senior sister, you truly arrived early." Yi Chun soon appeared in the front hall, gazing at Lu Ru, who was seated there, and smiled gently. Lu Ru looked up at Yi Chun and, sensing the formidable power emanating from him, was momentarily taken aback. "Young sect master, have you broken through to the golden core stage?" "Not quite. I have merely advanced to the later stage of foundation establishment, Yichen replied, shaking his head slightly as he walked over to Lu Ru. The later stage of foundation establishment? That is impossible. How could such a tremendous aura belong to someone at that stage? Lu Ru clearly found it hard to believe Yi Chen's words. She herself was at the early golden core stage, yet she felt an overwhelming strength radiating from Yi Chen, making her realize she was no match for him. Yi Chen chuckled, "Senior sister, I assure you I am indeed at the later stage of foundation establishment. I have been simultaneously cultivating a body refinement technique, which has also elevated my physical strength to the same level. The combination of both powers creates an aura more potent than that of an ordinary later stage foundation establishment cultivator." What? Lu Ru was even more astonished. The simultaneous cultivation of true essence and physical strength, with both realms being on par, was even more surprising to her than Yi Chen breaking through to the golden core stage. It was worth noting that just 3 days prior, Yi Chen had only been at the initial stage of foundation establishment. In a mere 3 days, he had crossed a realm, and his physical strength had dramatically increased. "What is it?" Yi Chen inquired, noticing Lu Ru staring at him in shock, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a prolonged moment, Lu Ru regained her composure and remarked, "Junior brother, you truly deserve the accolades of having successfully passed the 33rd level of the ascending immortal steps. Such astonishing talent is indeed humbling." Yi Chen smirked slightly, wondering how Lu Ru would react if she were to learn he had cultivated 7 strands of spiritual awareness. However, he was not foolish. Despite his fondness for Lu Ru, he was not inclined to reveal all his cards. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Senior sister, has the banquet been prepared adequately?" At this moment, Lu Ru recalled her purpose for coming and, regaining her composure, stated, "The banquet is set, and representatives from the major sects have nearly all arrived. I was sent by our master to fetch the young sect master." Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "In that case, I would appreciate your guidance, senior sister. Let us proceed." As the two made their way out of the Zhaixing Peak, Yi Chen asked, "Senior sister, have we truly invited all the major sects from the eastern region?" The Jiuzhou continent was divided into 5 major regions, with Zhongzhou being the largest, encompassing a quarter of the entire land. Following it were the North Wasteland, South Shu, West Land, and Eastern region. Although the Eastern region was the smallest, it boasted numerous cultivation sects, some of which were even more powerful than the Qingyun sect. Lu Ru nodded slightly. "I have heard that our master and the elders personally reached out to the 4 major sects and 3 palaces of the Eastern region to invite their powerful cultivators to attend. Additionally, several smaller sects have sent their own invitations to extend their congratulations. Among the many sects in the Eastern region, the 10 most powerful included by Xia sect, Feixing sect, Xianyang sect, Qiyang sect, Xianbing Palace, Qixing Palace, Tianwai Palace, Yuanshu Sword sect, Feixian Valley, and Qingyun sect. With the strong members of the Qingyun sect personally extending invitations, the representatives from the 9 major sects were likely to honor their presence. As for the smaller sects, once Qingyun sect disseminated the news, they naturally sent representatives to offer their congratulations. Thus, it could be said that this banquet would gather nearly all the sects from the eastern region. Before long, Lu Ru suddenly halted, gazing into the distance. "Junior brother, we have arrived." Following Lu Ru's gaze, Yi Chen's pupils widened, and a hint of amazement flickered in his eyes. What a grand spectacle! They have even made a mountain the venue for the banquet. Before them stood a colossal mountain, towering approximately 3,000 zhang high, with wisps of white clouds forming bridges suspended in the air at its midsection, giving the entire peak an ethereal appearance. "I have heard that this mountain was a treasure discovered by the Grand Elder during his travels overseas. It is named Shao Penglai," Lu Ru explained. "Penglai? The legendary overseas celestial sect Penglai?" Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Ru smiled gently. "Naturally, it is not the fabled Penglai of legend. However, it is said that this Shao Penglai originates from the Penglai celestial sect, imbued with a touch of celestial aura. After the Grand Elder obtained it, he regarded it as a treasure. We must thank the young sect master. Had you not successfully passed the 33rd level of the ascending immortal steps, we might never have had the chance to witness this Shao Penglai in our lifetime. A mountain imbued with celestial energy, now refined into a magical artifact, was certainly not something that could be easily presented. At this moment, many cultivators had already arrived at Shao Penglai, climbing swiftly toward its summit. The base of the mountain was teeming with people. Disciples of the Qingyun sect mingled with cultivators from various other sects adorned in diverse attires. While Qingyun sect was hosting the banquet, It was worth noting that only the representatives of the 9 major sects had actually received invitations. For the smaller sects wishing to attend, they would need to ascend to the top of Xiaopinglai. Otherwise, they would not qualify to be included in Qingyun's sect's guest list. Younger sect master, Xiaopinglai is enveloped by a force that restricts flight. Let us wait here for someone to come and escort us, Lu Ru suggested. After saying this, she took out a command token to notify those above to come and receive them. However, Yi Chen intervened, saying, I sense a formidable pressure emanating from within Xiaopinglai. Why not we ascend on foot? Lu Ru hesitated briefly. Although she was reluctant to climb step by step to the peak, she did not dare to refuse Yi Chen's suggestion. Nodding slightly, the two began their ascent towards Xiaopinglai. Just then, a disciple from the inner sect of Qingyun sect spotted Yi Chen and immediately shouted, Look! Look! The young sect master has arrived. Chapter 50. 108 seats. The Xiaopinglai was teeming with cultivators, including disciples from Qingyun sect, as well as those from various sects who had come from the eastern region. With the loud shout of that disciple, countless eyes in the vicinity turned towards the direction where Yi Chen and his companions stood, many faces alight with excitement. Over the past few days, Yi Chen's name had spread throughout the eastern region, and curiosity about the young master of the Qingyun sect, who had successfully ascended to the 33rd level of the immortal ladder, was palpable, as everyone yearned to glimpse this legendary figure. Senior sister, how do they all know me? Yi Chen stared at the throng of exhilarated onlookers ahead, momentarily taken aback as he inquired. Lu Ru, noticing the bewildered expression on Yi Chen's face, let out a soft laugh before responding. Your name has nearly permeated the entire eastern region. Even your portrait has circulated widely here, making you a household name, young master. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Yi Chen was astonished. He had never anticipated that he would one day become such a well-known figure throughout the eastern region. It felt utterly surreal. Moreover, he had merely ascended to the 33rd level. Was it truly necessary for such a grand reaction? Lu Ru smiled gently, saying it's not an exaggeration. Although the immortal ladder belongs to our Qingyun sect, its extraordinary power is no secret in the eastern region. Many sects select outstanding disciples annually to challenge the immortal ladder, and the difficulty of reaching the 33rd level is well understood by everyone. Young master, you ascended to the 33rd level on your first attempt and succeeded. Your displayed talent is sufficient to command respect across the eastern region. As she spoke, admiration flickered in Lu Ru's eyes. Yi Chen was at a loss for words. He glanced around at the crowd, which had nearly surrounded the small Penglai immortal mountain, and sighed softly. Well then, let's have senior sister signal for someone to come and escort us. Lu Ru understood that navigating the current situation would not be easy, so she refrained from saying more and sent out a signal. Soon, someone arrived swiftly on a spirit crane from the mountaintop. Lu Ru and Yi Chen soared onto the crane's back. The spirit crane moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Chen found himself atop the mountain. The summit featured a spacious platform with a martial arts stage at its center, surrounded by tables and chairs. Many individuals were already seated, and upon seeing Yi Chen's arrival, numerous people stood up to establish connections with him. Yi Chen, who was least adept at socializing, felt relieved as Lu Ru stood beside him, warding off the advances of the gathering crowd. Senior sister, there seem to be only a little over 100 seats. How can they possibly accommodate so many people? Yi Chen remarked, observing the limited seating at the mountaintop while glancing at the endless stream of cultivators still ascending the mountain. Lu Ru explained, aside from the 36 seats reserved for the 9 major sects, there are a total of 108 seats available. So, does that mean only 108 of those cultivators below are qualified to attend the ceremony? Yi Chen asked. Lu Ru nodded, continuing, Indeed, our sect is one of the top 10 sects in the eastern region. The small Penglai, immortal mountain, was acquired from beyond the realm by our venerable elder, and its spiritual energy is exceptionally rich. Although we have invited the powerful figures from various sects to attend, not everyone can ascend to the mountaintop and take a seat. And what about the rest? Yi Chen pute sidon. Lu Ru replied, Naturally, they will return whence they came. Yi Chen nodded slightly, his gaze flickering as he observed the crowd below the small Penglai immortal mountain, silently lamenting. With so many people vying for a mere 108 seats, a fierce contest is bound to erupt. At this moment, chaos had already erupted at the foot of the small Penglai immortal mountain, where thousands began to clash, employing various divine abilities and techniques. Occasionally, powerful spiritual artifacts were unleashed, sending large groups of cultivators flying through the air. The scene resembled a grand-scale battle, truly magnificent in its scope. Yichen watched for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense before witnessing only 4 or 5 individuals emerge from the fray, stepping onto the path up the mountain. Those who managed to break through were no weaklings. Many were seasoned veterans of considerable strength. Senior sister, what could possibly make today's banquet so alluring that they flock here in droves? Yichen found it difficult to comprehend why such a considerable uproar surrounded what was merely a succession banquet for a young master. Lu Ru glanced at Yichen for a moment before smiling gently. Tonight's event is not only your succession ceremony, but also a discussion conference. The top 10 participants will gain the opportunity to train in the sacred grounds of the top 10 sects and will also be granted a chance to challenge the immortal ladder of the Qingyun sect. Upon hearing Lu Ru's words, Yichen finally understood. No wonder cultivators from across the eastern region had gathered. Most were drawn by the prospect of the discussion conference. Then does that mean I won't have to face any challenges? Yichen had not forgotten this crucial detail. In response to Yichen's hopeful gaze, Lu Ru slowly shook her head, saying, not quite. The top 10 participants of the discussion conference will earn the opportunity to train in the sacred grounds. But to challenge the immortal ladder, one must face the young master of the Qingyun sect. Yichen was momentarily stunned. Isn't this a bit too cruel? He lamented, realizing that many cultivators had already ascended. Young master, you should prepare well. Don't let anyone knock you down right at the start. We can't afford to lose face for the Qingyun sect, Lu Ru chuckled. Yichen forced a smile that was more sorrowful than laughter, knowing full well how much he wished to slip away. However, he also understood that at this juncture, making a getaway was likely impossible. Within a palace atop the small Punlai Immortal Mountain, the powerful figures from the 9 major sects had gathered, all invited by the Qingyun sect, thus sparing them the effort of ascending the mountain. Qingmin and several elders from the Qingyun sect were receiving them. Qingmin, I've heard that the young master of the Qingyun sect is merely a newly promoted foundation establishment cultivator. Are you certain you want him to face the challenges posed by the younger generation of the entire eastern region? A silver-haired old woman took a sip of tea and smiled at Qingmin, the master of the Qingyun sect. This elder, named Hua Baixue, was an ancient cultivator of over 400 years from the Bixia sect, her powers unfathomable. Behind her stood 3 young cultivators, each exuding the aura of golden core cultivators, the weakest among them being at the 2nd level of the golden core realm. Another elder, dressed in a Taoist robe, spoke up at this moment, stating, indeed, Master Qingmin, while the young master of the Qingyun sect possesses exceptional talent, he is still merely a child who has recently broken through to the foundation establishment realm. The disciples of our sects are all golden core cultivators. If a scuffle breaks out and he gets hurt, it would disrupt the harmony among us. The eastern region is small and densely populated, with limited cultivation resources. While the top 10 sects may appear united, there is considerable competition among them. A genius who successfully ascended the 33rd level of the immortal ladder while still in the foundation establishment stage would be a threat to the existing power dynamics among the top 10 sections. The Qingyun sect was well aware of the ulterior motives at play, yet they refrained from elaborating further, stating plainly, you need not worry. Since our sect's founding, we have established a rule. The young master must be a standout among the younger generation. If my disciple cannot withstand the challenges posed by you all, he has no right to be the young master. These words undoubtedly thrust Yichen once more into the spotlight. Should Yichen have heard Qingmin's words, he would likely have jumped forward to refute them, for he truly had no desire to be regarded as some petty sect master. Upon hearing Qingmin's statement, the expressions of nearly every powerful individual from the 9 great sects shifted dramatically. Hua Baixue immediately interjected, Qing sect master, do you truly believe that the young talents of our sects cannot even contend with a mere child who has just broken through to the foundation establishment stage? What significance does high talent hold when they are but foundation establishment practitioners? Each one of our young prodigies present here has already stepped into the golden core realm. Qingmin, however, merely smiled gently and replied, Elder Hua, you exaggerate. Today's event is merely to adhere to the rules of my sect, allowing the young master to accept challenges from the young talents of every major sect. There is no other intention behind it. I hope that everyone will show mercy during the contests. Qing sect master's words are misguided. In our contests, once we engage, we shall hold nothing back. There is no guarantee that we can afford to show any restraint after striking. A rather androgynous-looking man, standing behind Hua Baixue, spoke up. Qing Min's expression instantly darkened as he glared at the man, annoyance creeping into his voice as he retorted, Elder Hua, it seems your disciple has not been properly educated in manners. The androgynous man quickly realized his faux pas, immediately clasping his hands in apology and respectfully saying, I beg your pardon, Qing sect master. It was my youthful indiscretion. Qing Min snorted coldly, and an imposing aura surged forth towards the young man. At this moment, Hua Baixue stepped forward, shielding Qing Min's aura, and remarked, there is no need for such anger. My disciple merely spoke the truth. Chapter 51. 2 moves you need not worry about this. Our Qingyun sect will have strong guardians at the contest arena. Should any danger arise, they will naturally intervene to preserve the opponent's life, Qing Min stated with a smile. Then I hope the elders of Qingyun sect can react in time before Yi Chun meets his end, the androgynous man replied with a sinister smile. Qing Min's face darkened instantly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He was the sect master of Qingyun sect, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage. A true hegemon. Yet today, he was repeatedly challenged by a mere junior. How could he not feel a surge of anger? Hua Baixue also sensed the killing intent radiating from Qing Min's gaze and, with a sly smile, remarked, Qing Min, you are a senior. Surely, you do not intend to strike at a junior? This was the territory of Qingyun sect, where Qing Min held a significant advantage. It could be said that if he wished to kill, Hua Baixue would be powerless to stop him. However, should he choose that path, it would surely tarnish his hard-won reputation. After glaring at Hua Baixue for a moment, Qing Min finally spoke, Elder Hua, your words are misplaced. How could this sect master be so lacking in composure? As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Min's gaze fell upon the androgynous man, stating, I hope you will not waver during the challenge. I am quite eager to see the extent of your abilities. Atop the summit of the Little Punglai Immortal Mountain, the final young prodigy took their seat. Waves of spiritual light surged forth within the mountain, sealing off the path up, and those still on the ascent were immediately teleported away. The cultivators, who had been engaged in fierce battles, suddenly found themselves outside the boundaries of Little Punglai Immortal Mountain, momentarily stunned, before realizing that the 108 seats at the summit had been filled, and they had lost their chance to ascend. These cultivators, teleported from the mountain, gazed longingly at its peaks, but could do nothing but depart one after another. At the summit, every seat was occupied. An elder clad in azure and white robes appeared at the center of the martial platform, slowly opening his eyes, and announced, Congratulations to all who have successfully ascended to the summit. Each of you will receive a 3rd-grade returning spirit pill, along with the opportunity to enter our Qingyun sect's ascending immortal ladder for challenges. Today, nearly 10,000 cultivators had come, and those who managed to break through the ranks and reach the summit were undoubtedly rare talents, a once-in-a-century occurrence. The 10 major sects would naturally seek to cultivate relationships with such individuals. Otherwise, they would not simultaneously offer 3rd-grade spirit pills as rewards for reaching the summit, nor would they provide generous rewards for subsequent discussions and challenges. Prior to the ascent, many were unaware that a 3rd-grade spirit pill awaited them for their success. Thus, upon hearing Elder Gung Yuan's words, they were momentarily taken aback, followed by a wave of excitement. A 3rd-grade spirit pill was a high-tier elixir. Many sects possessed few of them, and now they would receive one merely for reaching the summit, causing much exhilaration. Elder Gung Yuan, observing the crowd's excitement, wore a satisfied smile, then raised his hand to signal for silence, continuing, in addition to the 3rd-grade spirit pill reward. Those who perform well in the upcoming challenges will also receive substantial rewards. Today's challenges are divided into 2 segments. The first will involve our Qingyun sect's young master facing challenges from the young talents of various sects, while the second will consist of doctrinal debates. The first segment will see our Qingyun sect's young master accepting challenges from the young prodigies of various sections. The rules for this round of challenges are as follows. First, the consumption of elixirs that enhance combat power is prohibited. Second, should an opponent concede, no further attacks are to be made, and it is strictly forbidden to take lives. Any violation of the aforementioned rules will result in my unreserved reprimand. After clearly outlining the challenge rules, Elder Gung Yuan invited Yi Chun onto the martial platform. Is this truly the young master of Qingyun sect? He is merely at the foundation establishment stage? How could someone at the foundation establishment stage be appointed as the young master and face challenges from the greatest talents of the sects? This is a blatant disrespect towards us. Upon seeing Yi Chun, the 108 individuals present voiced their doubts. Each of the 108 who ascended to the summit was, without exception, a rare prodigy, their cultivation levels impressive, hence they looked down upon Yi Chun, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Yi Chun surveyed the crowd, silently releasing his formidable spiritual sense, quickly grasping the cultivation levels of the majority present. After assessing the cultivators gathered, his brow furrowed. The weakest among the 108 was at the early golden core stage, while those from the 9 major sects were even stronger, the weakest being at the late golden core stage. Though he was only at the late foundation establishment stage, one must not forget that he had completed the first phase of the Phoenix Divine Record, his physical prowess nearly equivalent to that of a late foundation establishment practitioner. Moreover, he possessed 6 strands of spiritual consciousness, allowing him to contend even against those at the peak of the golden core stage under unexpected circumstances. However, he was not merely facing 1 or 2 opponents, but rather a challenge from over 100 individuals. Enduring such a confrontation would surely be exhausting. Just as Yi Chun contemplated merely going through the motions, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The system has detected the host's current situation and has automatically triggered a random task. Successfully defeating all challengers will secure your position as the young master of Qingyan sect. Task reward: 1 high-tier random draw. This sudden task notification left Yi Chun momentarily hesitant. Though it was a random draw, being classified as high-tier meant it would not yield any worthless rewards. It seemed this battle required his utmost seriousness. Below, the challenge commenced. As Yi Chun pondered, Elder Gung Yuan's voice echoed. In but a breath's time, Yi Chun found himself facing a young man clad in yellow robes. The lad appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, his cultivation level at the early golden core stage. At such a tender age to have attained the golden core realm is indeed a fearsome talent. The young man clad in yellow robes, wielding a sharp battle blade, stood opposite Yi Chun and proclaimed with resounding vigor, "From the Kunlun sect, I am Zhang Song, the first to challenge the young master of the Qingyan sect. Please, young master, unsheath your weapon." Yi Chun scrutinized Zhang Song from head to toe, and he could distinctly sense that Zhang Song had only recently broken through to the golden core realm, his foundation still unsteady, rendering him nearly without threat. He gently shook his head and replied, "Your cultivation is insufficient to compel me to draw my weapon. Should I unsheath it, I fear I might inadvertently take your life." Arrogance. Although the Kunlun sect may not be a major sect, it is certainly not weak, and Zhang Song, having reached the golden core realm at such a young age, carried an air of pride. Naturally, being looked down upon by Yi Chun, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, ignited his ire. Thus, he refrained from further words and channeled his true essence into the battle blade at his side. The blade in Zhang Song's hand was a treasure he discovered during his travels in an ancient ruin, originally a spirit weapon. Yet, due to a missing fragment, it had lost its spirit and fallen to the rank of a treasured weapon. Nevertheless, it was still a rare spirit weapon, and even in its diminished state, it retained formidable power, with 9 powerful array patterns inscribed upon the blade. As Zhang Song infused his true essence into the sword, the power patterns were instantly activated, transforming the once light blade into a weighty instrument, nearly 500 pounds in heft. Zhang Song gripped the hilt tightly, executing a flurry of strikes with deft precision, his feet dancing through intricate steps as he charged towards Yi Chun. With Zhang Song's cultivation, bolstered by the weight of the blade, even late-stage golden core cultivators would hesitate to engage him directly. Technique: crushing gold finger. Yet Yi Chun stood unperturbed, raising his right hand, and a finger imprint shot forth, striking directly against the blade in Zhang Song's grasp. Boom! The impact created a powerful recoil that forced Zhang Song back several steps, his hands tingling from the shock. Just as he was regaining his composure, Yi Chun's second finger imprint surged towards him, landing squarely on his left shoulder. Clang! The heavy battle blade clattered to the ground. Zhang Song let out a pained cry, sent tumbling from the combat stage, disoriented and dazed. Clutching his injured shoulder, he climbed back onto the stage, retrieved his fallen blade, and cast a wary glance at Yi Chun. With a respectful bow, he said, "Thank you, young master, for sparing my life." Fortunately, Yi Chun's technique had not targeted his vital areas. Otherwise, he might have met his demise, and even Elder Gung Yuan would have been unable to intervene in time. To defeat a nascent golden core cultivator in just 2 moves, was this truly the combat prowess one could expect from a foundation establishment cultivator? The onlookers were momentarily stunned. and an exclamation escaped some lips. However, despite Yi Chen's swift victory over Jiang Song, it was unlikely to intimidate the assembled crowd. Many speculated that Jiang Song had exhausted too much true essence during his ascent, allowing Yi Chen, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, to exploit a weakness and achieve a quick victory. Soon after, a second challenger stepped onto the stage. The second challenger was 2 years older than Jiang Song, on the verge of stepping into the mid-golden core realm, and thus regarded Yi Chen with disdain, launching into a barrage of taunts. "Young master, I have no desire to harm you. It would be wise for you to concede. Otherwise, I fear my hand may be forced and you could be injured. Should you possess such capability, then do endeavor to test it." Yi Chen scoffed, his gaze icy as he regarded this arrogant challenger. What did it matter if he was in the mid-golden core realm? In Yi Chen's eyes, he posed no threat whatsoever. Hong Yi stood across from Yi Chen, his expression dark and filled with murderous intent, clearly irked by being dismissed by a mere foundation establishment cultivator. With a cold snort, he declared, "Do you truly believe that defeating that waste, Jiang Song, grants you the invincible prowess of the younger generation? Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that separates us." As his words fell, a surge of overwhelming energy radiated from his body. Yi Chen could clearly perceive the surrounding spiritual essence converging towards Hong Yi, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features as he remarked, "To gather the essence of heaven and earth around oneself is indeed a remarkable feat. Cultivators must absorb the essence of heaven and earth into their dantians to transform it into true essence that circulates throughout their bodies." Since Hong Yi could amass a significant amount of spiritual essence around him, it indicated that during their battle, he would not suffer from a lack of true essence, often a decisive factor in victory. Sensing the rich spiritual essence surrounding him, Hong Yi cast a glance at Yi Chen and said, "You still have time to concede." "Such a tiresome exchange," Yi Chen replied dismissively, provoked by Yi Chen's continued disregard. Hong Yi was consumed by genuine anger and wasted no more words, launching his attack. Yet Yi Chen remained unfazed, his eyelids scarcely fluttering as countless fiery meteors erupted towards Hong Yi. Upon witnessing the barrage of fiery meteors, Hong Yi's eyes widened in alarm, and he dared not face the onslaught head-on. Instead, he shifted to a defensive posture, forming a protective shield of true essence around himself. Boom! The meteors struck the shield, producing a thunderous sound. Bang! The invisible barrier shattered, and Hong Yi was sent staggering back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Technique, cruising Goldfinger. Before Hong Yi could regain his footing, Yi Chen unleashed his second attack, landing directly on Hong Yi's dantian. The powerful impact sent him flying from the stage. Yi Chen approached the edge of the stage, looking down at Hong Yi from above, coldly stating, "What does it matter if you can gather spiritual essence around you? You remain utterly vulnerable. Today, I shall cripple your cultivation and teach you that there are greater heights beyond your own." You, Hong Yi, realizing the extent of his dantian's injury, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yi Chen's strike had severed his dantian's spiritual meridians. The dantian's spiritual meridians are essential for the circulation of true essence throughout the body. Now that they were destroyed, unless he could procure rare treasures to reconstruct them, his path of cultivation would be at an end. Once again, Yi Chen had defeated his opponent in 2 moves, and in doing so, he had shattered Hong Yi's meridians. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Although Yi Chen had demonstrated formidable combat prowess in both battles, many still believed that a foundation establishment cultivator could not make significant waves. Thus, it was not long before the third challenger ascended the stage. The third challenge, victory. The fourth challenge, victory. The fifth challenge, victory. One by one, 10 challengers took the stage, but each fell before Yi Chen without exception. Standing steadfast at the center of the stage, Yi Chen showed no signs of fatigue after 10 consecutive battles. How could someone of merely the late foundation establishment realm possess such immense strength, defeating 10 opponents, each of whom failed to last beyond 5 moves? A man in resplendent attire regarded Yi Chen with curiosity from the sidelines. Though Yi Chen's cultivation was not particularly high, his exhibited strength surpassed all expectations. 10 challengers included even those on the cusp of the late Golden Core realm, yet none could defeat Yi Chen, nor even compel him to draw his weapon. It appeared that the young master of the Qingyun sect possessed a spirit unlike any other. A gentleman wielding a folding fan observed Yi Chen intently before slowly speaking. A spirit unlike any other? What could that possibly mean? The surrounding individuals inquired. The man holding a folding fan shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he soared into the air, landing gracefully opposite Yi Chun. I am Bai Xiaosheng, a solitary cultivator. For the 11th match, may I challenge the young master? A gentle smile graced the man's face as he slowly unfurled his fan with a crisp snap, fanning it lightly a few times. A solitary cultivator? That seems unlikely, Yi Chun remarked after scrutinizing Bai Xiaosheng for a moment. Although Bai Xiaosheng's cultivation was merely at the early stage of the golden core realm, Yi Chun sensed an aura of danger emanating from him, a presence that even those who had barely stepped into the later stages of the golden core realm did not possess. Bai Xiaosheng, with a smile still adorning his face, curiously inquired, "What makes you say that? You appear to be around 16 or 17 years old. To cultivate to the golden core realm at such a young age is likely beyond the capabilities of a solitary cultivator." Yi Chun responded, "For cultivators, the most scarce resource is training materials, and the majority of such resources on the Jiuzhou continent are controlled by various sects and families. It is exceedingly difficult for a solitary cultivator to reach high realms relying solely on innate talent. Of course, it is not to say that there are no formidable solitary cultivators, but they are exceedingly rare, almost negligible. This scarcity of resources leads many with potential to seek affiliation with sects to acquire ample training resources, thus elevating their cultivation. Thus, for someone like Bai Xiaosheng, who is merely 16 or 17, it is nearly impossible to attain the golden core realm without a sect backing him. This is why I find your claim hard to believe. Yet I am indeed a solitary cultivator," Bai Xiaosheng replied, his smile unwavering, even his soul showing no sign of fluctuation, as if every word he spoke was the absolute truth. Nevertheless, Yi Chun remained skeptical. "Whether you are a solitary cultivator or a prodigy of a sect matters not to me. Since you wish to challenge me, let us begin," Yi Chun declared. Bai Xiaosheng abruptly closed his fan, the smile on his face dimming slightly, and he spoke, "Very well, then please make your move." As the words lingered in the air, neither combatant initiated the attack, each seemingly waiting for the other to strike first. "It seems the young master does not wish to take the initiative. Then allow me to be the one to strike first," Bai Xiaosheng finally stated after a brief pause. As his words faded, the aura around him shifted, transforming from gentle to razor-sharp, akin to a sword unsheathed, radiating an imminent sense of danger. Yi Chun furrowed his brow slightly, unwilling to show any negligence. His true essence surged forth, and at that moment, all 6 strands of his divine will were fully activated, enveloping Bai Xiaosheng. A glimmer of amusement crossed Bai Xiaosheng's face as he remarked, "Indeed, just as I thought." Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Bai Xiaosheng's words. But he had no time for contemplation, as Bai Xiaosheng had already launched his attack. Incantation, fiery light spell. With Bai Xiaosheng's voice, a brilliant light erupted from his being. The radiance was blinding, infused with a subtle yet formidable soul deterrent, swiftly enveloping Yi Chun. Yi Chun's heart raced as he instantly understood the source of the unusual danger he had sensed from Bai Xiaosheng earlier. Dual cultivation of martial and spiritual arts. Moreover, Yi Chun could clearly perceive that Bai Xiaosheng's soul power was significantly superior, at least surpassing his own by a considerable margin. The force of the fiery light spell was inescapable, seeming to lock onto Yi Chun, racing towards him with no avenue for evasion. Break! The full force of the 6 strands of divine will surged forth, colliding with the fiery light. Boom! Yi Chun was thrust back 10 steps, while Bai Xiaosheng merely retreated 1. It appears the young master possesses formidable divine will. No wonder he has triumphed over 10 opponents, all of whom were of higher cultivation than himself. I surmise that every one of his previous attacks contained divine will, Bai Xiaosheng suddenly remarked. Yi Chun's expression shifted slightly, surprised that Bai Xiaosheng could see through his earlier attacks infused with divine will. With this revelation, any challengers would undoubtedly be on guard, making the ensuing battle significantly more difficult. Bai Xiaosheng seemed to sense Yi Chun's unease and continued, "No need for concern. My fiery light spell has enveloped the entire arena. Unless one's soul power surpasses mine by 3-fold, even a formidable being at the transformation stage would struggle to perceive what transpires within the fiery light." "What exactly do you intend to do?" Yi Chun inquired, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Nothing much. No need for tension. I have no interest in winning this challenge. I merely came to verify my conjecture," Bai Xiaosheng replied, reverting to his earlier nonchalant demeanor, gently fanning himself with the folding fan. Verify your conjecture? Yi Chun was perplexed by the meaning behind his words. Bai Xiaosheng, however, offered no further explanation, waving his hand to dissipate the fiery light enveloping the arena. He then leaped down from the stage, declaring loudly, "The young master of the Qingyun sect is indeed impressive. I recognize my defeat and concede." The crowd around them was momentarily stunned. Had the match ended before it even truly began? Yi Chun, equally bewildered by Xiaosheng's actions, pondered his true intentions. System, can you detect the strength of Xiaosheng's soul realm? If I were to use a single thought to kill, could I defeat him? Yi Chun could not suppress his curiosity as he inquired of the system. Ding! System detection reveals that the opponent is at the 8th level of the soul condensation realm. Even if the host employs a thought to kill, it would not suffice to defeat him. Chapter 53. Yin Mountain by Xiaosheng is indeed formidable. Yi Chen's brow furrowed as he regarded the individual who had returned to his seat, lost in contemplation. He could not fathom why someone with such formidable cultivation would only take a single move against him. Within the Zhuzhou continent, the realms of soul cultivation are classified into 9 stages: soul gathering, thought merging, soul condensation, soul exiting, yin soul, yang spirit, void breaking, immortal soul, and indestructible. Attaining 10 strands of divine will allows one to enter the soul condensation realm. Many cultivators specializing in soul cultivation spend their entire lives striving to condense even a single soul imprint. Furthermore, cultivating the soul requires not only innate talent but also extensive experience to bolster the soul. Otherwise, even if one's soul realm ascends, it may become feeble and vulnerable. Thus, it is evident that Bai Xiaosheng's ability to reach the 8th level of soul condensation by the age of 20 is an achievement far beyond that of a solitary cultivator. And he may not even be from the eastern region, where those specializing in soul cultivation are exceedingly rare. Bai Xiaosheng, having sensed Yi Chen's gaze upon him, turned to meet it, a smile in his eyes, rendering his intentions inscrutable. What transpired just now? Why was there a burst of divine light enveloping the arena? At that moment, a cultivator seated beside Bai Xiaosheng could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Upon hearing the question, Bai Xiaosheng turned his attention from Yi Chun to the inquisitive cultivator, responding, "The divine light I manifested was a technique of mine. Under its illumination, the caster's combat strength is enhanced by 30% while simultaneously weakening the opponent's strength by 10%. Even so, I was still unable to prevail and ultimately conceded." What? A technique of such magnitude could not defeat a foundational realm cultivator? The cultivator was taken aback. To enhance one's strength by 30% while diminishing the opponent's by 10% effectively equates to a 40% increase in power. With such tactics, one could easily achieve invincibility within the same realm. How is this possible? Could it be that he possesses the combat strength of a late-stage golden core cultivator despite his foundational realm? Having transcended an entire realm, this young man possesses an astonishingly terrifying talent. It is said that although this young master has cultivated to the point of attaining Dao Bones, his innate abilities are not particularly exceptional. So why does he possess such formidable combat prowess? This is simply inconceivable. Numerous bystanders overheard Bai Xiaosheng's words and were left utterly astounded. Despite a significant reduction in power, by as much as 40%, there remains no means to defeat Yi Chun, who is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. This is truly alarming. Could it be the efficacy of the ascending immortal ladder of the Qingyun sect? Suddenly, someone seemed to recall something and exclaimed. Indeed, he was previously just an inconspicuous cultivator. Yet after successfully passing through the ascending immortal ladder, he became renowned. It is also said that his past combat strength was rather unimpressive. Could it be that the Qingyun sect's ascending immortal ladder possesses such terrifying capabilities? Others quickly echoed this sentiment. In an instant, many present began to harbor a newfound admiration for the ascending immortal ladder of the Qingyun sect. After all, the ability to battle across an entire realm renders one invincible among peers, who would not desire such power. However, the ascending immortal ladder is a sacred ground of the Qingyun sect, accessible only to the disciples of elite sections. Currently, the sole path to entering the ascending immortal ladder likely lies in defeating Yi Chun. However, after 11 consecutive victories, none of the cultivators occupying the 108 positions dared to act rashly. Most of them were disciples of small sects in the eastern region, the strongest among them merely at the mid-stage of Golden Core. How could they dare to challenge Yi Chun so easily? The ability to cross an entire realm in battle? How could I possibly believe that? At this moment, from the seat of the Lingxiao sect, a man with an effeminate appearance let out a sinister laugh and, in the next moment, appeared on the battle stage, standing opposite Yi Chun. Yi Chun scrutinized him carefully before asking, "Who are you?" "He, I am Shan, a disciple of the Lingxiao sect," the effeminate man replied. He was the very individual who had previously shown disrespect to Qing Min atop the small Punglai immortal mountain. Shan is the senior disciple of Hua by Snow and has received her true teachings, showcasing exceptional talent as a prodigy, with a cultivation level reaching the late stage of Golden Core. Undoubtedly, a formidable opponent. Shan, you truly live up to your name, Yi Chun remarked, surveying Shan. Shan issued a strange laugh before continuing. I have heard that you successfully passed the 33rd layer of the ascending immortal ladder, achieving the status of an epic level genius. With my late-stage Golden Core cultivation, I challenge you. Surely you do not think I am bullying you? Yi Chun scoffed, replying, What? Now that you have taken the stage, do you think I would simply let you walk away if I accused you of taking advantage of your strength? Of course not. However, if you are aware of your inferiority, you might as well concede, Shan retorted. Yi Chun, wishing to avoid further dialogue, simply stated, Let us engage directly. No sooner had his words fallen than Shan's expression shifted dramatically. Nevertheless, he did not act immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Yi Chun, his aura steadily rising. Yi Chun stood resolutely at the center of the battle stage, unflinching in his gaze towards Shan, his body emanating faint halos of light that effortlessly countered Shan's imposing presence. Although the stage appeared tranquil, the air between them seemed to have solidified, refusing to flow. Those present who had reached the late stage of Golden Core understood that Shan was suppressing Yi Chun with his own aura, and many displayed a hint of glee. Not only were the various sect members affected, but even several from the Qingyan sect exhibited similar expressions. The sentiments of those displaying such expressions were driven by jealousy, envying Yi Chun's talent, resenting his extraordinary combat prowess at a young age, and begrudging his successful passage through the 33rd layer of the ascending immortal ladder, which promised a bright future. Clearly, these individuals were akin to those who, unable to reach the grapes, claimed them to be sour. Boom! At that moment, the almost solidified air erupted, sending forth a powerful wave that scattered debris in all directions, toppling several nearby seats. Under this surge, Yi Chun retreated 5 steps, while Shan fell back 3. Evidently, in this initial clash, Shan had the upper hand. Yet, he was filled with trepidation. The strength Yi Chun exhibited exceeded his expectations, considering he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Simultaneously, Yi Chun was astonished, suppressing the tumult within him, silently acknowledging, formidable indeed, truly worthy of the late Golden Core stage. Were it an ordinary late-stage Golden Core cultivator, relying on physical and spiritual strength, Yi Chun might still have confidence in defeating them. However, Shan was unlike the previous 10 opponents. He was a prodigious talent, likely only rivaled by Shaoxing. It appeared that securing victory in this battle would indeed be no easy feat. All present were similarly astonished. They had anticipated Yi Chun would be effortlessly defeated by Shan, whose reputation in the eastern region was formidable, ranking among the top combatants of the younger generation. Yet, the fact that he had merely forced Yi Chun back 5 steps without inflicting any injury was utterly astounding. Among the spectators, only Bai Shaoxing maintained his composure, seemingly having anticipated that Yi Chun would not yield so readily. Shan's pride was wounded. As a prodigious talent who had entered the late stage of Golden Core, he had previously been confident that even seasoned cultivators might struggle against him. Yet now, in this contest of might, he found himself unable to subdue a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Very well. Today I shall see how a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator can possibly defeat me. Shan coldly declared, summoning a stone seal. This stone seal was crafted from a stone found in a realm of abundant spiritual energy, possessing formidable power. While not a spirit artifact, it was nearly equivalent. And what if I were to kill you? Yi Chun retorted with a cold smile. Kill me? Preposterous. Do you truly believe that a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could ever threaten me? Such delusions. Shan laughed heartily. Yi Chun shook his head slightly, saying, Do not speak too confidently. Who says a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator cannot slay a Golden Core cultivator? Shan's face twisted with disdain as he sneered. Very well. If you possess such ability, then come and prove it. Not far from the battle stage, In the ranks of the Qingyun sect, Lu Ru stood beside Qing Min, watching the two adversaries with concern. Master, Yinshan has already reached the late stage of golden core. The young master may not be his match. Should we intervene? Although Qing Min shared her concern, he made no move to stop the confrontation, simply responding calmly, according to the traditions of our Qingyun sect. The young master must face challenges from the strongest of the younger generation across the eastern region. If Yi Chun is unable to prevail, Elder Song will naturally intervene. But it may not be possible to rescue the young master in time. Lu Ru pressed on. The speed of a late-stage golden core cultivator's attack is exceedingly swift. If Yinshan is intent on killing Yi Chun, the elder guarding the battle stage may not be able to respond in time. Chapter 54. Reversal. Yi Chun aspired to become the young master of my Qingyun sect. Thus, this battle was inevitable. If he lacked the ability to survive at Yin Mountain, it would merely indicate that fate had dictated his demise, rendering him unworthy of the position of young master in my sect. After Qing Min spoke, he waved his hand, unwilling to continue discussing the matter. Had Yi Chun heard Qing Min's words at that moment, he would likely have been unable to restrain himself from rebuking him. The notion of becoming a young master was utterly distasteful to him. Had it not been for the system's task he undertook, he would have probably fought a couple of battles and then bid farewell, not needing to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the Yin Mountain here. Moreover, had Qing Min not insisted on keeping him within the Qingyun sect, he would have been roaming freely in some remote wilderness by now, living the life of a carefree wanderer. Although Lu Ru still harbored some concerns, she refrained from voicing them upon noticing Qing Min's growing impatience. Focusing intently on the two combatants on the arena, silently praying for Yi Chun's fortune and resilience to survive Yin Mountain's onslaught. Meanwhile, Song Gingyuan, positioned closest to the arena, inquired via sound transmission whether Qing Min intended to intervene in the duel. Upon receiving Qing Min's response, Song Gingyuan let out a slow sigh, realizing that the battle was unavoidable. After a moment's hesitation, he conjured a beam of white light from his palm, merging it with the arena's defensive formation. The clash between Yi Chun and Yin Mountain was imminent, both of their auras immensely powerful, should they unleash their full strength. The arena's protective array would likely be unable to withstand their assault. Thus, he could only reinforce the array with his own true essence, ensuring that it fused with the formation, allowing him to respond swiftly should Yi Chun find himself in peril. On the arena, the momentum of both adversaries had reached its zenith. Yin Mountain, a formidable figure in the late Golden Core stage, had indeed gathered the Earth's essence, condensing his own aura. A subtle transformation occurred within the true essence coursing through his body, coalescing into a strand of pure spiritual energy. Spiritual energy marked the sign of the transformation stage. Only by converting all internal true essence into spiritual energy could one truly attain that realm. The fact that Yin Mountain could condense spiritual energy in the late Golden Core stage, albeit a mere trace, was a testament to his extraordinary talent. Moreover, only spiritual energy could truly unleash the full power of spiritual artifacts. Utilizing true essence to activate a potent spiritual artifact could merely evoke a fraction of its capabilities. The stone seal in Yin Mountain's grasp harbored immense power, though it had yet to attain sentience, rendering it unworthy of being called a spiritual artifact. It was not far from that distinction, thus wielding significant strength. Under the impetus of that trace of spiritual energy within Yin Mountain, it transformed instantaneously into a small mountain, hurtling towards Yi Chun. The impact was imbued with an unfathomable weight. Yi Chun's expression remained placid. He regarded the stone seal with indifference, neither dodging nor evading, and took a step forward, directly confronting the stone seal. Had he lost his mind? The stone seal was merely a step away from being a spiritual artifact. Did he seek his own demise by daring to collide with it using his physical body? Onlookers beneath the arena were rendered speechless by Yi Chun's audacity. Despite his remarkable talent, he was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, and relying on his mortal flesh to collide with the stone seal would undoubtedly result in his obliteration. Swish! To the astonishment of all, Yi Chun charged directly at the stone seal, yet emerged entirely unscathed, not a single wound marring his form, as if he had simply passed through the stone seal. This spectacle was utterly bizarre. Many present gaped in disbelief, some questioning their own sight. Even seasoned cultivators were momentarily taken aback. Bai Shaosheng, too, was momentarily stunned, but he swiftly sensed something amiss. With a slight closing of his eyes, He recalled the events he had just witnessed, soon discerning the truth. It turned out that just before colliding with the stone seal, Yi Chen had harnessed the power of 6 strands of divine consciousness, causing the stone seal's trajectory to deviate slightly, while he propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed. Thus, although it appeared as though he had merely taken a step forward, in reality, he had circled around the stone seal. The audience's attention had been captivated by the stone seal, compounded by Yi Chen's rapid movement and the influence of divine consciousness, leading them to mistakenly believe he had simply stepped forward and passed through it. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's passage through the stone seal, Yin Mountain was momentarily taken aback. However, as a late Golden Core stage powerhouse, he quickly regained composure, stamping his foot upon the ground. Instantly, true essence surged forth, and radiant spiritual light erupted from the earth, as a formation rose beneath Yi Chen, ensnaring him. Clearly, Yin Mountain aimed to immobilize Yi Chen with the formation, even if only for a fleeting moment. He could crush Yi Chen into a pulp with the stone seal. However, Yin Mountain was unaware that Yi Chen had cultivated 6 strands of divine consciousness. The instant the formation emerged, Yi Chen perceived it, promptly seizing control of it with his divine consciousness and reversing it, causing it to explode beneath Yin Mountain's feet. Shred his garments. Now receive my strike. Yi Chen offered no respite, soaring into the air, raising his hand, and summoning a stone blade that materialized unexpectedly in his grasp. The colossal stone blade, held as though it were a pillar of heaven, radiated an imposing aura. Slash! Suspended midair, Yi Chen displayed no hesitation, executing a downward cut. A wave of milky, white energy surged forth, slicing through the air like a divine dragon, roaring towards its target. Boom! The force of the massive stone blade was overwhelmingly dominant. A mere horizontal slash unleashed an aura surpassing that of many formidable spells. Though Yin Mountain held unwavering confidence in his combat prowess, he dared not exhibit any complacency in the face of such a ferocious blow, hastily summoning the stone seal to shield himself. Yet the might of the blade was terrifying. Upon crashing into the stone seal, it sent the latter hurtling back, colliding with Yin Mountain. Although he utilized the stone seal to absorb some of Yi Chen's attack, he still staggered backward over 10 paces, struggling to dissipate the impact's force. Boom! Before Yin Mountain could react, Yi Chen pressed the advantage, unleashing a second strike that descended with the same ordinary appearance but imbued with even greater ferocity, exuding an overwhelming momentum. Seeing this, Yin Mountain disregarded the tumult within his own chi and blood, hastily raising the stone seal to defend once more. This time, the stone seal trembled violently, the blade's edge cleaving through the forces upon it, landing squarely against the stone seal. Yin Mountain spat blood, retreating 3 steps, each laden with considerable weight, leaving deep imprints in the arena's floor. Slash! The massive stone blade struck down again, the third blow's force surging like an unrelenting tide, each wave stronger than the last, leaving Yin Mountain defenseless, forced to rely on the stone seal to passively withstand the onslaught, retreating step by step. Reversal. The battle between these two had completely turned the tide, deviating drastically from what the onlookers had anticipated. A late Golden Core stage powerhouse, wielding a weapon akin to a spiritual artifact, was not expected to be bested by a mere foundation establishment cultivator like Yi Chen. Yet, the reversal was undeniable. Yi Chen, a foundation establishment cultivator, had rendered Yin Mountain utterly powerless to retaliate. This development astonished all present. Even Bai Xiaoxing's face displayed rare astonishment. He understood that Yi Chen was not as simple as he seemed, yet he had not anticipated that Yi Chen could contend with a late Golden Core stage powerhouse so fiercely. That blade of his appeared to possess an uncanny ability to counter Yin Mountain's stone seal effectively. Bai Xiaoxing gazed intently at the battle platform, his eyes narrowing slightly as they fell upon the massive white stone blade wielded by Yi Chen. A peculiar force coursed through the blade, and with each strike, this force incessantly gnawed at the foundational energy of the stone seal. However, the amount absorbed each time was minuscule, allowing Yin Shan, the master of the stone seal, to remain oblivious to the changes at first. The foundational energy is the very essence that empowers a weapon. Without it, a weapon is no more than scrap metal. Yet, this foundational energy is not easily siphoned away. Bai Xiaoxing had never witnessed any entity capable of drawing such energy from an opponent's weapon during combat. After a series of fierce exchanges, Yin Shan soon sensed the alteration in the stone seal he controlled. What is happening? Why does the power of the stone seal feel significantly diminished. Yin Shan furrowed his brow. As the master of the stone seal, he could distinctly perceive fluctuations in its strength. Following several exchanges with Yi Chun, he discerned that the stone seal's power had weakened by at least 30%. Being a formidable practitioner at the late Golden Core stage, Yin Shan quickly recognized the strangeness of the massive white stone blade in Yi Chen's possession, his expression shifting slightly. As another wave of blade energy descended, he dared not resist it with the stone seal, retreating hastily to evade the onslaught. Once he regained his footing, Yin Shan immediately inquired, "What is the origin of that blade in your hand?" Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, the white stone blade was absorbing the foundational energy of the stone seal, and thus he was momentarily taken aback by Yin Shan's question. However, he quickly responded, "It's nothing special. I found it by the roadside." Yi Chun was not lying. He genuinely had no knowledge of the blade's origins. Although it was not merely picked up randomly, it had been seized from the grasp of a colossal stone giant. Chapter 55. Demonic energy founded by the roadside? Yin Shan was momentarily stunned. A weapon capable of cleaving through quasi-spiritual artifacts was evidently no ordinary item. If it truly had been lying by the roadside, it would have long since been claimed by someone else. It was inconceivable that a mere nobody like Yi Chun would have had the opportunity. "What? You don't believe me?" Yi Chun chuckled. Yin Shan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly cursing Yi Chun for his audacity. Did he take him for a fool? Who would believe that it was merely found by the roadside? Observing the slight twitch at the corner of Yin Shan's mouth, Yi Chun understood that he was undoubtedly skeptical, so he refrained from elaborating further, merely asking, "So, will you concede? Concede? Do you truly think you can defeat a late Golden Core stage cultivator with that enigmatic blade?" Yin Shan retorted coldly. As a powerful practitioner at the late Golden Core stage, Yin Shan possessed far more than just the stone seal. His earlier inability to counter Yi Chun was solely due to underestimating him. Since you haven't pressed your advantage, prepare to witness the gap that exists between realms. No sooner had Yin Shan spoken than Yi Chun felt a surge of formidable energy emanating from him, shaking the battle platform with its tremendous force. "Thinking of turning the tables? Dream on," Yi Chun declared. Aware that a late Golden Core stage cultivator's prowess was formidable, he reacted promptly as Yin Shan's aura shifted, channeling his true essence and unleashing the full power of his physical form, swinging the blade with fervor. What appeared to be an unremarkable strike lacked any intricate techniques. Yet this blow was infused with all of Yi Chun's strength, its might so overwhelming that even the protective array surrounding the platform began to tremble. What immense power! Just what is this colossal blade in his hand? Song Gingyuan, positioned closest to the battle platform, was instantly taken aback by the vibrations of the protective array. Not just him, but everyone present who sensed the tremor stood frozen in astonishment. "Everyone, please step back 20 paces to avoid injury." Once Qing Min's voice rang out, the crowd snapped back to reality and hastily retreated. Observing the situation, Qing Min unleashed his spiritual energy, forming a translucent barrier that enveloped the battle platform. Simultaneously, Yi Chun's strike had already been unleashed. The blade light surged forth like a rainbow, cleaving through the air with relentless force, each strike more powerful than the last. By the time Yi Chun unleashed his seventh strike, the blade energy had transformed into what seemed like a tangible entity, akin to a divine dragon roaring through the heavens. The intensity of this blow was so terrifying that even a late Golden Core stage cultivator would find it challenging to produce such ferocious blade energy. Almost every elder present took action, unleashing waves of white divine light to fortify the platform's defenses, fearing the array would be breached. "Attempting to take my life? It won't be so easy. You underestimate the capabilities of a late Golden Core stage cultivator." Yin Shan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze becoming frenzied as a brilliant light erupted from his dantian, a palm-sized weapon surging forth. "This is my innate spiritual weapon." Bai Shaoxing fixed his eyes on the weapon, a slight frown creasing his brow. He had heard rumors that Yin Shan had successfully fused the heavenly spirit shuttle as his innate spiritual weapon, initially dismissing it as mere gossip. Now, he realized it was indeed true. To think that the heavenly spirit shuttle was genuinely bestowed upon Yin Shan by the Baixia sect. It seemed that Yi Chun's demise was now inevitable. With his late foundation establishment stage cultivation, forcing Yin Shan to summon his innate spiritual weapon was a feat in itself. Even if he were to perish in this battle, Yi Chun's name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the eastern region once more. An innate spiritual weapon is a treasure nurtured within a cultivator's dantian, distinct from ordinary weapons. It evolves alongside the host's cultivation, thus serving as a cultivator's greatest trump card. However, fusing an innate spiritual weapon is no simple task. It requires one to reach the transformation god stage to achieve such integration. The transformation god stage signifies the formation of the spiritual foundation, transforming into a spiritual palace, wherein the innate spiritual weapon is nurtured. Yet, Yinshan had successfully fused his innate spiritual weapon while still at the late golden core stage, showcasing the extraordinary talent he possessed. The Tianling shuttle soared forth from the dantian of Yinshan, initially no larger than a palm, but gradually expanding until it transformed into a magnificent shaft, measuring 7 meters in length and as thick as a tree trunk, adorned with intricate divine patterns. Yi Chen's ninth strike was formidable beyond compare, yet it proved ineffective against the formidable defense of the Tianling shuttle. Yinshan commenced his counterattack, his gaze icy, as he coalesced a drop of blood at his fingertip, which then shot forth and landed upon the shuttle, instantly sinking into its depths. Whoosh! With the descent of that drop of fingertip blood, the Tianling shuttle erupted with a blinding radiance, accelerating to a speed akin to lightning, evading even the combined efforts of Yi Chen's 6 divine senses. When Yi Chen finally caught sight of the shuttle once more, it had already positioned itself before his heart. A sudden shock coursed through him, yet the short distance left him no room to evade. Just as he believed his life was about to be extinguished, the sacred Buddha bone, situated at the location of his heart, emitted a golden glow that surged forth, momentarily obstructing the shuttle's advance. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it granted Yi Chen the opportunity to tilt his body, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, the Tianling shuttle still penetrated through his shoulder. It was a hair's breadth. Had it been any closer, his heart would have been pierced. Yi Chen was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. You forced me to summon my life-bound spiritual artifact. I shall ensure your demise today. Yinshan spat venomously. Although he had successfully refined his life-bound artifact, he had not truly reached the transformation realm, and his spiritual foundation had yet to fully metamorphose into a spiritual palace. Therefore, the use of this artifact came at a tremendous cost. Each application before achieving the transformation realm risked the collapse of his nascent palace and a regression in his cultivation. Kill me? If you truly possess such capability, then come forth, Yi Chen retorted. Arrogant. Yinshan scoffed, swiftly forming a seal with his hands, exclaiming, secret technique? Tian shuttle, claim a life. In an instant, a surge of true essence erupted, causing the Tianling shuttle's aura to swell, its speed increasing exponentially. Secret technique? Phoenix golden body. Yi Chen bellowed in response, flames igniting around him as a resounding phoenix cry resonated from his being, revealing a phantom of a phoenix with wings unfurled behind him. What is this? A phoenix phantom? Qing Min and the others were taken aback at the sight of the ethereal figure behind Yi Chen. Demonic aura? How could there be demonic aura? Hua Baixue sensed a faint demonic essence emanating from Yi Chen, weak yet undeniable. Absorbing phoenix demonic energy and cultivating the phoenix divine record had resulted in a rich accumulation of demonic energy within Yi Chen. Had it not been for the Gui Zong technique concealing his presence, he would have likely been apprehended upon ascending the celestial ladder. Now, as Yi Chen invoked the techniques from the Phoenix Divine Record, he needed to channel the demonic energy within him. Despite Gui Zong having concealed most of it, Hua Baixue still detected it. Upon confirming the presence of demonic energy emanating from Yi Chen, Hua Baixue glared at Qing Min, vociferously chastising, Qing Min. What does this mean for your Qingyan sect? The young sect master possesses demonic energy. Are you conspiring with the demon clan? Qing Min, naturally, also noticed the fleeting demonic essence from Yi Chen, but he understood the gravity of the accusation of collusion with the demon clan. If admitted, it could spell doom for the entire Qingyan sect. Thus, he promptly countered Hua Baixue. I acknowledge your status as an elder of the Bixia sect and have treated you with courtesy. But should you continue to slander my Qingyan sect, do not blame me for disregarding the face of your sect leader. Qing Min, do you think I fear you? Hua Baixue retorted. Your Qingyan sect has committed unspeakable deeds. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation to the various sects today, tomorrow, not a single soul from your Qingyan sect will remain. Hua Baixue grasped the opportunity to expose Qingyan sect's misstep, resolutely refusing to let it slip away. Not a single soul will remain? Hua Baixue, you speak so boldly. Are you declaring war against my Qingyan sect? Seeking to annihilate us? The elder surrounding Qing Min rose in indignation, glaring fiercely at Hua Baixue, as if ready to charge at her at any moment. Hua Baixue, possessing profound cultivation and a prominent status within the Bixia sect, showed no fear of the elders, responding with a cold smile. What? Have you been exposed by this old woman and now intend to bully me with numbers? Oh, which, if you dare to speak such nonsense again, I shall ensure your blood stains this place. An elder growled furiously. Hua Baixue's gaze turned icy as she regarded the elder who had spoken, a chilling aura emanating from her, instilling fear in him as he broke into a cold sweat. Fei Qiming, when this old woman was wreaking havoc in the eastern region, you had yet to make a sound. What gives you the audacity to challenge me? As her words fell, a wave of frigid energy radiated from Hua Baixue, directly surging toward Fei Qiming. The coldness froze everything in its path. Observing this, Qing Min swiftly positioned himself before Fei Qiming, unleashing his spiritual energy to disperse Hua Baixue's icy onslaught, and then spoke, "You resort to lethal moves upon the first encounter. Hua Baixue, do you truly believe my Qingyin sect is easy prey?" Hua Baixue, momentarily taken aback by Qing Min's counter, thought to herself, "Qing Min, I never anticipated you had reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm." The 9th level of the transformation realm was an arduous journey. It had taken Hua Baixue over 200 years to attain the 9th major completion, just a step away from forming a Yuan baby and entering the Yuan baby realm. Yet Qing Min, having cultivated for merely over 200 years, had achieved such a state, leaving her utterly astonished. "Indeed, I have reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm. Do you think that if you continue to meddle, your chances of leaving here unscathed are high?" Qing Min declared with a sense of pride. Very well, very well." Hua Baixue seethed with indignation. Yet she understood that should she engage in combat with Qing Min, though she might escape, it would surely lead to mutual destruction, with her accompanying disciples facing certain demise. Qing Min, do not assume that just because you have attained the 9th level of the transformation realm, you can act with impunity. Collusion with the demon clan is a grave sin. If your disciples are found to harbor demonic energy without a reasonable explanation, even if Qing Yun's ancestors were alive, your sect would surely face annihilation, Hua Baixue retorted with a cold smile. In ancient times, when the demon clan wreaked havoc, the powerful forces of the 5 domains united to repel them overseas. Over the years, the demon clan had harbored designs to seize control of the Jiuzhou continent, rendering them the common enemy of all. Anyone discovered in collusion with the demon clan would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As the leader of Qingyun's sect, Qing Min was acutely aware of the severity of this matter. Thus, he refrained from countering, instead stating slowly, "My Qingyun sect will undoubtedly provide an explanation for this matter. However, my sect has its own rules. During the contest for the position of the young sect master, no one is permitted to interfere. Once it concludes, I shall ensure Yichen clarifies the situation. Before that, should anyone dare to slander my Qingyun sect again, do not blame me for showing no mercy." Qing Min's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated throughout the entirety of the Xiapengle Immortal Mountain. Those who had been eager to exploit the situation and trouble Qingyun's sect suddenly found themselves silenced, remaining seated in submission. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, atop the battle platform, recognized the escalating conflict between Qing Min and Hua Baixue, furrowing his brow in concern. He inwardly lamented that his rich phoenix demonic energy could not withstand scrutiny. Should it be discovered, he would find himself unable to explain, no matter how many mouths he had. At this moment, Yinshan spoke, "I never expected you to be a spy of the demon clan. Today, I shall slay you, and even the Qingyun sect will not utter a word against it." After hearing Yinshan's words, Yichen ceased to contemplate how to resolve the demon energy within him and redirected his focus entirely onto Yinshan. The combat prowess of Yinshan was formidable. Defeating him would not be an easy task. "Whether I am a spy of the demon clan or not, your words hold no weight," Yichen retorted, dodging the onslaught of the Tianling shuttle. "The demon energy within you has already manifested. If you were not a spy, how could you possibly harbor such energy?" Yinshan countered, "Why I possess demon energy is of no concern to you, for a dead man need not know so much." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yichen charged towards Yinshan, flames coalescing in his palm. Burning palm? Chaotic flow fire. A tempest of flames engulfed the arena, transforming it into a sea of fire. Yinshan offered no further words, summoning the Tianling shuttle, which hovered above him, and launched forward with great ferocity. Empowered by the strength of the Tianling shuttle, Yinshan's speed reached its zenith, almost instantaneously breaking through the fiery encirclement and appearing before Yi Chun, striking down towards his head. Yi Chen, endowed with 6 realms of divine consciousness and keen perception, had long anticipated Yinshan's move. Thus, at the moment Yinshan charged, he swung the white stone great blade with a swift motion. It seemed Yinshan had predicted Yi Chun would retaliate with the great blade. As Yi Chun made his move, the Tianling shuttle, suspended above him, shot forth to collide with the blade's edge, while Yinshan's palm continued its descent towards Yi Chen's head. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yi Chen swiftly retreated a step, evading Yinshan's assault. Mystical technique? Gold-crushing finger. Channeling his true essence to his fingertip, he thrust it forth, targeting Yinshan's abdomen. This single strike not only harbored Yi Chen's own power, but also encompassed the celestial spirit energy he summoned through his divine consciousness. Comparable to a blow from a late-stage golden core practitioner, waves of invisible force were repelled backward by the pressure of the attack. Yinshan's response was swift. His fingers coalesced, forming a sphere of true essence to block Yi Chen's strike. With a twist of his arm, the finger imprint shattered, and he sent another palm strike towards Yi Chun. With a powerful push from his legs, Yi Chun leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding Yinshan's force. Swish! Yi Chun retreated rapidly, landing atop the stone pillar at the edge of the arena, standing on one foot, his sleeves billowing, resembling a celestial being. Yinshan charged towards Yi Chun, wielding the Tianling shuttle, aiming directly at Yi Chen's brow. At that moment, an intense transformation occurred within Yi Chun, as an unfathomable power emanated from him. Under this surge of energy, Yi Chen's eyes turned crimson, and a chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from his being. Yinshan sensed the ominous energy enveloping Yi Chun. Though he was unaware of its nature for the first time, he felt the looming threat of death. Hence, he dared not advance further, retreating swiftly with the Tianling shuttle as a shield. Planning to escape? Too late. Yi Chun observed Yinshan's hasty retreat with a cold smirk. Then his eyes widened fiercely. Divine technique? A thought to kill. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yinshan felt himself ensnared by a terrifying force, akin to legions of troops relentlessly crushing his divine consciousness. This force was extraordinarily eerie, impervious even to the Tianling shuttle's defenses. In an instant, Yinshan experienced excruciating pain emanating from his very soul. At this juncture, Yinshan finally comprehended the nature of this force. It was the unique soul attack of a soul master. However, it was far too late. Yinshan had only cultivated true essence and lacked the robust soul strength typical of early-stage practitioners. Only upon reaching the transformation realm could one nurture the soul with spiritual energy, allowing it to grow. Although Yinshan had managed to cultivate a modicum of spiritual energy in the late Golden Core stage, it was merely a trace, wholly insufficient to nourish the soul. Under Yi Chen's soul attack, he found himself utterly powerless to resist, akin to an adult male effortlessly overpowering a child. In mere moments, Yinshan lost consciousness and plummeted from the air, devoid of life. Clang! With Yinshan's true essence no longer fueling it, the Tianling shuttle rapidly shrank to the size of a palm, falling beside Yinshan's lifeless form. What is happening? Yinshan? Defeated? How is this possible? Just a moment ago, he was so fierce. How could he suddenly fall? The onlookers outside the arena were momentarily stunned as they witnessed Yinshan's collapse. Even Song Gingyuan, who was stationed to guard the arena, was utterly astonished. Rushing over to inspect Yinshan's body, he stood dumbstruck, stammering Yinshan, dead. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was engulfed in profound shock. Yinshan was a formidable practitioner in the late Golden Core stage. To be defeated by Yi Chun was already unfathomable, let alone to have lost his life at Yi Chen's hands. A late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner had crossed a significant boundary to slay a late-stage Golden Core practitioner, and that too in an instant without a chance for rescue. This was simply preposterous, a reality no one dared to believe, even with their own eyes witnessing it. Hua Baishui rushed onto the arena, standing beside Yinshan, infusing him with spiritual energy in a desperate attempt to revive him. Yet all such efforts were in vain. With his soul shattered and all vitality severed, even a celestial deity descending could do nothing to alter his fate. As Hua Baishui's spiritual energy entered Yinshan's body, She quickly realized the futility of her actions. Instantly, her expression transformed, and an overwhelming wrath ignited in her eyes as she glared at Yi Chun. Merely through her gaze, she struck Yi Chun, causing him to spit blood and be flung backward until he collided with the stone pillar at the arena's edge. Coming to a halt. Chapter 57. The confrontation, you wretched boy. You have slain my disciple. Today, I shall demand your life. Her white hair standing on end, exuding an air of murderous intent reminiscent of an unrivaled demon. Under the shroud of this malevolence, Yi Chun felt as though his true essence had solidified, rendering him utterly motionless. The oppressive aura was terrifying. He feared that today might be his last. A sudden chill of dread engulfed him as he realized the futility of resistance. Ordinarily, in battles among the younger generation, the elders ought not to intervene, especially in a challenge arena. Yet Huabai Shui disregarded this entirely, launching an immediate assault on Yi Chun, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Boom! A surge of formidable spiritual energy swept forth, causing Yi Chun's breath to hitch. Just as Huabai Shui's palm strike was about to crash into Yi Chun's face, a force equal to her own surged from a distance, intercepting her attack and forcing her back. Huabai Shui, do not overstep your bounds. Qingmin appeared before Yi Chun, extending a hand as a stream of spiritual energy flowed into Yi Chun's brow. With this infusion, Yi Chun felt his injuries from the previous battle with Yinshan rapidly mend. Even the wounds sustained in that confrontation healing significantly. Thank you, master. Though he was reluctant to acknowledge Qingmin as his master, Yi Chun understood the gravity of his situation. Recognizing the need to cling to the formidable support of the Qingyun sect, he knew he might soon meet his end without such an alliance. Huabai Shui, pushed back by Qingmin, found her rage only intensifying. Her wrinkled eyes fixated on the two before her, and she coldly remarked, Qingmin, what do you mean by this? Ridiculous. You are the one who disregarded propriety and attacked my disciple, and now you dare question my intentions? Qingmin coldly scoffed. Among the top 10 sects in the eastern region, Bixia sect ranks third in comprehensive strength, while Qingyun sect is ranked 10th. Logically, Qingyun sect should not dare to confront the members of Bixia sect lightly. However, the circumstances have changed. Firstly, Yi Chun, with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, managed to slay Yinshan, who is at the late-stage golden core realm. Such an extraordinary talent has never been seen in the entire history of Qingyun sect. And this level of genius is more than enough for the sect to go to great lengths to protect him. Secondly, Huabai Shui initiated an attack on a junior, which is something that cultivators despise. Qingyun sect is justified in this matter, and that is why Qingmin rushed out at the first opportunity to repel Huabai Shui. It was previously stated that this challenge would not endanger lives. Now, this scoundrel has killed my disciple. Shouldn't he pay with his life? Or is this part of Qingyun sect's scheme to eliminate our Bixia sect's disciples? Huabai Shui continued to question. Suddenly, Qingmin let out 3 hearty laughs before continuing. This sect master remembers that Yinshan previously declared that in a genuine battle, who can guarantee absolute mercy? Everyone witnessed the clash between the two. They brought their strength to the extreme. If my disciple had been unable to withstand that final blow, it would have been my disciple who perished. Would it not? Huabai Shui's expression changed at once. Indeed, Yinshan had made such a statement, but she had not anticipated that it would now become a stumbling block for her as a master, preventing her from avenging him. Although Qingyun sect's overall strength may not match that of Bixia sect, I, as the sect master, declare here today that if you, Huabai Shui, dare to lay a finger on a single hair of our sect's young master, it will be a fight to the death, and we will ensure that Bixia sect does not escape unscathed. Qingmin's voice resounded once more, filled with unwavering determination, as if he were prepared to wage a life-and-death battle with Bixia sect at any moment. Indeed, if you dare to harm our young master today, tomorrow, Qingyun sect will mobilize its entire force to attack Bixia sect. Do you truly think that Qingyun sect can be bullied so easily? As Qingmin's words fell, the elders of Qingyun sect voiced their agreement, each displaying a resolute attitude. Upon seeing this, Huabai Shui realized that killing Yi Chun today would not be a simple matter. Pointing at Qingmin and the others, Huabai Shui, filled with rage, struggled to articulate her thoughts, stammering, Good. What a fine Qingyun sect. If Elder Hua has no further matters, please leave the arena. The challenge is not yet concluded, Qingmin stated. With an angry glare directed at the advancing Qingmin, Hua Baishue fell silent for a moment before replying. Qing Min, do you intend to dismiss me so easily? I assure you, that will not happen. After speaking, she raised her right hand, her wrinkled fingers pointing at Yi Chun, declaring, this boy just now emitted a trace of demonic energy during his battle with Yinshan. Does Qingyun's sect not intend to provide us with an explanation? Qing Min's expression shifted slightly. He had not yet figured out how to resolve this issue. After all, the demonic energy emanating from Yi Chun was something many had sensed, an undeniable fact. If he insisted on protecting Yi Chun, he would likely incite public outrage. While Qingyun's sect would not fear merely Bixia sect, this matter concerned the entire Jiuzhou continent. If Yi Chun truly harbored some hidden danger, Qingyun's sect would be doomed. At the same time, Yi Chun's expression also changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, stepping forward to bow to Qing Min, saying, Master, I can explain this matter. Pray tell, why did you emit a trace of demonic energy during your recent battle? Qing Min glanced at Yi Chun, speaking slowly, his tone remarkably calm, leaving no one able to discern his true thoughts. Yi Chun, maintaining his composure, gradually raised his head and said, respectfully reporting to you, Master. During my previous mission in the outer sect, I accidentally entered an ancient cave and discovered a manual of cultivation techniques. Are you implying that the trace of demonic energy you emitted during the battle is related to that manual? Qing Min inquired. Yi Chun nodded, saying, indeed, Master. After cultivating with that technique, I realized it was a method for demonic practitioners. I had initially resolved never to use that technique, but in the heat of the moment, to preserve my life, I had no choice but to employ it. I beg for your punishment, Master. Qing Min's gaze scrutinized Yi Chun from head to toe, as if trying to discern the truth of his words through his emotional fluctuations. However, with Yi Chun possessing 6 paths divine consciousness, he had long since mastered control over his emotions, making it nearly impossible for others to ascertain the veracity of his claims through emotional cues. Thus, Qing Min, while probing Yi Chun's emotional state, detected nothing unusual and instinctively believed Yi Chun's words to be genuine. Hua Baishue, too, was capable of sensing Yi Chun's emotional fluctuations, as she and Qing Min stood on the same level of cultivation. Since Qing Min could not detect any abnormalities, neither could she. Yet, she remained unconvinced by this explanation, immediately retorting, nonsense. If you are not of the demonic race, how could you successfully cultivate a demonic technique? I see you clearly as a spy sent by the overseas demon race to infiltrate our Jiuzhou continent. Speak, what exactly are your intentions? Though Hua Baishue was filled with fury, her words were not unfounded. It is well known that demonic techniques cannot be cultivated by those outside of the demonic race. Thus, since Yi Chun could successfully cultivate such techniques, he could not be an ordinary person. Yi Chun furrowed his brow slightly, casting a discreet glare at Hua Baishue before responding. Elder Hua, while it is indeed challenging for ordinary cultivators to practice demonic techniques, it is not absolutely impossible, is it? Having perused numerous texts, Yi Chun was well aware of the conditions required for cultivating demonic techniques. Indeed, it was not absolute. One needed to possess demonic energy within them. However, if he had no ties to the overseas demonic race, how could he possess demonic energy? Hua Baishue pressed on. Then how exactly did you manage to successfully cultivate a demonic technique? Respectfully reporting to you, Master, the reason I could successfully cultivate the demonic technique is entirely due to this. With that, Yi Chun produced a crystal stone from his bosom. The crystal floated in his palm, emanating a rich demonic energy, and one could faintly hear the sound of a phoenix's cry. Demonic energy crystal? Upon seeing the stone in Yi Chun's hand, Hua Baishue could not help but exclaim in surprise. Yi Chun nodded slightly, saying, indeed, this is a demonic energy crystal. When I accidentally fell into the ancient cave, I discovered these crystals scattered everywhere. The entire cave was suffused with dense demonic energy. It was for this reason that I was able to successfully cultivate upon discovering the demonic technique. Yi Chun indeed recalled the incident of accidentally falling into the ancient cave while completing a mission, but that cave was unremarkable and held nothing of interest, and it had subsequently collapsed. He had reported this matter upon returning to Qingyun's sect, and it could be verified in the outer sect's records. Fabrications upon fabrications. Hua Baishue still did not believe Yi Chun's words, firmly asserting that he was a spy of the demonic race. Hua Baishue, Yi Chun has already revealed the source of his demonic energy. The ancient cave he mentioned is also recorded in Qingyun's sect's outer sect records. Do you still wish to quibble? Qingmin shot a cold glare at Hua Baixue. Although he harbored some disbelief regarding Yi Chen's words, he could not afford to show it at this moment. Otherwise, Qingyun's sect would face dire consequences. What do you mean by quibbling? I see that Qingyun's sect is purposely shielding this demonic spy and challenging the entirety of Jiuzhou continent. Hua Baixue replied with a mocking smile. You. Qingmin's expression darkened, his internal energy surging. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, "If you wish to ascertain whether Yi Chun is a spy of the demon clan, it is quite simple. Just probe his soul directly." Chapter 58. Do not even think of touching a hair on Yi Chun. Soul probing is the quickest and most effective means of obtaining information. However, it is a particularly sinister technique that severely damages the brain. Thus, once subjected to soul probing, one may suffer from mild soul damage, rendering them exceedingly dull-witted, or in severe cases, lead to death. Given Yi Chen's extraordinary talent, he is destined for a remarkable future. Yet should he be subjected to soul probing, even if he survives, his future accomplishments would be significantly diminished. This illustrates the malevolence of the individual who proposed such a suggestion. Nevertheless, it is rather understandable, as Yi Chen's displayed talents are simply astounding. When a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be uprooted by the wind. How could the various sects allow Yi Chun to flourish so easily? Upon hearing that voice, Qingmin's expression shifted instantaneously, and he turned to the direction from whence the voice had come, eager to discern who dared to utter such words at this moment. Yet, the direction he looked toward was utterly vacant. At that moment, a glimmer sparkled in Hua Baixue's eyes, and she remarked, "Indeed, whether this young man speaks the truth or not cannot be verified by anyone. And the best course of action now is to probe his soul." Hua Baixue. Qingmin's countenance grew darker, and he rebuked her sharply. Hua Baixue, unperturbed by Qingmin's ire, smirked slightly and gazed at him. "Sing, what is the matter, Qingmin? You wouldn't dare to stop this, would you? Or perhaps this lad truly is a spy of the demon clan, and your Qingyun sect has colluded with the demons, which is why you fear probing his soul." Hua Baixue, do not slander us, Qingmin retorted fiercely. "Do you truly believe we are afraid of your Bixia sect? If you continue to malign my Qingyun sect, we shall pursue a relentless vendetta against you and your Bixia sect." In an instant, all the elders of Qingyun's sect erupted in fury, vociferously berating Hua Baixue. Some even began to gather their spiritual energy, preparing to confront her, only to be halted by Qingmin Master. "This old hag has defamed our sect, and we cannot allow her to leave today," one elder seethed. Qingmin's expression was grim as he cast a penetrating glance at the elder, and with a terse command, he uttered, "Withdraw." "Master." The elder attempted to speak further, but Qingmin interrupted him, his tone growing more resolute. "I said withdraw." Seeing this, the elder dared not protest further and retreated reluctantly. The others may not comprehend Hua Baixue's true intentions. Yet Qingmin was acutely aware that her obstinacy was aimed at inciting the Qingyun sect to retaliate, solidifying Yi Chen's identity as a spy of the demon clan. In that case, Qingyun sect would surely face a united onslaught. "Qingmin, I advise you to step aside. If you persist in obstructing me," Hua Baixue said with a cold smile. Qingmin's expression darkened as he glanced between Yi Chun and Hua Baixue, seemingly weighing his options. Yi Chun remained silent, understanding that given the current circumstances, no matter what he said, it would likely fall on deaf ears. It was now up to the Qingyun sect to decide. Qingmin remained motionless, neither stepping aside nor offering further words. After a moment of silence, Hua Baixue, seeing that Qingmin did not speak, advanced toward Yi Chun. Her intention was twofold. If Qingyun's sect chose to defend Yi Chun, they would be branded as allies of the demon clan, inevitably facing a collective assault. Conversely, if Qingyun's sect did not defend Yi Chun, she would have the opportunity to obliterate a prodigy of remarkable potential. With a chilling smirk, Hua Baixue bypassed Qingmin, her palm gathering spiritual light as she approached Yi Chun step by step. Watching Hua Baixue encroach upon him, Yi Chun's heart raced with trepidation, yet he found himself powerless. For the disparity between them was insurmountable. "You killed my disciple. Now you shall accompany him to the grave." As her words fell, the spiritual energy from Hua Baixue's palm shot forth instantly. Soul probing does not always claim a life. But given that Yi Chun had slain Yin Shan, how could Hua Baixue allow him to live? The energy surged from her palm, enveloping Yi Chun from all sides. Under the weight of this energy, Yi Chun immediately felt a suffocating pressure, his very soul trembling involuntarily. Just at that critical juncture, the long-silent Qing Min suddenly charged forward, striking at Hua Baixue with the palm. Hua Baixue seemed to anticipate Qing Min's move, countering with her own palm, and both retreated 3 steps simultaneously. You, Qing Min, dare to shield a demon clan spy? It appears your Qingyun sect cannot escape its ties to the demons, Hua Baixue declared. Qing Min's expression was icy. His gaze fixed fiercely on Hua Baixue as he replied, My Qingyun sect has never had any dealings with the demon clan. No dealings? Then why do you protect Yichun? Hua Baixue pressed on. To fabricate a crime, there are always excuses. My disciple has already explained the circumstances. Although my Qingyun sect may not match your Bixia sect in strength, if Bixia sect wishes to oppose us, we shall not cower. Qing Min's words rang out with conviction, igniting the fervor of all the Qingyun sect disciples present, each gathering their true essence to encircle Hua Baixue. Facing the encirclement of the Qingyun sect, Hua Baixue surveyed her surroundings without a hint of fear and slowly said, What? Is Qingyun sect planning to overpower me with sheer numbers? Unfortunately, I have already relayed the news back to Bixia sect. Even if you were to annihilate everyone present today, your Qingyun sect will surely face annihilation by tomorrow. Old hag, the little Punlai celestial mountain is a spiritual treasure of our sect, equipped with a defensive formation. How could you possibly send news out? An elder from Qingyun's sect retorted. Hua Baixue ignored the elder, focusing her gaze on Qing Min as she calmly stated, What? Do you not believe that I have already sent word? Qing Min fell silent. He and Hua Baixue were of the same realm, while others might have overlooked it. He had indeed noticed that Hua Baixue had sent out a spiritual light talisman that escaped the little Punlai celestial mountain. He had intended to intercept it but failed. Thus, he was aware that Bixia sect had likely already received the news, and perhaps powerful reinforcements were on their way. Ding! The system has detected that the host is currently in a predicament. Do you require assistance from the system? Just as the confrontation between the Qingyun sect and Hua Baixue reached a boiling point, a voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly replied, Yes. Ding! To assist the host in escaping the predicament, there are 2 options. Option 1. The system can enhance the host's combat power to match that of the perfected transformation realm for 1 hour, at the cost of 10 premium spirit stones. Option 2. The system can protect the host's soul, ensuring that no detrimental information is uncovered through the soul probing, at the cost of 3 premium spirit stones. The host may choose one option. Upon hearing the system's words, the flicker of hope in Yi Chen's heart was extinguished, for he possessed no premium spirit stones. After a moment of silence, he asked the system, I do not have a single premium spirit stone. Ding! This system allows for an IOU. An IOU? Yi Chen was taken aback. Could such a fortunate circumstance exist? Shortly thereafter, the system's voice echoed again. Indeed, this system can assist the host in extricating himself from his predicament. But interest will be charged, and the debt must be repaid within a month. Otherwise, the host's own spiritual energy will be extracted until the debt is cleared. What is the interest rate? Yi Chen inquired. 1 premium spirit stone repaid as 3 within a month. Yi Chen was left speechless, incredulous at the audacity of the terms. At this moment, Yi Chen found himself devoid of any options. If he did not leverage the power of the system, he would undoubtedly meet his demise today. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen made his choice, stating, System, I choose option 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully borrowing 1 exquisite spirit stone. The system has automatically selected option 2. From now on, within a day, the host will be immune to any soul-searching techniques. A friendly reminder. Please repay the 3 exquisite spirit stones as soon as possible. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Yi Chen finally exhaled slowly. At this juncture, Hua Baixue remained unhurried to act, standing in place with a smile, observing the members of Qingyun's sect. Although Qing Min was seething with rage, he refrained from acting hastily, aware that the cost of intervention would be exceedingly high, potentially leading to the obliteration of the entire Qingyun sect. Yet he was also reluctant to surrender Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at the individuals opposing Hua Baixue and let out a deep sigh. He stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect towards Qing Min, and said, Master, since she wishes to conduct a soul search, let her proceed. After all, I am not a spy from the demon clan. The moment these words left Yi Chen's lips, the attendees were taken aback. Even Qing Min's expression tightened as he gazed at Yi Chen, inquiring, Are you aware of the consequences of a soul search? Yi Chen nodded. He was indeed aware. and he understood that once Hua Baixue initiated the soul search, it would likely result in his demise. However, he had completed a transaction with the system, and for the next day, he would be unaffected by soul-searching techniques. Moreover, as long as he did not wish it, no one could extract any information from his mind. Qing Min scrutinized Yi Qin's resolute demeanor, contemplated briefly, and then shook his head, stating, "No. Even if you survive a soul search, your spirit will sustain damage, hindering your future cultivation. Furthermore, as the young master of Qingyun's sect, you cannot permit anyone to search your soul at will." Qing Min's words were resolute. He then turned to Hua Baixue, coldly declaring, "Hua Baixue, I am well aware of your intentions. You are merely envious of the extraordinary talent that has emerged from Qingyun's sect. Today, I declare that no one shall lay a finger on a single hair of Yi Chun." Chapter 59. The ancestor of Qingyun possessing the ability to slay late-stage golden core cultivators while still in the late stage of foundation establishment. Such talent is a rare occurrence in a millennium. A genius of this caliber could potentially alter the power dynamics of the eastern region within a few short years, a prospect that other sects were keen to prevent. Thus, when Yi Chun displayed a hint of demonic aura during the battle, they seized upon this opportunity, intent on eliminating him. Otherwise, they would not risk offending Qingyun's sect for merely a trace of demonic energy. After all, Qingyun's sect boasted an ancient elder who had 1 foot in the spirit separation realm. Should such an elder become enraged, he could not only annihilate various sects, but also inflict significant losses upon them. Qing Min understood their trepidation regarding the sect's elder, which compelled him to staunchly protect Yi Chun. "What do you mean by this, Qing Min? Are you willing to risk the entirety of Qingyun's sect for this brat?" Hua Baixue remarked, a smirk dancing upon her lips. "Indeed, Yi Chun is the young master of Qingyun's sect and my disciple. Even if all 9 major sects converge today, anyone wishing to harm our young master must first tread over my corpse," Qing Min declared with a resonant voice, his gaze firmly fixed on Hua Baixue. Yi Chun was taken aback, staring in astonishment at Qing Min. He had never anticipated such staunch support. However, he did not let his guard down, for although Qing Min's actions might seem protective to others, Yi Chun harbored a lingering suspicion of ulterior motives on Qing Min's part. Thus, he resolved to fight. Without further ado, Hua Baixue summoned her spiritual energy and launched an attack against Qing Min unfazed. Qing Min met her assault head-on. In an instant, powerful forces erupted, awakening the defenses of the small Punlai immortal mountain, with countless halos descending from the heavens to shield everyone present. Yet, as both were formidable cultivators of the transformation realm, even with the mountain's defenses, many felt a suffocating threat, as if they could be obliterated by the aftermath of their clash at any moment. Bang! The two hovered in midair, colliding with a palm strike that sent everyone reeling, causing the entire small Punlai immortal mountain to tremble. "Stop!" Just as they prepared to continue their confrontation, a voice of authority resonated from deep within Qingyun's sect. Upon hearing this voice, Qing Min could not suppress a smile, while Hua Baixue's face turned pale in an instant. The individual was indeed still alive. As the voice reached the ears of the crowd, an elderly figure materialized before them. It was an old man with grizzled hair, wielding a cane, clad in a white robe, appearing as if he were a celestial being. Yi Chun gazed at the old man floating in midair and was instantly struck with awe, merely looking at him. He sensed a surge of formidable power emanating from the elder, a force far more terrifying than that of Hua Baixue or Qing Min, at least 10 times stronger. "Senior sister, who is this person?" Yi Chun inquired softly to Lu Ru beside him. Lu Ru, equally astonished by the elderly figure, took a moment to regain her composure before whispering back, "This person is our sect's ancestor, who has 1 foot in the spirit separation realm. It is said that he is the youngest disciple of the founding ancestor." Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. The disciple of Master Huishan? Does that not imply he has lived for at least 800 years? The average person lives merely a century, and the exceptionally long-lived seldom exceed 150. Cultivation extends one's lifespan. Yet if this elder is indeed Master Huishan's disciple, it suggests he has surpassed 800 years of life. However, this contradicts logic. The life expectancy for a nascent soul cultivator is 800 years, yet the elder did not appear to be on the brink of death, but rather exuded a robust life force. Could it be that this ancestor has already transcended to the spirit separation realm? At this moment, a similar thought crossed Hua Baixue's mind. Her willingness to confront Qingyun's sect, despite knowing of their powerful ancestor, stemmed from the belief that the elder had perished or was in the twilight of his years. His combat prowess diminished, and thus not to be feared. But upon witnessing him now, it was clear he was a figure brimming with vitality. "Greetings, ancestor Qingyun." Hua Baixue dared not linger her gaze upon the elder, quickly averting her eyes and bowing respectfully. Qing Min stood beside the Qingyun ancestor, performing a similar gesture of respect, stating, "Ancestor, you have finally emerged from your seclusion." The Qingyun ancestor cast a brief glance at Qing Min before uttering a simple Hua Baixue. Receiving no response from the ancestor, did not dare to raise her head, maintaining her bowing posture. It was then that Qing Min spoke up, "Ancestor, about this matter." However, before he could elaborate, he was interrupted by the Qingyun ancestor, who declared, "No need to explain. I am already aware." Qing Min was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and responded, "Ancestor, how do you propose we handle this situation?" The venerable Qingyun ancestor cast a fleeting glance at Hua Baixue and spoke with an air of indifference. "For the sake of the old ghost Bixia, I shall spare your life. Sever an arm and depart swiftly." Hua Baixue abruptly lifted her head, her countenance filled with reluctance, and retorted, "Does the esteemed Qingyun ancestor wish to shield a demonic spy?" "Impudence!" Qingyun ancestor scoffed coldly, unleashing a surge of power from within, which instantaneously struck Hua Baixue down, forcefully crashing her onto the ground. He continued, "You dare to question my authority? The status of my sect's disciples as demonic spies is for me to determine. Should your Bixia sect be dissatisfied, send the old ghost Bixia to confront me. I grant you another chance. Sever an arm or face death." The voice of Qingyun ancestor, imbued with spiritual authority, brooked no dissent. Hua Baixue, recognizing her predicament, reluctantly rose and, summoning her spiritual energy, destroyed her own arm. The excruciating pain rendered her face pale, and with the assistance of 2 fellow disciples from Bixia sect, she departed from Qingyun's sect. After dealing with Hua Baixue, Qingyun ancestor announced, "The competition concludes here for today. There is no need for further contests among the sections. I bid you all to take your leave." The formidable figures from various sects understood that with Qingyun ancestor intervening, any attempt to eliminate Yi Chun was futile. Consequently, they made their exits without further ado. Within the span of a mere incense sticks burning, the once crowded Xiapengle Immortal Mountain was left with only the members of Qingyun's sect. Descending from the air, Qingyun ancestor approached Yi Chun, scrutinizing him intently for a moment before inquiring, "Are you Yi Chun?" Faced with a potential powerhouse who had likely reached the divine separation realm, Yi Chun became exceedingly respectful and replied, reporting to the ancestor, "I am indeed Yi Chun." Qingyun ancestor nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, your talent is quite remarkable. Come with me." Without awaiting Yi Chun's response, he enveloped him in a swirl of spiritual light. As the light enveloped him, Yi Chun was momentarily plunged into darkness. When he regained clarity, he found himself within a grand palace, alone with Qingyun ancestor. Curious about the ancestor's intentions for bringing him here, Yi Chun steadied himself and respectfully asked, "May I inquire as to why the ancestor has summoned me?" Instead of answering, Qingyun ancestor posed a question. "I sense the aura of my master upon you. Did you encounter him upon the ascension ladder?" Reporting to the ancestor, "I indeed met the ancestor," Yi Chun admitted, not daring to conceal the truth. A glimmer of joy appeared on Qingyun ancestor's face, followed by another question. "How is my master faring now?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun responded, "The ancestor has attained eternal rest." Upon hearing this news, the fleeting joy on Qingyun ancestor's face was swiftly replaced by sorrow, though this expression vanished almost immediately. After a brief silence, he nodded slightly and said, "Since my master has passed the holy Buddha bone to you, you are considered his disciple. Henceforth, you may refer to me as your senior brother." Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. A senior brother who was a powerhouse in the divine separation realm? This meant he would wield considerable influence throughout the Eastern domain. Observing Yi Chun's astonishment, Qingyun ancestor chose not to elaborate further and instead inquired, "What was the source of the demonic aura you exhibited during your battle?" Yi Chun furrowed his brow, but did not withhold the truth, stating, "Reporting to you, senior brother. The demonic aura within me originates from a cultivation technique of the demon race, which I successfully mastered while ascending the ascension ladder." Qingyun ancestor's aged eyes bore into Yi Chun, seemingly probing for the veracity of his claims. Under the weight of his gaze, Yi Chun remained still, refraining from further comment. Before long, Yichen felt a powerful mental force invade his mind. Just as he prepared to summon the 6 paths of divine thought to resist, Qingyan ancestor's voice echoed in his ear. Do not resist. I need to confirm whether your words are true. As long as you comply, there shall be no adverse effects upon you. Heeding these words, Yichen refrained from activating his divine thoughts, though he remained vigilant, ready to deploy any means of defense should danger arise. Qingyan ancestor was not a soul master, yet he had attained the divine separation realm, endowing him with formidable spiritual prowess, far beyond what Yi Chen could contend with. Under his scrutiny, it seemed that all of Yi Chen's secrets would be laid bare. However, thanks to the protection of the system, Yi Chen's memories had already undergone alterations. Qingyan ancestor could only glean the information Yi Chen wished to disclose. As for other matters, such as the 34th tier of the ascension ladder or the ancient cloud, these were beyond Qingyan ancestor's reach. After a brief interval, Qingyan ancestor withdrew his mental presence from Yi Chen's consciousness. Soul searching, after all, is a technique that can harm the spirit. Even though Qingyan ancestor was cautious enough not to damage Yi Chen's soul, prolonged exposure could still lead to deterioration. Thus, after confirming the truth of Yi Chen's claims through his memories, he withdrew swiftly. With Qingyan ancestor's departure, Yi Chen felt an overwhelming pressure lift, and he could not help but silently express gratitude for the system's existence. Otherwise, all his secrets might have been exposed today. The momentary sensation of suffocating pressure from the mental invasion was something he could not withstand, feeling as though a mere glance from Qingyan ancestor could obliterate his very essence. I have here a soul-nourishing pill. Take it to fortify your spirit, Qingyan ancestor said, producing a pill the size of a pinky and offering it to Yi Chen. The spirit has always been a weakness for low-level cultivators, and many would seek ways to enhance their spiritual strength. The soul-nourishing pill is an exceptional remedy for nurturing the spirit, making it a rare and invaluable treasure. Furthermore, at a critical juncture for gathering thoughts, this pill could accelerate the process of consolidating one's mental strength. Yi Chen gratefully accepted the soul-nourishing pill. Are you a practitioner of the 3 arts? Qingyan ancestor inquired. Yi Chen nodded without hesitation. He did not intend to conceal this aspect of his spiritual memory, as his physical and spiritual prowess had already been displayed during the battle. Omitting this detail would only invite suspicion. Given this, he chose to acknowledge it openly. A smile of approval graced Qingyan ancestor's face as he said, Indeed, your talent is not only remarkable within Qingyan sect. Even across the Eastern domain, such aptitude is rare in a millennium. However, choosing to cultivate the 3 arts means you must be prepared to invest more time and endure greater trials than others. The path of cultivation is one of defiance against fate, a struggle for life against the heavens. In the later stages, each breakthrough into a new realm requires facing various tribulations. Yi Chen's choice to pursue the 3 arts signifies that the challenges he would confront during his ascension would be far more daunting and perilous than those faced by others. Aware of these dangers, Yi Chen's expression grew somber. After a prolonged silence, he responded, Thank you for your warning, senior brother. I shall remain vigilant. The venerable Qingyan ancestor nodded slightly before speaking. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. Practicing the 3 arts simultaneously will undoubtedly make you stronger than others of the same realm. As long as you solidify your foundation with your innate talent, I believe your future achievements will be remarkable, perhaps even surpassing mine. Yi Chen nodded gently in response. The tribulation, in essence, serves as a selection process along the path of cultivation, eliminating those who are overly eager for success. While it is true that the power of the tribulation will intensify with the practice of the 3 arts, as long as your foundation is solid, facing the tribulation should not pose a significant challenge. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyan ancestor produced a Buddhist bead and handed it to Yi Chen. The power emanating from this bead was formidable. Observing the bead in Qingyan ancestor's hand, Yi Chen refrained from taking it impulsively and instead inquired, Senior brother, what is this? This is the Arhat white pearl, one of the 10 Buddhist treasures of Qingyan temple, and it was also held by our master during his lifetime. It is a treasure that he passed on to me, and now I bestow it upon you. Qingyan ancestor replied slowly. Senior brother, this item is of such great significance. How can you give it to me? Upon hearing the origins of the Arhat white pearl, Yi Chen became even more hesitant to accept it and hurriedly declined. However, Qingyan ancestor smiled gently and shook his head, saying, The Arhat white pearl is a relic of the Buddhist sect. I do not practice Buddhism, thus I cannot fully unleash its potential. Since our master has entrusted you with the holy Buddha bone, it indicates that you have gained his recognition. Therefore, you are indeed the rightful owner of the Arhat white pearl. But Yichen attempted to refuse further, yet he was interrupted by Qingyun ancestor, who insisted. There is no need for refusal. The power contained within the Arhat white pearl is immense and can save your life in times of peril. You should accept it. Yichen's talents had already become apparent, and the other 9 major sects in the eastern region would undoubtedly not allow him to grow unchecked. Even with the knowledge that Qingyun ancestor had broken through to the spirit separation realm, they might still resort to desperate measures to eliminate Yichen before he could fully develop. Therefore, the Arhat white pearl was a protective talisman that Qingyun ancestor could offer as a senior brother. After gazing at Qingyun ancestor for a prolonged moment, Yichen ultimately accepted the Arhat white pearl. He understood that before he possessed sufficient strength to protect himself, he needed to gather as many life-saving items as possible. Seeing Yichen accept it, Qingyun ancestor finally felt at ease. When Yichen emerged from Qingyun ancestor's cultivation cave, it was already the dead of night. The Qingyun sect had fallen into a profound silence, starkly contrasting the bustling atmosphere of the daytime at the Xiapengle Immortal Mountain. Yichen strolled leisurely through the forest, heading toward his dwelling. Suddenly, as he passed through a valley, he sensed that someone was following him. His expression changed instantly, and he halted, slowly saying, "To the brother behind me, please reveal yourself." However, no response came from behind. Yichen furrowed his brow, releasing the power of his six-path divine consciousness. Yet he still found no one trailing him. This only deepened his perplexity, as the surroundings had grown eerily quiet. Even the leaves rustling in the night breeze had stilled. After pondering for a moment, he continued, "If you do not reveal yourself, I shall not hold back." As his words fell, a light chuckle emerged from behind, and a figure stepped out from the shadows. The figure quickly appeared before Yichen. "It's you?" Upon recognizing the person, Yichen realized it was Bai Shaoxing. Holding a folding fan, Bai Shaoxing wore a smile as he faced Yichen and said, "Brother Yi, it has been a long time." Yichen felt a bit embarrassed. "Long time? Has he lost his memory? We just fought earlier today. It has only been 2 or 3 hours since we last met." "How is that long?" Yichen couldn't be bothered with pleasantries and directly asked, "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for someone," Bai Shaoxing replied with a grin. "Waiting? This is the depths of my Qingyun sect. May I ask who you are waiting for?" Yichen found it increasingly strange. The depths of Qingyun sect were seldom ventured into, even by its own members, let alone outsiders. Bai Shaoxing snapped his fan shut and said, "Indeed, I am waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Yichen expressed confusion, but did not wait for Bai Shaoxing to elaborate before asking, "Why are you still here when all the sects have already departed? Moreover, do you not fear being discovered and labeled as a thief?" "Huh?" Bai Shaoxing chuckled softly and replied, "To be honest with you, Brother Yi, as long as I do not wish to be found, there is no one in the entire Qingyun sect who could detect my presence." Yichen's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he scrutinized Bai Shaoxing, attempting to discern his cultivation level, but found himself unable to perceive anything, as if his consciousness had plunged into a deep sea. "Who exactly are you?" Yichen finally asked after observing him for a while. "I have answered this question before. I am merely a loose cultivator," Bai Shaoxing stated. "Do you expect me to believe that?" Yichen retorted. "This is the depths of Qingyun sect, where not only are there perfected transformation god realm experts, but also a superpower who has stepped into the spirit separation realm. To ignore a spirit separation realm cultivator, I fear no one in the entire eastern region could accomplish that." Bai Shaoxing opened his mouth, seemingly about to say something. But Yichen had no intention of listening to further nonsense. He decisively stated, "If you are unwilling to speak the truth, I shall have the ancestor come to inquire what you intend to do in my Qingyun sect." It was evident that while Bai Shaoxing could evade the scrutiny of Qingyun ancestor, he was far from capable of contending with him. Just as Yichen prepared to send a message to Qingyun ancestor, Bai Shaoxing spoke up to stop him, saying, "Brother Yi, there is no need to be so anxious. I harbor no ill intentions." Yichen found this statement believable, for Bai Shaoxing's cultivation and combat prowess were indeed significantly superior to his own. Most importantly, Bai Shaoxing's spiritual realm was exceptionally strong, effectively overpowering him. Had he wished Yichen harm, he likely would have perished on the battle stage long ago. Given this, Yichen decided to clarify, "What exactly do you want from me?" Chapter 61. High-level random lottery in the discussion hall of the Bixia sect in the eastern region. The white-haired Hua Bai Shui, having severed an arm, was present, surrounded by several elders of similar cultivation levels. Elder Hua, do you mean to say that Yi Chen truly killed Yin Shan with his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation? An elder seated at the head of the table displayed an expression of shock upon hearing Hua Bai Shui's report. The Bixia sect ranked among the top 3 sects in the eastern region, boasting numerous disciples, many of whom possessed exceptional talent. Yin Shan was among the most outstanding of these disciples, with combat prowess ranking at least within the top 5. Hua Bai Shui replied slowly, indeed, that young man possesses only late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, yet his combat strength is extraordinarily formidable. Her voice sounded somewhat weak. After confirming this with Hua Bai Shui, the expressions of the elders present shifted dramatically. Yi Chen's talent was indeed terrifying. To kill a late-stage golden core cultivator while merely at late-stage foundation establishment, Elder Hua hadn't even had the chance to intervene. If this individual were allowed to grow, the landscape of the eastern region would surely undergo a transformation. The atmosphere in the hall turned grim. Each person's face darkened considerably. They would undoubtedly refrain from questioning the words of Hua Bai Shui. For Yin Shan is indeed her most cherished disciple, possessing exceptional talent, and his future achievements are certain to rival those of Hua Bai Shui. As the master of Yin Shan, how could Hua Bai Shui ever wish for his demise? The countenance of the leader of Bixia sect, seated at the head of the table, shifted noticeably. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "The message you relayed earlier indicated that Yi Chen revealed a trace of demonic energy during his battle with Yin Shan?" Hua Bai Shui nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, he emanated a hint of demonic energy." Elder Hua, since that young man harbors demonic energy, why did you not take his life to prevent future troubles? Questioned an elder clad in a gray robe. Hua Bai Shui's expression darkened instantly, and after a brief silence, she replied, "Qingmin spared no effort to protect him, thus I was unable to succeed." Qingmin? Could it be that he has reached the nascent soul stage? The leader of Bixia sect queried. Before Hua Bai Shui could respond, he pressed on, "Even if he has attained the nascent soul, you should have been capable of eliminating Yi Chen. Why then did you return so grievously injured? Indeed, if it were only Qing Min, even if he has reached the nascent soul, he could not have hindered my attempt to slay Yi Chen," Hua Bai Shui stated grimly. Although Hua Bai Shui was merely at the late stage of the transformation god realm, her years of cultivation had endowed her with numerous skills. If she desired to eliminate a foundation establishment cultivator, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Even a nascent soul cultivator could not thwart her. Then why were you so severely wounded? The onlookers grew increasingly curious. For the one who injured me was not Qing Min, but rather ancestor Qing Yun. Hua Bai Shui's revelation left the elders present in utter shock. They were ancient beings who had lived for several centuries and were well acquainted with the illustrious name of ancestor Qing Yun. After all, he was the one who single-handedly elevated a sect with less than a millennium of history to be among the top 10 sects in the eastern region. However, ancestor Qing Yun had not made an appearance in the eastern region for nearly 200 years, leading many to believe he had perished due to the depletion of his lifespan. Yet, to their astonishment, he had resurfaced, and moreover, had broken through to the spirit-severing realm. This was undoubtedly ominous news for all major sections. After confirming this information, the leader of Bixia sect did not linger further and hurriedly departed the conference hall, prompting the others to follow suit. Meanwhile, at Qingyun sect, under the moonlit sky, with not a cloud in sight, Yi Chen returned to the star-picking peak quite late. After his conversation with Bai Shaosheng, he left Qingyun sect without alarming anyone, even seemingly escaping the notice of ancestor Qingyun. As soon as Yi Chen stepped onto the star-picking peak, Li Wen approached him, clearly having waited for quite some time. "Young sect master, the sect master has sent word. If you have returned, he wishes for you to proceed to Qingyun Peak," Li Wen said respectfully. Li Wen, not having the privilege to ascend to the summit of the minor Penglai Immortal Mountain, was nonetheless elated by Yi Chen's prowess. Having defeated over 10 formidable young talents and even slain a late-stage golden core cultivator, news of which had already spread throughout Qingyun sect. At this moment, more than 90% of the disciples within Qingyun sect were filled with excitement, for having such a powerful young sect master was a boon to them. As the steward of Star-Picking Peak, Li Wen's enthusiasm only intensified. Upon hearing Li Wen's words, Yi Chen furrowed his brow and slowly replied, "The sect master wishes for me to seek him out immediately upon my return?" Li Wen nodded slightly, saying yes. However, the sect master mentioned that if you return too late, You may rest first and visit him the following day. All right, I understand. You may return and take your rest. Yi Chen affirmed with a nod, choosing not to elaborate further as he entered his chamber. As he stepped inside, he activated the array to shield against any form of detection. Yi Chen's mind wandered back to the conversation with Bai Shaoxing in the forest. And after a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "System, Ding, how may I assist you, host?" The system responded promptly. "In this universe, apart from the Jiuzhou continent, are there other worlds?" Yi Chen inquired directly. "Ding, yes, there are 3,000 great worlds within the universe. The Jiuzhou continent is merely one of them." Upon hearing the system's words, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bai Shaoxing's claims were indeed true. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why Bai Shaoxing would suddenly share such information with him. "System, do you know which other worlds exist among the 3,000 great worlds? And how does Jiuzhou continent rank among them?" Yi Chen put his on. "Ding, the inquiries posed by the host are known to this system. However, such information is of no assistance to you at this stage and may instead lead to unnecessary complications. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally acquire the knowledge you seek." Yi Chen was taken aback, surprised that the system refused to answer his question. "Very well. By the way, system, it seems that Gu Yun mentioned she accidentally fell into Jiuzhou continent. Does that imply she hails from another great world?" Yi Chen continued to inquire. "Ding, yes. Gu Yun is not a native of Jiuzhou continent, but the specific great world from which she originates cannot be determined by the current level of this system." After hearing the system's response, Yi Chen suddenly realized that since emerging from the ascension ladder, Gu Yun had not appeared again. With his thought, Yi Chen retrieved the exquisite figurine that Gu Yun had transformed into. The figurine was intricately crafted, emanating an enigmatic spiritual light. Yet Yi Chen could no longer sense any trace of life within it. "System, can you detect Gu Yun's current condition?" Yi Chen scrutinized the figurine, and after a moment, he inquired of the system. "Ding, upon system analysis, Gu Yun is not in serious danger. She merely requires time to recover from the recent fusion of her Tao and demonic bodies. After departing the ascension ladder, she sealed away all her aura. When will she awaken?" Yi Chen asked. Earlier, during his conversation with Bai Shaoxing, he had felt that some ancient lore seemed to pertain to Gu Yun, though he could not be certain. "Ding, the system is unable to ascertain Gu Yun's current status, thus cannot predict when she will fully awaken." After hearing this, Yi Chen chose not to press further. Some matters, indeed, would reveal themselves in due time, as the system had suggested. "By the way, system, do I count as having completed my task?" Yi Chen inquired, recalling that the system had triggered a random mission prior to the challenges posed by the young elites of various sections. "Ding, the host has successfully defeated all challengers. The rewards for the random mission have been stored in the system's repository. Would you like to open the repository to check?" "Yes." Yi Chen responded. "Ding, opening the repository now. Items obtained. High-level random draw X1. Intermediate blind box X2. Curiosity piqued, Yi Chen asked, what could be obtained from the high-level random draw and intermediate blind boxes? Ding! The high-level random draw and blind box series have the potential to yield techniques, divine powers, spell formulas, spirit stones, spirit pills, magical treasures, and other items beneficial to the host's current cultivation. Would the host like to proceed? Yi Chen pondered for a moment before stating, System, activate the high-level random draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the high-level random draw. Entering the random draw interface. Please hold on. Moments later, a massive prize wheel materialized before Yi Chen. 10 transformation pills. 9 uses of the Brahma Sound Lotus. Spirit Artifact, Soul Alarm Divine Tower. Divine Power, Divine Dragon's Roar. Spell Formula, Breaking Law 9 Heavens. Formation, Crossing Formation Lotus Platform. Dan Yo, Looking Hotuluodan, Sepuluh Pieces. Spirit Pet, Transforming Snake Hatchling. Thank you for your patronage. The relay consists of 9 distinct sections, each inscribed with various rewards. Among these 9 sections, aside from one that simply expresses gratitude, the rest can be considered rare treasures. Particularly noteworthy is the Spirit Pet reward, as the transforming snake is an ancient divine beast, and in its juvenile form, its appearance amidst the realms of the 9 provinces would undoubtedly stir a tremendous commotion. Ding! The lottery draw commences. With the sound of the system echoing, the colossal roulette within Yi Chen's mind began to spin rapidly. At that moment, Yi Chen's heart raced with anticipation. Chapter 62, Crossing Array Lotus Platform. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the crossing array lotus platform. As the system's voice resonated, a segment of memory materialized in Yi Chen's mind. The crossing array lotus platform, capable of traversing all arrays in the world? Yi Chen gazed at the newly appeared memory in astonishment and inquired of the system, asking system, can this crossing array lotus platform truly disregard all arrays in existence and allow for free passage? Ding! Theoretically speaking, it is possible. Theoretically? Just theoretically? Yi Chen felt bewildered. Why did this seem so unreliable? If he were to fall into an array and the crossing array lotus platform proved ineffective, would that not spell disaster? Ding! The potency of the crossing array lotus platform will vary in accordance with the host's strength. If the host's cultivation is sufficiently formidable, the inscribed crossing array lotus platform will indeed allow passage through all arrays in the world. Upon hearing this from the system, Yi Chen's expression softened somewhat. Subsequently, he opened the remaining 2 intermediate blind boxes, acquiring a flying spiritual treasure, the Wind Thunder Wings. This treasure, crafted from the feathers of the Thunderbird, boasts remarkable speed, capable of soaring 90,000 miles, albeit it is a one-time use item. Nevertheless, it is indeed a rare find, offering a means of escape in dire moments. The other blind box yielded a top-tier spirit stone. Both intermediate blind boxes produced valuable items, marking a stroke of great fortune. However, Yi Chen had no opportunity to even touch the top-tier spirit stone before the system deducted it for debt repayment. That old hag, Hua Baixue, has cost me 3 top-tier spirit stones. If I ever get the chance, I shall make her repay me. As Yi Chen reflected on the 3 top-tier spirit stones he owed, a pang of regret surged within him. The following day, as dawn broke, Yi Chen set off alone towards Qingyan Peak. Along the way, he encountered several intersect disciples also making their way to Qingyan Peak, among them a familiar face. Inyu, senior sister, are you also going to see the master? Yi Chen quickly caught up with Lu Ru, calling out to her. Upon hearing Yi Chen's voice, Lu Ru realized that he had appeared behind her without her noticing, although she did not primarily cultivate her spiritual sense. As a practitioner on the verge of entering the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, her awareness was quite keen. Anyone who had not reached the great perfection of the Golden Core realm would certainly detect someone approaching within 100 paces. Yet Yi Chen stood behind her, and she was entirely oblivious. Had Yi Chen been her adversary, she would likely have met her demise before realizing it. This thought sent a shiver of fear through Lu Ru. Noticing Lu Ru's pale complexion, Yi Chen curiously asked, Senior sister, what troubles you? In nothing, Lu Ru responded, regaining her composure and shaking her head slightly. Although Yi Chen found her reaction odd, he refrained from pressing further, saying once more, Senior sister, are you also heading to Qingyan Peak? Lu Ru nodded, replying, indeed. Senior sister, why are so many brothers seemingly heading towards Qingyan Peak as well? Yi Chen could not help but ask out of curiosity. He observed that the disciples making their way to Qingyan Peak were all among the top 10 in intersect combat strength. These disciples typically spent their time either cultivating or undertaking missions to acquire cultivation resources, making their simultaneous appearance quite rare. Even during Yi Chen's ascension to the position of deputy sect master, several top 10 disciples were unable to return due to external missions. Yet now, they had all returned, which puzzled Yi Chen. Lu Ru glanced at Yi Chen before slowly explaining, you may not be aware, but the top 10 intersect powerhouses have returned to the sect for a significant matter. What matter could it be? Yi Chen inwarded. Lu Ru revealed without reservation. It is for the 5 Domains War. The 5 Domains War? Isn't it still a year until it begins? Yi Chen asked, intrigued. He had heard of the 5 Domains War, which took place every decade among the 5 regions of the 9 provinces, where true powerhouses would ascend the 9 provinces ranking. Aside from gaining an elevated status, they would also acquire substantial cultivation resources. The 9 provinces ranking consists of 10 positions, and each individual listed is a superlative young powerhouse. Even the older generation of strong practitioners would tread lightly in their presence. Indeed, there is still a year until the 5 Domains War. However, prior to that, the Eastern Domain sects must hold a grand competition to select the 10 most outstanding individuals for cultivation, who will participate in the war a year hence, Lu Ru explained. Upon hearing Lu Ru's words, Yi Chen finally comprehended the situation. In the 5 Domains War, each domain would dispatch 10 of their most exceptional young talents to compete. Given the multitude of sects within each domain, internal assessments were necessary to select the strongest 10 to represent their domain. Senior sister, Do you know what the grand competition entails? Yi Chen asked. Lu Ru shook her head, stating, the format of each grand competition varies, aside from the sect leaders. No one knows what will be tested. I believe the master summoned the inner sect powerhouses today to inform us of the format for this year's grand competition. Yi Chen nodded, subsequently refraining from further inquiries as he and Lu Ru quickened their pace towards Qingyun Peak. Upon their arrival at the palace atop Qingyun Peak, 9 youths were already present within the grand hall. As Yi Chen and Lu Ru entered, 9 pairs of eyes turned to regard them simultaneously. Late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm? A disciple at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm is also qualified to participate in the sect competition. A young man clad in a white robe, wielding a long sword, cast a cold glance at Yi Chen and remarked with disdain. It was evident that he held Yi Chen's late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivation in contempt. Senior Brother Wen, you have been training outside for an extended period and may be unaware, but Yi Chen is now the deputy sect master of our Qingyun sect. Yin interjected from the side. Upon hearing Yin Yu's words, Wen Tao's expression shifted dramatically, and his gaze towards Yi Chen transformed from disdain to hostility. Wen Tao's cultivation was formidable, having reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and he had spent many years honing his skills in the field, having slain countless demonic beasts and enemies with his sword, which had left him with a trace of murderous aura. Any ordinary late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator would likely feel overwhelmed and even terrified under the intense gaze he cast upon them. However, Yi Chen remained unfazed by the murderous aura emanating from Wen Tao, meeting his gaze head-on. When it came to killing, he had spent a month on the ascending immortal ladder, where the number of lives he had taken was beyond count. Why would he fear a mere aura of slaughter? Observing that Yi Chen was not intimidated by his murderous aura, Wen Tao displayed a flicker of surprise. Yet he still dismissed Yi Chen's late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivation, continuing. You do possess some skill, but merely being at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm is hardly suitable for the title of Deputy Sect Master of our Qingyun sect, is it? Before anyone could respond, Lu Ru, who had been standing beside Yi Chen, interjected, Senior Brother Wen. You might be unaware that Yi Chen defeated over 10 opponents during the Deputy Sect Master ceremony, even besting Yin Shan. Yin Yu chimed in at that moment, Senior Sister. Your words may be a bit exaggerated. I too witnessed the battle yesterday. It appears that Yin Shan succumbed to a sudden illness and perished otherwise. It is likely that Yi Chen would have been the one to meet his demise. Silver Moon's remarks are indeed what many have been discussing since the conclusion of that clash. After all, Yi Chen's cultivation is undoubtedly at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, while Yin Shan is a renowned late-stage Golden Core powerhouse. Moreover, their final strikes were never unleashed. Yin Shan simply fell from midair, resulting in numerous individuals believing that Yi Chen lacked substantial strength. One could even assert that had the venerable Qingyun ancestor not intervened, Yi Chen would have faced far greater challenges. Upon hearing Silver Moon's words, Yi Chen could not help but chuckle. Silver Moon's expression instantly shifted, her gaze turning icy as it fixated on Yi Chen, coldly inquiring, What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just suddenly recalled a few amusing anecdotes, and I couldn't help but laugh, Yi Chen replied. He certainly would not divulge to others that Yin Shan had fallen victim to his mental assault. After all, he was not foolish, and there was no need to lay all his cards on the table. As for how others chose to discuss him, that was their prerogative, and he had neither the desire nor the inclination to intervene. Silver Moon's expression darkened, feeling as though Yi Chen was mocking her, and her internal essence surged in response. Observing Silver Moon's imminent attack, Lu Ru's countenance shifted slightly, and she hurriedly positioned herself in front of Yi Chen, admonishing, Silver Moon, what do you intend to do? Inner disciples are strictly forbidden from engaging in private duels. If there are grievances among disciples, they may settle them on the life and death platform. However, private conflicts are expressly prohibited. Any instance of such will result in severe punishment, irrespective of the parties involved. As an outstanding inner disciple, Silver Moon was well aware of this rule, and she understood that the penalties within the Qingyun sect were exceedingly harsh. Thus, upon hearing Lu Ru's words, her previously surging essence gradually subsided, and she merely shot a fierce glare at Yi Chen. At that moment, Wen Tao interjected. Junior Sister Lu, I recall that the young master must accept the challenges of the younger generation upon assuming his position. If he cannot withstand them, it would indicate that he is unfit to hold the title of young master of the Qingyun sect. I wonder if I, as a senior brother, may also issue a challenge? Lu Ru furrowed her brow slightly and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, Senior brother Wen, that might not align with the rules. The challenges from yesterday have already concluded. I am aware that the challenges from yesterday have ended, but if the young master cannot even accept the challenges of others, then I must say that this young master is utterly worthless. When Tao pressed on, clearly intent on teaching Yichen a lesson today. Senior brother Wen, you have just returned to the sect, and you are already eager to challenge me. The young master? Yichen stood his ground, unwavering as he regarded the aggressive Wen Tao. With a slight smirk, Wen Tao responded, What? Is the young master afraid to accept my challenge? Yichen scoffed lightly, shaking his head and coolly stating, Not afraid. I'm simply uninterested. Though Wen Tao had also reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm, Yichen could sense that his combat prowess paled in comparison to Yinshan's. Having slain Yinshan, it was evident that Wen Tao could not be his match. However, as the young master of the Qingyun sect, he did not wish to inflict harm upon his fellow disciples. What audacious words! Wen Tao's expression shifted dramatically, abandoning any hesitation as he conjured an essence attack, launching it forcefully at Yichen. Lu Ru's expression changed instantly, as she had not anticipated Wen Tao would have the audacity to strike at the young master directly on Qingyun Peak. Yet, given the proximity, there was no time for her to intervene. The other inner disciples present were equally astonished. Conversely, Yichen, as the target of the attack, appeared to have anticipated Wen Tao's move, standing unfazed as he focused his essence at his fingertips and flicked a single finger outward. Bang! His fingertip collided with the palm strike, producing a dull thud as both forces shattered. Wen Tao was propelled back 3 steps, a look of shock crossing his face. Though he had not exerted his full power in that strike, as a late-stage Golden Core powerhouse, it should have been a trivial matter to repel a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, the outcome was reversed. Yichen stood unmoved while Wen Tao staggered backward. Instantly, Wen Tao's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as he glared coldly at Yichen and remarked, You possess some skill. I am eager to see just how capable you truly are. No sooner had he spoken than he began to condense his essence once more, preparing to strike again. Lu Ru stepped forward, glaring at the impending attack from Wen Tao, shouting, Wen Tao, do you so blatantly disregard the sect's rules? Though Lu Ru's cultivation was not particularly high, she was favored by Qing Min, and thus few dared to offend her. Upon witnessing Lu Ru's intervention, Wen Tao halted his gathered essence and returned to his original position, casting a fierce glare at Yichen. Yichen, indifferent, joined Lu Ru at the side, patiently awaiting Qing Min's arrival. After roughly half a stick of incense, Qing Min emerged from the inner hall and took his place at the head of the assembly, accompanied by 3 elders. We greet the sect master and esteemed elders. Upon seeing Qing Min, everyone bowed in unison, paying their respects. Qing Min surveyed the 11 individuals present, nodding slightly before speaking. I trust you are all aware of the reason for your summons. The war among the 5 domains is imminent, and our eastern domain will select 10 young powerhouses to participate. 3 days hence will mark the day of the grand competition among the sections. Sect Master, may I inquire about the format for the selection? A silver-haired man asked. For this grand competition, the various sects have agreed to open an ancient relic as the venue. Qing Min responded, An ancient relic? They are directly utilizing the ancient relic as the site for this grand competition? The attendees were all astounded to hear Qing Min's words. The ancient relic, as its name suggests, is a treasure left behind from ancient times. It is said that someone once gained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse within such a relic, soaring from the early stage of the Golden Core realm to the God Transformation realm, becoming a dominant force. However, while the ancient relics promise immense opportunity, they also harbor terrifying dangers, with the potential for unknown creatures to emerge, leading to death. Fear not. The chosen ancient relic has already been cleared by the powerful individuals from the various sects, and most dangers have been eliminated. Thus, as long as you refrain from entering unknown areas, the risks will be minimal, Qing Min continued. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the disciples present brightened with excitement. The fact that most dangers had been cleared indicated that the opportunities within the ancient relic far outweighed the risks. And even if they ultimately failed to secure one of the 10 positions, the gains from entering the ancient relic would still be significant. Sect Master, if the testing ground is within the ancient relic, how will the final 10 be selected? Silva Moon inquired. 3 days from now, the ancient relic will officially open. Within those 3 days, 10 crystal stones will be placed throughout the relic, and those who can locate all 10 crystal stones and successfully exit the ancient relic will be deemed selected, Qingmin elucidated. Thereafter, Qingmin addressed the gathering with several points of caution before allowing them to depart, urging them to thoroughly prepare for their venture into the ancient relics over the next 3 days. The ancient relics, fraught with peril, yet brimming with opportunity, presented a chance for cultivation even if they ultimately failed to secure a place in the Five Domains War. Thus, everyone regarded this opportunity with utmost seriousness, excusing themselves to make their preparations. Just as Yeqing was about to turn to leave, Qingmin called him back, requesting his presence. Once everyone had departed, Yeqing inquired, "Master, may I ask why you have chosen to retain me?" "The ancestral message has arrived. The elder of Bixia sect visited last night," Qingmin replied directly. A slight furrow appeared on Yeqing's brow as he opened his mouth to respond, but Qingmin continued, "However, there is no need for concern. The elder has now broken through to the spirit separation realm and has successfully repelled the Bixia elder. The reason for my disclosure is to advise you to exercise utmost caution when navigating the ancient relics, as the Bixia sect will likely not relent." Yeqing nodded gravely, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder, Master. I shall be exceedingly careful." "Indeed," Qingmin smiled faintly, then produced a wooden box of green hue and handed it to Yeqing. Upon receiving the box, Yeqing felt a subtle chill emanating from its surface. This was not merely the box's own coldness, but rather the frigid aura exuding from the pills contained within. Curiosity piqued, Yeqing opened the box. As he did, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted forth, and wisps of milky white medicinal energy, akin to tiny serpents, spiraled out from the box and danced around it. Upon glimpsing the 9 pills within, astonishment filled Yeqing's eyes as he exclaimed, "Is this the ice vein pill? Do you recognize this elixir?" Qingmin queried, somewhat surprised. Yeqing nodded slightly. "I have encountered references to this pill in ancient texts. It is noted that the ice vein pill was particularly popular during the Middle Ages, yet it became monopolized by various factions, and eventually the recipe was lost to time. I am curious as to where Master acquired these pills." During the Middle Ages, cultivators flourished, with many extraordinary individuals emerging across various fields, developing numerous unique elixirs to aid in cultivation, among which the ice vein pill served to enhance the resilience of meridians, accelerate the flow of true essence within the body, and even imbue the meridians with ice attributes, allowing one to unleash a frigid blast with a mere strike, capable of freezing mountains and rivers. These ice vein pills were discovered by me during my own trials in an ancient relic. Now, only these 9 remain. Today, I bestow them upon you, hoping you can significantly elevate your cultivation within these 3 days, thus securing a position for our Qingyan sect in the upcoming Five Domains War, Qingmin stated. Yeqing's brow furrowed slightly, confusion evident as he asked, "Master, I am merely at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. While my senior brothers and sisters possess higher realms than I, why not grant these pills to them? They might yield greater benefits in their hands." While Yeqing naturally desired the ice vein pill for himself, he believed he was not of such importance to the Qingyan sect, feeling that Qingmin's decision to gift the pills to him must hold some special intention. Thus, regardless of the pill's value, he hesitated to accept them without reservation. Qingmin regarded the cautious Yeqing with a gentle smile, saying, "You need not worry. My decision to give you the ice vein pills was made after careful consideration. Firstly, your combat prowess is exceptional. Even cultivators at the late stage of the Golden Core realm may not be your match. Secondly, with only 3 days until we enter the ancient relics, it is unlikely that others could fully refine 9 ice vein pills within such a short span. You alone possess a glimmer of opportunity." Refining the ice vein pills was no trivial task. Even the most gifted individuals would find it nearly impossible to completely assimilate 9 pills within 3 days. However, Yeqing had successfully ascended the immortal ladder as an unparalleled talent. With his capabilities, fully refining the 9 ice vein pills in 3 days should not pose a significant challenge. After contemplating the green wooden box in his hands for a moment, Yeqing ultimately chose not to voice any further objections. He stored the box away, respectfully clasping his hands together before Qingmin, stating, "Thank you, Master, for your generosity. I shall not disappoint your expectations and will fully refine these 9 ice vein pills within 3 days, mastering the power of ice." "Excellent. I look forward to witnessing you secure a place for Qingyan sect," Qingmin replied with a smile. "I will certainly give my all." Chapter 64. The Silver Frost Secret Repository. Upon returning to the star-picking peak, Yeqing immediately entered the training chamber, activating the formation and retrieving the wooden box containing the ice vein pills. Within the ancient box lay 9 pills radiating a chilling light, each of which had reached the 4th-grade spirit pill level, exuding an icy aura that pierced to the bone. The moment Yeqing's fingers brushed against one of the pills, the coldness surged forth, instantly encasing his fingers in ice crystals and swiftly spreading up his arm. What formidable coldness! Yeqing could not help but exclaim, promptly channeling his true essence to flow through his meridians to his arm. With a sharp crack, the ice covering his hand shattered, and protected by his true essence, he retrieved one ice vein pill and placed it in his mouth. The ice vein pill dissolved instantly, and an icy torrent surged down his throat, sending a sharp pain radiating throughout his body, as if his internal organs had been encased in ice. The chill was intense. Fortunately, Yeqing had previously refined fire attribute true essence, which contained a portion of the fire element, allowing him to counteract some of the cold. Had any other cultivator at the late stage of Foundation establishment ingested the ice vein pill, it would have been tantamount to courting death, instantly freezing them solid. With a vigorous effort, Yeqing activated all his true essence, striving to refine the power of the ice vein pill at the fastest possible pace. After half a day, he finally fully assimilated the essence of the ice vein pill, and while his body began to recover, his muscles and meridians remained somewhat rigid. Slowly opening his eyes, he exhaled a breath of icy air. This ice vein pill is truly powerful. Yet, Yeqing furrowed his brow. Despite having refined the first ice vein pill, he still felt exceedingly uncomfortable within, as if he had been frozen for centuries, his body numb and heavy, each movement eliciting sharp pain. Struggling to rise, he began to practice his fist techniques, using the motions to dissipate the residual coldness within his body, integrating it throughout his being. Before long, Yeqing once again sat cross-legged and consumed the second ice vein pill, followed by the third, and then the fourth. It was not until the early hours of the 4th day that Yeqing finally refined all 9 ice vein pills, the frigid energy fully merging into his meridians. At this moment, Yeqing's body contained an immense force of ice. With the slightest movement of his hand, he could unleash a blast of chilling air, capable of freezing an opponent solid in an instant. Moreover, as the 9 ice vein pills were fully refined, Yeqing's realm began to stir, seeming ready to ascend to the early stage of the Golden Core realm at any moment. Young master, senior sister Lu Ru has arrived and is waiting for you in the front hall, Li Wen's voice called from outside the door. Upon hearing Li Wen's voice, Yeqing calculated that today was the day they would venture to the ancient relics. Thus, he ceased his cultivation, dispelled the formation, and joined Li Wen as they made their way to the front hall. Lu Ruo stood gracefully in the front hall, and upon seeing Yi Chen's arrival, she rose to her feet. Just a fleeting glance at him immediately revealed the changes he had undergone. With a gasp of surprise, she remarked, in merely 3 days apart, how is it that I sense an aura of extreme cold emanating from you? Lu Ruo practiced the cold heart spiritual art, making her particularly sensitive to the powers of ice. Yi Chen had refined 9 ice vein pills, and the intense chill within him was palpable to her. Rather than addressing Lu Ruo's inquiry, Yi Chen took a moment to scrutinize her before slowly saying, Senior sister, it seems that in just 3 days, your cultivation has advanced considerably. Lu Ruo was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled. The observation skills of the young sect master are indeed remarkable. During these 3 days, she had reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. However, she had been concealing her aura, surprised that Yi Chen could perceive it so effortlessly, which left her somewhat astonished. You flatter me, but today is the day we set forth, is it not? Let us depart, Yi Chen stated. Lu Ruo nodded, and suddenly, as if recalling something, she cautioned, Young sect master, do exercise caution once we enter the ancient relics. What? Is someone intending to harm me? Yi Chen inquired. Indeed, I have received word that the disciples of the Bai Xia sect have declared that should you appear in the ancient relics, they will ensure you do not leave. Lu Ruo said gravely, her brows furrowed. Yi Chen appeared unperturbed as he replied, The Bai Xia sect? If they choose to act, I shall not be overly courteous in return. Nonetheless, caution is paramount, Lu Ruo expressed her concern. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, Gu Yun of the Bai Xia sect is the foremost among his generation, possessing formidable combat prowess. It is said he once defeated a mid-stage transformation god realm demon cultivator. So, do not let your guard down. I understand. When faced with soldiers, I shall wield my weapons. I cannot allow their threats to deter me from participating in the ancient relics trial, Yichen asserted. Lu Ruo nodded, well aware that as the young sect master of the Qingyun sect, Yi Chun could not simply forego participation due to the words of a disciple from the Baixia sect. Should he choose not to participate, the Qingyun sect would struggle to hold its head high among the other sects in the future. After a moment's thought, Yi Chun asked, Senior sister, do you possess knowledge regarding the ancient relics? To some extent, I do, Lu Ruo replied with a slight nod. Then, I would be most grateful if you could share your insights on these ancient relics, Yi Chun requested. Lu Ruo, not one to withhold information, began, as you may know, the Jiuzhou continent has endured for countless millennia, birthing innumerable heroes throughout its history. The period of the ancient era was marked by fierce competition among myriad factions, producing the most powerful figures. Yet it was also a time of profound darkness and bloodshed. During this era, countless strong individuals emerged and fell, leaving behind their abodes, which have now become our present-day relics. Each relic is categorized by varying levels of danger and the probability of treasures appearing, with the relics typically used for trials being classified as intermediate ancient relics. Senior sister, are you suggesting there is more than one ancient relic? Yi Chun asked. Lu Ruo smiled. Certainly, there are multiple ancient relics. The entire eastern region is vast, hosting numerous ancient relics. However, only 2 intermediate ancient relics are fully under control. One is located deep within the falling Demon Ridge, known as the Silver Frost Secret Mansion. It is said that the Silver Frost Secret Mansion lies deep underground and was once the dwelling of an ice phoenix that reached the Transcendence Realm. A dwelling of a Transcendence Realm beast? Yi Chun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. There is no need for concern. The Silver Frost Secret Mansion has been explored by numerous powerful individuals, and most of the dangers have been mitigated. It is a location that can be thoroughly managed. Lu Ruo reassured him. Yi Chun nodded slightly and inquired, aside from the Silver Frost Secret Mansion, where is the other fully controlled intermediate ancient relic? Lu Ruo replied, the other ancient relic is situated in the Underworld River, within the lair of a flood dragon, known as the Dragon Palace at the riverbed. It is said that this flood dragon has set up a great formation outside of the palace, which can only be breached by those at the Transformation God Realm. Furthermore, the Great Formation is exceedingly powerful and cannot be dismantled. Should the formation be broken, the entire palace would be destroyed along with it. After listening to Lu Ruo's explanation, Yi Chun concluded, then this trial will likely take us to the Silver Frost Secret Mansion. Indeed, while the Dragon Palace at the riverbed is also under control, it remains quite perilous for us. An entry is only permitted for those who have reached the Spirit Separation Realm. Therefore, our trial will take place within the Silver Frost Secret Mansion. Of course, the Silver Frost Secret Mansion is still fraught with danger, and we must remain vigilant once we enter, lest we risk our lives, Lu Ruo added thoughtfully. After a brief pause, she continued, the dangers within the Silver Frost Secret Mansion can be categorized into 3 main points. First, there are the various peculiar creatures that have emerged over the millennia, commonly referred to as relic aberrations. Second, there are the cultivators. Cultivators? Are you referring to the disciples of the Baixia sect? Yi Chun asked. Lu Ruo shook her head slightly. Not solely the Baixia sect. They are merely a portion of the threat. Moreover, they are overt, so one must only be cautious of them. The more pressing concern lies with those who appear amiable but harbor malicious intent. The Silver Frost Secret Mansion is an intermediate ancient relic, and despite several rounds of cleansing, it still contains numerous treasures. Every time individuals venture into the Silver Frost Secret Mansion for trials, many manage to discover valuable items. Furthermore, this trial is crucial for securing a spot in the 5-domain war, making everyone a potential adversary. Yi Chun frowned slightly and pressed on. What is the third danger that Senior Sister mentioned? The confiners. Lu Ruo replied. Yi Chun displayed a hint of confusion and asked, confiners? What exactly are confiners? Lu Ruo explained, for centuries, many evildoers, assassins, and demonic cultivators have emerged in the eastern region. Most of those captured end up imprisoned within the Silver Frost Secret Mansion. Although their powers are sealed before being confined, many confiners manage to regain their strength within the mansion. Thus, in addition to the 2 previously mentioned dangers, these confiners also pose a significant threat that requires our utmost vigilance. Chapter 65. Deep within the falling demon ridge, those confiners within the Silver Frost secret mansion should occupy only a single area, correct? If we steer clear of those regions, we ought to avoid encountering them. Since they are confiners, they cannot roam freely within the mansion, and the 10 passage crystal stones should not appear in the areas where the confiners are held. Therefore, as long as we evade the zones occupied by the confiners, we should not encounter them. Lu Ruo, however, shook her head. Not necessarily. Most of these confiners are from the demon sect. Do you believe that there are no spies from the demon sect among the various sects? With the Silver Frost secret mansion being open for the trial, do you think they will miss the opportunity to break the seals of the confinement and release those confiners? Yi Chun furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before nodding slightly. I see. This trial serves not only to select participants for the 5-domain war, but also acts as a test from the various sects towards us. Although each major sect conducts a rigorous selection process when recruiting disciples, filtering out most individuals of dubious identity, there will inevitably be a few elusive fish that manage to conceal their identities and infiltrate the various sections. Moreover, those who qualify to participate in the War of the 5 Domains are all exceptional cultivators within their respective sects, likely to ascend to high ranks in the future. If any of these individuals harbor ill intentions, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the sects of the Eastern Domain. Thus, seizing this opportunity to unearth the hidden spies of the demon sect within the various sects would be immensely beneficial. Indeed, the Silver Frost secret repository is not easily accessible, and even if the demon sect is aware that this is a trap, they will certainly not let this opportunity slip away and will likely risk unsealing the confinement. Therefore, one must always remain vigilant and not let their guard down when entering the Silver Frost secret repository, Lu Ru said slowly. I understand. Thank you for the reminder. Senior sister, Yichan Vipyet. Such a trivial matter. Lu Ru smiled gently, then continued, It's getting late. Let us depart. Yichan nodded in agreement, and together with Lu Ru, they left Star Picking Peak. At the square in front of Qingyun Peak, when Yichun and Lu Ru arrived, the other inter-sect disciples participating in the trial had already gathered, each brimming with energy and awaiting departure. Upon seeing Yichun approach, Wen Tao cast a rather unfriendly glare in his direction. Yichun chose to ignore him and found a spot to stand with Lu Ru. Before long, an elder appeared, leading the group away from Qingyun Peak towards the direction of the Demon Abyss Ridge. Besides the leading elder, there were 11 individuals in total. Yichun, Lu Ru, Wen Tao, Shui Chong, Sidu Kong Kong, Jian Chun, Inyu, Mo Qingyun, Ziling, Qi Jiazi, and Ren Shifeng. All but Yichun were ranked among the top 10 in combat strength within the Qingyun sect's inner circle. Shui Chong, a robust man with a burly physique and a bold demeanor, stood atop the flying array and inquired, Elder, our assessment location is indeed the Silver Frost secret repository, correct? Elder Kongwan nodded affirmatively, confirming, indeed, it is the Silver Frost secret repository. I trust there is no need for me to elaborate on the dangers it entails, as you are all likely already aware. Young sect master, while your combat prowess is commendable, your cultivation realm is the lowest among us. Have you made the necessary preparations? Yichun nodded, cupping his hands in respect as he replied, Thank you for your concern, Elder. I am prepared. Elder Konghua gave a slight nod, refraining from further comment, and exerted his full energy to control the flying array towards the Demon Abyss Ridge. Many cultivators had undergone training at the Demon Abyss Ridge, albeit only on its outskirts, where numerous beasts roamed. However, these beasts were not particularly formidable, primarily of the first and second tiers, with third-tier creatures being a rarity, posing minimal danger. Nonetheless, the Silver Frost secret repository lies deep within the Demon Abyss Ridge. The depths of the Demon Abyss Ridge are home to numerous high-tier beasts, fraught with peril and treachery. Even golden core cultivators who venture too deep into the Demon Abyss Ridge would find themselves facing certain death, and even those at the transformation stage are at risk of falling. The flying array moved swiftly, quickly surpassing the periphery of the Demon Abyss Ridge and delving deeper. As they progressed further, the surrounding peaks grew, increasingly towering and steep, with trees becoming ever more robust, and thick ancient vines twisting around the mountains as if coiling like a dragon. Moreover, one could observe areas perpetually shrouded in miasma. Not even the beasts that dwell within the Demon Abyss Ridge could brave such regions, for entering would lead to swift poisoning and death. Amidst the lofty mountains, immense rivers flowed, harboring powerful aquatic beasts. As Yi Chun and his companions flew over one of these great rivers, a sudden tumult erupted below, accompanied by a deafening roar that shook the very waters. The sound was so powerful that it disrupted the flow of the river itself. All 11 disciples standing in the flying array were momentarily dazed by the sound, their ears ringing and their blood surging within them. Fortunately, the flying array possessed a degree of defensive power. Otherwise, they would have surely been rendered unconscious. A tremendous wave of force emanated from the river, tearing apart the ground nearby and shattering ancient trees into splinters. A dark green python ascended from the river, its massive form measuring over 10 meters in width and stretching hundreds of meters in length, adorned with 2 fleshy horns upon its brow, seemingly on the verge of transforming into a dragon. A mere 4th-tier beast dares to attack us? You must be seeking death. Elder Konghua, standing at the center of the flying array, glared at the enormous serpent, his gaze icy. He swiftly produced a white talisman and activated it, enveloping the group in a layer of white light. With a thunderous crash, the python's azure eyes shot forth 2 icy spikes that struck the surface of the white light shield, violently shaking the entire flying array. Elder Konghua's expression darkened further as he raised his staff high, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The array patterns within the staff activated instantly, causing it to expand from its original 2-meter length to one as thick as a thigh and approximately 100 meters long. Elder Konghua bent his legs slightly, propelling himself like a slingshot from the flying array, swinging the massive staff down with great force onto the python's head. With a resounding crash, the python plummeted straight down, crashing into the river below and sending waves soaring 30 meters high. Crimson blood flowed from the serpent, tainting the waters red, clearly indicating that Elder Konghua's strike had inflicted significant injury. Elder Konghua soared back into the flying array, where the disciples gazed at him in astonishment. No one had anticipated that this elder, who appeared frail and unsteady, could unleash such ferocity, severely wounding a 4th-tier beast with a single blow, causing it to flee in terror. However, it is understandable. The dangers of the Demon Abyss Ridge are profound. If Elder Konghua lacked strength, how could the Qingyun sect entrust him with escorting the disciples to the Silver Frost secret repository? As Elder Konghua's spiritual energy gradually receded, he returned to his usual aged appearance. Standing at the center of the array, he addressed the group. The Demon Abyss Ridge is home to many formidable beasts, some of which even I would choose to flee upon encountering. The deeper you venture into the ridge, the stronger the beasts you will face. Should you ever come to train here, remember to avoid recklessly trespassing into forbidden zones. Understood, Elder? The group responded in unison. The flying array sped onward, continuing towards the Silver Frost secret repository. They encountered a few more beasts along the way, all of which were around the 4th tier and were swiftly repelled by Elder Konghua. After approximately half a day's flight, they arrived at a desolate area. This region was utterly barren, starkly contrasting with the lush greenery of the other areas they had previously seen. According to legend, when the ice bird wreaked havoc upon the world, numerous powerful beings from the human race came to confront it, resulting in a fierce battle. That conflict was devastating, rendering this area into ruins, and even after all this time, it remains desolate and devoid of life. Beneath the ground, a fissure stretching several thousand meters long and nearly 100 meters wide yawned downward, a pitch-black abyss that seemed bottomless, akin to the maw of the Demon Abyss Ridge, capable of consuming any passing life forms. Standing at the edge of this chasm and peering down, one could see wisps of black miasma surging forth from the depths below. At the edge of the rift, there lay a man-made stone staircase that descended straight down into the depths of the earth. It is said that beneath the surface resides the abode of the ice bird, the Silver Frost secret vault. When Elder Konghua arrived in this desolate expanse with 11 disciples from the Qingyun sect, most of the sects from the eastern region qualified to participate in the selection for the 5 Domains War had already gathered at the brink of the rift. An elder from the Bixia sect, upon seeing the Qingyun sect members, sneered coldly and remarked, "Old Kong, you have arrived quite late. I thought your Qingyun sect would dare not show up." Leaning on his staff, Elder Konghua, with a faltering gait, replied, "We encountered several 4th-tier, demonic beasts along the way, which delayed us somewhat. This time, a total of 23 sects participated in the selection, and according to the old custom, the order of entry into the ancient relics is determined by their arrival time, placing your Qingyun sect at the 19th position," an old man interjected. "No problem," Elder Konghua said without elaborating further. Chapter 66. Deep beneath the earth, half a fragrant stick later, all 23 sects had arrived. The first to reach the desolate depths of the Demon Descent Ridge was the Lingxiao sect, and per regulations, they were granted the first entry into the Silver Frost secret vault. 13 disciples from the Lingxiao sect entered the vault sequentially under the guidance of their elder. As a man clad in a grayish-white robe stepped into the Rift Canyon, he cast a glance at Yi Chun, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Yi Chun frowned slightly and inquired of his companion, Lu Ru, senior sister. Do you know who that person is? Following Yi Chun's gaze, Lu Ru recognized the man in the grayish-white robe and replied, that is Yin Kong, the elder brother of the Yin Mountain. Elder brother of Yin Mountain? Yi Chun murmured. Indeed, he is quite formidable. It is said he once defeated an elder who was on the verge of reaching the mid-stage of the transformation realm. He harbors the greatest animosity towards you. Once inside the Silver Frost secret vault, you must exercise caution. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to avoid confrontation with him. Lu Ru warned, her concern palpable. Yi Chun nodded, but he understood that Yin Kong would likely not let him off easily. With all members of the Lingxiao sect having entered, the second sect began their descent. After approximately half an hour, many sects surrounding the Rift Canyon had dwindled, and soon it was the Qingyun sect's turn to enter. The first in line was Yin Yu, with Yi Chun positioned third and Lu Ru directly behind him. Entering the intermediate ancient relics, where life and death are dictated by fate, allows for lethal encounters. Thus, the various sects adopted a sequential entry to significantly mitigate the likelihood of internecine conflict among their disciples. As Yi Chun reached the canyon's edge, he was immediately struck by a wave of dizziness, a sign of toxic miasma entering his body. The noxious fumes emanating from the Rift Canyon were quite potent. Fortunately, everyone had ingested the detoxification pills provided by Elder Konghua beforehand, which alleviated most of the toxicity. Otherwise, even a single breath of the miasma could result in instant poisoning, rendering one incapacitated. Yi Chun circulated his inner essence to purify the lingering toxins within his body, regaining his composure before stepping into the Rift Canyon, his speed surging as he hastened toward the depths of the earth. He had 9 minutes before when Tao, who was queued behind him, would enter the depths. Although he was unsure why, Yi Chun sensed that when Tao's murderous intent towards him was no less formidable, and it seemed that Yin Yu was accompanying him. Outside, when Tao was restrained by sect rules from attacking him, but once inside the Silver Frost secret vault, he would undoubtedly strike. While Yi Chun harbored no fear of Wen Tao, he preferred not to squander time dealing with him. Moreover, if Yin Yu lingered instead of directly entering the Silver Frost secret vault after descending, Yi Chun would have to eliminate him before Wen Tao arrived in the rift. Otherwise, he would be flanked on both sides, and that would spell trouble for him. Despite his confidence in facing either of them, both were renowned among the younger generation for their bloody reputations. Who could predict if they had other lethal moves? Once inside the Silver Frost secret vault, all means could be employed without the oversight of elder experts, transforming the encounter into something far more perilous than a mere contest. The chasm of the rift was unfathomably deep. Yi Chun descended the hewn stone staircase, running nearly 2,000 meters downward, yet the bottom still eluded him. Standing upon the carved steps, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Looking upward, the once expansive Rift Canyon now appeared as nothing more than a pinhole. A faint white glow casting its light upon the surroundings, reminiscent of a minuscule fissure in an obsidian night sky. It felt as though he were being inexorably consumed by the Demon Descent Ridge, forever deprived of the light of day. Those with weaker mental fortitude might feel overwhelming terror, and the most fragile could even succumb to despair. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun glanced downwards, faintly perceiving a dark red hue, accompanied by waves of heat. Oddly, considering the ice bird practiced ice-based techniques, why would it choose to establish its abode so close to the molten core? Yi Chun withdrew his gaze, his curiosity piqued. Yet he pressed onward, continuing his descent. Uncertain of how long he had traveled, he finally reached the bottom, where he stood upon the earthen floor, waves of warmth radiating from beneath his feet, revealing a towering stone door. The door loomed at approximately 200 meters in height and over 30 meters in width, its surface embedded with dark iron, forming the shape of an iron dragon. The immense stone doors, whose weight was incalculable, had already been opened a narrow gap of 1 meter, just enough to allow one person to enter. Yi Chun approached, placing his hand upon the stone door, channeling all his inner essence, summoning his physical strength, and with a sudden thrust he pushed. The door did not budge. What an incredibly heavy door. I have mobilized my entire essence and physical strength. I could push a mountain, yet this door remains unyielding, Yichen exclaimed, astonished. Fixating on the 1-meter gap, he suddenly sensed an odd aura. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he became vigilant. System, please detect whether there is any trace of Inu beyond the stone door. Beep. System detection complete. Inu is concealed 10 meters behind the stone door and has already sensed the host's presence. Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smirk as he drew forth his stone dagger, gripping it tightly as he stepped through the stone door. Boom! The instant Yi Chen crossed the threshold, a crimson arrow shot toward his back, accompanied by a wave of searing heat, aimed directly at his heart. Yi Chen had long been prepared. As the arrow flew, he sprang into action, deftly evading the projectile's assault. Leaping several meters high, he swiftly appeared before Inu, slashing at his neck. Inu was utterly unprepared for Yi Chen's ability to dodge his arrow. By the time he reacted, Yi Chen's blade was already poised before him. Inu's expression shifted dramatically, and he rapidly retreated, narrowly avoiding Yi Chen's strike. After dodging that blow, Inu was still somewhat shaken, pondering. I utilized the concealment secret technique. How could he possibly know I was hiding behind the stone door? Yi Chen sheathed his dagger, fixing a cold stare upon Inu, and said, Inu, we are both disciples of the Qingyun sect. I have no desire to kill you. That last strike was merely a warning. Should you wish to take my life, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Inu lowered his longbow, the shock in his eyes dissipating somewhat as he replied with a cold smile. You truly live up to your reputation as one who has successfully passed the ascension ladder trial. Your combat prowess is indeed remarkable. However, the young master should not misunderstand. During the succession martial arts competition, due to the interference from the Bixia sect, I was unable to witness your formidable prowess. I merely wished to take this opportunity to test your combat strength. Yesterday, when Tao approached him, proposing an alliance to slay Yi Chun within the Silver Frost secret realm. According to the rankings of their respective powers, you should be able to enter the Silver Frost secret realm ahead of Yi Chun. At that point, all he needed to do was to hold Yi Chun back until when Tao arrived, and together they would undoubtedly be able to vanquish him. Initially, he was not overly concerned, believing he had made sufficient preparations and that he could certainly defeat Yi Chun with his own strength. However, it now appeared to be quite a challenge. Nonetheless, he still held confidence in his ability to restrain Yi Chun. Once when Tao entered, the two of them combined would surely overpower Yi Chun, regardless of how high his combat strength might be. He could not fathom that Yi Chun would escape alive. Yi Chun, perceiving Inu's intentions, remarked, There is no need for pretense. If you intend to make a move against me, I can assure you that you will not leave the Silver Frost secret realm alive. Upon seeing the look in Yi Chen's eyes, Inu smirked coldly, clenching his fingers in the air as a crimson spear materialized in his grasp. He declared, Yi Chen, you truly underestimate me. I am, after all, a formidable cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Inshan merely succumbed on the battle platform due to past afflictions. Do you really believe I am incapable of contending with you? I have already given you a chance. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. With that, Yi Chen ceased any further conversation and took 3 swift steps forward. With a resounding crash, as his third step landed, he was already before Inu, leaving a shallow footprint on the ground. A flash of blade light appeared, and immediately, 7 dazzling slashes of light emerged before Inu, accompanied by the thunderous clash of blades ringing in his ears. Inu's expression changed slightly. He had not anticipated Yi Chen's speed to be so astonishing. Instantly, he thrust the spear in his hand, desperately fending off the onslaught of Yi Chen's blade energy. Boom! 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 A series of 7 collisions erupted, producing sparks of fire with each clash. Yi Chen forcefully sent Inu's spear reeling, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. The immense power coursing through the spear left Inu's arm numb. After the 7th impact, a gash suddenly appeared between his thumb and index finger, blood seeping forth, and the spear nearly flew from his grasp. Inu retreated in disarray, for the first time realizing how terrifying this outer sect disciple, whom he once deemed beneath him, truly was. His speed was not only astonishing, but his strength was equally fearsome. With a swift motion, Yi Chen swung his blade, striking down onto Inu's arm, and blood erupted as a severed hand soared into the air. Inu let out a wretched scream, stumbling backward, clutching the spear in his right hand, intense pain radiating from his severed limb, causing him to tremble uncontrollably cold sweat pouring down his brow. Yi Chun, today you have severed my arm. One day, I shall repay this debt by taking both your hands and feet. Chapter 67. One's own sin is inescapable with his arm severed. The excruciating pain rendered Yin Yu's face ashen. He shot a fierce glare at Yi Chun, his eyes filled with hatred. Though he wished to tear Yi Chun apart, he knew he was no match for him, and even dared not continue to engage, turning to flee instead. Enduring the searing pain within, Yin Yu dashed deeper into the Silver Frost's secret realm, channeling all his true essence to achieve lightning speed, covering hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Yet, Yi Chen's speed outstripped his, as he caught up in an instant, soaring over Yin Yu's head to block his path. Yin Yu's gaze turned icy, producing a blue talisman in his hand, infusing it with true essence and launching it toward Yi Chun. Boom! The blue talisman cracked open, releasing a torrent of frigid air that enveloped Yi Chun entirely. Yi Chun, this is the Nine-Spirit Profound Ice Talisman. Even a cultivator at the divine transformation stage would be instantly frozen solid by its cold. Today, you are undoubtedly doomed. Yin Yu stood a short distance away, relishing the sight of Yi Chun engulfed in frost, a sinister grin spreading across his face, laughter echoing. The Nine-Spirit Profound Ice Talisman was one of his most powerful trump cards. Do you truly believe a mere damaged Nine-Spirit Profound Ice Talisman can kill me? You must be underestimating my capabilities. Yi Chun stood amidst the encroaching frost, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a deep inhalation, he consumed the swirling cold mist. Indeed, the Nine-Spirit Profound Ice Talisman was a formidable artifact. Even a cultivator at the divine transformation stage would avoid its might. However, by sheer coincidence, Yi Chun had refined 9 ice vein pills over the course of 3 days, producing not only ice attribute true essence within him, but also, under the system's enhancement, an extraordinary resistance to ice attributes. This paltry Nine-Spirit Profound Ice Talisman posed no threat to him. Rather, it was a substantial boon, potentially assisting him in coalescing a golden core and achieving the initial stage of the golden core realm. Boom! As the mist of cold was entirely absorbed by Yi Chun, the talisman hovering in midair shattered, igniting spontaneously, ultimately disintegrating into a fine ash that scattered through the space. How? How is this possible? You are merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could you withstand the cold of the profound ice talisman? Yin Yu stared in shock at Yi Chun, decisively retrieving a flying spiritual treasure, intending to flee. This flying spiritual treasure was forged from the wings of a beast with the bloodline of a Kunlun, capable of unleashing an astonishingly swift speed, even eluding cultivators at the peak of the divine transformation stage. Yet, it was a flawed artifact, with power sufficient for only 3 uses, having already utilized it twice. This would be its final deployment before it would be rendered useless due to the depletion of spiritual energy. With this flying treasure, Yin Yu could face anyone below the nascent soul stage without fear. However, he felt a sense of reluctance to use it. Yet, there was no choice. The power Yi Chun exhibited was simply too monstrous for him to contend with. If he did not employ this treasure, he would likely perish today. Yin Yu wasted no time, channeling true essence into the flying treasure. However, just as he infused a thread of true essence, before he could fully activate the treasure's power, a flash of blade light streaked before his eyes, blinding him momentarily. The blade's tip pierced through Yin Yu's brow, a surge of stone energy instantly flooding from the blade, invading his internal organs, draining his true essence entirely. Even his golden core was consumed, reduced to mere dust scattered within his dantian. Boom! With his true essence depleted and his golden core destroyed, the stone energy completely eroded his internal organs, and Yin Yu fell lifelessly to the ground. Yi Chun retracted the stone blade, its surface devoid of any blood, still as pristine as jade. One's own sin is inescapable. I offered you a chance, yet you did not cherish it. Yi Chun collected the flying treasure from Yin Yu's grasp, examining it closely before stowing it away. This flying treasure, capable of unleashing speed surpassing those at the divine transformation stage, was undoubtedly a rare means of survival. Subsequently, Yi Chun also discovered several healing elixirs, a thunder pearl, and a premium spirit stone on Yin Yu's person. Not bad. I've acquired a premium spirit stone. A hint of a smile crossed Yi Chun's face as he promptly awakened the system, using the premium spirit stone to settle his debt. He was now left with only 1 premium spirit stone outstanding. After securing the items he had obtained from Yin Yu, Yi Chun prepared to depart. However, just as he stood up, he suddenly sensed a menacing aura emanating from behind him. Every muscle in his body tensed instantaneously, transforming him into a fleeting shadow that swiftly darted several meters to the left. Bang! A surge of azure spiritual light struck the very spot where Yi Chun had been standing, creating a massive crater in the ground. At that moment, Wen Tao stood not far from the enormous stone door, brandishing a long sword that glimmered with a chilling radiance. That previous strike was the manifestation of the sword's might. Holding the spiritual sword, Wen Tao cast a dismissive glance at the now lifeless Inu and uttered two icy words. Waste. His gaze then shifted to Yi Chun, and he coldly remarked, I truly did not expect this. I underestimated you. To have slain Inu in such a short time, with your combat prowess. Even those in the late Golden Core stage would find it challenging to defeat you. Wen Tao appeared relatively youthful, around 23 or 24 years of age. Yet the years of relentless combat had etched a profound aura of menace across his brow, evoking a chilling dread in others. Yi Chun fixed his gaze on Wen Tao from a distance and replied, Since you are aware that even the late Golden Core practitioners may struggle to kill me, are you certain you wish to engage in battle? Wen Tao himself was also a practitioner at the late Golden Core stage. Who told you to seize the position of the young sect master that rightfully belongs to me? Only your death can restore that title to my hands, he sneered coldly. Yi Chun shook his head slightly and said, I never desired the title of young sect master. If you covet it so much, why not go to the sect master and request that he grant it to you? Truth be told, if Wen Tao could persuade Qing Min to appoint him as the young sect master, Yi Chun might even feel inclined to express his gratitude. However, to Wen Tao, Yi Chun's words sounded like mockery, and his expression darkened ominously. I do not require anyone's charity. Only by killing you can I prove that the title of young sect master of Qing Yun sect is rightfully mine. Yi Chun countered. You are merely at the late Golden Core stage. Are you so certain you can kill me? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Wen Tao's eyes as he raised his head, surveying the surrounding space of the Silver Frost secret realm with a slow smile. Now that we are within the Silver Frost secret realm, I need not suppress my cultivation any longer. Allow me to show you my true power. With that, Wen Tao produced a thumb-sized pill and swallowed it whole. Boom! As the spiritual pill entered his body, a brilliant light erupted from Wen Tao, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him. He had directly broken through his limits using the spiritual pill, demonstrating that Wen Tao was indeed formidable. Having concealed his true strength for so long, Yi Chun furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. Suddenly, he felt a tumultuous surge of energy within him. No! The chill from the ice crystal talisman was too potent. He needed to find a place to refine it quickly. Moments later, the swirling spiritual energy surrounding Wen Tao dissipated, all converging into his dantian. Having broken through to the transformation stage, Wen Tao's combat strength had multiplied immensely. With his current prowess, even many elder practitioners might not stand a chance against him. He actually fled? Wen Tao glanced around, but there was no trace of Yi Chun. He had long vanished without a trace. Yi Chun, not being foolish, had naturally chosen to escape, although he might not necessarily be at a disadvantage against Wen Tao. The chilling energy from the ice crystal talisman was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress within him. If he did not find a place to refine it soon, he would likely be completely encased in frost. Yi Chun channeled his true energy into his legs, propelling himself forward at an astonishing speed, each step covering dozens of meters, far surpassing his peers. He refrained from using the flying spiritual treasure obtained from Inu, as he had only one use left, and it was prudent to conserve it. Yi Chun, you cannot escape. Wen Tao's voice rang out behind him, growing ever closer. Such speed, Yi Chun glanced back, and upon seeing Wen Tao rapidly closing the distance, his brows knitted tightly. Swish! Not long after, Wen Tao appeared 100 meters behind Yi Chun. He extended his fingertip, emitting a beam of azure cold light that shot towards Yi Chun. The cold light surged forth, radiating a lethal intent. How swift! Yi Chun felt a jolt of alarm. The speed of the hidden weapon was astonishing, and even from 100 meters away, he found it impossible to evade. Just as the azure flying blade was about to pierce Yi Chun's back, he swiftly unleashed the power of his 6 divine senses, forcibly altering the trajectory of the azure blade, sending it hurtling back towards Wen Tao. Wen Tao was taken aback, completely unprepared for Yi Chun's ability to redirect his own hidden weapon, and hastily dodged. Boom! The flying blade struck the ground behind Wen Tao, creating a nearly 1 meter deep crater, with clouds of dust billowing up as the azure blade embedded itself in the pit's bottom. Chapter 68. The demonic sect spy. This location lay deep underground, perilously close to the molten core, and should have been an exceedingly hot area. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the Silver Frost secret realm was remarkably frigid. The deep pit created by the azure blade quickly crystallized into a layer of ice, filling the crater. Wen Tao extended his arm, allowing a stream of azure true energy to pierce through the ice, enveloping the azure blade. The blade quivered slightly, breaking through the icy layer and returning to Wen Tao's hand. Yi Chun is truly formidable. What exactly did he do to cause the azure blade's trajectory to deviate? What sort of monster is he? Wen Tao's brow furrowed in contemplation. The azure flying blade was indeed a spiritual weapon. Although he had just broken through to the transformation stage, and his true energy had not yet fully transformed into spiritual energy, he could still exert a significant portion of its power. Yet, Yi Chun was able to redirect the blade's flight path, which was utterly unfathomable. As he looked for Yi Chun, who had vanished once more, a hint of uncertainty flickered in Wen Tao's eyes. He muttered to himself, "Forget it. It's best to focus on the task at hand. According to the information I received, the place of confinement should be within the Ice River Valley." Wen Tao produced a map made of beast hide and quickly located the Ice River Valley on it before vanishing from sight. Once he departed, Yi Chun gradually emerged from the shadows, gazing in the direction Wen Tao had taken and muttering to himself. What could he want with the place of confinement? Could it be that he is a spy for the demonic sect infiltrating Qingyun sect? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a random quest. Quest 1. Upon confronting the demonic sect spy Wen Tao, who intends to release the imprisoned evildoers, choose to ignore him. Completing this choice will reward you with double-speed cultivation for 1 hour. Quest 2. Upon confronting the demonic sect spy Wen Tao, who intends to release the imprisoned evildoers, make every effort to stop him, with the outcome left to fate. The reward for this quest is a high-level blind box containing a 5th-tier spiritual herb. Quest 3. Upon confronting the demonic sect spy Wen Tao, who intends to release the imprisoned evildoers, eliminate Wen Tao to prevent him from freeing them. The reward for this quest is a 5th-tier spiritual herb, a spiritual weapon upgrade voucher, and 2 high-level blind boxes. Please make your choice promptly, host. The system's voice echoed in Yi Chun's mind. Yi Chun paused momentarily, taken aback by the unexpected random quest. System, I choose Quest 3. Without any hesitation, Yi Chun decisively opted for Quest 3. The demonic sect's evil cultivators were the adversaries of all major sects. Should Wen Tao succeed in releasing the imprisoned evildoers, it would spell disaster for everyone within the Silver Frost secret realm. Although Yi Chun harbored no particular fondness for the individuals of the various sects, the matter at hand pertained to his own safety. He could not simply allow Wen Tao to release those malevolent practitioners. Therefore, even in the absence of an explicit task from the system, Yi Chun would exert every effort to intervene. However, at this moment, the chilling energy of the Xianbing within his body had reached a point of near uncontrollability, necessitating immediate refinement lest he find himself in peril. Seeking a secluded location nearby, Yi Chun settled into a meditative posture, dedicating himself wholly to the process of refining the Xianbing energy within. After half an hour, he finally opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of frigid air. System, is there a way to trace Wen Tao's whereabouts? Yi Chun inhuited. Ding! Wen Tao is the target of the task. The host may use the tracking technique free of charge to ascertain his location. With the availability of such a convenient method, Yi Chun did not hesitate to employ the tracking technique. Ding! The tracking technique has been successfully activated. Target Wen Tao's whereabouts have been determined. Please check, host. As the system's voice faded, Yi Chun felt a map materialize in his mind, depicting 2 figures. One was himself, and the other was Wen Tao. Following the direction indicated on the map, Yi Chun made his way deeper into the depths of the Silver Frost secret realm. The Silver Frost secret realm, situated deep underground, served as the lair of the ice bird, encompassing a vast expanse akin to a city. Along the way, Yi Chun encountered numerous white, desiccated bones, alongside remnants of fallen soldiers impaled on the skeletal remains. The bones varied in size, belonging to both humans and demonic beasts. After traversing approximately 70 to 80 miles, Yi Chun finally discerned Wen Tao's presence. Just having completed his cultivation, a significant portion of Wen Tao's true essence had transformed into spiritual energy. Despite the enhancement in his strength, Wen Tao remained vigilant. The Silver Frost secret realm was fraught with unknown dangers. He cautiously descended a flight of stone steps, proceeding with care alongside a river exuding a bone-chilling aura. Strangely, while the river radiated an intense cold, the waters remained unfrozen, continuing to flow languidly. As Yi Chun prepared to follow and seize an opportunity to act, a sudden gust of wind roared in his ears. A dense blue mist surged forth from the depths of the secret realm, propelled by a formidable force. Yi Chun hastily drove his white stone giant blade into the ground, gripping it tightly to avoid being swept away. Not far from him stood a stone wall, which abruptly fissured, creating a gap the width of 5 fingers. The crevice widened progressively until it reached nearly a meter across. A deafening roar erupted from within the gap. Before Yi Chun could react, a tentacle adorned with crystalline scales shot forth from the fissure, ensnaring his body and dragging him towards the stone crevice. With his arms bound, Yi Chun could only channel his true essence into the white stone giant blade in an attempt to sever the tentacle. With a resounding impact, the blade, capable of cleaving even semi-spiritual artifacts, struck the crystalline tentacle, producing sparks yet failing to sever it. Nor did it manage to dislodge even a fragment of ice. Though he could not sever the tentacle, his attack elicited an enraged roar from the creature within the crevice, prompting it to exert greater strength and drag Yi Chun further toward the gap. Planting a foot against the stone wall, Yi Chun struggled to resist the powerful pull. What manner of creature was this, that a mere tentacle could be so formidable? If he were to be dragged in, it would surely mean his demise. Shock coursed through Yi Chun as he felt the overwhelming force of the tentacle. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning his head, he saw Wen Tao, who had descended the steps, returning and evidently aware of Yi Chun's perilous predicament. Wen Tao quickly approached, and upon seeing Yi Chun ensnared by the crystalline tentacle, a sinister smile crept across his face. Truly, you have chosen the path of heaven, yet forsaken it. Now you shall meet your end, Yi Chun. With that, Wen Tao summoned the Qingmong flying blade and thrust it towards Yi Chun's brow. Having transformed a substantial portion of his true essence into spiritual energy, Wen Tao was able to unleash the full power of the Qingmong flying blade. As the blade hurtled towards him, Yi Chun harnessed the power of his 6 divine senses, once again altering the trajectory of the blade. The Qingmong flying blade grazed Yi Chun's cheek, embedding itself 3 inches deep into the crystalline tentacle. Previously, Yi Chun had been incapable of even breaking the ice upon the tentacle due to being restrained, with a significant portion of his strength suppressed. However, this Qingmong flying blade, a strike executed with all of Wen Tao's might, boasted tremendous power and speed, making it a formidable weapon against the ice. The tentacle, wounded by the strike, emitted a thunderous howl of pain from the creature within the crevice, shaking the stone wall to its core and causing the gap to widen further. In an instant, a second tentacle surged forth from the fissure, striking Wen Tao with fierce force. The impact was so powerful that it sent Wen Tao sprawling. But thanks to his recent breakthrough into the transforming god realm, he managed to shield himself with his arms, the protective armor absorbing much of the blow. Otherwise, that strike would have surely reduced him to pulp. As Wen Tao was thrown back, blood spewed from his mouth, and he exclaimed in shock, "What manner of monster is this, to possess such might?" Having achieved the transforming god realm and armed with exceptional talent, he could typically contend with even late-stage transforming god practitioners. Yet he found himself unable to withstand even a single tentacle, reflecting the creature's formidable strength. With barely a moment's hesitation, a third tentacle shot forth from the fissure, wrapping around Wen Tao's body and pulling him towards the crevice. Startled, Wen Tao quickly infused spiritual energy into his armor, which flared with a crimson glow, making him appear as if engulfed in flames. The tentacle recoiled as if scalded, momentarily loosening its grip, but soon resumed its constriction. Chapter 69. The Underground Monster, the Silver Frost Secret Realm. The dwelling place of a great demon of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm still bore the remnants of the ice bird's powerful aura even after its demise a millennium ago. Over time, this potent demonic energy had given rise to numerous monsters within the Silver Frost Secret Realm, each having absorbed the ice bird's essence and undergone mutation, rendering them exceedingly strong. Clearly, the creature within the stone crevice was one such entity. The 3 formidable tentacles ensnared both Yi Chun and Wen Tao tightly. While Wen Tao fared slightly better, having accumulated numerous magical artifacts from his years in the outside world. He could only temporarily resist the tentacle's grip, but was unable to extricate himself entirely. The creature within the fissure, enraged by Wen Tao's assaults, released a furious roar and directed a second tentacle at him. With a resounding crash, the tentacle struck Wen Tao's head, shattering his face, blood erupting forth as his cheekbone fractured and teeth tumbled from his mouth. The tentacle lashed out once more, delivering a devastating blow that obliterated Wen Tao's skull, leaving his brain matter splattered and his entire form drenched in blood. With the shattering of his head, Wen Tao, who had been struggling and attempting to escape, fell instantly into a state of stillness, even the protective talisman on his body losing its brilliance and becoming dull. Yi Chun, standing not far away, gasped in horror at the tragic demise of Wen Tao. If he did not devise a means of escape swiftly, his fate would undoubtedly be no better than Wen Tao's. Soon, the tentacle that had ensnared Wen Tao dragged his corpse into a crevice. Following this, a cacophony of crunching sounds emerged from the depths of the fissure, causing cold sweat to pour down Yi Chen's forehead. Good heavens, even the bones were being devoured. At this rate, would he not also become a meal for that monstrous creature? System, is there any way to assist me in escaping? In utter desperation, Yi Chen turned to the system for help. Ding! The system has detected the host is currently facing a crisis. In the spirit of humanitarianism, this system can assist the host in breaking free from the tentacle's grasp. As soon as the system's voice faded, a radiant light erupted from Yi Chen's body, causing the tentacle to loosen its grip under the illumination. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Chen hastily maneuvered away, fleeing into the distance. Roar! At that moment, the creature within the crevice let out a roar, and 3 tentacles shot forth, lunging towards Yi Chen. Having been ensnared once before, Yi Chen was naturally more cautious. As he observed the 3 tentacles extending outward, he summoned every ounce of true essence within him, deftly shifting positions to weave through the onslaught of the tentacles. With a decisive leap, Yi Chen channeled all his strength into a mighty strike with the white stone giant blade. Slicing through the air, one of the tentacles was severed, falling to the ground and oozing thick, black blood that exuded a foul stench. The severed tentacle enraged the creature, causing it to retract its remaining appendages and unleash a series of furious roars from within the crevice. Boom! Following this, a series of crashing sounds reverberated from the depths, as cracks began to splinter across the stone walls. This was dire. The creature was about to break free. Witnessing the transformation of the stone wall, Yi Chen's heart raced, and he turned to flee, only to spot a bee-skin map lying on the ground, dropped from Wen Tao. Yi Chen snatched up the map without a moment's hesitation and dashed away, sprinting down the icy river's path toward safety. Boom! Just as Yi Chen had covered a short distance, the stone wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, shaking the ground beneath him. A massive creature burst forth from the rubble, pursuing Yi Chen with alarming speed. Towering over 50 meters, the beast was enveloped in crystalline scales and sported 9 robust tentacles, crawling rapidly across the ground. Such a formidable presence suggested it possessed the power of at least a 5th-tier demon beast. Judging by the aura emanating from the creature, Yi Chen was struck with fear, estimating its combat prowess to be at least that of a late-stage transformation realm cultivator, possibly even more potent. He was astonished that the Silver Frost Secret Realm, even after being scoured by powerful sects, still housed such a formidable beast. Wind wings! Yi Chen retrieved the flying spiritual treasure he had found from Yin, and without a second thought, infused it with his true essence. Under his command, the palm-sized wind wings transformed into radiant streams of light, converging behind him to form 2 magnificent wings. With his true essence in full flow, Yi Chen soared forth like an arrow released from a bow, kicking up clouds of dust in his wake. He had hoped that the speed granted by the wind wings would outpace the pursuing creature, but to his astonishment, it matched his velocity, even surpassing it by a fraction. The beast pursued relentlessly, roaring with excitement and exhaling icy blue mist that withered the flora in its path, turning them into statues of ice. Not knowing how far he had fled, Yi Chen found his path ahead blocked by 2 stone doors, engraved with the words Glacial Purgatory at the top. The inscription bore the marks of age, suggesting it had existed for centuries. This is it. There is no way forward. Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically. To one side loomed a glacial river emanating a chilling aura, while the other was flanked by towering stone walls. casting the area into gloom and reducing visibility. Yi Chen halted before the immense stone doors, contemplating. Could this place be a prison? A thought crossed his mind. Should he attempt to open this prison, perhaps to unleash the beings within to confront the pursuing creature? Although this might jeopardize his mission, it was certainly preferable to being devoured by the monster behind him. However, as Yi Chen prepared to push open the stone door, he discovered that it was ensconced with a sealing array, beyond his current capabilities to breach. Roar! The creature soon caught up, and upon seeing Yi Chen trapped before the stone doors, it let out an exultant cry, accelerating toward him with renewed fervor. In its eyes, Yi Chen was now cornered, with nowhere to escape, destined to become its prey. It seemed there was no choice but to fight back. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. This creature possessed combat strength, at least on par with a late-stage transformation realm cultivator, making it a formidable opponent for him. Just then, two tentacles lunged toward him. Yi Chen immediately summoned his spiritual power, forcing the tentacles to veer off course while activating the wind wings to evade swiftly to the side. Though Yi Chen's figure vanished from the creature's sight, its keen senses allowed it to detect his lingering presence nearby, prompting all 9 tentacles to strike out in indiscriminate fury. Boom! The tentacles slammed against the stone walls with ferocious force, causing the entire structure to shudder and dislodge fragments of rock. Simultaneously, the creature expelled a wave of icy blue mist, engulfing the surrounding area in an attempt to force Yi Chen out of hiding. Yi Chen swiftly summoned his icy true essence, forming a crystalline shield around himself, just in time to fend off the encroaching chill. Flame palm, chaotic fire. Yi Chen propelled himself into the air, launching a powerful strike toward the creature's head. A cascade of sparks erupted, akin to cannon fire, leaving the beast in disarray. Yet, this assault merely rendered it momentarily disheveled, inflicting no substantial harm. As Yi Chen unleashed his attack, the creature retaliated, its 9 tentacles sweeping toward him at blinding speed. Despite Yi Chen's enhanced speed from the wind wings, he found himself in peril, narrowly avoiding entanglement multiple times. This was untenable. The creature's strength was overwhelming, and he was clearly outmatched. He needed to concoct a plan for escape. Yi Chen recalled the thunder pearl he had acquired from Yin. He had heard tales of this pearl, forged from the essence of the 9 heavens thunder, capable of unleashing tremendous power, one that even a Yuaniing realm cultivator might struggle to withstand. Yi Chen retrieved the thunder pearl, casting it forth before hastily retreating to the stone doors, simultaneously channeling his true essence to create a protective shield around himself. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the thunder pearl detonated beneath the monstrous creature, unleashing 9 bolts of heavenly lightning that surged skyward, releasing an immensely terrifying force. Under the relentless assault of the 9 bolts, the creature's form became charred and emitted wisps of green smoke, with 9 bloodied punctures carved into its body by the overwhelming power of the 9 heavens thunder. To everyone's astonishment, the thunder did not obliterate the beast. After a brief paralysis from the lightning, the creature let out a furious roar, its obsidian eyes transforming into a blood-red hue, and it lunged ferociously towards Yi Chen. In that moment, it was thoroughly enraged by him. What manner of being is this, with such tenacity for life? Even 2 thunder pearls could not bring it down. In its fury, the creature accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, its 9 tentacles sealed off all of Yi Chen's escape routes. Left with no other choice, Yi Chen summoned his chilling true essence to form a thick layer of ice crystals around himself, encasing his body in ice. Chapter 70. The Underground Mountain Boom. The 9 tentacles struck simultaneously against Yi Chen's icy shield, sending the ice flying and crashing against the stone door behind him with a thunderous sound. However, thanks to Yi Chen's fusion with the mystical ice essence, the ice did not shatter from the impact. After a moment of hesitation, the creature opened its mouth wide and swallowed the chunk of ice whole. After consuming Yi Chen, the beast cast one last glance at the stone door before turning away and delving deeper into the silver frost secret realm. The ice was remarkably sturdy. Even the creature's astonishing biting force could not break it, though it was wholly consumed. Fortunately, having refined the mystical ice essence, Yi Chen was spared from meeting a gruesome end. Inside the ice, Yi Chen exhaled slowly. Although he was now engulfed within the creature's belly, he was still alive, not yet dead. Moreover, killing this beast from within would be considerably easier, for its internal organs were quite fragile, even for a monstrous creature. Yet Yichen did not rush to slay the beast. Instead, he chose to bide his time. Having refined the mystical ice essence, he had reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, and it would be wise to seize this opportunity to break through. After all, the Silver Frost secret realm was fraught with peril, and the creature could not breach his icy cocoon. Remaining within the creature was far safer than being outside. If he could leverage the creature's presence to venture deeper into the Silver Frost secret realm and seek the spirit crystal for passage, it would be even better. Another reason for his patience was the creature's immediate journey deeper into the realm after consuming him. Yichen was curious to discover its destination. Yichen typically absorbed the mystical ice essence into his Dantian's spiritual foundation to condense a golden core while simultaneously extending his consciousness to envelop a radius of 100 meters, constantly observing the events unfolding around him. The creature scurried rapidly through the crevices of the rocks, soon arriving beneath a vast underground mountain. While this mountain may seem modest on the surface, in the realm below, it appeared magnificently grand. Who could have anticipated that such a mountain would rise from beneath the earth? The entire mountain was shrouded in a kaleidoscope of miasma, and the air was thick with a toxic aura, rendering the trees upon it lifeless and barren. Yet, Yichen soon discovered that amidst the poisoned crevices, clusters of small grass were thriving. The grass was as white as jade, each leaf emanating a faint luminous glow, releasing a fragrance that was refreshingly sweet, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding noxious miasma. The creature halted a short distance from the mountain's base, extending a tentacle to pluck one of the small grasses from the crevice and promptly consume it. Boom! The grass's medicinal potency was immense upon ingestion. It instantly transformed into a pure white liquid that merged with the creature's body. This is the dark armored mysterious grass? Yichen observed the creature's every move, and as it swallowed the grass, he immediately sensed the rich medicinal essence emanating from it, causing his heart to leap with joy. The dark armored mysterious grass only thrives in toxic environments and is a rare treasure. Such an uncommon medicinal herb is nearly impossible to find in the Eastern Domain. Yet here in the Silver Frost secret realm, there is an abundance of it. If he could gather enough medicinal herbs, he might even break through to the divine transformation realm. Yichen hastened the condensation of his golden core. Finally, after half a stick of incense, a thumb-sized golden core materialized atop his spiritual foundation, showcasing a blend of red and blue, symbolizing the ice and fire true essences within Yichen. Once the golden core was formed, Yichen dispelled the ice crystals enveloping his body and retrieved his white stone giant blade, slashing out several strikes. The blade's radiance sliced through the air in all directions. After consuming the dark, armored, mysterious grass, the creature continued onward, searching for the next one. Suddenly it halted, emitting a mournful wail as cracks appeared in its icy scaled armor, and milky white blade radiance burst forth from the fissures. Boom! At last, with a resounding explosion, the creature's body was obliterated, torn asunder into countless pieces of flesh. Each fragment pulsated with a fierce blade aura, and a swirling mass of white, stone, energy danced upon them. A formidable subterranean beast was thus slain by Yichen, its body shattered, and even its demon soul was consumed by the white stone giant blade, leaving no trace behind. With a rush, Yichen emerged from the remnants of flesh, landing on the ground. As he inhaled deeply, he was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, nearly collapsing. The miasma of the underground mountain was overwhelmingly potent, far more concentrated than that of other areas, and despite having previously consumed an antidote pill, he could not withstand its toxicity. Frost Domain! Gritting his teeth against the pain in his head, Yichen summoned his ice true essence to create a domain, isolating the surrounding miasma from within. Simultaneously, he took an antidote pill given to him by Elder Konghua and activated its medicinal power with his true essence. After expending nearly half an hour, he finally refined the toxic miasma that had infiltrated his body. The pallor on Yichen's face improved significantly as he exhaled a long breath and remarked, "What a potent toxin! Merely inhaling a breath nearly led to my demise." Fortunately, having refined the mystical ice essence, the cold true essence he wielded closely resembled the aura of the Silver Frost secret realm, allowing him to manipulate much of the surrounding energy. Otherwise, had any other cultivator arrived, even with an antidote pill, they would likely succumb to the miasma's toxicity in an instant. The tentacled creature had been reduced to fragments, its massive form scattered in pieces. Suddenly, Yichen caught a whiff of a peculiar aroma. Following the scent, he paused before the creature's remains, using the white stone giant blade to pry open a shard of icy scaled armor. Wow! A strange and delightful meaty fragrance wafted from the flesh, revealing a piece of snow-white spirit meat before Yichen's eyes, radiating a gentle glow. Yichen carefully extracted the spirit meat, which was no small portion. It was roughly the size of a human head and weighed around 10 pounds, crystalline and translucent, with a captivating aroma akin to that of exquisite jade, entirely devoid of impurities. To his surprise, this creature harbored a piece of spirit meat within its body, a reward that could certainly compensate for the arduous pursuit he had endured. Yichen smiled gently, storing the spirit meat away. Demonic beasts possess cores, the source of their power, rich in demonic energy. However, demonic cores are toxic and unsuitable for consumption by ordinary individuals, thus primarily used for crafting magical artifacts. In contrast, spirit meat is the closest substance to a demonic core, nurtured by spiritual energy over time, and its potency is undoubtedly not weaker than that of a demonic core. Most importantly, this ethereal flesh poses no detriment to the cultivator, and due to its rich infusion of spiritual energy, it can be described as a substantial embodiment of that very essence. Under different circumstances, Yichen would undoubtedly have consumed this ethereal flesh at once. However, at this moment, there lies something far more precious than the ethereal flesh, the dark, goad, mysterious herb. Enveloping himself in the domain of frost, Yichen began his search for the dark, goad, mysterious herb in the surrounding area. Before long, he discovered a sprig of luminous spiritual herb emanating a white radiance nestled within a narrow crevice of stones not far from his location. Carefully excavating this dark, goad, mysterious herb, he gingerly placed it within a jade box. Having just broken through to the golden core realm, Yichen did not hasten to consume the herb. Instead, he continued his quest for other mysterious herbs. Given that this mountain harbored such herbs, it was certain that many others were aware of their existence as well. He needed to gather all the dark, goad, mysterious herbs before anyone else arrived. This location should already be deep within the Silver Frost secret estate, and others would not be able to reach it swiftly. Centered around this great mountain, numerous dark, goad, mysterious herbs flourished. Within merely an hour, Yichen managed to collect 9 of them from the mountain's periphery. However, in the subsequent half-hour, he found no further mysterious herbs in the outer regions. It appeared that most of the herbs here had already been consumed by the subterranean beasts. To procure more mysterious herbs, he would have to venture deeper into the mountain. Yichen lifted his gaze toward the towering mountain, which was completely shrouded in a kaleidoscope of miasma, the toxins so dense that they had transformed into a liquid, cascading down like fine rain. Moreover, Yichen vaguely sensed an extremely perilous aura emanating from within the mountain, a danger that sent a shiver down his spine, even more intense than that faced against tentacled monsters. The dark, goad, mysterious herb was incredibly valuable. If he could, Yichen truly wished not to relinquish it so easily. Yet, the aura exuding from the mountain was too terrifying. Under such overwhelming fear, how could Yichen dare to recklessly enter? After all, no matter how precious the spiritual treasures may be, life itself is far more invaluable. After a moment of contemplation, Yichen suddenly recalled the beast hide map. He retrieved the map, spreading it upon the ground for a meticulous examination. This map had fallen from Wentao before he was slain by the tentacled creature, and its origins remained a mystery. The map was evidently aged, with many marked locations having faded, rendering some unidentifiable. Nevertheless, he could vaguely discern the overall topography of the Silver Frost secret estate. Through careful scrutiny, Yichen ultimately pinpointed his current location on the map, stating, according to the terrain outlined, "I should be here, at the 7 Poison Ghost Mountain,